#C971 Here they come. The fire burned into a desolate and dead star field, and this star field will become a battlefield. God King, the Xuanhuan Empire, is too daring. They are dishonestly huddled in the Empire, and they also send a large army to fight against us. Although their record in the land of reincarnation is very dazzling, they are far worse than us. Xuanhuan said coldly. The Ascension God army is staying in this star field at the moment, posing a posture. I heard that the Xuanhuan Empire also sent a large army, and did not go directly to the Empire, just here to fight them. It's also very good to attack here. The Xuanhuan Empire is strong, and the loss of attacking the Empire will be huge, and I also doubt that if the Emperor Xuanhuan does not make a move, who will appear? Can he fight against the King of Gods? The Demon King was also puzzled. The Thunder God King in thunder armor said violently, whoever he is, it's too presumptuous to tear it apart. They can also stand up the God dynasty? Dare to come, let them experience the horror of thunder and lightning. Yes, kill them all, then attack his empire. The Vulcan King said irritably. They're here. The King of the Gods is graceful and majestic. Standing in front of the army, he suddenly saw dense black spots appear in the extreme distance, a large number of battleships shattered the starry sky, and the mighty impact came. The last commander, please let me lead the team directly to tear the Xuanhuan battleship. The Vulcan King said irritably. The last commander also please. Thor King said. Wait for them to come. The King of Gods is calm. If it was an ordinary time, he would not be so cautious, but he also felt a strong fighting spirit from the Xuanhuan battleship, and even he felt a little depressed. Emperor Xuanhuan? No, that's not the power of Emperor Xuanhuan. Who is coming? The King of Gods made a sound. It's me. I will fight you. The violent aura of the God of War suppressed the voice of the King of Heaven. He emerged from the battleship, tall and burly, with a pair of eyes boiling with fighting intent, looking at the Heavenly God King. He said proudly, Heavenly God King, I have heard of you. He is the God of War in the barbarian realm. Xuanhuan dynasty looked over and was surprised. How could they have never heard of such a famous character as the barbarian God of War, and he actually appeared in the army of Xuanhuan? Could it be that the barbarian God of War has surrendered to the Xuanhuan Empire, and the Emperor Xuanhuan wants him to fight against the King of Gods? These people are all astonishing. A person so proud of the God of War would also turn to the Xuanhuan Empire? Incomprehensible and unbelievable. The King of Gods is coming to fight. The barbarian God of War released the Supreme Realm, shaking the 8 wastelands. His burly body even surpassed the imposing manner of the Heavenly God King. Battle. Fight. Fight. The army of Xuanhuan, armed with soldiers, shining with a cold light, appeared from the battleship in unison, without the slightest fear on their faces, and their momentum was not weaker than that of the Xuanhuan. The dynasty of God will stand, and they will soon be the people of the dynasty of God. Even the barbarian God of War is under the command of Emperor Xuanhuan. He is hidden deep enough. Looking at it, the God of War is already in good condition, and he has stepped into the Supreme Realm. It's terrifying. A strong man approached this battlefield, and when he saw the God of War, his teeth were shaking. But the more shocking thing is yet to come. A large number of demon god army wearing pitch-black demon armor appeared. The demon god looked at the demon god king in Xuanhuan divine army, sneered, and said with disdain, Wei Qi, you failed in the battle with me, and escaped from the demon realm. He has also become one of the god kings of the Ascension dynasty, and things in this world are amazing. The demon god is you. When the demon king saw the heavenly demon god, he was also surprised, and the earth demon god, you too, actually took refuge in the Xuanhuan Empire. No, it's not just you, the entire demon realm belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire. The demon territory also belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire. These two news are very shocking. The barbarian realm and the demon realm are the powers under the command of Emperor Xuanhuan. They finally understood why Emperor Xuanhuan would establish a dynasty at this time. They did possess extremely powerful and terrifying power. Good. Heavenly demons. Devil God, I advise you, don't go against the Emperor Yuhua. Now you are fighting against the Emperor Yuhua, and you still have a way to survive, otherwise you will die. The Demon King said coldly. He was a loser back then, and he failed to compete with the Demon God for control of the demon realm, and was later accepted by the Emperor Yuhua. Haha, what are you talking about? You also want to recruit us, the Xuanhuan dynasty rises, and the Yuhuashan dynasty will inevitably become the sunset and dusk. The Earth Demon God laughed loudly and took a sip. The Demon King was beaten all over the place by the Demon God, and he became the God King of the Ascension God dynasty. Arrogant and arrogant, the Ascension God dynasty will stand forever. Thor King shouted. The situation is very different from before. The barbarian domain and the demon domain belong to the Xuanhuan Empire. This is something that everyone can't think of. No matter what they want to break their heads, they don't know what happened. The powerhouses of other forces were also shocked. Even the misty ancient emperor, who was secretly concerned about it, became solemn, and it was not a problem for the demons to surrender. After all, this group of demons bullied the soft and feared the hard, but what happened to the God of War? He is no stranger to the God of War. After all, he is an existence that has competed with the Emperor of Heaven. He is very proud, and the Emperor of Heaven has not let him take refuge. This Emperor Xuanhuan has great means. This battle is exciting, and the situation is becoming more and more unclear. The misty ancient emperor sighed. Attack! The King of Gods ordered. Talking too much is useless, the opponent has already shown their strength, and it is impossible to disintegrate the opponent's fighting spirit with just a few words. Now they can only attack and defeat the opponent's army. Barbarian God of War is very powerful. But he is not weak. Tread the divine martial army. All annihilation here. Destruction. 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 The drums of war that roused the hearts of the army resounded, and the Ascension Divine Army launched an attack. They all carried terrifying power. They were the elite legions of the Divine Dynasty. God stands, unstoppable. The morale of the Xuanhuan army was high, fearless, and went forward without a hitch. This battle showed an extremely bloody scene from the very beginning. The blood mist spread into the starry sky, stump limbs flew out, and a large number of soldiers were killed. The rise of each divine dynasty is built on the sea of countless corpses. It's a head-to-head battle. Many strong people watched the battle from a distance. In a battle of this level, even an immortal would appear fragile, and the other party, the God of Light, dispatched 5 of them. The Heavenly God King, the Demon God King, and the Thunder God King all broke through to the Supreme Realm, while the Wind God King and the Vulcan King were weaker and did not enter this realm, but they were also the limit of the immortal Triple Heaven. Kill! The Vulcan King took his troops and rushed out in an instant, and the flames filled the sky. Wherever they killed, they turned into a sea of flames soaring into the sky. Xuanhuan Army, attack! A large number of Xuanhuan legions attacked, led by the Xuanhuan commander. They opened the shield of the earth, and their heavy strength prevented the sea of fire. Because they are the power condensed in the Xuanhuan book, they are not afraid of flames. This legion attacked and immediately blocked the Vulcan King. #C972EVE. The battle was at its most intense from the very beginning. Leave this Thor King to me to deal with. The Earth Demon God shouted loudly. He didn't want to fight the Thunder God King, but he didn't stop him in the current situation. Today the king wants to kill the devil. The Thunder God King rushed out, and suddenly thunder and lightning swept out like a tide. His power was fierce and domineering. The Earth Demon God also knew that what he could do in the face of Thor King was to support him, but that was not enough, as long as Thor King could not interfere in other battlefields. Then I will deal with this Demon King. The Demon God hooked his finger at him, the defeated general. Come on. God, don't get too complacent, I'm not what I used to be now. As soon as the Demon God King saw the Earth Demon God, he thought of his failure back then, and he was cultivating in the Xuanhuan dynasty, and he was not afraid of the heavenly Demon God. The two trolls fought furiously together in an instant. Such a ferocious battle made many people's faces change color, and it can be seen that it is not so easy for the Xuanhuan dynasty to solve the Xuanwu Empire, unless there are variables on the side of the God King and defeat the barbarian God of War. They had a strange feeling about Emperor Xuanwu. If the Emperor Xuanhuan is insidious and despicable, one cannot guess how many conspiracies he has laid out. Then Emperor Xuanwu is completely mysterious. They even doubted, is it really all the strength of the Xuanwu Empire in front of them? Will there still be a power that shakes the world hidden in his empire? Both the savage domain and the demon domain belong to him, and nothing is impossible. This is also what the Emperor Xuanhuan was puzzled by. In fact, this is already all the fake venerables of the Xuanwu Empire, but his mysteriousness makes it impossible for others to guess, and it also makes it difficult for these people to use exactly how much power to attack him. Let's fight. God of War Burly. His fighting spirit was boiling, looking at the heavenly God King, his energy pierced through the rainbow, and he had a world-class demeanor, and knew that this person would be a very strong opponent. He punched out, the God of War realm appeared, and his strength was reckless, and he instantly rushed in front of the King of Gods, shaking his terrifying power. The heavenly God King did not step back, and used force against force. The two fought frantically in the universe, punching to the flesh, beckoning blood, without the slightest bells and whistles, and completely fighting against each other with the strongest force. The power of the heavenly God King is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The God of War, on the other hand, breaks the sky with strength. God blocks and kills gods, and demons block and kill demons. Boom! The two collided in a shocking collision, and at the same time took 100 steps back, and neither one took advantage. The barbarian God of War is really powerful. The God King's arms are numb. You are not weak, you are stronger than I imagined, and you also have the appearance of a supreme being. The luck of the gods is really terrifying, and you blocked my punch. The God of War stared at the heavenly God King, worthy of being the leader of the 10 great God Kings, and almost reached the limit of the power of the pseudo-respect, but that's okay, he was worried that he did not have a strong master to sharpen his God of War domain. However, the other party's luck is troublesome, and it increases the strength of the God King. Pity. The heavenly God King spoke and shook his head, a strong person like you can't be used by the God Emperor. If you take refuge in the God Emperor will definitely be extremely happy, and his status in the God dynasty is higher than mine. Haha, I either don't take refuge, or I'll give up. Boom. The God of War was furious. He was like an ancient God of War. He waved the God of War fist and punched the sky one after another. After the Demon God and Earth Demon God saw it, their scalps were numb. In the demon realm that day, the God of War did not use all his strength at all, otherwise he could kill them. Not to be outdone, the God of War in front of him is strong, but he is not truly supreme after all, and he is also limited. He immediately stretched out the hand of the sky, like the ruler of the sky, and the vast power is also sweeping out. The hegemony of war, fearless and fearless, go against the sky. The God of War blasted the fearless fist, his strength was too strong, and the move of the King of Heaven was broken by him. The other side. Earth Demon God was completely suppressed by Thor King. But the Demon God suppressed the Demon God King. How is it possible? I have cultivated so much in the Ascension God dynasty, and you are guarding a small demon realm, why? The Demon King roared, his eyes bursting with anger, thinking that he was strong, but the demon god suppressed him as before. Humph! The demon king is making progress, and his demon god is not standing still. Especially after joining Xuanhuan, a large number of immortal pills are supplied to him, which also makes his accumulation burst out and is progressing towards the limit of pseudo-respect. Stop talking nonsense! The demon god slammed the demon king into the air. Kill, smash their heads. The barbarian god army rushed out, and many people used heavy weapons without authorization. With a wave of the heavy soldiers, they smashed the heads of the feathered god army, smashed into the enemy line, and started a massacre. The warriors of the barbarian domain are the best warriors in the first place. All of these people have been soaked in the pool of gods and demons, and have undergone the training of the gods and martial arts system, and all of them are more fierce than before. The demon god army has incorporated a large number of powerful demons. Their combat power is not as good as that of the barbarian god army, but they also kill you and me with the feather god army. Apart from the heavenly god king, Xuanhuan dynasty was still calm, and the other god kings were angry. The expedition of the god dynasty should have been a battle of destruction, but it was stuck in a stalemate and could not gain the slightest advantage. The most intense is the battlefield between the barbarian god of war and the god of heaven. The strength of these two people has reached the limit of pseudo-exaltation. Unless the Real Supreme shot, who can suppress them? Heaven and earth were shattered, the god of war was fierce, and the fist broke the world. He did not give the king of gods a chance to cast spells. He would use the close-range field he was best at to suppress his other means. The battlefield is deadlocked. The crowd trembled. They can also see that the king of gods is not actually an opponent of the god of war, and he can barely compete with God's luck. Some powerhouses even wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the battlefield and destroy a few powerhouses of the Ascension God dynasty, but they still endured. The fight here seems to be fierce, but it is difficult to guarantee that the Ascension God Emperor has set up a secret hand. The sky is dark, the sun and the moon have no light. This kind of fierce battle actually caused great damage to both sides, and the legions all disappeared as an organic system. Boom! The barbarian war god knocked back the heavenly god king with a punch. Withdraw! The heavenly god king looked at the battlefield and suddenly issued an order to withdraw his troops. What, withdrawing troops at this time? The Thor king was very angry. He was going crazy, and he wanted to break through the army of the Xuanhuan Empire. His eyes were full of unwillingness. But the heavenly god king's army ordered him to listen, and he knew the reason. The battlefield was too entangled, and with the strength of their 5 god kings, they could not break each other at all. Retreat! The Thor king could only shout helplessly. Hearing the retreat order, the Ascension God army slowly retreated, but every soldier's eyes were full of unwillingness. They left a lot of blood here and did not achieve any victory. The feathered divine army retreated. God stands upright, return to Xuanhuan. The god of war did not chase, the opponent was not unable to fight anymore, but knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting, and immediately left this fierce battlefield, leaving behind a large amount of blood. #C973 Immortal 3 Heaven. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu suddenly couldn't find this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, Xuanhuan, to find your way home. You can search for Invincible Strongest God Level Selection System in Baidu to find the latest chapter. At the end of the battle, the armies on both sides retreated, leaving a mess everywhere. In fact, many people know that there will be no results after the appearance of the barbarian war god. The heavenly god king and the barbarian war god are evenly divided, and there is no possibility of destroying each other, and there is the help of the demonic army. If the Ascension Divine Dynasty chooses to be destroyed at this time, then the Supreme Being will be dispatched, and it will suffer great losses, and the cheap one will be the misty ancient emperor. The Emperor Yuhua is unwilling to do such a thing, and although he has a lot of conspiracies, he also has a feeling that it is difficult to do it in the face of the Xuanhu Empire. In this battle, the Yuhua divine dynasty did not defeat the Xuanhu, and the divine dynasty will stand. It seems that the two heroes will compete for hegemony in the future. No, you are wrong. It is a three-legged confrontation, and the misty ancient emperor will definitely follow the Xuanhu to establish the gods. If he does not stand, the two gods will definitely send troops to Misty and destroy this serious problem. It seems that the misty ancient emperor does not want to stand and must stand. Three heroes fight for hegemony, we have a chance. It is best to let the three kingdoms go out of their minds, their own strength is greatly damaged, and the three kingdoms' god emperors will fall, which is the best thing for us. Some people said viciously. But they all know that the situation is not good whether it is a dominant family or three heroes fighting for hegemony. If the family is the strongest, there may be fewer casualties, but once the three kingdoms fight against each other, there will be more bloody battles in the universe, and all circles of the universe will be annexed first. Feathering God Dynasty. The Emperor Yuhua looked at the heavenly god king in front of him, and said calmly, I didn't expect the Xuanhu Empire. I didn't even think that the god of war in the barbarian realm would rely on him. This minister is not good in battle, and please ask His Majesty the God Emperor to punish him. God's way. It has nothing to do with you, even I underestimated their power. The Emperor Yuhua has a pair of eyes with wisdom, and smiled lightly, in a few months, there will be two more gods in this universe. It's interesting, really interesting. Xuanhu Empire. Kongmi Daokuan, you are immortal. Xuanhuan looked at Kongmi Daokuan, who was circling excitedly beside him, and laughed too. After eating a lot of his resources, he finally fed Kongmi Daokuan to the realm of immortality. The army has returned, and the detailed military situation god of war has also been reported. At the end of this battle, there is no obstacle to the establishment of the Xuanhu dynasty, and the Emperor Yuhua will not continue to do it. He is also waiting for the situation where the three major dynasties stand side by side. At this moment, Xuanhuan also felt the strong gathering of luck. He saw that the realm of the immortal threefold heaven was only one step away from him, and he could really break this realm only by waiting for the day when the divine dynasty was confirmed. There's still a month left. The empire is actively preparing, and every subject has a confident smile on the face. 1 month later, they are also gods. Heaven's door wide open. During this time, a large number of people also came to the Xuanhu Empire, who were representatives of various forces. On the surface, they congratulated Xuanhu on establishing the Shen dynasty, but in fact, they hoped that Xuanhu could shelter them at that time. The immortality of Shen Fuzong came, and Gashan was still leading the team, and a large number of disciples came to visit the Shen dynasty with the team. I didn't expect that the second god to establish the dynasty would be Xuanhu. Gashan sighed. Xuanhu Empire. As time draws near, more masters come. The Golden Crow God Emperor took his 9 younger brothers to enter Xuanhu from Tianmen, and he was filled with emotion when he saw the magnificent atmosphere of the Xuanhu Empire. He does not belong to any force, and he came to Xuanhu this time to understand the chaos of the universe, and to express his goodwill to the great Emperor Xuanhu. Even if his goodwill is not needed, he must be present for this Xuanhu congratulations. There are many masters, each with his own scheming. And after the war, many people came to take refuge in Xuanhu, including some immortals. Mainly, the barbarian god of war made a good start. Think about it, even a proud existence like the god of war belongs to the Xuanhu Empire. What are they? Clang clang. When the morning sun rises, the bells representing the gods rang, and the flags of the Xuanhu Empire had become the flags of the gods. In front of the tall gate of heaven, countless armies lined up. A sacred square is connected by a ladder, and at the end of the square, there is a sacred palace with a majestic and infinite shrine on it. Xuanhu is about to stand up. At this moment, the Xuanhu Empire is very lively, and all the people are eagerly waiting for the voice of His Majesty to announce the establishment of the gods. A large number of masters are gathering. All the people return to their hearts what the people want. When the god of war arrived, he looked at the throne, representing the throne of the emperor, just waiting for the master to do it. Yes, Lord God of War, since the barbarian domain joined the empire, everyone's strength has skyrocketed. If we don't join, the barbarian domain will also be swept away. Emperor Yuhua is not the emperor of heaven. We can follow His Majesty to conquer the universe. Bai Mingfuno's strength has also grown extremely fast, and he is about to realize the supreme realm, standing beside the god of war. Your Majesty is coming soon. The god of war looked at the sun. At this time, although Emperor Xuanhu had not yet appeared, all over the empire, the rolling beliefs gathered, and fell into one place, bursting out with a sacred and magnificent light. Although it is only the Lishan dynasty, it seems that the name has been changed, but it is a qualitative change, and the status is different, which means that you have the strength to dominate the universe. At this time, on both sides of the throne, Xuanhu heavy ministers were present, quietly waiting for the presence of Emperor Xuanhu. When the time reached the peak of noon, on the throne, a figure wearing a black emperor robe descended. He was wearing a supreme sword, and slowly sat up, his eyes swept majestically. Everyone was silent, waiting for His Majesty to speak. I announce that starting from today, Xuanhu will establish a Shan dynasty, a Xuanhu dynasty, and a Xuanhu Shan dynasty. Qu Yuan's words were vast and far-reaching, and they were passed on to all parts of the divine dynasty. Everyone is waiting for this moment. The gathered national transportation has reached a boiling point, it exploded, and countless people cheered. See God Emperor! See God Emperor! See God Emperor! All the important ministers of the empire knelt down. From now on, Xuanhu is the dynasty of God. At this moment, the luck of the God dynasty changed qualitatively, as if silver had changed into the value of gold, and suddenly turned into a rainbow light, pouring into Qu Yuan's body, turning into a violent force to impact the realm. This is the power of the gods. His imperial luck had already accumulated enough, and he was waiting for the qualitative change at this moment. National fortunes are still rolling in. Qu Yuan is sitting on the throne, he is receiving this power, and he is also surging power, breaking the realm of immortal triple heaven. Xuanhu Shan dynasty. Xuanhu Shan dynasty. Xuanhu Shan dynasty. More boiling voices are coming out, and the immortals are taking the lead, shouting with all their might, as if to transmit their voices to all walks of life in the universe and declare their power. This is not an ordinary Lishan dynasty, but a divine dynasty established after experiencing the resistance of the army of Yuhua divine dynasty. Immortal triple heaven. An extremely powerful force erupted in Qu Yuan's body, as if the universe trembled. At this moment, his realm finally broke through to the immortal triple heaven at the moment of Lishan dynasty. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 973 Immortal Threefold Heaven, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C974 Xuanhu Shan Dynasty. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu suddenly couldn't find this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, Shuhage Quanpin, to find your way home. You can search for Invincible Strongest God Level Selection System in Baidu to find the latest chapter. God stands. Luck is terrifying. Qu Yuan looked at the ministers of the Xuanhu Empire from the throne of God, and then looked at the crowd of visitors from all over the world. At this moment, he was the most glorious existence, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 places, and the boundless universe. From this moment on, he is the Lord of the Divine Dynasty, and his status is the same as that of the Yuhua Divine Emperor. God Dynasty has been established, God Emperor Xuanhu. Visitors from all over the world are also shocked. They are witnessing a historic moment, which is the second dynasty of gods in the universe. And after the Lisan dynasty, this boundless power surged like a tide, so vast that it finally allowed him to break the threshold of the immortal threefold heaven. Ding! The host broke through the immortal triple heaven and obtained 2 million fate points, supernatural power fruit x 2048, immortal artifact advanced card, immortal divine crystal x2, dark gate x1, random lottery chance x1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the supreme. After immortality, you should become the real supreme and dominate the universe. Ding! The host completed the main quest, obtained 5 million fate points, the 8th level crafting blueprint of the galaxy cannon, the immortal artifact advanced card, the supernatural power fruit x 2048, the supreme god healing potion x1, the holy judge x1, the Shenming heavy armor crafting blueprint x1, ancient battlefield realm, shattered god's grip, immortal crystal x2, random 3000. Avenue Lottery Chance x1, Random Lottery Chance x1. Ding! The current main story has been released, Destroy the Yuhua Divine Dynasty. The Dynasty of Gods has been established, and the next is the Dynasty of Gods to fight for hegemony. The Yuhuan dynasty is indeed a great enemy in front of me, and it must be destroyed. Chu Yuan listened to the cheers of countless people, the fortune of the empire was boiling, and looked at the system task. The Lisan dynasty is just the beginning, the real cruelty will come, the hegemony between the gods is extremely terrifying, and it will be very bloody, and countless creatures will die. Every cosmic overlord supreme was killed in a sea of corpses and blood, not by the so-called kindness comparable to the strength of the supreme. Chu Yuan was also sensing his current strength at this time. His current strength is comparable to that of the Real Supreme, but after reaching this realm, he is not as happy as he was when he was immortal, and is suppressed by a more terrifying power of heaven and earth. He clearly knows that this is from the oppression of the universe, and immortality itself is against the sky, especially the Supreme. Powerhouses like Heavenly Emperor, Fa, and Demon God disappeared after ruling the universe for 9 reincarnations. The light and shadow condensed, and the Holy Inquisitor appeared beside his throne. This was a tall and burly figure, wearing holy gold armor and holding a holy golden spear, like a holy knight. His strength is also the immortal triple heaven, but he has crossed over to the supreme realm. Holy Inquisition domain, this is the domain power of the Holy Inquisition. Another supreme realm. There were too many guests coming to the Xuanhuan Empire. When they saw the sudden appearance of the Holy Inquisitor, the power that exuded made their faces suddenly startled. Your Majesty, there are strong people around. The God of War, the Demon Lord, and the Earth Demon Lord were also surprised. It was something they didn't know or saw before. Moreover, they clearly sensed that the Holy Inquisitor is extremely powerful. Although it is not as strong as the barbarian God of War, its strength is still higher than that of the Heavenly Demon Lord and the Earth Demon Lord. This made them think that His Majesty must have some powerhouses they didn't know that they didn't use. Just like the Emperor Yuhua, is the 10 kings under his command really the most powerful besides him? Impossible, the Emperor Yuhua still has terrifying power, and his subordinates must have the existence of the supreme level. And their Xuanhu God Emperor must also hide his power, and take advantage of today's opportunity to tell the world that the Xuanhu God dynasty is powerful. God Emperor Xuanhu also has powerful people under his command. Although this dynasty of gods was just established, it should not be underestimated. It will be a formidable enemy. Yeah, the divine Emperor Xuanhu is magnificent and majestic, and that momentum is frightening. He is the real Lord of Heaven and Earth. It's no wonder that the Emperor Yuhua didn't continue to attack after the King of Heaven withdrew his army. Obviously, he was also afraid of the hidden power of the Xuanhu dynasty. Now it seems that his concerns are right. The appearance of the Holy Inquisitor gave these people another shock. Yun Tianhu pays a visit to the Emperor, and is willing to become the emperor's chariot and pull the cart for his majesty. Outside the heavenly gate, a huge and divinely steed celestial tiger suddenly flew over. He was crawling under Chu Yuan's throne, like a mount, waiting for Chu Yuan to become his master. Chu Yuan is no stranger to this great celestial tiger demon. It is the great celestial tiger demon who fought against Yu Beifeng in the City of Wishes. He also came to the Xuanhu Empire, not directly saying he wanted to join, but willing to become a mount. His strength is also very strong. He is at the peak of the immortal second layer, and his status in the divine dynasty will not be low, but he is willing to become Chu Yuan's mount to pull the cart for him. He knew that in the future cosmic god dynasty contending for hegemony, what is his immortality? Even if he joined Xuanhu, the war would be more dangerous. It is better to be more straightforward and directly become a mount to gain the love of His Majesty, the God Emperor. He took refuge in the Lord of the Divine Dynasty as his mount, which was not a humiliation, but a kind of honor. Those who are weak are not qualified yet. Chu Yuan left him. How could he refuse to take the initiative to seek refuge, and at this time let an immortal realm Tianhu pull the cart for him, which is also a symbol of His Majesty. The Lord of the Divine Dynasty is completely different from the Lord of an ordinary empire. I also want to take refuge in the Xuanhu dynasty. More people want to take refuge in Xuanhu, and more of them are ordinary immortals, who are not supported by powerful forces behind them. In the peaceful years, immortal strength is enough, but in such troubled times, it is far from enough. Only by relying on the divine dynasty can you have a chance to survive and seize opportunities in troubled times. Boom! At this time, a roaring sound resounded in the universe. Misty God Dynasty. Another God Dynasty was established, and the misty ancient emperor followed the Xuanhu God Dynasty. After Xuanhu established the God Dynasty, he also announced the establishment of the God Dynasty. However, when he stood up, he was not as shocked as the Xuanhu dynasty, but had a feeling of inferiority. After all, the misty ancient emperor only had the courage to stand up after seeing the god of war. As for Xuanhu, it is the most powerful in the face of the strength of the Ascension God Dynasty. The Feathering Divine Dynasty, the Xuanhu Divine Dynasty, the Misty Divine Dynasty, the three major dynasties have established the battle between the supreme gods. This is a prosperous future, and it is also the beginning of a cruel era. Many people don't care that there will be more gods in the universe, they only care about their future. The three dynasties stand side by side, giving many people more choices, but it is also the cruelty of many small forces. Without their living space, this universe is huge, but in front of the three dynasties, where can they escape? They are not the forces that once gave birth to the Supreme, and they can protect themselves. The Misty God Dynasty. Chu Yuan's gaze pierced through the universe and time and space, as if he saw the existence of the Misty Divine Dynasty, and said solemnly on the throne, the Divine Dynasty has been established, the Empire has entered a new era, and the whole country celebrates it together. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 974 The God of War, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C975 Premium Mall. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu suddenly couldn't find this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, Shuhage to find your way home. You can search for Invincible Strongest God Level Selection System in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Feathering God Dynasty, Xuanhu God Dynasty, Misty God Dynasty. The three gods stand, and the universe enters a new era. Many people see the future. This is a new great world. It is different from the Yuhua Divine Dynasty alone. The three major Divine Dynasty will not immediately compete in recent years. There are only a few ways to accumulate power, recruiting and absorbing some wandering power, pushing small and medium forces horizontally, and breaking into various ancient ruins. But these types are not good news for them. After the Xuanhuan dynasty established the Shin dynasty, the people of the Shin dynasty suddenly felt that their cultivation speed had accelerated, and even the barbarian god of war felt that they were not far from the real supreme realm. He fights with high spirits, and understands that as long as he fights the universe with the gods and martial arts, it is his path to the supreme. Some guests left, while some stayed in Xuanhuan temporarily. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to this, and naturally his subordinates would take care of it. After the ceremony of the divine dynasty, he returned to the temple. Immortal Triple Heaven. Xuanhuan said, "My supreme realm is the realm of the supreme human beings, the overlord of the emperor, and the invincible realm of martial arts." He broke through the immortal threefold heaven, and he didn't need to waste time to slowly comprehend the supreme realm. With the power of the supreme humanity, Xuanhuan evolved into his humanity, the supreme realm of invincible martial arts. The cultivation base was consolidated with the national fortune of the divine dynasty, and Xuanhuan Kai checked this reward. The immortal artifact advanced card is enough to advance all the 7 divine artifacts, and the power it exerts can also reach the limit of the immortal triple heaven. If one can be promoted to the supreme divine artifact, and the 7 divine artifacts can be activated, it can be comparable to the existence of the supreme domain, but such an advanced card cannot be obtained unless Xuanhuan becomes the supreme being. He is not in a hurry. The 7 divine artifacts are the complement of the Empire's combat power. Galaxy Cannon Level 8 Blueprints. This cannon is completely different from the world-destroying cannon. It is extremely huge, the whole body is black, and it is like a giant beast. Just watching the projection, you can feel a world-destroying force that can run through the galaxy and strike a blow to destroy the god of the universe. There are enough numbers, and the galaxy cannon can deal a blow to the immortal. This is very good. The galaxy cannon will be a powerful trump card for the Xuanhuan army to conquer. Shinming Heavy Armor builds blueprints. Xuanhuan looked at the blueprint. The dark and solemn armor is extremely heavy. Just looking at the drawings, it looks like a human-shaped behemoth. This is a kind of heavy armor with extremely powerful defensive power. It must be made of various precious materials. Even the national treasury cannot equip the entire army. However, this kind of heavy armor is too heavy, and the weak cannot wear it. With this armor, open up a heavy-armed corps and use it for the advancement of large corps. Xuanhuan knew the value of the Shinming heavy armor. Some equipment in his empire should also be updated to adapt to the War of the Gods. Ancient Battlefield Realm. Xuanhuan looked at it. This realm is a small universe similar to the Demon Realm, and there are all kinds of war places in it. The function is similar to the ancient battlefield altar he obtained before. The same soul enters, chooses the battlefield and opponents. However, the ancient battlefield realm is much more powerful than the ancient battlefield altar, which can simulate stronger opponents and allow more troops to enter. But the resources required for each simulation are also very large, which is equivalent to the upgraded and evolved version of the ancient battlefield altar, the difference between primary and advanced. The ancient battlefield domain plays a role in the training of the army, which is very good and powerful. Xuanhuan nodded. The Lishan dynasty was the beginning of the brutal killing. Dark Gate. A portal that exists in the darkness, in sharp contrast to the door of light, shrouded out. There is no light in the night, there is no trace of light, and it is completely plunged into the darkness of death. Light and dark. Fire and ice. Xuanhuan already had a portal with 2 opposing attributes. He looked at the portal in the system space. Light, darkness, flame, ice, yin and yang, heaven and earth, thunder and lightning, seal, void, fairy. This is a special portal owned by Xuanhuan. Ding. The host started a random 3000 Avenue lottery, and obtained the chaotic technique of the 3000 Avenue supernatural power. Grand chaos, chaos everything, the law of the soul. Xuanhuan grabbed the palm of his hand immediately. This is the power of chaos. If you are contaminated by this power, your power will be thrown into chaos, and even your soul will be confused. The Supreme God Healing Potion, with upgraded efficacy, can treat the wounds of the Supreme God. The Grip of the Broken God is a supreme artifact, a pair of gloves. He has little demand for the Grip of the Broken God. Although the Grip of the God of War is still an immortal artifact, the Legion of the God of War, which is related to system rewards, can also be upgraded to a supreme artifact in the future. But it can be rewarded to his subordinates. The God of War fought in the demon realm, and defeated the feathered god army. Ordinary artifacts have little effect on the God of War, but gloves such as gloves can exert his combat power. With the shattered god's grip, his combat power can be increased by at least a few %. The stronger the God of War in the barbarian realm, the stronger the empire. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to let him do everything, and his subordinates must have a single-sided existence. It's the dynasty of gods now, and the super mall can be opened. Xuanhuan opened the system mall, and sure enough, there was an interface of the super mall. A lot of good stuff. Xuanhuan looked at the super mall. He looked at his fate point accumulation, which was as much as 10 to 20 million, but when he saw the treasures in the super mall, he also felt that his fate points were nothing. He saw the supreme artifact, each requiring tens of millions of fate points. For some materials, it will cost more than 10 or 200,000. He also saw the immortal God Healing Potion, and each tube required 2 million fate points to exchange. It takes 8 million fate points to exchange for making the blueprints for Jushin crossbow. Xuanhuan browsed the page. There were too many good things in the super mall, and saw a blueprint called Jushin crossbow. As for the crossbow arrow, he had the god-destroying crossbow before, but with the development of the empire, the power could not keep up, and it was gradually eliminated. However, the Jushin crossbow is different and more powerful. According to the level of the crossbow, it can threaten the existence of the universe god. Change. Must be replaced. Xuanhuan immediately changed the blueprint for making the god Jushin crossbow. There are also immortal divine crystals, 500,000 fate points for one piece, and he also exchanged for 10 pieces. After this exchange, plus the exchange of other materials, Xuanhuan still has 6 million fate points left. But it was worth it, so he did not continue to exchange it, but kept it to see if he could refresh it to something more worthwhile to exchange in the future. After all, it is not easy to accumulate fate points. These many lottery opportunities will also be used up. Xuanhuan deliberately waited until the Lisan dynasty to draw. Ding. The host will get the immortal crystal X1 through random lottery. Ding. The host will get the immortal god healing potion X1 through random lottery. Ding. The host will get dragon blood god gold X1 through random lottery. Ding. The host will get Tianqi Jianhe X1 through random lottery. Tianqi Jianhe. After consecutive lottery draws, there were as many as 5 tubes of immortal god healing potion, and the appearance of the Tianqi Jianhe made Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly shine. Boom. An incomparably vast river of swords was formed entirely of strong sword qi, and when Xuanhuan urged it, there were more than 10 million, literally hundreds of millions of sword qi slashed out at the same time. Moreover, in this Jianhe, Xuanhuan saw the introduction and could throw a sword into it. The more swords you put in, the higher the quality, and the stronger the power of this river of swords. You can kill with the torrent of swords. Good baby, you can use it for the sword army. Xuanhuan's divine dynasty itself had an army mainly cultivating the divine sword, led by Li Jianqing himself. And this time he had a lot of immortal crystals in his hands, so it was time for Li Jianqing to improve his cultivation, and to use the sword army's fierce killing. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 975 Premium Mall, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C976 Immortal Cry. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu suddenly couldn't find this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, Xuanhuan, to find your way home. You can search for Invincible Strongest God Level Selection System in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Supreme Artifact, Grip of the Broken God. A pair of gloves with shattering power suddenly appeared in front of the God of War, and his face was also shocked. This is an artifact that can only be refined by the Supreme Being. It is extremely powerful, and now His Majesty the God Emperor gave it directly to him. Even the Supreme Artifact can be given casually. How many trump cards does Your Majesty control? He also couldn't guess Xuanhuan. Ever since Xuanhuan established the Divine Dynasty, he had a feeling when he saw the Divine Emperor. When he sat on the majestic throne, if he had a feeling of facing the Heavenly Emperor, even the will of the Supreme Humanity was even more majestic. His Majesty bestowed the Supreme Artifact not only to improve my combat power, but also to tell me that he is unfathomable. God of War sighed. His current purpose is to use the resources of Xuanhuan and the luck of the gods to make himself break through to the Supreme. At this realm, his perception is enough, and now the lack of time and the sublimation brought by the war. And now, the positions of the three major dynasties are also very interesting. The universe is too vast, and the three gods dynasty did not start the war first, but some weak forces have been swept by the war, and each is expanding its own territory and plundering resources. In an ancient sect, a large number of misty gods descended and besieged the sect. Those who are obedient will prosper, those who are contrary will perish. If the northern Xuanzong submits to the misty divine dynasty and swears allegiance to the divine emperor, spare you from dying. The general of the misty god dynasty shouted coldly, this northern Xuanzong has an immortal and is within their attack range. We are willing to pledge our allegiance. Besieged by the army, the North Xian sect master looked miserable. He knew that if he did not surrender today, he would definitely die. No one in the sect could survive. In front of the divine dynasty, their strength was too weak. Northern Xuanzong was conquered by the misty god dynasty. This is just a microcosm of the universe, and more of this is happening. Kill, kill, kill. The expansion range of the Ascension God dynasty. They do not allow the realm to have forces against them, either allegiance or kill without mercy. After the situation of the three gods in the universe was formed, they also sent troops to occupy more valuable places and expanded their territory. Destroy the Yuanguang Empire, kill without mercy. At this time, in another part of the universe, the army of the Ascension God dynasty went on an expedition, led by the Thunder God King and the Demon God King, surrounded and descended into a powerful empire, possessing the combat power of many immortal realms. But under the conquest of the Ascension God dynasty, the Yuanling Empire appears to be very fragile. Don't kill us, we are willing to surrender. The people of the Yuanling Empire cried out in grief. Kill without mercy. Thor King coldly ordered. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I would become the king of the subjugated country today, the king of the subjugated country. I am ashamed of the ancestors' foundation, the feathering of the divine dynasty. I curse you not to die well, not to die well, everyone will be destroyed. The emperor of the Yuanling Empire smiled miserably. The capital was breached and the people were slaughtered. The only thing they did wrong was that they were too close to the Ascension dynasty. Boom! His head was smashed by Thor King's foot, leaving only a headless body, and said coldly, the Yuhuashan dynasty will rule the universe. The people of the Yuanling Empire should not let one go, take away their resources, and kill Lian Immortal. Change. The Xuanhuan Empire is also conquering everywhere. After Lishan dynasty, resource consumption is fast. In order to maintain the rapid development of the divine dynasty, Xuanhuan must also expand his own territory, and he must carry out a large number of conquests. Now, the three dynasties have formed their own tacit understanding, and they have each conquered their own forces, saving some trash fishes during the battle of the dynasties. But this is only a short period of time, and the war between the gods will completely break out in a few years. It's too cruel. After I go back this time, Shen Fuzong must approach the Xuanhuan dynasty. Gushan was shocked. After the ceremony of the divine dynasty, he did not leave immediately, seeing the situation in the universe. He has already understood that Shen Fuzong must rely on a divine dynasty, otherwise it will not be able to survive at all. They are not the forbidden land of ancient demons, the sea of death, the tomb of the gods, such a supreme existence. Brother Gushan, you can't go back to Shen Fuzong. The Book of Enlightenment came to him. What do you mean by not going back? Gushan's expression changed. Does your majesty not allow me to go back and want me to stay in the Xuanhuan dynasty forever? It's not because of your majesty, but because the rune sect is gone. The Book of Enlightenment. Gone? Gushan's face changed drastically, and he didn't understand, and immediately asked, how could it be gone? What happened, please tell me. The incident happened suddenly. Except for the disciples you led to cultivate and exchange in our god dynasty, the entire sect of Shen Fuzong was destroyed. It was not because of Feathering Misty, but the powerhouse of the Death Sea. When we got the news and arrived, it's in ruins, all the places you see are bloodstained, and no one is alive. The Book of Inspiration shook his head. During this period of time, many forces have been destroyed, and there are also many Shen Fuzongs. If it weren't for the fact that this sect had a friendly relationship with the God dynasty, he would not have bothered. Death Sea. Gushan's face turned pale. It was a strong man named Gai Tianze in the Dead Sea who did it. It's been a few days since we received the news, so even if you go back, you will only see ruins. The Book of Enlightenment said, and I'm worried that you will have an accident on the way. Recently, the three major dynasties have been fighting fiercely, and many people are fishing in troubled waters, and the Dead Sea is one of them. The Dead Sea exists anciently. This force is very special. It is a gathering place. There are a large number of strong people gathered there for various reasons, and there are also real supreme. But it seems that they can't take any shots casually, and they are afraid of something. It's gone, it's gone. Gushan lost his soul, and said tragically, Shen Fuzong is the only one left with me, the sect master is also dead, so many of my disciples have died, and the entire Shen Fuzong is gone. What? Gushan cried bitterly, his expression miserable. His cry alarmed the Xuanhuan Empire, an immortal crying in pain, even death could not let him have this kind of pain. But Shen Fuzong was the sect where he lived since he was a child. Without the suzerain of Shen Fuzong, he may have died long ago, let alone immortality. He took Shen Fuzong as his home. But now, the home is gone. He knelt down on the ground, moved towards the direction of Shen Fuzong, and cried heartily, my home is gone, the sect is gone, there is nothing left. The Book of Enlightenment was silent. He knows that Gushan is very painful at the moment, but the expedition in the universe will not care about your pain. Under the battle of several god emperors, any pain will be covered up. Runezong is also just a victim of this war. However, Shen Fuzong was lucky. Gushan participated in the ceremony of the Shen dynasty and was invited to help the Shen dynasty refine a kind of talisman. There were also a large number of disciples who followed him to visit, but some bloodlines were preserved. The dead are gone. The Book of Qiling said, in all circles of the universe, not only are the three major dynasties fighting, but also the Dead Sea, the ancient demon Forbidden Land, and some other forces that have had supreme powers are also stirring up the situation. You can stay in the dynasties with peace of mind, and nothing will happen. No, even if I die, I have to crawl home. Gushan's heart collapsed, and the whole person was on the verge of going crazy. There was a majestic presence in front of him. It was the Emperor Xuanhuan, who was disturbed when he heard his cry, and also came to him. Also ask your majesty to forgive Gushan's crime of disturbing. When the Book of Enlightenment saw the appearance of the God Emperor, he was shocked. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 976 Immortal Cry, 4th update, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Hashtag C977 Wanfu Lu. Gushan's howling and crying alarmed Xuanhuan. He came to Gushan in front of him. It's human nature to feel sad when the sect is destroyed, and Gushan is innocent. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, Gai Tianzi of the Dead Sea killed all the immortals left in the Shenfu zone. According to the investigation of the minister, this is a false venerable. After destroying the Shenfu zone, he immediately returned to the Dead Sea. The Book of Enlightenment reports. Shenfu zone was destroyed, and the Book of Enlightenment was not in a good mood. This sect is not strong, but it is good at refining talismans, and it is of great value to the army. Gushan also intends to rely on Xuanhuan, and it is a pity to be destroyed like this. My God Fuzong and the Sea of Death have no grudges, why did he make such a ruthless move? Gushan's mentality has collapsed. Of course, he also understands that in the universe, the weak will eat the strong, and the weak will be beaten. This is the eternal truth. Who made his Shenfu zone weak and unable to resist even a fake venerable? What is the benefit of Shenfu zone worthy of a false venerable choosing this opportunity to destroy it? The Book of Inspiration is also thinking. I know what he wants. Gushan, whose hair was disheveled and looked like a madman, suddenly woke up. Wanfulu, he must be doing it for the Wanfulu. The most valuable thing in my God's Fuzong is Wanfulu, and all the methods of Fu compilation are from Wanfulu. I learned it from the scriptures. This Wanfulu is left by an ancient supreme, and it is a tyrannical talisman. It is comparable to the supreme artifact. The greatest value is the knowledge of the talisman. Crisis! Gushan shouted. His god Fuzong owns Wanfulu, although he established his sect based on this, but it was also a murderous intention to destroy the sect. Crying is useless, Shenfu zone hasn't died yet, you still exist. Xuanhuan said. What do I use to rebuild? Without Wanfulu, Shenfu zone is dead. Gushan is in so much pain. He raised his head to look at Xuanhuan, knelt down, slammed his head on the ground, banging loudly, and begged, only His Majesty the God Emperor can take back Wanfulu, and asked God Emperor to take action. Wanfulu is a treasure, it is a treasure. The value of the talisman is that it has this talisman, and it will have various methods of refining the talismans. I, Gushan, are willing to be a slave, a talisman slave, and use the immortal endless years and eternity to refine the talismans for the Emperor. He is willing to be a slave and make talismans for Xuanhuan. And the value of Wanfulu is indeed very large. The above records have a huge effect on the Xuanhuan dynasty and the improvement of the army. With Wanfulu, the divine dynasty can select a large number of powerful people who are talented in this way, and refine all kinds of boosting talismans. The Book of Enlightenment said, however, this will offend the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death is rather strange. It is a gathering place for the strong and cannot be regarded as a force. Choose one, go to the Dead Sea, get 30,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Option 2, don't go to the Dead Sea, get 30,000 fate points, magical power fruit x 2048. Get up. Xuanhuan suddenly said, Shenfu zone had already surrendered to the divine dynasty, and the flag of the divine dynasty was displayed, but it was suddenly destroyed by Gai Tianzi. This is provoking me and provoking my divine dynasty. I have already taken refuge in the divine dynasty. Gushan was stunned for a moment, and understood in an instant, But his head still slammed. Yes, right, Shen Fuzong has already become a part of the divine dynasty, but the sect has not moved over in time. Destroying the God Rune Zone is in the first era of destroying the divine dynasty. Military. Although he was mentally broken, of course he knew what Chunyuan meant. Naturally, Shen Fuzong has not yet surrendered, but the meaning of God Emperor's words is also very clear. He wants to be the master of Shen Fuzong and retake Wanfulu. Now it is just an excuse. Of course, you must have strength, otherwise you will die miserably if you step into the Sea of Death casually. Wanfulu recaptured, and Gashan, as the last immortal of Shen Fuzong, would also do the things of the suzerain and join the empire. Ding! The current branch has been released. Take back the Wanfulu, and after the completion, open the reward of the 5 spirit warlords. God of War is staying in the empire. I will personally go to the Sea of Death. Gashan, go with me. Chunyuan took the branch line and said indifferently, Your Majesty is going to take action in person. The Book of Enlightenment was startled. God Emperor Xuanhuan has not made a move since the establishment of the divine dynasty. It is all the gods of war who lead people to expedition. This time, he is also releasing a movement, so that the powerhouses in the universe can see his power. He was disappointed that this time, he couldn't go to the Sea of Death with His Majesty to see His Majesty's strength. The Dead Sea is a mysterious place in the universe. No matter who dominates the starry sky, it still exists. It is rumored that the owner of the Dead Sea is a very ancient and mysterious existence, and no one has ever seen his real body. There is no doubt that the Dead Sea is supreme. The Dead Sea is boundless and huge, and the demon realm in front of it is like the contrast between the sea and the lake. The Sea of Death. Chunyuan looked at the Sea of Death, and there was an aura of death circling. There may be more than one supreme being in this Sea of Death, but these supreme beings will not obey the orders of others, and there are many forces among them. In today's universe, there are several more mysterious places, such as the Sea of Death, the Forbidden Land of Ancient Demons, the Tomb of the Gods, the Other Side of the Boat, and the End of the World of Reincarnation. He stepped into the Sea of Death at this time. Ding! The host makes a choice, gets 30,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance X1. The interior is too big, there are many galaxies, and there are a large number of living beings. The one who sent the strong to deal with the Ascension God dynasty was one of them. His Majesty the God Emperor, I can sense where Wanfulu is. Gashan said with hatred. I know. Chunyuan said. Xuanhuan Divine Dynasty, Xuanhuan Divine Emperor, the Lord of a Divine Dynasty, what's the matter with you entering the Sea of Death today, you and Yu Hua, the misty battle? I will not intervene in the Sea of Death. If you are a guest, naturally welcome. If you do it, we will accompany you too. A voice came from a part of the Dead Sea, full of vigilance. The existence of Chunyuan blatantly entered the Sea of Death, which is a big thing. This person is mysterious, and he doesn't know how many means he has. No one can turn a blind eye. However, although he will not join their battle in the Sea of Death, he is not afraid. This place seems to be a place where the Supreme can avoid the catastrophe. I came here to find only one person and get back one thing. Chunyuan responded to him. Who are you looking for? This person appeared, a middle-aged man, looking at Chunyuan. Gai Tianza. Chunyuan said. Gai Tianza? A pseudo-respect? This person still knew about Gai Tianza. How did Gai Tianza offend your God Emperor, and let you go far into the Sea of Death? The rune department under my command was destroyed by him. Chunyuan said coldly. Gai Tianza destroyed my divine rune sect and destroyed countless disciples of my divine rune zone. If I wasn't in the divine dynasty, I would have been poisoned by him, but I was in the divine dynasty, and I thought that the divine rune zone had long since surrendered to the Xuanhuan divine dynasty. Gushan sternly shouted, Gaitians, seize the treasure of the divine dynasty, Wanfu Lu. There is such a thing. This supreme also feels that things are tricky. A Shin Fuzong is nothing, but it is not easy to have a relationship with the Shin dynasty. It's just a misunderstanding, God Emperor, please retreat. The supreme said again. Misunderstanding? Is it the same misunderstanding as Lingyu? Of course Chu Yuan knew that the matter was not that simple, and the other party would not hand it over. His indifferent eyes swept across the sea of death, suddenly frozen in one place, and grabbed it with his palm. Don't hide, I have seen you. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 977 10,000 characters records, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C978 Do whatever you want. The power of God dominates everything. Chu Yuan's hand of God fell, the layers of void were torn apart, and the boundless restraint was broken, revealing a middle-aged man who was sacrificing a talisman in his cave, absorbing the inner strength. Wanfu Lu. Gushan was shocked. This is the supreme treasure of his god Fuzong, and it is also the root cause of his demise. God Emperor Shenwu. This person is Gai Tianzi. His face is ugly and a little scared at the same time. The palm just now has the ability to collapse the sky. God Emperor Shenwu, what do you want to do? Do you want to do it directly in my sea of death? This supreme roared angrily, and at the same time, there was another aura that swept out, oppressing Chu Yuan. He also knew that this emperor was extremely powerful, and it was likely beyond their expectations to force him out of the sea of death. How can you do it? Chu Yuan's eye swept across. Humph. You are too arrogant. Death Sea does not participate in the hegemony of your three dynasties, but it does not mean that Death Sea is easy to provoke. You'd better retreat quickly today, don't be presumptuous here, we cannot pursue it. This supreme way. They don't care about a Gai Tianzi, but Chu Yuan's behavior of stepping directly into the Sea of Death makes them very uncomfortable. The Sea of Death is the place where the Supreme live, can anyone trample it? Chu Yuan's face was expressionless, he locked Gai Tianzi, and the hand of God grabbed it again, grabbing directly at this person. Ignore our warnings. Seeing that Chu Yuan didn't care about him at all, the Supreme was also furious. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a mad dragon-like force swept out in his hand, and counterattacked and blocked Chu Yuan. Boom! The two forces hit hard, and the moment this person's strength touched the hand of God, it suddenly collapsed. In this aftermath, although Gai Tianzi was in the supreme domain, he was also knocked out and screamed. Kill! This supreme is killed again, his iron fist shakes the sky, and the majesty of the supreme is unstoppable. Chu Yuan is stern. With one move of his great chaos technique, the entire law of the Dead Sea fell into chaos, and it suddenly shone on this person, causing his power to show a strange twist. Not good, the power of chaos. This person's face changed, this chaotic power distorted his soul and laws, and it was very uncomfortable. Chu Yuan stepped forward and slapped with a palm. The person was hit hard, unable to stabilize, and flew out. Incomparably powerful, one slap flew a supreme, which shocked everyone at the same time as the strength of the God Emperor, but also made people truly realize that his strength is supreme, and it is stronger than ordinary supreme. This is of course, after all, he is the lord of the divine dynasty, blessed by a country's luck. Li's Han dynasty, of course, has to shoulder a great responsibility, but also will gain stronger strength. Hateful. The man's face was very ugly. Okay, the Emperor Shenwu is here, and he is also a guest. Another supreme saw Chu Yuan's strength and spoke up. This was an old man dressed in plain clothes and said, God Emperor, your purpose is nothing more than for Wanfu. Gai Tianzi returned Wanfu to Shenwu God. Emperor. My Wanfu record. Gai Tianzi's face turned pale. This time, he seized the opportunity of the chaos in the universe and raided Xuanhuan. At first, he didn't want to completely destroy the sect, but the Xuanhuan took the initiative to use Xuanfulu to wound him, making him angry and destroying the entire sect. With Xuanfulu, he can use the power inside to make himself hopeful. But his heart is also very bitter. How could he be so unlucky, not to destroy a Xuanfu sect, but to attract a strong man like Xuanwu God Emperor? But now, does he dare not pay? The Supreme has spoken. No payment. The Supreme, who fought against Xuanhuan, shouted fiercely. Supreme Gueha, won't you give him protection? The old man was cold and stern, and he was also very unhappy with Xuanhuan's actions, but his strength was so strong that he could do whatever he wanted, and others were not afraid of you in the Sea of Death. Xuanhuan was also not interested in playing with them. Slowly, he grabbed it suddenly, and the void took control. Xuanfulu suddenly disappeared from Gai Tianzi's face and came into his hands. And he also grabbed the other palm, which is directly to capture Gai Tianzi. God Emperor Xuanwu, you have already taken Xuanfulu, do you still want my life? Gai Tianzi was frightened. Although he was a fake venerable, he had no resistance in front of Xuanhuan. This person was an insurmountable mountain, which made him fear. Look at the many supreme beings of the Dead Sea. Damn! The old man cursed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to turn a blind eye, turn the matter over, and quickly send this evil star out, but Gai Tianzi's remarks were deliberately making the Supreme Dead Sea stand on the opposite side of the God Emperor. Xuanhuan was also annoyed. Xuanfuzong already had the intention of taking refuge in him. This time, Gushan went back to bring his will to the Xuanfu sect master, but he did not expect to be directly destroyed by Gai Tianzi. Even if he regains Xuanfulu and cultivates it by himself, it will take a lot of time to cultivate a large number of outstanding refining and talisman geniuses. This Gaitians must die. You are too arrogant. That Gueha Supreme couldn't bear Xuanhuan's arrogance. He strode forward, the Supreme's mighty power, the monstrous river swept out, and flooded with endless murderous intent to drown Xuanhuan. Roll. Xuanhuan drank a rolling word. The storm swept through, the door of light on his left hand roared out, and the endless light shone, and the dim sea of death suddenly brightened into the day. He is like the sun, shining brightly. The power of light shocks this person, and Supreme Gueha feels that his body is about to melt. The world turns around. Xuanhuan grabbed it again, and Supreme Gueha's face changed in shock. The time and space around him were shattering. This feeling was like reincarnation and the coming of catastrophe, which made him also have the fear of this kind of catastrophe from his soul. You. He just drank it, and the reincarnation of heaven and earth exploded. He spit out a mouthful of supreme blood and retreated. Now that Xuanhuan is under the blessing of the human sovereign sword, his realm is not weaker than the real supreme. Besides, he is also the lord of the divine dynasty and has the luck of the divine dynasty. How could such an ordinary supreme be his opponent? This is the strength of the lord of the divine dynasty, and it is by no means comparable to ordinary supreme. The old man's eyes were bright. Do not. At this time, Gai Tianzi suddenly let out a roar of horror. The hand of the God Emperor of God had already captured him, and there was absolutely no way to contend. Let go of Gaitians. Gueha Supreme was disgraced. Although Death Sea had the supreme mind, but when he saw this scene, he didn't show up. He also knew that Xuanhuan's strength was not easy to deal with. For the sake of Gai Tianzi, forcibly recovering and fighting against him would not benefit them at all. Do you have any opinion? Xuanhuan wants to shape his supreme divine emperor's might, making the world tremble and fear him. He ignored the gloomy, dark-faced Gueha Supreme, carried Gai Tianzi, and left the Sea of Death in a grand manner. No one dared to stop him. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 978, Do whatever you want, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C979, Xuanhuan 53 years. When Xuanhuan left, the Sea of Death was in a mess. Many strong people watched the Xuanhuan God Emperor leave directly, and no one stopped him. The strength is strong to a certain point, even if it is a forbidden place like the Death Sea, it must be sent with a smile. What a shame! You just watched that God Emperor Xuanhuan take away Gai Tianzi directly in front of us. This is not taking my face in your eyes. Why don't you follow the deity to deal with him and leave him dead ocean? Gueha Supreme was more aggressive and questioned the old man. How to keep him, is it up to you? The old man sneered, I've lived through so many reincarnations, and I've gone through many calamities. I haven't seen anything. You and I are not his opponents. When this emperor first established his divine dynasty, he was the most energetic and proud of the universe. Who is this? It would be stupid to fight with him at times. If he dares to come to the Sea of Death, he is not afraid of us. Then let's watch him act recklessly? Gueha Supreme's voice gradually decreased. If you have the ability, let the master of the Sea of Death take action personally, but even though I had been in the Sea of Death for so long, I have never seen the master of the Sea of Death. Back to the river, you should be calm and calm. You have sent many immortals to intervene in the world of reincarnation before. What is the use of the war? The old man said indifferently, in a tone that could see through the world, no matter how the universe changes in the future, whoever dominates, the Sea of Death still stands. No one can rule more than 9 universes of reincarnation, the Emperor cannot, God cannot, and no one in the universe can. God of War. Ding. The host completed the side quest, regained Wanfu Lu, and obtained 2 million fate points, Immortal Artifact Advanced Card, Supernatural Power X 2048, Immortal Divine Crystal X2, Golden Spirit Warrior X1, Random Lottery Chance. The system prompts. Golden Spirit Warrior. The Golden Spirit Warrior of the 5 Spirit Warriors controls the power of the source of gold. In Xuanhuan's system space, a god general who was covered in golden light and wearing golden armor suddenly appeared, and his cultivation was also in the supreme domain. This Golden Spirit Warrior has his own life, and his existence belongs to a kind of spirit, not a body of flesh and blood, but a body of 5 elements. And this time, Gai Tianzi no longer has the domineering arrogance of the god-destroying rune sect. Instead, he knelt on the ground like a dead dog, terrified and uneasy. God Emperor Xuanhuan, you actually entered the Sea of Death, and the Supreme Being in the Sea of Death will not easily forgive you. He is afraid. Didn't he destroy a mere divine rune sect by himself, which attracted this God Emperor to fight? However, if the weak eat the strong, he can destroy the God rune sect, and others can naturally destroy him. How dare you roar in front of the Emperor God? Gushan's eyes were blood red. This was his enemy, and he could not wait to peel him off. You! Gai Tianzi glared angrily. Although Shenfuzong is destroyed, Wanfulu has been recaptured. After Gushan, if you stay in the Empire, I will open up a place for you to specialize in magical runes. The Shen dynasty will select outstanding talents and send them to the rune department. Xuanhuan said, as for this Gai Tianzi, I have sealed him with a great sealing technique and handed it over to you. Just kill me. Gai Tianzi was horrified. He knew that in Gushan's hands, his life would be worse than death. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gushan knelt down. You are now cultivated, and the divine dynasty will fully provide you with resources, allowing you to break through to the 3rd heaven, and you take the talisman as the Tiao, and you can comprehend your supreme realm from the Wanfu Lu. You only need to concentrate on refining the talisman. The necessary resources will be provided by the God dynasty, so don't worry. Xuanhuan said. After all, Gushan's cultivation is too low, and now it is only the peak of the 1st layer. Xuanhuan must raise him up. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. Although Chu Yuan planned the supreme realm for him, Gushan was not happy at all. The home he had lived in for so many years was gone, and even if he took revenge, the suzerain's life would not come back. He would rather not have this cultivation level and have Shen Fuzong come back. However, this is impossible, and now he can only take the remaining disciples to make talismans for the Shen dynasty. Chu Yuan waved Gushan back. After the divine dynasty, he has more things to deal with. Time passed, and soon it was the 53 years of Shenwu. A few years were nothing to the universe, but a lot of things happened. The three major gods stand up and fight against each other. Although the battle of the gods has not yet erupted, many places have been swept away. God of War, you are here. The God dynasty had been established for a few years, and Chu Yuan became more and more martial. He looked at the vast light curtain map and smiled when he saw the arrival of the God of War. The God of War joined the empire and enjoyed the fortune of the God dynasty. Although he has not completely broken through the Supreme Being, his cultivation has become stronger and stronger. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have? God of War said. Look at this map. After several years of expedition, the situation has changed greatly. The territory of the empire has expanded dozens of times, and the same is true of the Misty Feathering. They have also cleaned up many large and small forces and approached unity. Chu Yuan asked the God of War to see the map. Today, the situation is like this. The three major dynasties occupied the largest territory, and many powers were leveled. Some fled to the wild areas beyond the reach of the three dynasties, as well as the Sea of Death, the forbidden land of ancient demons, the other side of the Shenzhou, and the Tomb of the Gods still standing. Yeah, the battle of the gods will break out soon. God of War is looking forward to it. The War of the Gods has already broken out, and the Cosmic Sea will be the beginning of the outbreak of the War of the Gods. You lead the strong into the Cosmic Sea, push the major relics horizontally, and bring a lot of resources to the empire. Chu Yuan ordered. The God of War is very strong, and it is difficult to do anything against him when he encounters the real Supreme. He now lacks precious resources, galaxy cannons, space battleships, and the refining of a large number of immortal pills. Each requires the supply of a large amount of resources. Although there are many strong people today, the consumption is also very large at the same time. Take orders. The God of War retreated and led the team into the Sea of Cosmos. As soon as the God of War entered the Sea of Cosmos, the mode of sweeping and pushing was started. There are too many resources here, left over from various reincarnation eras, and some places are dangerous to immortality, but it is nothing in front of the God of War. Shenwu Shenqiao chose to enter the Universe Sea, and Misty Shenqiao would not be idle. They also sent their own men. However, entering the Cosmos Sea this time, the two great dynasties showed great tacit understanding. They each chose a direction, deliberately preventing the two great dynasties from breaking out into a war. Obviously, the misty ancient emperor also knows that although the God Emperor is mysterious and unpredictable, the strongest on the bright side is still the Yuhua God dynasty. He still needs to unite with Shenwu to deal with Yuhua Shen dynasty. A large amount of resources have also been continuously sent to the empire. The luck of the God dynasty, coupled with a lot of resources, also made many people in the empire break through the realm one after another, and more immortals were born. The Bone God also broke through to the realm of the immortal Triple Heaven. In the Xuanhuan book, Chu Yuan conquered the spiritual realm and the demon realm, and a large number of worlds in recent years were included in the Xuanhuan book, which also filled the pages of the universe and expanded his strength. The number of the Xuanhuan Legion has exceeded 5 million, and the Xuanhuan commander also has the supreme Xuanhuan domain. This is all good news. But it's not only that his strength has surged here, the feathering of the gods, and the misty gods are also fast and powerful. The god's luck is like a furnace, blazing the pillars, forming a posture of three gods. Although there are many relics in the universe, the biggest relic is the world of reincarnation, and the world of reincarnation is still under the control of the Yuhua divine dynasty. Xuanhuan looked at the star map, and his eyes fell on the position of the reincarnation world. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 979 53 Years of Xuanwu, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C980 Reattack the Land of Reincarnation. The location of the world of reincarnation is too crucial, the center of the universe C. No matter how much resources Xuanhuan won in the Sea of Cosmos, it is far inferior to the world of reincarnation. In it, many ancient powerhouses have fallen, and it is even rumored that the Emperor is hidden at the end of reincarnation. For every extra day the Ascension Divine Dynasty occupied the Samsara realm, they would be able to grab an extra day of resources in this realm. God of War, lead the army to attack the Samsara realm, break this realm, and make the Yuhua Divine Dynasty unable to monopolize it. The Imperial decree of Xuanhuan was issued. Are you going to attack the Samsara realm? The God of War received this order and laughed. He knew that the Ascension God dynasty had stationed a lot of powerhouses in the Samsara realm, and he immediately made preparations. Now, Xuanhuan, Yuhua Divine Emperor, Misty Ancient Emperor, can't do anything at will, and they are intimidating each other. They need to rely on people under their hands to capture and preside over battles. Reincarnation. The Ascension God City still exists. At this moment, the Ascension God City is not calm. After several months of preparation, the Xuanwu army gathered and appeared outside the God City. The Xuanwu Shan dynasty is going to attack the Ascension God City, lead the team with the God of War, and gather the army. The First Samsara World War ended with a complete collapse. Is the Second God City War going to start again? I don't know how it will end this time, whether it is the destruction of the Feathered God City, or the defeat of the Xuanwu God dynasty. This time is different. In the past, it was a loose alliance, and the Emperor Yuhua placed chess pieces, but this time, it is an attack between the gods. I can't see through this person, and I don't know how many means he has. God Emperor Xuanwu also has no choice. Although the reincarnation world is dangerous, let it go without attacking, and the Yuhua Shan dynasty has obtained too many resources, which is not good for them. The Misty Ancient Emperor does not know how to react. The army of Xuanwu Shan dynasty pressed the reincarnation world, and it also caused a great shock in the universe. The dark red Ascension God City is the blood left over from the last war. Ascension God City, last time I was in a deep sleep, and I couldn't participate in it. It's a pity, but this time your Majesty asked me to lead the army, and I must break it. The God of War wears the grip of the broken god, and the fighting spirit is high. His eyes were burning, staring at this divine dynasty, knowing that this would be a tough battle, but no matter how difficult the battle was, his God of War was not afraid of it. Master God of War, how do we fight this battle? Asked the demon god. There is no conspiracy and tricks, the huge city is placed here, only to push it over. Your Majesty has sent a holy judge this time, and Jin Lingzhan will assist me. The god will charge ahead, and it is not only our family who covet this city. God of War. The heavenly demon god and the earth demon god could only nod their heads and directly attack the Ascension God City. The casualties would be great, but there was no other way to play. Fight. The sound of the horn and the drums of war sounded at the same time. The second Feathering God City battle started. Boom boom boom. The thick black battle armor is worn on the bodies of the tall soldiers. From a distance, everyone is like a black mountain, with a steady breath and a feeling of heavy nights, slowly advancing in the past. The reloaded legion did not speak when they pushed forward, but every step they stepped on the ground was shaking, and the indestructible aura was passing. The number of this legion is not large, but a few million. What army of Xuanwu is this? The Ascension God also saw the advance of the heavy armored army, and his face changed slightly. These millions of people pushed forward, and the depression caused was very huge. It was a strong army that had never been seen before. The Xuanhuan Legion followed the Reloaded Legion and was advancing. Kill. The god of war is brave, he waved his flag and killed himself. The purpose of this battle is not to occupy the Reincarnation world, but to break the deployment of the Ascension God City and cause the War of the Gods. Many people are very upset to see the Ascension Divine City standing like this. The space battleship spewed terrifying artillery fire, even if it couldn't kill many people, but with the power of the cannon fodder, it could form a cover for suppression. However, the Zhangxing giant artillery did not come up. First, the number was too small. Second, the attack on the City of God this time were all experts. Xuanhuan did not want to explode too early, but wanted to form an absolute number of cannons. The huge artillery was amazing. Kill this group of people from the Xuanwu Shen dynasty, there are feathers, and they dare to call themselves the Shen dynasty. Shouting to kill Zhentian, Yuhua Shen dynasty also had strong morale. They are angry. For so many years, they have been the only gods in the universe, but now they are more magical and ethereal, and they simply do not take them seriously. They also quickly transferred a large number of masters from the country when they learned that the gods and warriors were attacking the land of reincarnation. The bone god was also in the army. He sighed that the first reincarnation battle of the misty ancient emperor started. Their Xuanwu was only a participant, and this time they initiated the attack, and they were the main force of the attack. The development of the empire is too fast. And if it weren't for the fact that he was in the Xuanwu dynasty, he would never have been able to break through to the immortal threefold heaven. Break it for me. The god of war stood in the air, and he grabbed it with a big hand, and the mana of the huge broken god immediately fell on the Ascension God City, rumbling. Countless restrictions were broken, and the city walls were continuously collapsing and shattering. Although this Ascension God City is strong and can withstand a mortal bombardment, it is too fragile for the god of war. He grabbed it continuously with big hands, and was demolishing this divine city. God of war, your opponent is me. The king of heavenly god came, and his heaven and earth power boomed, and he continuously confronted the god of war. Ha ha ha, it's just right, God King, I see how you have improved during this time. The god of war's fighting spirit was boiling, his fists and palms banged continuously, and the ripples of the broken god swept out, and the waves were magnificent. Under his strong attack, the King of Heaven actually lost and retreated in a row. His strength is stronger than that day. The heavenly god King's face was dull, and he felt that the god of war was powerful and irresistible. This imposing power was like facing a real supreme. Of course. On that day, Xuanhuan had not established a divine dynasty. Now that the divine dynasty has been established, he is the god of war of the divine dynasty. He is nourished and advanced by the luck of the divine dynasty, and he has obtained the supreme divine weapon, the grip of the broken god, and his combat power has greatly increased. Before he joined the God dynasty, he had the terrifying power to fight the Supreme. What's more, now, the battle between the God of War and the King of Tenjin is also a signal, and it is the full start of the Xuanwu Shen dynasty's attack on Yuhua Shencheng. The situation has changed greatly, it is not the past, there is no alliance, the Death Sea, the ancient demon forbidden land, and other ancient forces have all squatted, leaving the battlefield to the conquest of the gods. However, it is not the alliance, and the pressure on Yuhua Shen dynasty is even greater. After all, they can place chess pieces in the alliance and secretly betray them. However, in this unified divine dynasty, whoever has the idea of not believing in the divine emperor, especially the powerful, will be caught immediately. It will be a head-to-head fight. The cruel battle started at this moment, and the conquest between the gods was simpler and more direct. As soon as the two sides fell, a large number of people fell, and the blood was like a tide, which dyed the Ascension God City with a bloody color. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 980 Attack the Land of Reincarnation, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C981 Withdraw from the place of reincarnation. The conquests between the gods are destined to be cruel to others, and cruel to themselves. A group of troops wearing golden armor also rushed out from the Ascension God City. They held giant shields and spear-like weapons, like a city wall, and they first met the heavy armored army that was pushed from the front. The black and golden torrents collided and strangled together in an instant. This Golden Legion is also a heavy armored legion built by Xuanhuan dynasty at a huge cost. It has never fought. This time it appeared because of Xuanwu's heavy armored legion. The two armored legions fought in an instant, the collision of the armor, the battle of strength, and the deafening sound was extremely intense. These heavy armored core, is this the foundation of the divine dynasty? In this battle, the powerhouses of the Dead Sea, the ancient demon Forbidden Land and some other mysterious places are all paying attention to it secretly, and they are also secretly scared. This kind of heavy armored core is very powerful, and it is a weapon for charging into battle, but the cost of building it is also very high, and only the God Dynasty can do it. Feathering God Dynasty is not surprising. And they were surprised. When was the Xuanhuan Dynasty created? Kill the sons of the barbarians and make a contribution. A large number of savage warriors wielded heavy hammers, mace, heavy weapons like heavy spears, and roared to kill them. During the time of Xuanhu, the overall strength of the barbarian domain was improving, and there was one more person in the immortal threefold heaven. Baiming Funo is also about to realize the supreme domain that belongs to him. This is the benefit of joining the divine dynasty. Of course, there is a price to pay, but with the blessings of the divine dynasty and the resources of the divine dynasty, the cultivation will be faster. The barbarians are fierce and not afraid of death. At the moment of entering, he activated his own madness and violence, and exploded the enemy troops one by one. The barbarian god army is making great achievements, and our demon god army can't fall behind. Kill, kill, kill. His Majesty the God Emperor is paying attention to this battle. The gods roared wildly. They have fully integrated into the divine martial arts, fighting for the interests of the divine dynasty. Immediately, a larger number of the demon god legion raged out, fighting with the elite troops of the Ascension god dynasty. All the major armies fought together. The momentum of both sides is magnificent, both are gods, and there is no one who fears the other. The Lord of the Temple of Slaughter rushed out, but his opponent was no longer Xuanhuan, who was in the first reincarnation battle, but the Golden Spirit Warrior, who swept out with a golden battle go. When did this god general appear again? Many people do not understand. The Holy Inquisitor also rushed out, and his Holy Inquisition ruled everything, just like the ancient judgment. The holy gold was shining, and the many pseudo-respects who attacked the opponent. Boom! Suddenly, in the other direction of the Ascension God City, another large number of elite soldiers rushed out. A man with silver hair and a sharp face led the team, and rushed in like a sharp knife. The army of the Misty God Dynasty. Last time, they failed miserably. This time, the Xuanhuan Dynasty attacked the Xuanhuan Dynasty. Although they did not send a large army, they also mobilized their elite forces to kill them and attacked on the other side. This battle is shameful. The silver-haired man was cold. His aura was exuding, and although he was not as violent as the god of war, his fierce power was not weaker than that of the god of heaven. The misty ancient emperor established a god dynasty. How could his subordinates not have strong combat power? Nya Wushuang. The god of war immediately recognized this person as an existence of the same era as him, from Misty, and had fought a battle before. At that time, he was not his opponent, but after so long, he became stronger. Xuanhuan held a silver-white spear and wore silver armor. Every shot swept out like snowflakes, bringing deadly killing intent. Originally, the Xuanhuan dynasty had to mobilize a large number of experts to deal with the attack of the Xuanhuan dynasty. The arrival of Xuanhuan was enough to make the balance of the battlefield unbalanced, causing the Xuanhuan dynasty to face defeat. Seeing the god of war, Xuanhuan moved his mouth, as if to say, "You are not dead, you are still alive in this world." He also did not enter the battlefield where Tiao attacked the fortress frontally. He only attacked on one side, leaving the most difficult front to Tiao, and they reaped the benefits on the other side. The god of war smiled, and let some benefits go to the Misty God dynasty. The Misty God dynasty has arrived. The two great gods attacked the Ascension God city, and the Ascension God dynasty suffered a lot, but it is strange that in the face of such losses, they still did not retreat. Do they want to defend the Samsara realm? They have to play and retreat again. Reincarnation trick? In the dark, a strong man expressed his doubts. Impossible, the situation is different. In the past, the alliance's strength was loose, and there were not as many pseudo-respects appearing today. The three god emperors restrained each other and retreated to reincarnation. That was courting death, and they must have other tricks. Some people shook their heads. That kind of trick could not be played against the gods. Then what are they thinking? These people are all afraid of the conspiracy and tricks of Xuanhuan dynasty. Look, the heavenly god king is no longer an opponent of the god of war. The battle between the god of war and the king of gods is extremely eye-catching. Although neither of them is the supreme, the fluctuations they play are comparable to the fight between the supremes, and the time and space of the solid reincarnation are broken. The god of war slapped the king of heaven on the chest with a palm, and the god-shattered grip shattered his armor and slapped him out. The head of the top 10 gods was defeated by the god of war. This is a very scary point. The strength of the barbarian god of war has refreshed their cognition and is stronger than before. God of war will benefit greatly from joining the Xuanhuan dynasty. As long as he doesn't die, he will become supreme. Ordinary supreme beings can't help God of war. God King, continue. The god of war attacked recklessly, striding to the front of the king of gods. The fighting spirit was boiling, and the grip of the broken god swept across, causing the king of gods to take a violent palm again, and he vomited blood. Mars! 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 The army is congratulating, and the commander's advantage is a huge incentive for morale. They once again launched an overwhelming offensive to oppress the past. Kill all the feathered powerhouses. Xuanhuan was not idle either. He was instructed by the misty ancient emperor. He could not let the Ascension God dynasty continue to reincarnate, and he had to open it up. Swish swish. Suddenly, a large piece of light and shadow appeared from the Samsara realm. When they saw the tragic battlefield in front of them, their expressions changed. The king of heaven was injured by the god of war, which made their eyes boil with killing intent. God King, your mission has been completed. The world of reincarnation can no longer be defended, and the army has withdrawn from the land of reincarnation, said the leader of the group. Okay, it seems that you have completed the instructions of His Majesty, the God Emperor. The heavenly God King didn't hold back. This group of people came from the world of reincarnation. It is meaningless to guard this place or not. Their plan has been successful. All troops retreat. The horn of retreat rang out. The heavenly God King and the God of War fought together, and at the same time, this group and the strong men who appeared in the world of reincarnation were also covering the army to withdraw from the land of reincarnation. As the tide receded, the formation of the large swaths of the Ascension Divine Army was chaotic. It just resisted the attack of the two divine dynasties, took away the corpses of the dead, and withdrew from the battlefield in the Samsara realm calmly. Only a ruined city remains. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 981 Withdrawal from the Land of Reincarnation, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C982 Holy Area. The Ascension God Dynasty exited the world of reincarnation. But it gave everyone the feeling that they were not retreating, but a strategic retreat, and completed their strategic deployment. And in the time these people occupy, they have gained too many benefits from the world of reincarnation, and they also know that it is impossible to keep it forever. When the reincarnation world withdrew a group of strong people, it was even more surprising. What did they do in the reincarnation world? The world of reincarnation is open, what should we do? The demon god asked. The current situation in the world of reincarnation cannot be monopolized by one family. The best result is to open up, and anyone can enter. The god of war looked at the world of reincarnation. He was belligerent and not reckless. The appearance of that group of people just now gave me a very bad feeling. There is no order from your majesty, don't go in for the time being. There are even great dangers inside, but Xuanhuan dynasty unable to control. There are a large number of reincarnation evil corpses inside, so let the evil corpses dilute everything. What? It seems to confirm his guess. On the other side, Xuanhuan captured a large number of prisoners of the Ascension God dynasty and sent them to the Samsara realm, and immediately heard the heart-piercing screams. It sure is dangerous. The god of war frowned. The Ascension God dynasty is too vicious. They were full of food and drink in the reincarnation world, so they deliberately left a mess here, making them unable to enter for a short time. It seems that in the world of reincarnation, we will not be able to enter in a short period of time, unless it is the existence of His Majesty the God Emperor, who pushes forward with strength. God said. Okay, the army retreats. In this battle, although many enemies have been killed, but our losses are not small, the conquest between the gods will be more tragic and cruel than you imagine, and I will be ready. The god of war sighed, Supreme, I also want to step into the realm of the Supreme as soon as possible, but stepping into the Supreme, for me, war is the best help. I also hope that Lord God of War can become supreme as soon as possible. The demon god said sincerely. Now they are all the people of God's dynasty. The god of war became the supreme, which showed that the strength of the gods and martial arts increased again, and he could really unify the heavens and the universe, which was also of great benefit to him. The first battle in the reincarnation world was the fuse, the beginning of the prelude to the war, and the war of conquest between the gods began. A year has passed since the reincarnation world, and it has been 54 years of Xuanhuan. In the past year, the soldiers and horses of the three major dynasties fought each other, and wars, large and small, were fought thousands of times. The Ascension Divine Dynasty is indeed fierce, and it also caused great damage to the other party against the attack of the two major divine dynasties. I don't know how many years the battle of the three great gods will last. Every day is bloodshed. While a large number of strong men fall, more strong men are born, opening a new era. As long as there is no real master, this battle won't stop. The powerhouses in the universe sighed that the conquests of the three great dynasties had suppressed them so much that they could not breathe. It's easy to start a war, but when you want it to end, you don't stop when you want to. Nowadays, in addition to the three dynasties fighting in the universe, many powerhouses have hidden themselves. Your Majesty, just half a month ago, the Ascension God dynasty attacked my Xuanhuan star territory. The territory army fought bravely to resist. Later, Jinling led the army to help. Although they were repelled, they also suffered heavy losses, and the population of the star territory plummeted. In the Xuanhuan Hall, Lu Qianfu reported the recent situation. Even if there is a national fortune to protect the mainland, the war and luck between the gods suppress each other, and it is common to fight in their respective territories. However, in the barbarian god army, Bai Mingfingyao led his army into one of their star fields, beheading a large number of enemy heads, and made great achievements. It is gratifying that Bai Mingfengye has also succeeded in the past few years of battle. With the pseudo-respect, understand the realm of savage warfare. Lu Qianfu said good news and bad news. Not only that, the Misty God dynasty is also working on it. Seeing the opportunity of my God dynasty and Yuhua's war, to seek benefits, they have even conquered Yuhua's territory. They deliberately let us and Yuhua fight to the death, and they took the opportunity to be strong. The Ascension God dynasty is powerful, and the Misty God dynasty's combat policy is also very clear, that is, to balance the power of the three parties. The War of the Gods has begun. This is the battle for the national fortune and the only master of the universe. There is no way for anyone to retreat. Now some ancient forbidden places, the supreme existence hidden in the dark, can't do it yet, they are all waiting to see. Play. Xuanhuan has been concerned about the war situation. Although there is no big battle like a decisive battle, the small battle will accumulate into a big battle. In the past year or so, his Xuanhu has suffered serious losses, but he killed the enemy and plundered the opponent, and more powerful people also emerged. He saw very clearly. At present, the scale of the War of the Gods is still in a stage of mutual plundering and killing. Naturally, it is impossible to destroy the national war all at once. After all, the strength of the two sides has not yet reached the level of completely suppressing each other. Report to God Emperor, when the war was constantly fighting, some legions broke out in small-scale battles in the God's domain. Now the situation is getting more and more intense, and they are constantly increasing their troops. Lord God of War has led the army to stabilize the situation. It's like adding fuel. The army is getting bigger and bigger, and the Lord of War is asking if you should continue to invest in the civil war in the God's domain. Lu Qianfu is also reporting. In fact, there are not many wars in the territory of several parties. After all, there is a suppression of the national movement, and more are in the outside world. Holy Area. Xuanhuan was aware of the battles in the divine realm. At first it was a small battle, and then they supported each other. No one obeyed the other. With the continuous increase of troops, the place has become the focus of attention. The place of God's domain was the place where the God's court was in the past, such as the court place of a God's dynasty. God is rather peculiar. His years of dominance are very short. He has to contend with the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Rumor has it that the ancient divine court is hidden in the divine realm, but no one can find it yet. The divine realm is vast, and its location is in the middle of the three major powers of the divine dynasty. In fact, from the beginning of adding troops to the divine realm, Xuanhuan already knew that there would be a decisive battle in the divine realm. The scale was huge, and it might even change the situation of the future universe. The location of God's domain is very good, and it is vast enough, and there are many relics of God. This is understandable. The Emperor Yuhua wants to fight with Xuanhu in the realm of the gods, and so does Xuanhuan. After all, there is too much suppression in their respective divine dynasty territory, and only divine domain is the best battlefield. Instructing the God of War, the battle of God's domain is very likely to be a key battle, and it is related to the future direction. Since Yuhuashan dynasty intends to fight in God's domain, I will accompany him to fight there. Xuanhuan said, continue to increase troops, let more soldiers gather there. Xuanhu establishes the country by force, fears nothing, and turns the place into a great battle, and at the same time, we must be alert to the conspiracy of the Emperor Yuhua. The ministers nodded, their expressions solemn. It is impossible to play some small battlefields endlessly, but also to break out decisive big battles. If anyone can kill the enemy on a large scale in the realm of the gods, whoever can get the first chance to win. The misty god is jumping around, trying to balance the situation, but I don't like this. Some wars shouldn't be delayed. Xuanhuan put his hands on his back and stared at the sky. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 982 God's Domain, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C983 Gather Soldiers. God's domain has once again become the focus of all walks of life in the universe. It was only a small-scale battle at the beginning, but with the acquiescence of the God Emperors on both sides, the army continued to gather, the number of troops increased, and the situation became more and more intense. It was like a powder keg that was about to explode. The Xuanhuan dynasty and the Yuhuashan dynasty will start a war in the realm of the gods. The news shook the world. In the past few years, Xuanhu and Yuhua have fought thousands of times, and a lot of powerhouses on both sides have fallen, and the focus is on these two gods. And the subsequent Misty God dynasty seems to have become a transparent, and can only brush some wars to express his sense of existence. Misty God dynasty is also very helpless. They didn't want to have a full-scale conflict so soon, but Xuanhu and Yuhua didn't want to. The battle between the two sides was fierce, and it was difficult for them to participate in it for a while. Fight, fight, let the Xuanhu Xinqiao and Yuhua Xinqiao fight to the death in the realm of the gods, it is best to kill the master. This is what many people think. The land of the gods is boundless, shrouded in chaotic and dangerous laws. At that time, this place was also extremely prosperous. God established the main divine court here, and all the gods gathered. Just when everyone thought that God would be the master of the next 9 universes of reincarnation, but because of his heaven-defying actions, he encountered adversity. In the end, the divine court collapsed, the rulers of the gods seemed to have fallen, and the huge divine domain was also torn apart in the calamity. The main court has also disappeared, and only some broken relics are here. You can only watch the battle, and you can't step in the land of the gods. There are 2 battlefields of the 2 gods. The battle is fierce, and even the Emperor of Yuhua and the Emperor of Xuanhu will come here. Broken God's domain, time and space storms roared, destruction thunder swept across, and black lines in the void crisscrossed. There is a relic of the divine court that was caught in the storm here. An immortal figure in the barbarian land came to this place with his army. He saw that in the storm ahead, there was a piece of broken land with palaces on it. His eyes moved, and joy appeared on his face. Although the divine realm is broken and the main divine court is missing, this place was the gathering place for thousands of years, and it also left a lot of treasures. In the past few years, the continuous increase of troops, the 2 sides fought fiercely, and they were also searching for the treasures in God's domain. Lord Ganjing, the scale of this shrine should be left by a supreme god in the realm of the gods. The divine light is magnificent, and there must be good things left in it. Someone said to this savage domain, Ganjing. That's right, just half a month ago, the demon cultivators of the demon god army unearthed a relic of the supreme god's domain. They have a lot of resources, and they have directly contributed a lot. Your Majesty praised them. Ganjing's eyes were greedy. Yeah, the war has been fierce recently. Very good ancient treasures have been torn apart and unearthed, and our barbarian army cannot fall behind. The savage strongman said. Yes, there is no one else here, let's take action and take this ruins away. Ganjing led the army directly into the entrance, but suddenly his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Let's go, there is an ambush here. The brats of the barbarian god army, your gods of war have killed too many masters of my Ascension god dynasty, and this time they all wiped out all of you. The Thor king suddenly appeared here, looking at Ganjing's troops. Thor's big hand suddenly fell, the strength of the pseudo-respect is powerful, Ganjing is only the immortal first layer who has broken through recently, and it was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The entire army was wiped out. Kill. The Holy Inquisitor appeared in one place with the Xuanhu Corps. He attacked with a spear, an immortal became a string, and he was stabbed to death. This kind of thing happened too much in God's domain. The war departments of both sides are in action, all kinds of conspiracies, all kinds of fights, small-scale fights have never stopped, and immortality is also falling one after another. Kill my savage warriors, and take your head today. Bai Mingfengye became a pseudo-Zun, and he was furious when he learned that Ganjing was hunted by the Thor King, and a large number of barbarians died in battle. He led his army brazenly into a stronghold of the Ascension God army in the Divine Realm, killing all the people here. Over the past year, there have been countless deaths in the war, and both sides have been red-eyed, and both are taking revenge on each other. It's too tragic. Many people are silently watching this battle. The two sides are still in the cruel stage of continuous strangulation, and many immortals have been killed in battle, which is hard to imagine. Moreover, they are still increasing their troops. The Misty God dynasty will not join the direct fight for the time being. The Misty Ancient Emperor gave an order. He is also very helpless. The two sides are fighting, and they don't pay attention to him. It's fine, he will save his own strength and let both of you lose a lot of elites. The place where the gods came to worship in the gods' domain in the past will now become the place where the gods fell, this blood-stained elegance. The god of war guards in the source of the great martial arts. When the gods ruled the world, he also came to the realm of the gods, how brilliant and powerful, and now it has become the battlefield of the two great dynasties. In the divine realm, troops are increasing every day, and His Majesty once told me that he is building a terrifying galaxy cannon, forming an absolute number. There will only be a Supreme Emperor Yuhua. The King of Gods can no longer be his opponent. He wanted to find the real Supreme to fight in a bloody battle, and take this opportunity to make himself the Supreme. And His Majesty chose to fight a big battle in God's domain, but also to create a big battle for him, to let him break through. He held something tightly in his hand and smiled. His Majesty handed it to him. This was his greatest asset against the Supreme. The war never ends. Xuanhuan 56 years. Another 2 years have passed, and the atmosphere in God's domain has become more intense. In the 53rd year of Xuanhuan, the divine realm was gathering troops. Over the past few years, it has been miserable. The Earth Demon Lord almost fell, but fortunately, he carried a large amount of immortal pills and quickly left the battlefield, otherwise he would become the first pseudo-respect to be killed in this battle. Others don't know, but the God of War knows that a large number of galaxy cannons have been transported from the gods. Tianqi Jianhe. Li Jianqing's expression was grim, and he completely wiped out the army at the front. There were bloodstains on his face. He suffered too many injuries during the several years of battle in God's domain, and the most dangerous one almost collapsed his soul, but he also broke through to the immortal triple heaven during the battle. That's the beauty of war. The peaceful years are safe, but it will be very difficult to cultivate. After all, there are not so many resources. In the past few years, the Xuanhuan dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty have also obtained a large number of resources left by the Shen court in the God domain. Divine dynasty will entrust the descendants with rich cares, and the living will be stronger. The Misty Ancient Emperor is also anxious. Seeing that although a large number of masters of the two gods were killed in battle, there were also many masters born, and they also wanted to join this battle. But Chu Yuan and the God Emperor of Xuanhuan would not let the Emperor fish in troubled waters and interfere in the battle between the two gods. Hateful, this emperor is also a god. The Misty Ancient Emperor was angry. Master God of War, Bai Mingfengye is trapped in the boundless world of God's domain, and a large number of soldiers and horses have gathered to rescue Bai Mingfengye. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 983 Gathering Soldiers, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C980 for the Boundless World. Wind Boundless World, good. The God of War stood up and said, Bai Mingfengye has arrived in Fengmong World according to the established plan, and the Ascension God army will gather in large numbers. There will be a big battleground. With Bai Mingfeng as bait, a large number of strong people will gather there. During this time, Bai Mingfeng led the barbarian gods, reloaded the two elites of the army, and went all the way to attack and kill the Yuhua stronghold, and finally was trapped in the Fengmong world and could not escape. But all of this is God of War's plan. He is very bold, and Bai Mingfeng is very bait, and at the cost of the possible fall of a false venerable, let Bai Mingfeng kill. He knew that the divine realm had been fighting for several years, and the two sides of the ordinary small battle were almost the same, and a crucial battle would soon break out. Before that, he had to figure out the deployment of the Ascension God dynasty, what experts were sent, collect more information, and fight this battle well. In the Divine Realm War, the Divine Dynasty cannot lose, and the worst result is a draw. The Ascension God dynasty also guessed the deployment of the God of War, encircling and suppressing Bai Mingfeng all the way, but not destroying him, trapping him in the Fengmong realm. The purpose is to let the God of War God continue to send troops to gather. Just as Xuanhuan does not understand feathering. Feathering also doesn't understand Xuanhuan. The army gathers in the boundless world. The God of War knows very well that no one can do anything to him under his supreme strength. This move is likely to lead to the supreme being of the Ascension God dynasty, but that's fine. Let's see which sovereign of the Ascension God dynasty will attack. Woohoo! The sound of the horns and the drums resounded through the realm of the gods, and the armies of both sides continued to gather towards the windy world. The Fengmong realm was an inconspicuous small realm in the divine realm, but now it has become the focus. Bai Mingfeng was trapped in this world. He used the reloaded legion as a shield and the barbarian warriors as a spear to stick to this world. The God of War allocated him a lot of resources, and there were more than 300 space battleships alone. Stand up. Waiting for the support of God of War. Bai Mingfeng was very calm, and the opponent was sleepy and did not kill him. After all, without his bait, the God of War would not have come. Bai Mingfeng, hold on, here we come. When the demon god army arrived, the heaven demon god and the earth demon god took the lead, leading the elites of the headquarters to kill them directly. Everyone has a large amount of healing medicine in their mouths. Once they are injured, they should swallow them immediately. Over the past few years, Yuhua Divine Dynasty has also been very uncomfortable. There are too many medicinal pills in the Xuanhuan dynasty, and everyone fights with medicinal pills. Unless it is an overwhelming force, every time they kill one of them, they will also pay a huge price. King Thor, I block the demon gods, you block the gods of the earth, this time you will kill a lot of their elites. The demon king shouted fiercely. He wanted to find his old opponent, the demon god, to fight. As long as the Xuanhuan God dynasty was destroyed, the God Emperor had promised that the demon realm would belong to him. The two God Kings led the men and horses to rush over, and suddenly the blood mist exploded. This kind of battle was too fierce and terrifying, and it was a huge casualty. Tianqi Jianhe. Li Jianqing led the sword army into the battlefield, all the horses urged the Jianhe River, and a large amount of sword light swept out immediately. Were not easy to mess with. There were also masters in the Ascension God army, who stopped Li Jianqing. The army outside the Fengmong realm was layered on top of another, and the troops on both sides were divided. Kill me, kill, kill, kill. The demon god king and the god slaughter hall master were fighting in front of them. They shouted loudly, today, the army of Xuanhuan will be killed here, one day, 100 heavenly gods, one holy god, 100 holy gods. With the killing of these two god kings, the Xuanhuan army also suffered great losses. Fortunately, the divine light in the distance was shining brightly, and the Holy Inquisitor came with the Xuanhuan Legion, joined the battlefield, and fought directly with the demon god king and the lord of the slaughter temple. Our army of gods should move too. General Jinling led the army of gods to choose a side of the battlefield and rushed into it, and all kinds of energy beams swept brightly, which was directly a massacre. In the face of this more elite corps' bombardment, the ordinary corps could not resist at all. On the other side, there is also a glorious army, which is extremely powerful, and also causes huge damage to the ordinary army of Xuanhuan. It was the Imperial army of the Ascension Divine Dynasty, and its nature was the same as that of the Divine Army. Destroy Bimingfengye first. The fierce fighting in the outside world, and the pressure on Bimingfuno, who was trapped in the innermost part, was even greater. This kind of slaughter has been going on for a long time, and now Xuanhuan dynasty is about to close the net, ready to destroy his team first. Bah! If you want to destroy my Bimingfengye, you have to see how hard your teeth are. Bimingfengye was fearless and encouraged the army, don't panic, the god of war is coming soon, this is also our closing net, we are going to be nailed here like a nail, blast the cosmic battleship, and favor your god of punishment. Crossbow, cosmic god, and above follow me to mobilize the great execution formation, and hold on tight. A huge space battleship exploded, and the fluctuations were violent. No one could ignore such bombardment except for immortality. Kill. As soon as the Ascension Divine Army attacked Bimingfengye was approaching, it was stubbornly resisted by the heavy armored army. Then, the warriors of the barbarian domain put on the god-killing crossbow and shot it out, bringing a lot of blood. More troops from both sides are gathering. Commander Xuanhuan led the Xuanhuan army to attack fiercely. Damn, that Bimingfengye is too difficult to attack. In order to attack a windy world, too many people died. Those people were not afraid of death, and they had repeatedly repelled dozens of waves of attacks. The god Zhuan crossbow was limited by the materials, and Chu Yuan didn't make many of them. The god of war directly allocated more than half of them to them, and even gave them all the refined Fuzuan. And regardless of Bimingfuno is not enough. Now the two sides of the situation are like sandwich cakes, with one layer on top of each other, forming an encirclement of their own troops. If you don't kill them, Bimingfengye will rush out like a sharp knife. The people who have emerged from the Divine Dynasty also understand that the attack between the Divine Dynasty is completely different from the bullying of the weak forces in the past. The attack between the two great gods is too fierce. How many people have been killed in the Fengmong realm in just a few days? If our people go up, it won't take long before they will be completely strangled to death. Yeah, before the most terrifying time, this is still a temptation before the war. What is Misty God doing? There are strong people watching from a distance outside the realm of the gods. Such a war, even an immortal would not dare to break in at will. The Misty God dynasty has been circling outside the god's domain, and has not joined directly, or it is difficult to get involved. Looking at the situation now, it seems that the Misty God dynasty is the weakest, and the most violent battle is Xuanhuan and Yuhua. They seem to have made up the number. Humane. Don't underestimate the Misty Ancient Emperor, he can exist for so long, how can he have no trump card? There are many variables in the future, no one can tell, but for us, it is a good thing only when these gods die. When these people were watching the battle, their eyes suddenly turned to one place and shouted, "There is another strong man," and the god of war personally leads the team. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 984, The Boundless World, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C985 Yinchongshao. The god of war is here, and his majestic body is as majestic as the ancient sacred mountain. The Ascension Divine Army, which was suppressed by his aura, shook violently. Master God of War is here. Bimingfuno said excitedly. God of War, your opponent is me. The heavenly God King shouted fiercely, and he punched him. God King, you are no longer the opponent of this god, get away. The God of War swept the quartet with one move. His strength collided violently with the King of Gods, and the king of heavenly God felt that his body was about to fall apart, and he was sent flying with one move. Even the heavenly God King is far from being an opponent of the God of War. The feathered powerhouse was shocked. Defeated the King of Heaven in one move. A few years ago, the heavenly God King was still able to fight with the God of War, but now he can't do it anymore. The speed at which the God of War is growing is too terrifying. Facing him, it is like looking up at a real supreme. And the strength of the God of War is indeed not weaker than a supreme. The King of Gods is not your opponent, so what about this seat? In the distance, a burst of light suddenly shot out. The hidden powerhouse of the Ascension God dynasty finally took action after the arrival of the God of War. He was a middle-aged man in holy white clothes, exuding a supreme aura. After his arrival, a large number of soldiers and horses followed. Yun Chongxiao, you are the supreme god Emperor Yu Hua arranged to deal with this god. It's an accident, but I'm not surprised. The God of War smiled when he saw Yun Chongxiao. What, Yun Chongxiao actually belongs to the Yu Hua divine dynasty, the ancestor of the Yun family, who took refuge in the heavenly emperor in the age of the emperor, and the god in the divine age, and now he has joined the Yu Hua divine dynasty, and he has taken refuge in 3 families in a row. Yun Chongxiao made the right choice twice, making his Yun family brilliant. This is the 3rd choice. Could it be that Yu Hua will be the final winner? 3 times changed hands. The Ascension God Emperor really has his back. The Hidden Master was also surprised when he saw Yun Chongxiao. Yun Chongxiao voted for the 3 masters in a row. If they hadn't fought against Xuanhuan, then this latter hand would have dealt with my Misty God dynasty. The face of the Misty God dynasty powerhouse is very solemn. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. Although I have continuously relied on the 3 masters, I have been loyal in each master's era. It is the reincarnation of the universe that prevents them from ruling forever. Every time I make a correct choice, the Yun family is also because of this. Brilliant, and you God of War, the savage realm will be completely destroyed in this war. Yun Chongxiao smiled slightly, and he and the God of War were considered old acquaintances. This is not necessarily, this will be your last choice. When the God of War spoke, he was already in front of Yun Chongxiao. This time, he tested out a part of the hidden power of the Ascension God dynasty, and suddenly his big hand slammed out, facing the Supreme Being without fear. It's still the same as before, belligerent. Yun Chongxiao shot, the God of War is too strong, no one under the Supreme can deal with him, he has to do it. He immediately opened the distance, the halberd slammed out, the Supreme Law spread, and the sky was rolling. The God of War did not give in, the God of War field was shrouded, and the palm of his hand touched the platinum halberd, colliding with shocking sparks. Stronger. Only when he really fights with the God of War can Yun Chongxiao feel the fighting spirit of the God of War. He has seen his ferocity in the days of the Emperor of Heaven, and he can fight against the Supreme. And now the God of War is undoubtedly stronger. At that time, he was the heaven of the barbarian realm, and now Xuanhuan is his heaven. He has the blessing of divine youth and luck, and he also has a pair of gloves of the supreme artifact. The blessings of these various means have created the power of the God of War. However, Yun Chongxiao is the supreme after all, and he is not timid to the supreme. He used his halberd to declare his strength, and sweeping it out is a splendid radiance. It's fun enough to play against the Supreme. God of War laughed. Boom. Yun Chongxiao's halberd slammed horizontally, and at the same time, a supreme hand had already grabbed it out and rose into the sky. The God of War's style of play was savage. His left hand fought against the halberd, and his right hand also collided with Yun Chongxiao. In the continuous fight, the surrounding area of the two had become a forbidden area, and the fluctuation spread, which was the whirlpool of strangulation. As expected of the God of War. Many people also nodded secretly when they saw God of War's play style. This made them think that if the god of war really became the supreme, would it be great? This Yun Chongxiao is not going to be pressured by him. Want to use me to sharpen your supreme way? Yun Chongxiao shouted fiercely, and the supreme is also dignified. No matter how strong the god of war is, he has never set foot in this realm, and he actually wants to treat him as a whetstone, which cannot be tolerated. His black hair flutters, his halberd dances wildly, and he can become a supreme being. There are not many in the universe, how can there be simple things? Continue. The god of war is unparalleled in the world, he faced Yun Chongxiao, and the fight between the two stopped the war in the wind boundary world. God of war, it's a pity that it can't be used by my Ascension God dynasty, so it can only be destroyed. The powerhouses of the Ascension God dynasty looked at the god of war and thought, if this is their god of war, it would be great, the god Emperor Ascension would pay a huge price to help him become the supreme, and then swept the universe. It's a pity that the god of war belongs to the Xuanhuan god dynasty, and I don't know how charming the god of war is, so that the god of war can take refuge. Boom. The time and space of God's domain was continuously shattering, and the two were enveloped by the monstrous power, and they couldn't see how they shot. Happy and happy. The god of war shouted, he needed this kind of pressure to sharpen himself, and then a loud laugh came out, Yun Chongxiao, is this all your power? Taking refuge in the Ascension God dynasty will be something you will make in your life. The worst choice. The means of the Emperor feathering is something you could never imagine. Do you think that's it? No, this is just the beginning. After fighting for thousands of tricks, the two returned to their own camp. Their breath was calm, and if it wasn't for the fluctuations left by them in the divine realm, it would be as if they had never made a move. Although Yun Chongxiao was quiet, he was actually shocked. Even with his strength, he couldn't suppress this person. This is a supreme combat power, but they still have a lot of backhands left, and they will not be too afraid of a god of war. Really? The Emperor's methods are not what you can imagine. The god of war also shouted, I can also tell you, this is just the beginning, and then you will see more great emperors. These people did not say it to themselves, but to the armies of both sides and the powerhouses who were hiding and watching the battle. This was a mutual suppression of momentum. The purpose was to inspire the military's morale, make the opponent fearful, and be full of confidence. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Yun Chongxiao said. I'm also waiting for your means. The god of war drank. Retreat. Yun Chongxiao didn't entangle with the god of war here, it was meaningless, and the battle in Fengmengji was just a test before the war. Retreat. The god of war also ordered to retreat. In the same situation as sandwich cakes, the armies of the two sides withdrew in an orderly manner. There was no fighting during the period, but the smell of gunpowder was strong between each other, and they silently took away their soldiers who died in battle. The powerhouses on both sides and some strengths have already been tested, and the two gods of Fengmengji can't take a stand, and there is no point in fighting again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 985 Yun Chongxiao, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C986 Rift Valley. Go, the army will gather in the great Rift Valley of the Burial God, and there will be a battle of national fortunes with them in the god's domain. God of War shouted. Thousands of troops, killing intent boiling, the armies on both sides have been preparing for a long time, and are gathering towards the great Rift Valley of the Burial God. Deep blue sea water, this is an extremely huge sea area, but there is a huge rift valley in the middle of the sea area, and the sea water on the left and right sides is pouring into the rift valley. The strange thing is that no matter how much seawater is poured into it, it cannot fill the great rift valley. In the Age of God, the location of the Great Rift Valley is exactly where the Lord God Court is. After God suffered disaster, it was torn into a Great Rift Valley, and some strong people wanted to explore the Great Rift Valley, but they never appeared. On both sides of the rift, countless large armies lined up. The Xuanhuan dynasty and the Yuhuashan dynasty have not yet fought, but the army is already gathering. Boom! Even though it is far away from the Great Rift Valley, the terrifying momentum and the battle for national fortune have crossed time and space and collided wildly. As the Xuanhuan dynasty, although the country has not been established for a few years, it has directly threatened the rule of the Yuhuashan dynasty. The Emperor Yuhua placed great importance on the Emperor Xuanhu, far above the ancient Emperor Misty. This emperor is mysterious, and he also finds it difficult. Ordinary conspiracy calculations have no effect on him. The army of Xuanhu has gathered. Yun Chongxiao was sitting in the army. He saw the other party's army. The first thing that caught his eye was the reloaded army. It was majestic. The black armor was solemn. His face was not easy, and the strength of the god of war gave him a great shock. This kind of military appearance is also very powerful, and it is worthy of causing great damage to Yuhua in the past few years. Now is the time when the two armies confront each other. Sir Supreme, this battle has attracted many strong people to observe secretly. I am worried that the Misty God dynasty will also secretly raid. God's way. No, after Wei and Xuanhu didn't fight the result, the Piaomiao ancient emperor would not take action easily. He failed too many times, and the heavenly emperor was merciful and left his life. Yun Chongxiao said with a sneer, "Beware of Xuanhu, they make me very uneasy." Master God of War, when will you start? By Mingfingye Road. No hurry, everything is waiting for His Majesty's orders. When the God of War spoke, he suddenly saluted in one direction and said, "I have seen your Majesty." Inside the barracks, Chu Yuan came. In this battle, as the supreme decider of the empire, it is impossible for him not to come in person, look at the God of War, and nodded, "God of War, is everything ready?" "Yes, the ministers are all ready, and I have found out some information about the other party. Just waiting for His Majesty's order, we can start a war at any time." The God of War is full of fighting spirit, and he wants to use this battle to make himself reach the realm of Supreme. The Great Rift Valley of Burial God, the place where the divine court collapsed back then, was a good place. Chu Yuan let out a sigh, his eyes pierced through nothingness, and he saw through the bottom of the Rift Valley, and found that there was an unfathomable, terrifying power circling, and the power of the magic circle of God exists. Emperor Feather is here too. Chu Yuan stepped in front of the army. His aura shocked the realm of the gods, and the realm of the Emperor of Humanity spread out, sweeping away the feathering god army. At the other end of the Ascension Divine Army, there was a dazzling feathering light that also confronted at the same time. The two masters of the Divine Dynasty carried the luck of the Divine Dynasty, and the terrifying confrontation slammed together. This kind of momentum and fortune confrontation, although it is not a direct fight, but the God of War keenly feels as if two invisible hands are fighting, far exceeding the fluctuations of ordinary Supreme. Go to war. Go to war. The two God Emperors issued an order to start war at the same time. The two great dynasties have been preparing for a battle in the divine realm for 2 years, and now it is finally time to break out. Boom! But at the beginning of the battle, Chu Yuan and the Emperor Yuhua tore into the void at the same time, a violent explosion occurred, and a lot of screams were heard, and the blood mist exploded. It turned out that someone was hiding in the void to watch the battle, and they were directly obliterated by them. This is to warn these people not to think about fishing in troubled waters and enter the battlefield of the two great dynasties. At this time, on both sides of the Great Rift Valley of the Burial God, the armies of both sides were ready to fight, their weapons were sharpened, their teeth showed, and the momentum of the national fortune had climbed to the peak. Attack Xuanhu, kill Xuanhu, the glory of feathering, no provocation. The generals of the Ascension God dynasty are also roaring, to let those soldiers know that the Xuanhu Empire is all xiao xiao, and their God Emperor His Majesty has come to supervise the battle in person, and must use the sharpest weapons to tear them apart. Kill, kill, kill. The Ascension God army roared, all with red eyes. The glory of eternity, the splendor of the divine dynasty, the divine martial arts stand, dominate the starry sky and the universe. Any battle, the divine martial arts is not afraid. I will charge ahead, tear them apart with me, and fight the imposing manner of divine martial arts. The god of war is leading the front, and he is inspiring the spirit of the army. When he saw the Xuanhuan army, he nodded. This was the best army he had ever seen. Even the barbarians would be reborn after entering Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is eternal, God Emperor is invincible, and God of War is invincible. The Xuanhuan army showed their weapons, raised them to the sky, and made a sonorous sound. Under the infection of this morale, everyone sacrificed their lives and feared nothing. The army was dispatched, and the armor collided while walking, reaching the edge of the Great Rift Valley. God Emperor Xuanhuan and God Emperor Yuhua are just two gods, emitting their own light. There is no communication between them, but they exist here and illuminate the army, and the invisible battle has begun a long time ago. Attention, the Great Rift Valley of Burial God is vast and the laws are chaotic. The army of Xuanhuan will definitely use battleships to cross and sink their battleships. Yun Chongxiao commanded. They naturally have battleships as well, but what shocked him is that their battleships are not comparable to the Xuanhuan Empire, and they do not have such strong defensive and offensive capabilities. However, their advantage is that there are many masters, enough to smooth the gap in this regard. Sure enough, the battleship vacated, and Xuanhuan pulled almost all the battleships in the country here. War is inevitable. Xuanhuan dynasty is not an ordinary force. Yuhuashan dynasty cannot be suppressed with momentum, and can only fight hard with them. The Yuhuashan dynasty first went to war with Xuanhuan, and also wanted to crippling this most mysterious empire, not giving them time to develop, and plundering their secrets. Without Xuanhuan, the Misty Shan dynasty would be easy to clean up. Boom! The space battleship spewed out strong artillery fire, rendering the starry sky into brilliance, and under the cover of the artillery fire, the army was slowly advancing, shouting the sound of killing, overwhelmingly suppressing the past. Ascension God army, come to fight! The Xuanhuan army shouted fiercely. Battle, fight! The feathered God army will not be afraid. The galaxy cannon. The hidden galaxy cannon finally showed its prowess. Under the cover of the space battleship, it revealed its true colors. The long-buried cannon Guanhong slammed towards the end of the God Burial Great Rift Valley. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 986 Burial God Rift Valley, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C987 War of Gods. Boom. The incomparably terrifying light of destruction crossed the Great Burial God Rift Valley and descended into the Ascension God army. This is. The feathered God army watched the light of destruction descend. In the previous war, Xuanhuan had never used the galaxy cannon, just for the outbreak at this moment. The key to this battle, the battle of God's destiny, he also delayed the outbreak of the battle, in order to build the galaxy cannon. With the resources of the God dynasty, and accelerated for so many years in the kingdom of the emperor, Xuanhuan has only built hundreds of thousands of galaxy cannons. The galaxy cannon is different from other cannons in that it is not fired with one shot at a time, but with continuous radiating fire. It's just that if the time is too long, the cannon will be damaged. After this battle, many cannons will be destroyed. But the Battle of Luck will not care about these resources. The power of the hundreds of thousands of Star River cannons bombarded is too terrifying. When superimposed, it is more terrifying than the immortal shot. It enveloped the Ascension God army. Where does this Xuanhuan come from so many such equipment, damn it? The Demon King shouted angrily. He put up the shield and struck with a bang. Although he couldn't break it, there were so many cannons. How could he simply defend against being beaten? Do you want to retreat? No, you can't retreat. You have to fight. If you retreat, doesn't it mean that we are afraid of them and fight with their army, and the power of artillery can't be exerted? Another strong man spoke up. Kill. Attack them, break the Xuanhu defense line, make achievements, and the Xuanhuan dynasty will definitely dominate the world. Change to other forces, encountering this kind of artillery bombardment will inevitably panic. However, the Ascension God army is not afraid. This is just playing some small tricks. They will use the sharpest weapons to tear them apart. Immortal is before. The universe god followed closely, and the army killed it. Yun Chongxiao ordered. The war is coming, and it will be violent and terrible. Immortal propped up the shield and forcibly led the army to the Great Rift Valley, just under the bombardment of the Galaxy Cannon, and smashed an offensive road. The Galaxy Cannon continues to be suppressed, the army charges with me, the name of Xuanhu shocks the universe, and we are the strongest. When the god of war saw that the Ascension God army formed a great battle formation, it was like a large grinding plate pushing over, and he also ordered the army to step forward, with the heavy armored army as the front, and the various armies following closely behind. Space battleships are also dispatched with the army. In a very short period of time, the armies of the two sides fought terribly together. The weakest people who can join this kind of war are the gods, but at this moment they are like mortals, the most common cannon fodder, perishing in pieces. Chu Yuan and the Emperor Yuhua were both at the two ends of the Great Rift Valley, watching the battle indifferently. Although with their strength, they can kill countless gods with just one breath, but this is also very important to them. It is related to luck, even the most common person in the empire is part of the luck. Countless people kept coming, and finally Ding Ding gathered the fortune of the gods. It's like, if the god of war does not have the blessing of the gods and luck, it will be very difficult to fight against the Supreme, but with the gods and luck, he can do it. The strength of the two is incomparably different. If a person has good luck, then the person who has good luck must be stronger. In their eyes, this destruction of everyone is God's luck. Killing a powerhouse of a divine dynasty is almost done, and the opponent's luck will collapse. At that time it will be much easier to kill a divine emperor. Supreme humanity, human sovereign domain. Chu Yuan has a unique advantage, that is, he can display the realm of the emperor and bless all his own armies, making them increase in strength and full of infinite confidence. Yun Chongxiao, come to fight. The god of war confronted Yun Chongxiao, his black hair danced wildly, and electric light blazing in his eyes. His combat power was rampant, and his power was forcing people, so that Yun Chongxiao also appeared from the camp, waving the war ge, and fighting the god of war together. Obtaining such a fierce general also made Xuanhuan dynasty very uncomfortable. Immortal battlefield. Pseudo-respect battlefield. Supreme battlefield. All fought together at this moment. In terms of the number of powerhouses, Xuanhuan dynasty is much more than Xuanhu Empire. But the Emperor Yuhua couldn't use it all. He was on guard against Chu Yuan's secret hand, and he was also defending against other powerhouses in the universe. King Thor, join me in besieging the demon god. The demon king shouted loudly. He was not an opponent of the demon god by himself. If you add the thunder god king and use his thunder and lightning to restrain the demon god, you will be more confident. It is good. Thor king replied. Haha, Wei Qi, useless guy, who dares not fight me alone, so he pulls up a Thor, thinking that this is enough to fight me. The demon god laughed loudly, attacking the opponent's confidence. Hey, on the battlefield, who wins and loses, and the national strength fights, who will play fair with you? The demon king disdains it. This is the best chance to kill the demon god. If you miss it, it will be very difficult to kill him. Okay, the national strength is fighting, I will kill you today. The strength of the demon god is also very powerful, but it is covered up by the brilliance of the god of war. After so many years in the Xuanhu god dynasty, his strength is stronger than in the demon realm, which makes him monstrous at the moment. The heavenly god king rushed out, but the Holy Inquisitor suddenly appeared and stopped him. This man in holy armor actually has the power not weaker than the King of Heaven. Many people were amazed. The biggest difference between the masters of the Holy Inquisitor, the god of darkness, and the commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison is that they can all be cultivated, unlike the commander of the god of war, whose strength is fixed at a certain level. The terrifying battle of the divine dynasty was so powerful that the sea water seemed to freeze and it was difficult to flow. The sky was red with blood, and it was all the blood of the powerhouses above the gods. At first glance, it was a thick fog of blood that could not be dissolved. The environment of the God Burial Rift Valley is too harsh. Once it is blasted into the Rift Valley, it is difficult to climb up and be submerged by the sea. The battle of the God dynasty is so terrifying. Many people who only dared to watch the battle from a distance were trembling. Such a bloody battle is immortal. In particular, the strength of the Xuanhu God dynasty made them all terrified. How powerful would it be if they gave Xuanhu a cosmic cycle of development? They can all see it. Although it was Xuanhu Xinqiao who took the initiative to attack Yuhua Xinqiao. But there is no way. If you don't fight, the opponent will fight you. The Emperor Yuhua saw the potential of Xuanhu and will not continue to let them exist. Giving the enemy time to grow and develop is the greatest cruelty to oneself. The Emperor Yuhua is now willing to pay a huge price in order to destroy the gods and martial gods. It's no wonder that Xuanhu made Yuhua divine dynasty panic. Their strength is growing too fast, and there is such an existence as the god of war. Although the god of war is using the battle to sharpen himself to become the supreme, but even if he does not fight, he can achieve the supreme by giving him time. The battlefield of the god of war is very eye-catching, and the Ascension God dynasty also wants to kill the god of war here. Once the god of war is lost, the arm of Emperor Xuanhu will be broken. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 987 The War of the Gods, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C988 Deliberately Desperate. This kind of confrontation between the gods is too fierce. In a short period of time, a large number of people were killed. Boom! On the battlefield of the demon god, two false venerables besieged him. But the demon god was not afraid. As soon as he came, he burned the demon body in exchange for the explosion of the strongest power. The battle was shocking, sweeping the Thor king, and the demon king retreated continuously. "You are crazy, burn the demon body, damage the source." The demon king shouted angrily. "It's not what you said, war is all about everything. The gods don't care." "Okay, since you are going to work hard, I will work hard with you too." The demon king also tried his best, and the Thor king also gritted his teeth and tried his best, knowing that he could not be suppressed at all without desperate means, and he was likely to be counter-killed. Immediately, the battlefield on their side was only second to the god of war in intensity. The harder you work, the sooner the battle between the pseudo-respects ends. The demon god exchanged injuries for injuries. He slapped the demon god king with his palm, beating him until he vomited blood, and his blood splashed, and it was the thunder god King Leguan that exploded on his body. The demon god of heaven roared, and a backhand struck the demon god of flying thunder. Kill! The demon god patted the wound, as if it was not his own body, and rushed over, making the demon god king's eyelids twitch wildly. "Looks like I'm going to fight too." The god of war swept his eyes and said to Yun Chengxiao, "It seems that you are not the only one dealing with me, but also someone hiding in the dark. Who is it?" "But now it seems that I have no choice, because I can't step back, I can only fight with you." "Already." As long as you know. Yun Chongxiao said coldly, you must die. Divine light burst out. The source is dazzling, and the god of war burns himself. At this moment, he is furious, and his momentum is not weaker than Yun Chongxiao. Waiting is you doing your best. Yun Chongxiao felt the pressure, but he was very happy, and immediately swept the halberd. In a flash, the god of war took the halberd with both hands. He grabbed the halberd with his palms, followed the halberd to the clouds, and rushed into the sky. He punched out, and immediately slammed into the opponent's shoulder. The severe pain hit, Yun Chongxiao also counterattacked, and slammed his palm on the shoulder of the god of war. The shoulder of the god of war was also bloody, and a blood tank appeared. This ferocious play also made many people tremble with fear. Wei Qi, I will kill you. On the battlefield of the demon god, because of his desperate efforts, his body was dyed red with blood, and he didn't care about the Thor King at all. The wounds left on him were only the demon king in his eyes, chasing after him fiercely. I'm here to help you. This is a pseudo-respect of the Yun family. Seeing that the pressure here is too high, he immediately came to help. Haha, that's great. The three false gods besieged the demon god. You too, please burn your own origins, and fight your strongest move. No matter how much you pay, as long as you kill the demon god, we can withdraw from the battlefield, heal and cultivate. When he dies, he will behead a god of the gods and martial arts. General. The demon king said fiercely. The three strongest pseudozuns of the Ascension God dynasty are ranked according to their strength, God of War, Holy Judge, and God of Demons. It is good. They have no opinion, such a war, in order to win, they can do whatever they can. Immediately, the three of them burned, and their strength climbed to the limit. They gathered the strongest move to kill the demon god, and their strength drowned him. This is trying to kill the god of the devil. Bring it on. There was a sneer in the eyes of the demon god. He also mobilized all his strength, as if he knew that he could not avoid it, so he simply fought a bloody path. Bang bang bang. The fight between the three almost exploded the demon god, the demonic energy weakened to the extreme, and the demon god's counterattack also knocked the demon king into a meltdown. I don't know how many bones were broken, and my body became a bloody man. The demon god is no longer enough, he can no longer exert 1/10 of his strength, and this is a good opportunity to kill him. The demon king said weakly, he couldn't do anything anymore, it was difficult to lift a finger, and his soul was traumatized, but when he saw the tragic appearance of the demon god, he smiled. National strength. Who let you, Xuanhuan dynasty, not have so many pseudo-respects, and encountered a siege? It is good. The Thor King and the Yun family pseudo-prince were also excited, and they were about to kill the demon god. Boom. But all of a sudden, in just a few breaths of time, the originally weak heavenly demon god once again climbed to the peak of his strength, and all the injuries on his body disappeared, as if he was not injured at all. His power was so powerful that the demon god's hand suddenly grabbed it and clasped the demon god king's head. No, what's the matter? The demon king was horrified. But he didn't have the chance to know. With the palm of the hand of the demon god, his whole body exploded, and the rich blood of the demon god was sucked into his body by him, making a happy sound. Retreat. Thor King's dead souls all risked, and he quickly retreated. The first fallen pseudo-respect appeared on the battlefield, and he was also a powerful demon king. The demon god is not afraid of desperate efforts at all. His Majesty, the God Emperor, has already given him a tube of immortal god healing potion. One pseudo-respect died, two pseudo-respects were injured, and there was no power to fight again in a short period of time. And the god of the devil is still at its peak, and he can still join the battlefield. Yes, if you are a master, Xuanhuan is indeed inferior to Yuhua. But there are too many mysterious methods under the control of Xuanhuan, and their pseudo-respects are all sent to the battlefield with immortal god healing potions, just to fight against each other. Even if they can't kill it, it will make it difficult for them to fight again in a short time. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. There are 3 less fake gods, and more gods and gods are galloping on the battlefield. Don't fight with their pseudo-respects. When Yin Chongxiao and the god of war fought, they were also shouting loudly. The fall of the demon king cannot be repeated. Play against me, and dare to be distracted. The god of war shot coldly, rushed over, hit Yin Chongxiao hard, knocked him out, and then slammed into the sky with his palm. The god of war is also deliberately fighting with me. Yin Chongxiao also has a deep fear. He suddenly thought that the god of war was originally a dying person, but suddenly recovered, and when he saw the god of demons, he understood that the Xuanhuan Empire must control the magic medicine that can instantly restore the immortal's injuries. The god of war is not afraid, he will fight his wounds with wounds. Fight with me, you can't do it, this deity will kill you completely. Yin Chongxiao had a murderous aura and was also annoyed. The supreme shame was forced into this situation. Thick blood was entangled in the god of war. He was unparalleled in the world, fighting with terror. In an instant, he fought 1,000 moves with Yin Chongxiao, and every move left severe blood wounds on each other's bodies. One-hit kill. I need to create a one-hit kill opportunity. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 988, Deliberately Desperately, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C989 Ares Broken Supreme. How rare is the battle between the supremes, let alone the savage and arrogant play of the god of war, which makes people tremble. The god of war was covered in blood, but his momentum was getting stronger and stronger, and Yin Chongxiao was not feeling well. Ha ha ha, another move. The god of war is unparalleled in the world, he is full of heroism, his burly body is striding forward, abandoning all defenses, just for the most powerful strength, waving his fists, showing domineering, the burial god Rift Valley is shaking, killing the clouds and rushing into the sky. Are you going to seriously injure me, and then run back and use that thing to heal the injury? I don't believe it, this thing is so terrifying, it can make you unscathed, and there will be a price to pay. Clouds rushed to the sky with anger. The dignified supreme actually did not have a slight advantage, but was pressed and beaten by the god of war. He didn't step back, seeing the god of war's idea. He never believed that there was such a thing that defied the sky. No matter how badly injured it would be fine, there must be something to pay for it. Since the god of war wants to exchange injuries with him, he will not be afraid. Boom! Only in an instant, the god of war slammed out a punch, and the monstrous force directly pierced through the body of the sky, and the fist emerged from his back, bringing the blood of the supreme being. And Yin Chongxiao's palm is like a knife, and the silver brilliance is dazzling, cutting into the body of the god of war from the shoulder, almost cutting off half of his body. What a brutal battle! The brutal play of the god of war and Yin Chongxiao made many people afraid. The world was stained with blood, and the god of war continued to laugh. He pulled out his blood-stained fist, punched again, and slammed into Yin Chongxiao's chest, and Yin Chongxiao also smashed him out. So amazing! You must know that although the god of war looks miserable, his realm has not reached the supreme. The last resort. The god of war's eyes flashed, and he understood that he could still make a move in his current state. Immediately, his vitality was shocked, and he quickly approached Yin Chongxiao. With a wave of his palm, the wind and waves were about to slam down heavily. I can't go back at this time. Yin Chongxiao is also planning. This is the Supreme's decision, the body is straightforward again, and the punch is once again on the supreme road of heaven and earth, and the blood-stained youth is swept away. Boom! Both of them endured each other's move with their bodies, and both suffered serious injuries. You don't want to retire. Yin Chongxiao was fierce, and the silver storm swept over. Your body is so hard. Suddenly, a huge troll-like existence came from the sky. He held a heavy hammer in his hand, crushed the void with one hammer, and slammed down the entire god of war with an inescapable attitude. It is the supreme existence again. He chose to fight God of War at this moment. Kill. The God of War is unparalleled. In the face of this person's bombardment, the God of War did not retreat. His eyes were fierce, and he punched the unparalleled fist to confront Yun Chongxiao. Yun Chongxiao was severely injured again, but there was a smile on his face. The existence of this giant hammer would cause severe trauma to the God of War and destroy his divine law. In an instant, the heavy hammer slammed heavily on the back of the God of War. The God of War slammed out, vomiting blood, and the whole body was close to the brink of collapse. The injury erupted like a volcano in his body, and he immediately weakened, which was more serious than his previous injury. God of War is abolished. Yun Chongxiao smiled. His condition at the moment is also very bad, but he is the supreme, and this injury can be healed for a while. As for the God of War, in this state, even the heaven-defying magic medicine will take him a long time to cultivate, and it is difficult to recover in a short time. It is a pity that Xuanhuan dynasty will not give him this time. Without the God of War to block the supreme, the Xuanhu God Emperor would be in danger. Mighty! 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 The morale of the Ascension God army was shaken and roared. The God of War has been injured, what will the Emperor Xuanhu fight? It's hard to do, is it going to retreat? This retreat means failure. The Yuhua Xuanhu will inevitably invade Xuanhu on a large scale and destroy the country. Humanity watching the battle in secret. The God of War is indeed brilliant enough to hurt a supreme. If it wasn't for the Supreme Emperor to emerge from the Ascension God dynasty, he would be able to exchange his life for his life. After all, it is an ancient dynasty, and there are still many masters. Xuanhu, Xunqiao suffered losses in this respect. In terms of individual combat strength or legion fighting, they were not weak, but very powerful. Ha 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 ha. This time it was Yun Chongxiao's turn to laugh, a full-scale counterattack. The deity will also take action and destroy each immortal. He really can't fight with the same level, but it can still be done to destroy some immortals. There is such a magical thing in the world that can make me not afraid of injury. The God of War also laughed. The immortal God healing potion was instantly used by him. His injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. He stood upright in the sky and looked at the clouds. Yun Chongxiao couldn't smile anymore. The opponent was less powerful than them, but he had too many mysterious things. He lost the battle, the God of War was unscathed, and he was injured. The way of the Supreme. Boom! The majestic supreme breath burst out suddenly, and the God of War used this battle to sharpen himself. In the sublimation of blood and fire, he finally began to break through this situation, and the vast Xuanhuan rushed out. What a splendid scene this is! The God of War hits the realm of the Supreme, and the heaven and earth come to the shackles of destruction, and no one can break through to the realm of the Supreme. This world has indeed changed, and it is completely different from before. When the God of War broke through, he made such an emotional sound. He's going to be the Supreme. Yun Chongxiao's teeth itched with hatred. He knew that with the combat power of the God of War, the fate of heaven and earth could not help him. Once he was allowed to break through to this situation, he would not be his opponent. The vast divine power has shrouded the God of War, and he will cross the supreme doomsday. At this time, how to stop him? Emperor Feather. At this time, the Emperor Xuanhu moved. He came to the middle of the God-bearing Rift Valley, stared at the Ascension God Emperor, and said solemnly, "It seems that you and I will also fight in this God-bearing Rift Valley." Until now, the two God Emperors are indeed going to fight head-to-head. Let me see your power. The Emperor Yuhua's eyes were dazzling. He is also staring at the God. He has seen this Emperor several times, and he didn't take him to heart at first. He regarded him as an opponent. When he was in the world of reincarnation, he paid more attention to him. What he didn't expect was that Xuanhuan developed so fast, established the dynasty at an amazing speed, and now he has become his biggest opponent. This battle is inevitable. Even though the Emperor Yuhua has a lot of conspiracies, he still wants to figure out what level the strength of the God Emperor Xuanhuan has reached. But he is still full of infinite confidence, which is the confidence of the Lord of the Divine Dynasty in his own strength. The storm was violent, and the aura in the middle of the confrontation between the two God Emperors was already in a frenzied confrontation. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 989 God of War Broken Supreme, 5 updates, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C990 Two Emperors Duel. The Duel of Two Emperors. The supreme rulers of the two great dynasties are also the strongest, and the existence of mastery of shocking strength will start a shocking battle in the Great Rift Valley of Burial Gods. This battle is in the spotlight. The soldiers on both sides withdrew, leaving the battlefield to the two emperors. They were all roaring on both sides of the Great Rift Valley, passing on their power and casting the supreme divine might of the God Emperor. Everyone understands that in this battle, neither the Divine Emperor Xuanhuan nor the Divine Emperor Yuhua can lose, and even the slightest decline cannot be shown. If the God Emperor that he is loyal to is not against the strongest of the opponent, how can he fight in the future? God Emperor Xuanhuan, you are very mysterious. You are the most mysterious person I have ever seen in the universe. Even I can't imagine how you rose. The Emperor Yuhua opened his mouth coldly, letting him be superior in wisdom and laying out multiple reincarnations, but he didn't know how this person appeared and suddenly rose up. It is more like he suddenly became stronger, piercing the sky like a comet, and finally shining in this universe. Everyone thought that God Emperor Yuhua's biggest opponent would be Ancient Emperor Misty, but now he has become God Emperor Xuanhuan. You also have a lot of conspiracy layouts. Xuanhuan spoke indifferently. Not much nonsense, the two will inevitably fight, and they will rehearse in advance in God's domain. The eyes of the feathered God Emperor flickered. Although he behaved calmly, the Divine Emperor Xuanhuan brought him a lot of pressure. Suddenly, he stepped forward, and the feathered divine light swept across, like a waterfall, with pieces of bright flowers falling. He hit with a palm, feathered and sword, and light rain came. In the duel between the two emperors, who will be stronger and suppress the other? Too many people are paying attention to this battle, and there are some hidden supremes. They all know that the strength of the Lord of the Divine Dynasty with the blessing of the national fortune of the Divine Dynasty is terrifying. This is the power of the Great Devouring Technique. The Emperor of Ascension was actually swallowed by the Emperor of Martial Arts. They suddenly saw an incredible scene. The powerful attack of the Emperor Yuhua was swallowed up by the Emperor Xuanhuan and vanished. A huge black hole appeared behind the Emperor Xuanhuan, devouring everything. He stepped forward, supreme, grabbed with a palm, countless thunderclouds erupted, and endless thunder and lightning smashed past. The Emperor Feather waved his hand, destroying all the thunder and lightning. Control of reincarnation. With all kinds of supreme magical powers condensed in one move, Xuanhuan used the attributes of the human sovereign sword to initiate the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The Emperor Yuhua suddenly felt that he seemed to have seen the arrival of the great tribulation of samsara, but this great tribulation of reincarnation was initiated by the Emperor Xuanhuan with divine power, and everything, the universe, and the universe were under his control. The Emperor Yuhua is not an ordinary supreme, he has a lot of methods, and he has learned his own way of supreme domination. The power of feathering swept across, and he flew into a world to form a universe of feathers, which turned out to have broken Xuanhuan's reincarnation of heaven and earth. Every time he strikes, the sky is rolling, he pushes with both hands, and the feathering world appears, bright and dazzling. The power of this feathering is so dazzling that even the ordinary supreme can feather him out. Humanity is supreme. Xuanhuan played the supreme humane, invincible power of divine martial arts. The impact of two major forces, one brilliant, one supreme, no one is weaker than the other. The Ascension God Emperor is keenly aware that if his realm is not higher than that of this godly martial God Emperor, he is afraid that his Ascension domain will be broken in an instant. And this made him even more murderous. The two faced off in a terrifying confrontation, fighting thousands of moves in the void, but every move ended in an even split. A powerful figure like the Emperor Yuhua couldn't help Xuanhuan, and was repeatedly beaten. Emperor Yuhua can't solve God Emperor Xuanwu, and God Emperor Xuanwu can't help God Emperor Yuhua. This battle fell into the eyes of the powerhouses, and was extremely shocking. Many people know that it seems that no one suffers. But God Emperor Xuanwu is too terrifying. The speed of strength growth is simply unbelievable. After several hours of fighting, it was still deadlocked. Ascension Sutra of Feathering. An ancient scripture appeared in the hands of the Emperor Yuhua, and dazzling runes flashed from the scripture, each rune shone with light patterns, and these runes were condensing and bursting with strong fluctuations. Xuanhuan held the human emperor sword and attacked with the attributes of 8 civilizations. Various epics of the legendary civilizations of the gods were attacking. The world-shaking sensation broke out, and the monstrous force tore apart the god burial rift valley again, and endless sea water spewed up. The Ascension Sutra of Feathering can't help the sword of the Emperor Xuanwu. Seeing this scene, more people were shocked. The Emperor Yuhua frowned. This is a rare and powerful opponent, and the misty ancient emperor could not bring him this feeling. If anyone still has this feeling, it is the mysterious goddess who was on the way that day. He slashed with one palm. Xuanhuan did not evade, and also punched, and then the great chaos technique waved out. The two fought in the void, and then their hands retreated 100 steps. Mighty! The soldiers on both sides roared even more. Come again! The rare feeling of fighting spirit boiling over the years has not been felt by the Emperor Yuhuan. His mana fluctuated and evolved into a vortex of feathering, with runes shining around him. Emperor Yuhua and Xuanhuan fought for several hours, and they had to admit that if this person was not dead, he would not be able to unify the universe. In this battle, he also knew that it was impossible to destroy him in one battle. His purpose was to attack the opponent's national fortune and let people see his invincible strength. Feathered Divine Sword Condensed. His sword is not limited to a certain entity. It is a divine sword with runes condensed, which can be twisted and reorganized. As long as there is feathering power, it can be his feathered divine sword. Swish! He drew out his dazzling lightsaber and slashed with one sword. Xuanhuan is indifferent, and he is also very fearless. He also wants to let the world see his strength and strengthen the national fortune of the God dynasty. In this way, when the world sees that he can resist the Emperor Yuhua, there will be more and more strong people. Take refuge in him. He also slashed out a sword wave impacted, and a duel with the feathered lightsaber. This is the power of humane faith. The feathered god emperor's face was solemn. Yun Chongxiao was also very anxious. The two emperors were too close to each other. He and Heavy Hammer had no orders from the emperor, and did not dare to join the battlefield indiscriminately. The radiant soared to the sky, and the emperor feathering took out this real feathering divine sword, with terrifying power. Clang! Xuanhuan raised the human sovereign sword, and immediately took over this move, booming, and the vast sword wave also spread turbulently toward the surrounding area. The human sovereign sword was staring, and many people focused their attention on it. Feathering soars, aspiring to the divine way. The Emperor Yuhua also became ruthless, his whole body glowed, and the power of the feathered divine sword was urged to the strongest. Wherever he went, it disappeared. the sky and the earth are vast, who controls the ups and downs. Xuanhuan is extremely domineering, with his long sword in the air, a domineering slash, and a slash with the feathering divine sword. This time, it was almost a slash of the peak power, causing changes in the space and time of heaven and earth, and the great rift valley was about to be cut off. It seemed that it was under the impact of two supreme forces. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this, chapter 990 duel between the two emperors, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C991 Main Court. The hazy divine light impacted, and both Xuanhuan and the Emperor Yuhua saw it. However, the fight between the two emperors did not stop because of this. Instead, it intensified. Their strength was fighting frantically. The strong wind caused the waves to tear apart the god-burial rift valley more and more terrifyingly. And along with this fluctuation, the impact of divine light became stronger and stronger. Boom! The entire god's domain vibrated fiercely at this moment, and the void collapsed at this time. Everyone was shocked to see that there were faint traces of divine towers in the god-burying rift valley, which were buildings of shrines. Could it be the Lord God Court? The fight between the God Emperor Xuanhuan and the God Emperor Yuhua is the ultimate in the universe. It is very likely that their battle tore through the prohibition of the hidden God Court, and they can no longer hide it, so it was revealed. The Lord God Court is indeed in the great rift valley of the burial god. The appearance of these buildings surprised many people. You must know that since God suffered calamity, countless people have wanted to find their main divine court, and the great rift valley is the most likely to be buried. But so many people's explorations never materialized. The image is still blurry, but everyone is sure that this is where the main divine court is located. Where is the court of the gods? The biggest relic left in the age of gods. The Emperor Yuhua made a move and Xuanhuan retreated. His eyes fell into the great rift valley, the light of Yuhua swept across, and there was a divine light resisting. He knew that the time for God to unify the universe was too short, and the reason was that his plans were too big, and his delusional desire to directly control the reincarnation of the universe made his era come to an end. Otherwise, there will be no chance for him to rise. The Lord's Court. Xuanhuan said. He has dealt with God ruins many times. Boom! Suddenly at this time, the supreme tribulation disappeared, and the rich power poured into the body of the god of war. At this moment, he really entered the realm of the supreme, and the whole person stood proudly between the heavens and the earth. Between his fists and palms, he is unparalleled in the world, the way of the warrior, powerful and contemptuous. God of war has broken through the supreme. A supreme being was born right in front of him, which is the envy of many. This is the god of the supreme realm, and there are not many in the entire universe. Before the god of war made a breakthrough, his strength was terrifying enough to overwhelm the clouds. The god of war alone is worthy of several supreme beings. This is not good news for the Yuhua divine dynasty and the Misty divine dynasty. Congratulations! The Xuanhuan army shouted in unison, and the sound shook the sky. Their god emperor is invincible and powerful enough, and the feathering god emperor can't help it. Now there are more gods of war, and the strength of the gods has also reached a peak. The first god of war under my command, the supreme god of war. Xuanhuan smiled. God of war's breakthrough is indeed good news. Moreover, after the god of war became the supreme, Xuanhuan also noticed that the luck of the god dynasty surged again. This was the contribution of the supreme to the luck, and it also turned into a strong force to bless him. The more powerful people in the god dynasty, the stronger the national fortune. Xuanhuan is the lord of the divine dynasty, and he can also get the benefit of increasing his luck. With the luck of the god dynasty, it can also make it easier for him to break into the realm of the supreme. See your majesty. God of war has no pride. He deeply knew that his ability to achieve today's breakthrough was inseparable from the destiny of the gods. In the past, others called him the god of war in the barbarian realm, but now he is the god of war. He also saw the battle between His Majesty and the Emperor Yuhua, and even if he broke through to the supreme realm, he would not be his opponent. God of war, look at this main court. Xuanhuan pointed to the past. It is indeed the Lord God court, I came here back then. The god of war looked sharply, and in the huge ruins, he seemed to have found the temple of the gods, the place where the gods came to court. Enter the main court. Emperor Yuhua ordered. He knew very well that neither he nor the god Emperor Xuanhuan could do anything to the other. The appearance of the Lord God court would cause monstrous fluctuations in the universe, and many hidden beings would gather here. No matter what god exists, all the gods will worship him. The Lord God court is now, we must also go in. Yes, but these two great gods are likely to stop us and swallow the treasure alone. They can't stop it. A master said in secret. No one is very clear about what is hidden in the main divine court. Because the age of gods came to an abrupt end, they were certain that they had affirmed the earth-shattering treasure in it, which contained the opportunity to become supreme. God Emperor Xuanhuan, we appear in the main court. A large piece of the Ascension God army disappeared, and the Ascension God Emperor shone brightly and entered the main God court in a very short period of time. Don't let the Emperor Yuhua lay out in it, otherwise it is very likely that it will be like in the world of reincarnation. The people of the Misty God dynasty finally moved. When they saw the Emperor Yuhua enter, a large number of figures moved and flickered and rushed into the main court. People from the Misty God dynasty have seen enough of the drama, but they won't miss the good opportunity to win the treasure. God of War sneered. However, he did not underestimate the Misty God dynasty. Back then, he fought against the Heavenly Emperor and God for hegemony. Although he lost twice, he still existed. The domestic power was very powerful, but it was overshadowed by the light of Xuanhuan and Yuhua. A master has appeared from everywhere, and those who dare to enter the main court are at least immortal, and there are even a few supreme beings. Heavenly Dragon is in the sky, this is the supreme being from the ancient demon Forbidden Land, and he also entered. After all, the ancient demon Forbidden Land once had the existence of demon gods that unified the universe, allowing the universe to enter the era of demons. Although demon gods do not reappear, it is impossible to say that they do not have the foundation of supreme suppression. A tall, burly figure, dazzling like a star, also stepped in. This is a god and demon supreme. Your Majesty, the appearance of the Lord God court has allowed some people who are hidden in the dark to enter. God was too powerful back then. I have seen his demeanor, which is rare in ancient and modern times. I want to get what was left in the ancient God court. The God of War swept around, he became the supreme, and he was very confident at the moment. Don't worry about it so much, the appearance of the main divine court is sudden. I have speculated before that it will be in the Great Rift Valley of the Burial God. As expected, now the divine dynasty will also enter the main divine court and plunder the internal resources. Xuanhuan will naturally not fall behind. He took out the mysterious yellow book, and a large army was sent to the inner universe. The role of the dual army in the main divine court is difficult to unfold, and only those with immortal bodies are left outside, and they will be the main team in the plundering battle of the divine court. Enter. Xuanhuan and the God of War entered the main court. The outside world is still stormy and violent, and the thunder is flickering, but as soon as you enter the main divine court, it immediately calms down, and the space is extremely stable. As the center of the gods' domain in the past, the gods here are reinforced, and it is difficult to shake the immortal shot. He looked around, the sky was bright, and a large number of shrine buildings stood. This place is very large and majestic. In the space, it is also full of restrictions, dividing the divine court into pieces. Of course, where is the main court of God, how can it be bad, just seeing some buildings, let people feel the vast and magnificent. God of War, you led your team to sweep and advance from the edge of the main court, and I have other plans, and I will entrust this army to you to lead. After Xuanhuan finished his instructions, he disappeared in front of the God of War. Yes, I will fulfill His Majesty's orders. The God of War took the order and understood His Majesty's intention. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 991, The Lord's Court, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C992 Guyao Supreme. Of course, the God of War knew that His Majesty the God Emperor would not waste time searching for ordinary treasures. His purpose was to go to the Temple of the Gods and explore the core area of the God Court by the way. Let me do this kind of accumulation of resources for the Empire. The God of War led his team to search in the main court immediately. There are hundreds of millions of shrines in the Divine Court, which are incomparably large. Some places are places where experts live, and some places are places where resources are placed. What we are looking for is the place where the core of the treasure is placed. The God of War led people to blast open the temple continuously. In a shrine, a large number of dazzling lights flickered. There are actually pieces of dazzling armor, as well as sharp soldiers, which were worn by the soldiers of the year. Unfortunately, these armors have no effect on the Empire. God of War shook his head. As a god, he has his own standard armor, and he won't wear other people's armor casually. This should be a training ground. The God of War looked here. There were still powerful restrictions in the Court of God, but in front of the Supreme, it was very fragile. He kept blasting away, but he also discovered a lot of ore resources and medicinal pills. These ore pills are still useful for the Empire. God of War. The ruins of the main Divine Court are so large that even though many experts rushed in this time, they still looked empty. And this place has been closed since the gods suffered disasters, and a lot of treasures have been piled up here. Perhaps waiting for the day when the gods return, countless gods once again put on armor and took up weapons. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than a few days since the main court was born. Ha 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 ha, God of War Lord, there are so many immortal artifacts in this space, hundreds of them. Bringing back to the Empire is enough for us to equip a large number of strong people, and even the famous Shenming pill of the God Court we also got thousands of them. As much. The demon god laughed. Okay, the more resources the Empire has, the stronger it will be. Now in the Divine Dynasty, you and the Holy Inquisitor are most likely to become the Supreme Being. This time you killed the Demon King, and you have made great achievements. Your Majesty will focus on precious resources to train you to become the Supreme. God of War nodded. They did gain a lot this time. Supreme. Heavenly Demon God trembled fiercely. He dreamed of this realm, and when he saw the achievement of God of War, he was also envious. Your Majesty should be close to the core area of Divine Court now, let's go in that direction. When the God of War was shifting his position, his face suddenly changed, the breath of the other side, there should be a supreme battle there, but the people on the other side of the Shenzhou are haunted, they are everywhere, and every time the universe is in chaos, they will come out, if there is no special mysterious, can't be found, someone has swept them away. Siege. In the Divine Court, a majestic existence was roaring furiously. He was besieged by several masters and could not escape. On the other side of Shenzhou, what do you want to do, and you want to destroy a supreme? This is a god. He was very angry. He was walking well in the court of God, and suddenly encountered the siege of the other side of the Shenzhou, saying that he would be brought into the other side and exist forever. He is also very afraid of the other side of the Shenzhou, and he knows very well that this force exists too old, and they will always exist. The masters in the universe have changed one after another, but the other side of the Shenzhou is like eternity and has never disappeared. Going to the other side of me and being sheltered by my Lord is your glory. Don't be stubborn, gods and demons. The supreme indifference on the other side, they trapped this god and demon in the middle, and several people stood tall and played the secret method. Although this god and demon is supreme, the secret method on the other side is too strange, and he is also trapped in a predicament and it is difficult to escape. How can I be afraid of you when I cultivated to the gods and demons with the body of gods and demons? Don't be too presumptuous for the people on the other side. This god and demon was furious to the extreme. Around him, there are beams of light. It is also your honor to be called by my Lord on the other side. These people were indifferent. It's really an honor, your other side is too bold, and the Supreme dares to target it, it's really lawless. When the god of war came, he was extremely powerful and punched out with a punch, and the power of the great formation formed by the powerhouses on the other side was broken, and these people were also shaken out. Mars. Among these powerhouses on the other side, one of them went to the barbaric domain to deal with his supreme being that day, and said with an ugly face, "You became the supreme, do you want to interfere with the affairs of my other shore? What if I take care of it? This god is very unhappy when he sees you." The god of war looked at him coldly, he had no good impression of the other side, a group of people who hide their heads and show their tails. If your master of the other side is really courageous, then they will fight for the hegemony of the heavens in an upright manner, and only use this method, or in other words, he can't appear in the universe. Middle. God of war considers you ruthless this time. The powerhouses on the other side also know that although there are many of them, the god of war alone is too terrifying, and one person can sweep them away and leave the place immediately. For the other side of Shenzhou, the ruins in the divine court are nothing. They are not inferior to these resources. The strong people who enter the divine court are their prey. God of war sees this. God of war, I owe you a favor this time. This god and demon got out of trouble, said Guyao, supreme. The god of war recognized this god and demon and said with a smile, "You have also come to the main divine court. You should not be for the resources of the divine court, but for another purpose." "I do have a purpose." Guyaozuan said, "It's just that I can't think of it, that a proud person like you, the Emperor of Heaven can't recruit you, but he will turn to the gods of the gods, and now he has become the supreme. I am also surprised. Everything is impermanent, nothing is impossible." The god of war smiled and said, "Even I can join the Xinwu. Guyaozuan is not as good as you, and join the Xinwu, and take refuge with His Majesty the God Emperor. Now the universe is in chaos, not only there are the three major wars of the gods, but also the chaos on the other side of the Shenzhou. Even the Supreme Being is very dangerous. A powerful force, even if it is a chance to survive in the reincarnation catastrophe, will be greater." "I?" Supreme Guyao shook his head, "Forget it, I'm a god and demon, I'm used to being free and easy, I can't stand it, you hit you, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't have the mind to dominate the universe, but I remember your feelings. If you have a chance, you will definitely repay." He left here. The repayment of the gods and demons. The god of war said lightly, "Let's be free and easy." You want to be free and easy, but the situation will force you to be free and easy. Master God of War, the situation in the court of God is getting more and more complicated. Heavenly demons. It's really complicated. The three major divine courts, the other side of the Shenzhou, the Sea of Death, the forbidden land of ancient demons, and the hidden supreme are all gathered here. The God of War nodded, "But I know why Supreme Guyao came here. He is looking for another supreme god and demon. God suppressed the universe back then. He suppressed many strong people and swept away many evil rebels. Of course, his purpose was for his ambitious plans. Master God of War, what should we do next?" The demon god asked. "Take this road and push it all the way. Your Majesty is also approaching the main core of the divine court. While we plunder resources, we will reconcile with His Majesty. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 992 Gu Yao Supreme, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C993 Supreme Thunder Beast. Xuanhuan is walking in the main court at this time. He is indeed approaching the core area, but he is not in a hurry. Is God really dead? Xuanhuan said silently. Swish. He sensed that an extremely strong void force was blocking, and there was a huge area in front of him, and he stepped in immediately. With his current strength, he would not be afraid of some dangers. The brilliance in front of me has changed greatly. Here is a huge world, with valleys and rivers crisscrossing. But the interior was empty, and as far as his eyes could see, except for the natural environment, he didn't see anything. There. Xuanhuan was attracted by a movement, where lightning flashed and thundered, shaking the universe, and the lightning struck the top of this space, but it couldn't penetrate it. Pieces of runes isolated the fluctuations here. How many years has passed? Has anyone come again? Suddenly, a terrifying voice came out, brutal and brutal. A group of lightning was moving, and within the lightning, it turned out to be a living creature. It was covered in black scales, huge, and its tail was extremely long like a snake's tail, but it had the body of a vicious beast, and its sturdy limbs stood on the ground. There are sharp teeth in the mouth, and the thunder of destruction is emitting. This is a vicious beast. This fierce beast has a supreme aura, and it has reached the supreme cultivation level, which is extremely cruel. Its huge eyes were blood red, and the thick fishy aura transmitted and oppressed Xuanhuan's body. It's exciting to see someone come in. However, looking at the appearance of this fierce beast, it seems that it cannot leave here. Its violent bombardment just now wanted to break the barrier of this space, and being able to block a supreme beast here also showed the strength of God. Thunder Beast. Xuanhuan recognized the origin of the beast. Thunder Beast is an extremely violent and ferocious beast. They are born with immortal cultivation, and they like to manipulate thunder and lightning in an environment with thunder and lightning, and they are close to the elements of thunder, and the number is very rare. There are still people who know my origins. Weak human beings. Since the gods suffered disasters, no one has set foot here for a long time. It seems that there is a big chaos outside. Otherwise, no outsiders will set foot in the court of God. The Supreme Thunder Beast's eyes were rolling, and he said excitedly, "That means I can go out. Tell me the news from the outside world, what happened, and as compensation, I will happily give you a way to die." The Supreme Thunder Beast is very ferocious. A trapped beast. Xuanhuan said lightly. He was also attracted by the breath of the Supreme Thunder Beast and came here. What did you say? The Supreme Thunder Beast hates people saying it is a trapped beast. It hates this place. Whoever dares to mention this, it will eat whoever. Divine Beast Garden. Xuanhuan saw a stele and wrote 3 words in divine script. Obviously this is a place to raise divine beasts, just like a zoo, where many treasured divine beasts are imprisoned here. After eating you, I've been hungry for a long time. The Supreme Thunder Beast looked huge, but it was as fast as lightning. It rushed towards Xuanhuan in an instant, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to swallow it. Xuanhuan glanced at him, and with a bang, the Thunder Beast was blasted out directly. This man's strength is very strong. The Supreme Thunder Beast's eyes were startled, it sensed a bad breath, and even had a feeling of facing God, and suddenly a black thunder light rushed out of its mouth. Although I was imprisoned by the gods, so many years have also greatly increased my strength. I don't believe that under my godly thunder, you can be completely harmed. The Supreme Thunder Beast is confident. But the thunder and lightning dissipated, its eyes widened, and the seemingly insignificant human being in front of it was unscathed, and the thunder and lightning could not do anything to him. Want the power of lightning? Chu Yuan said softly. With a wave of his hand, the gate of heavenly thunder appeared, and thunder and lightning roared out from it, instantly submerging this divine beast garden. He stood here with a majestic imposing manner, like the god of all laws who controls everything. This portal. Greed suppresses the reverence for Chu Yuan, and the supreme thunder beast knows that if it has this portal, its strength will increase greatly, and it will be able to break through this goddamn beast garden. It roared and charged. But suddenly, a palm of the emperor slapped, the supreme Invincible, covering the supreme thunder beast, carrying the luck of the gods. The huge force immediately slapped it hard, slapped it to the ground, and suppressed it in place. God is lucky. The supreme thunder beast was terrified. You. Who are you? And there are people in the outside world who are trying to dominate the universe again. It did not expect that the person in front of him would be the Lord of the Divine Dynasty. The Lords of the Divine Dynasty can all compete for the dominance of the universe. Its eyes moved, and it was suppressed so much that it couldn't lift its scalp, and said cunningly, Your Majesty, what do you want to do? I know many secrets of the court. As long as you let me go and take me out of here, I can take you there. Get many treasures left by God. And play conspiracy. Chu Yuan said indifferently, How many secrets can a beast imprisoned in the divine beast garden know? But it can't get out. You. The supreme thunder beast was furious, but it did not dare to attack in front of Chu Yuan, and said in a low voice, I do know a lot. It is not that I am not strong, but the strength of God was too strong back then, and the General Supreme is not his opponent at all. There should have been other divine beasts in this divine beast park, not just you. Chu Yuan said. God was in trouble, no one gave me food, I was hungry, so I ate them all. The supreme thunder beast is still reminiscing about the taste of those divine beasts. It is really delicious. They are all cherished divine beasts collected by gods. Some of them can't be seen in the universe, and they have become food in its belly. You thunder beast. Chu Yuan shook his head. What is hungry? This place is full of vitality, how can the supreme be hungry? This thunder beast originally wanted to take advantage of the great calamity of the divine court, and plundered it fiercely, and greedily ate all those divine beasts, but it could not do without the divine beast garden. Your Majesty, what do you want to do? The supreme thunder beast said, As long as you let me out, I can kill for you, but I can't do it. Killing is very powerful. Very good, the thunder beasts of the supreme realm, starting today, will be my mounts. Chu Yuan moved his mind to accept the thunder beast. A thunder beast of the supreme realm, cruel and brutal, others could not subdue it, but Chu Yuan had enough confidence to suppress it and make it completely obey his own words. Let me be your mount. When the supreme thunder beast heard it, its scales burst and stood upright, and its tail slapped the ground violently. It is supreme, to actually become a person's mount, which is like a shame, making it dignified. Woo! The supreme thunder beast let out a low roar, it was very ferocious, and it burst out suddenly, trying to break free from the big hand that suppressed it. But Chu Yuan's hand was like the sky and the earth, suppressing it, which made the supreme thunder beast panic. It felt that it was not a single person, but an unshakable universe, which made it more and more uneasy. If you want to die, you can move. Chu Yuan was not accustomed to the supreme thunder beast, so he would completely obey his own orders by subduing it. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 993, Extreme Thunder Beast, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C994 Pantheon. The Supreme Thunder Beast roared. It was absolutely unwilling to be subdued by Chu Yuan. It would never be a slave. The blood glowing with lightning was left from it. Although it had the power of the Supreme, it seemed very powerless in the face of such a powerful existence that controlled an empire. Want to go out? Chu Yuan suddenly said. The Supreme Thunder Beast was stunned and nodded. A big hand tore at the sky above the divine beast garden, and suddenly the supreme thunder beast widened its eyes, and the prohibition that it could not rush out was broken with a gentle tear in front of the divine emperor. Roar! The supreme thunder beast roared angrily, and it rushed out of the gap. But when it was right, the powerful power of the emperor emerged from it. The scales on the supreme thunder beast rushed down, infiltrating the blood of thunder light, and then a hand fell, suppressing it to the ground. I won't surrender to you, you can kill me if you can. The supreme thunder beast shouted. It's very simple to want to die. With just one click, I can fulfill you. Since it can't be used by me, it can only be killed. Your flesh and blood soul may allow me to cultivate a supreme being in the empire. Xuanhuan looked at it with an indifferent expression. The human sovereign sword appeared in his hand, and the sword was aimed at the supreme thunder beast, and its life was about to end. No, do not want. Just as the human emperor sword was about to fall, the supreme thunder beast trembled in fear and roared in an unwilling voice, Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender to you and become the mount of the emperor. It was afraid, really afraid of death. If it was really not afraid of death, it would have ended itself long ago when God locked it in the divine beast garden. It really felt that this emperor was cold and ruthless. If he didn't know anything, he would really be beheaded by him and his flesh and soul would be extracted. It is humiliating to be a mount, but it is better to die than live. At the last moment. You made the most correct choice. Xuanhuan landed on the head of the supreme thunder beast with one hand, extracting its soul origin. Go, follow me to the temple of the gods. Xuanhuan stepped on the head of the supreme thunder beast and left the divine beast garden. I finally got out of this damn place. The supreme thunder beast roared excitedly and galloped between the heavens and the earth, but the existence of Shenrua universe on its head made it tremble violently. The strength of the Lord of the Divine Dynasty is too terrifying, and his temperament is too indifferent. Pantheon. The core area of the main temple. When the gods are glorious, the gods come to court, and the supreme gods of heaven and earth will worship him and regard him as the only master. Tens of thousands of gods are a multitude, thousands of gods are a multitude, and hundreds of millions of gods are a multitude. The pantheon is the place where the gods are housed. The magnificent and vast temples of the gods stand between the heavens and the earth, attracting everyone's attention, and the infinite divine light is radiating. In front of the pantheon, there is an extremely long staircase. The temple of the gods, when the gods are brilliant, it is a great honor to be able to enter the temple of the gods and have the throne. Time has not buried the splendor of the temples. Many people have come to the temples, standing under the stairs, worshipping the splendor of the temples, and there seems to be a stalwart figure of the canonized gods in their eyes. This is the surviving will of the gods left in the pantheon. God rules the gods. God against cosmic reincarnation. This is the domineering power of God. The temple of the gods. The Emperor Yuhua appeared here, he stared at the front, and said silently, God, I don't believe that you are really completely destroyed. Where are you planning a big conspiracy, the biggest conspiracy? Your power has spread to the whole universe. Inside, I already felt it. The temple of the gods. When the misty ancient emperor arrived, his eyes flickered. He had also competed with gods. Knowing his strength, in the age of gods, he was suppressed and breathless. Now in this era, he originally thought that Emperor Yuhua would be his biggest opponent, but he never thought that suddenly killing a god emperor of Shenwu would also have a feeling like facing the emperor of heaven and God. The two emperors each occupy one side, without making a move, but looking into the distance, waiting for the arrival of one person. Emperor Feather, Ancient Emperor Misty, and a god emperor of Shenwu are coming soon. The other supreme beings who came here looked vigilant, and they all gathered together to counter the pressure brought by the three great dynasties. I also know that the temple of the gods is the core place, and the gods may have left something here. His Majesty, the god emperor hasn't arrived yet? The god of war came, with doubts on his face. Both the Yuhua god emperor and the misty ancient emperor came, but Xuanhuan hadn't come yet. Of course, no one thought that something had happened to him, and there was no restriction in the divine court that could threaten him. Now, the gates of the temples are closed, and many strong people gather here, but they have not opened it, not because they don't want to, but because another respectable existence has not arrived. They are all waiting for the god emperor. Boom. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky, rolling thunder swept through the sky, and a ferocious and brutal beast breath filled the air. Go away, His Majesty the God Emperor is here, don't you retreat quickly. The roaring sound resounded, and the ferocious beast body of the supreme thunder beast appeared in front of the temple of the gods. With a loud bang, the airwaves trembled violently, unscrupulous. Its scarlet eyes stared at everyone, and everyone who came here as a master. It would be great if it was allowed to swallow more. Supreme Thunder Beast, a fierce beast captured by God back then. Seeing Thunder Beast, many people recognized its voice. At the beginning, this Thunder Beast roamed the universe and devoured many strong people. Later, it was captured by God and removed a major harm. I did not expect that it was still alive and appeared here. And many more. What is it saying, His Majesty, the God Emperor? On the top of Thunder Beast's head, a man wearing an emperor's robe appeared. His eyes squinted at the heavens, and he was majestic and majestic. See your Majesty. God of War knew, it turned out that His Majesty went to subdue this supreme Thunder Beast, and only arrived now. Only His Majesty, the God Emperor, can make this perverse and violent beast obedient. Looking at the supreme Thunder Beast, there is no place in their impression, that kind of brutal appearance, so good as a house cat. Thunder Beast was subdued by Xuanhuan God Emperor. The Emperor Xuanhuan subdued the supreme Thunder Beast and strengthened the strength of the Xuanhuan Empire again. The God of War and the Thunder Beast are the two supreme masters. No, some accounts can't be calculated like this. The God of War alone is comparable to several supreme beings. He became violent, and at all costs, even the misty ancient emperor can fight. There is another terrifying thing revealed in this. The strength of the Xuanhuan God Emperor is extremely strong, but the supreme being like the supreme Thunder Beast cannot subdue it. The battle of the world, Xuanhuan, is more and more scary. God Emperor Xuanhuan has become the focus of the scene. Since the Xuanhuan God Emperor has arrived, then I should also open the temples. Misty Ancient Emperor Road. It is good. Xuanhuan responded indifferently. The temple of the gods has not been so lively for a long time. Suddenly, the doors of the temples opened by themselves, and a voice came out. Although it was not big, it was shocking enough. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 994, The Temple of the Gods, 5 updates, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C995 Guardian. There are still people in the Temple of the Gods. This voice came out. Although it was calm, it was shocking. After all, the court of God was not a simple place. Immediately, his eyes converged into the temple of the gods, and he saw an old man dressed in gray, and a man dressed as an old servant walked out slowly. Although this person is very ordinary, the more ordinary he is, the most terrifying. Who is he? The crowd was amazed. The old man smiled, stood in front of the temple of the gods, looked at the crowd, and said with emotion, "In those days when the gods came to court, the universe worshipped gods, but now that the years have changed, do the gods still worship gods that way? God is gone, it is no longer the age of God. There are strong ones. This is a supreme being." Xuanhuan said lightly. When the supreme thunder beast saw him, he immediately bared his teeth and grinned. Thunder and lightning flashed wildly, and shouted, "I have seen him. He followed behind the gods back then. This old guy didn't die in the calamity, he is still alive, his life is hard enough." What? Who are you? Someone shouted. I forgot my name myself, and I'm just an old servant of God. One of the Supremes said that he was just an old servant, which was shocking, and the old man immediately said, You can call me a guardian of the gods, guarding the court of the gods. Guardian. He described himself as ordinary, but everyone did not underestimate him. This old man is a Supreme, said to be an old servant, but also for gods, his cultivation is stronger than ordinary Supreme. I understand, it's no wonder that the Lord God court was not found in the great Rift Valley of the burial god. It seems that it is because of this guardian of the gods. The weak will die if they enter here, and the General Supreme Court can't notice the appearance of the Lord God court. Someone suddenly realized. This time, the two god emperors launched a shocking confrontation. The power fluctuated too much, and the guardian of the gods couldn't hide it, and was torn apart. Guardian of the gods, this emperor is not interested in telling you more. Are you here to prevent us from entering the temples? The misty ancient emperor said indifferently. Piao ancient emperor, I know you, an ancient supreme. In this era, have you opened up a dynasty of gods? He swept his eyes and said, 3 gods are lucky. It seems that there are 3 great gods in the universe, and all 3 god emperors are here. The gods in the temples have not left anything. You go, you are not welcome here. You. Do you think it's possible to make the masters of the 3 great dynasties retreat with just a few words? Someone sneered. If you have to enter, I can't stop you, but you'd better consider the consequences. The guardian said in a low voice. He was really helpless. The lord of the divine dynasty was not something he could stop him, but no one noticed that there was a deep insidiousness deep in his eyes. Boom. The 3 god emperors will naturally not be afraid of the dangers in the temples. They are all trying to dominate the existence of the supreme master of the universe. Not to mention the absence of gods. Even if gods are there, they will fight against them. The 3 forces immediately bombarded, breaking the temples, and the infinite restrictions were collapsing. This is simply not caring about the existence of the power of God. The temples of the gods were broken. Light, I saw the existence of light, and there was a tyrannical existence in the outside world. Ha 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 ha, we can go out. After being trapped for so long, the goddamn God has imprisoned and suppressed us. Now that he is suffering, we can finally get out of here and gallop in the huge universe. God, you can't reproduce anymore. How arrogant you were back then, and we are still alive. At the moment when it was broken in the temple of the gods, many thoughts came out, and a strong breath was impacting, and there were incomparably powerful masters stepping out from the temple of the gods. There are thousands of these masters, even the weakest are immortal, and there are even many supreme breaths. Supreme Song-yi, he is still alive. Bloodthirsty ancient beast. Suit Songhai. Many of these powerhouses who emerged from the temples were recognized, which made people look astonished. I thought that these powerful beings were dead, but they were imprisoned in the temples. Your Majesty, when the gods fought in the universe, many masters were defeated by him, and they were obviously suppressed by him. Then after he became the master of the universe, he arrested many strong people and pushed many ancient places. It seems that they are all imprisoned in the crowd inside the temple. God of War knows some secrets. God imprisoned so many masters, what are they doing in the temples of the gods? The demon god asked. Indeed, in the age of gods, many masters disappeared, making the universe quiet for a period of time. In order to control the cycle of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said, God suppressed these masters in the temples of the gods, like an I formation, extracting their power to fight the calamity of the universe, but in fact, the gods are only one step away from success, and although the gods disappear, but I have a weird feeling that he seems to be everywhere, not that simple. It's really weird that God fails. God of War nodded. As Xuanhuan speculated, God suppressed these masters here to extract their power. In times of adversity, most of them lost their minds, and some were lucky enough to survive. The guardian of the gods is very helpless. These undead powerhouses have become the scourge of the Lord God court. He has no way to solve it. The guardians of the gods did not dare to release them casually. It's not that he is afraid of harming the universe, but that he can't suppress everything by himself, and he is afraid of completely destroying the ruins of the divine court. Now that the three major dynasties have discovered the remains of the main divine court, he feels that it is better to release them all, not to waste the power of the divine court, but also to muddy the water. This guardian of the gods is also a scourge. The supreme thunder beast said viciously, "It has no good impression of everything in divine court." Big brother. Xuanhuan realized that he saw a huge god and demon with a burly body and a fiery red body, like a stone armor wrapped in magma, and he was immediately happy. Ancient flame demon. He was also caught by the gods in the temple of the gods. Xuanhuan was very excited. The purpose of his entry into the court this time was to find the ancient flame god and demon. After seeing it, his heart was relieved. "Haha, Gu Yao, you are here too." Gu Yanshunma laughed. "This time I encountered an attack from the other side of the Shenzhou in the court of God. Fortunately, the god of war of the Xuanhuan dynasty shot, otherwise I would be in danger." "Gu Yao," said the Supreme Wei. "Mars." Gu Yanshunma immediately turned his attention to the god of war, and said in surprise, "God of war, you have also become a supreme, Xuanhuan dynasty, you actually joined other Shen dynasty, so who is this?" "God Emperor Xuanhu, His Majesty of my Xuanhuan dynasty." "God of war. I have seen the Emperor Xuanhu." Gu Yanshunma also respectfully said, "If it wasn't for the Divine Emperor entering the temples today, I would not be able to escape. It seems that I owe Xuanhu a favor." He's not stupid, he sees the situation on the field. "Kill this old thing." These powerhouses have been suppressed by the gods for so long, and they almost died after being drained of their strength. Now they are released, how brutal and cruel, and with their teeth and claws, they will tear the guardian of the gods alive. "Are you going to fight me to the death? Don't want to go out? Stupid things, look at the front, if you don't leave it this time, do you want to be suppressed again?" The guardian drank coldly. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 995 God Keeper, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C996 Princess. This old thing is right, it's hateful. He knew that he couldn't suppress us for a long time, so he let us out while he was in disorder, but he was also right, our strength has not returned to the peak, and none of the people who came here are not be kind. I'll let him go first this time, and I'll find him to settle accounts later. The most important thing now is to regain strength. If it weren't for the gathering of many powerhouses, they would definitely have torn apart the guardians of the gods, and they were also worried that these god emperors would catch them and refine them. "There are no treasures in the court of God, are you still leaving?" There was a smile on the face of the guardian of the gods, and he slowly said, "If the greatest wealth is these oppressors who have lost most of their power, arresting them may still have an effect on you. Please retreat, although the gods are not there, but the majesty still remains." Live. "Old man, you hate it." The oppressed roared. "There is a majestic seat in the temple, which is not destroyed." He walked over slowly, instead of sitting up, he knelt down. The majesty of the gods was condensed on it, and there was a vague god who still stared at the heavens and the universe. "This is the majesty of God. Although I'm not your opponent, but with the power left by God, you have to pay the price for your delusional attempt to completely destroy the court of God. God is immortal, and if you offend God, you will eventually be punished. He fears God. This throne is the one where the gods ruled over the gods back then, and it is also the core of the entire divine court. After releasing these people, there is no need to expend energy to suppress them, and he can fully mobilize the power to bless himself." The misty ancient emperor frowned. The strength of this guardian of the gods is not weak, and he has the blessing of the power of the gods. It is really troublesome to deal with him. The most important thing is, even if you kill him, what benefits can you get? It is nothing more than a broken main court. And this broken main court still has the will of God, and it is indeed as the guardian of the gods said, there is no value here. He looked at the Emperor Yuhua and the Emperor Xuanhuan. See how they do it. Welcome away from the throne and leave the battlefield to them. The guardian of the gods dare not touch the throne. He also knew that he couldn't contend with the current situation in the universe, and sighed softly. The glory that belonged to the gods was gone, and even people from the temples dared to call. Who dared back then? When the gods are at their peak, the Supreme must kneel on him. However, he firmly believes that God is not dead, but will eventually return. When God reappears in the universe, it will be the period in which he will forever dominate the reincarnation of the heavens and the earth. These three great divine dynasties will all be destroyed, and there will not be one of them. At this time a divine voice sounded, and hundreds of people appeared, men and women, lined up on both sides, wearing divine clothes, and the weakest were immortal. They came before the throne with reverence on their faces. This is the servant of God. Someone shouted. The so-called servants of gods are the guards around the gods, who defend the majesty of gods, and those who can be servants of gods must be the best existences. Among the hundreds of people, Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly focused on a woman. She was very young and had a delicate face, but this was not the most important thing. The appearance of this woman gradually overlapped with a person in his memory. Chu Chenxue. The princess of Shenwu Shenqiao. The eldest princess was born in the morning snow, so she was named Chu Chenxue. Although he has never seen the eldest princess, it does not mean that he does not know what the eldest princess looks like. Back then, the eldest princess left Da very early. Chu Yuan also found her after unification eternity, but unfortunately there is no trace. In his opinion, she may have died, or she may have entered a mysterious place. But now, Chu Chenxue actually appeared in the divine court and became a divine attendant. Chu Yuan understood that the eternal world was originally the site of the eternal world lord, and the eldest princess was most likely sent to the divine court by the formation in the eternal world, so he never found it. Chu Chenxue. Chu Yuan suddenly said. However, when he called out this name, the eldest princess didn't react at all, and only worshipped God in her eyes. Chu Yuan is not surprised. The belief of the eldest princess must have forgotten her memory because of the guardian of the gods. Guardian, you can't go. Chu Yuan said. God Emperor Xuanhuan, what else do you have to do? Keep God humane. You have to stay with this God. Chu Yuan said. Why did the Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly call for a servant? Everyone is weird. God's servant is the guard of God. What do you want to do, God Emperor Xuanhuan? The guardian of the gods looked very unhappy. A god attendant was nothing, but if the god attendant was left, the majesty of the god would not be needed. He firmly believes that God does not die and exists in this universe. Because the god attendant in your mouth is the eldest princess of our god's dynasty, my eldest imperial sister, you let my eldest imperial sister serve as your god servant. Do you think I do not exist? Chu Yuan said coldly. What, there is such a thing? Everyone was shocked. The servants of becoming gods have all given their soul beliefs to the great gods. They no longer belong to themselves, but only belong to gods. Even if I hand over the servants of gods to you, it is just an empty shell. The guardians did not expect such a thing to happen. This woman knew that soon after she became a servant of God, she was sent to the court of God by the formation that God left in the universe. Although the gods have fallen, after all, this universe has no past, and arrays have been set up everywhere, and sometimes there will be accidental intrusions. Each god attendant is to be selected from countless people, and there are hundreds of thousands of people at the same time as this woman. God was gone, and he still did not forget to cultivate the divine servants in the divine court. He cultivated these hundreds of divine servants one by one over a long period of time, in order to welcome the return of God. And the process of cultivating a God servant is cruel and bloody, just like raising a gu. There is no shortage of resources in the main court, and the flow of time is also different from the outside world. This woman was killed out of this group of hundreds of thousands of people. Only one of her survived, and he was cultivated to the realm of immortality. I know that their memory and souls have been sealed on the throne. Xuanhuan said indifferently, breaking the throne will naturally bring back the memory of my eldest sister's soul. God Emperor Xuanhuan, you dare! The guardian of the gods shouted angrily. He could even sacrifice his life for his belief in God. He didn't even dare to touch the throne himself, so he wanted to cultivate the servants of the gods. Now, some people are madly saying that they want to break the throne. Not even if he is the lord of the divine dynasty. When the gods ruled, they also destroyed forces comparable to the dynasty of gods. My eldest sister's soul belief is also under your control. This alone is a death penalty. Xuanhuan is too domineering. Although he didn't have much affection for Chu Chenxue, after all, he was his eldest sister, the eldest princess of the divine dynasty. For many years, Chu Chenyao and the Queen Mother wanted to find the eldest princess. He fears nothing. Ding. The current branch has been released to regain the soul of Chu Chenxue's faith. Ding. The current branch has been released, control the domain of God. 2 consecutive side quests were released. God Emperor Xuanhuan is about to take action, and deal with the guardian of the gods. The divine light lingers, and the supreme humanity suppresses the will of the gods. Xuanhuan stepped, his eyes focused on the guardian of the gods, for the current God Emperor's shot at the court. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 996 The Princess, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C997 Xinguang Ocean. The blasphemer. The guardian trembled with anger. God's majesty cannot be violated. God is majestic and cannot be blasphemed. You can also control the eldest princess of the Shen dynasty, let alone you, even if God is alive. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, stepped on the pace of solitaire, and stepped towards the guardian of the gods. As soon as he attacked, the unparalleled divine vigor and fortune rolled and condensed, and the brilliance of the moment swept across in an instant. You haven't really swept the heavens and become the master of the universe. The guardian of the gods shouted. The throne of God glowed, and the entire divine court had the power to bless him, so that he still had the appearance of an old servant at this moment, and the glorious existence was like a god reappearing. The guardian of the gods has the blessing of the power of the gods, and it is very difficult for me to deal with him, second only to the level of the Lord of the gods, but his opponent is the God Emperor. The god of war was alert and glanced around. Boom! The sky-shattering explosion sounded, the aftermath swept through violently, a large area of the divine court was destroyed, countless restrictions were shattered, and many treasures were blown to ashes. Xuanhuan's power controls the heaven and the earth. Although the guardian of the gods is brilliant, he is now running the gate of light, and the endless rays of light are submerged. The weak can only see a glorious existence, wielding the power of killing the world. The power of light. The guardian of the gods is not afraid, he wants to tear apart the power of light of Xuanhuan. But after the light is infinite darkness, 2 completely different powers appear at the same time in a strange gesture, making the guardian of the gods' face change. What kind of attribute power is controlled by this God Emperor? Light and darkened attacked, the guardian of the gods was under extreme pressure. The bombing sounded, and even with the blessing of the divine court, he was still directly knocked out. If I hadn't had the blessing of the divine court, I would have lost a few moves in front of him. The guardian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Emperor Feathering and the ancient Emperor Piamiao have not taken action yet, but they will definitely take action when Xuanhuan seizes the greatest interests, and there is no need to question this. God formation. The light from the sky rushed out. As the court of God, how could the defense here be weak? He instilled his power, and from the seat of the god, a godlike figure emerged. He stepped on the steps of the god and struck Xuanhuan. Even if this power is only left by a will, with the help of the remaining power of the court, the people here still feel that God is unstoppable. Xuanhuan is also showing the power of the overlord, fighting with this will and not falling behind. God's will is indeed powerful, but Xuanhuan is where his real body is, and God is long gone. Destroy this throne. The throne in front of him is a powerful treasure, but Xuanhuan does not need it. He wants to break it and release the memory and soul that the eldest princess has been sealed up, and he will not want the throne of God. His terrifying big hand grabs it, carries a big slaughter, and will destroy it. You dare! The guardian of the gods roars, how can the throne of the gods be broken? He roared and rushed over, his whole body dazzling. This was burning the supreme divine power, attacking frantically, desperate. He wanted to use fierce means, desperately fight with Xuanhuan, and also protect the throne of God. Xuanhuan Jun is in the world, his eyes are indifferent to the extreme, and he doesn't care about the madness of the guardian of the gods. An old servant under God's command dared to challenge his dignity. His supreme supernatural powers revolved, and the reincarnation of heaven and earth suddenly enveloped the guardian of the gods. Immediately, the guardian of the gods noticed a great terror, and it was as if the power of the universe exploded on him, blowing him into blood. With the blessing of the power of the gods, he is still not the opponent of the God Emperor. This is not surprising to everyone. After all, if there is no such strength, Yuhuashan dynasty has already flattened Shenwushan dynasty. The guardian of the gods rushed again, but he didn't start to be indifferent, his eyes were blood red. Xuanhuan's hand shook, with a shocking power, his mana was swept away, and when he pointed it, he was able to slash with a big cutting technique, and slashed at the guardian of the gods, cutting a deep blood mark on his chest. God! The guardian shouted. On the throne of God, there is once again a vast concentration of will. It's no use calling the sky. But Xuanhuan attacked, a door of sealing appeared, and the dense sealing gods appeared, sealing the throne. Chuchenshue was also protected by the sealing power of the sealing gate. When the matter in the divine realm was over, Xuanhuan would help her restore her memory and soul. And the moment this shrine was grabbed by Xuanhuan, the foundations of the temples collapsed, rumbling, and the force impacted, creating a chain reaction. Immediately, he saw a dazzling divine light rushing out of the torn earth fissure. Ocean of light. Many strong people were shocked. This sea of divine light is an extremely strong and pure power. In those days, countless divine court people would soak in the sea of divine light to increase their cultivation. In the depths of the entire main divine court, it was submerged by the sea of divine light. Ocean of light. When Xuanhuan saw the ocean of divine light, a force was also shrouded in it, as if to control all the ocean of divine light. You can't let him control the ocean of light, or he can let more powerhouses grow in strength. The Emperor Feather shouted. He must never be in control, his power is getting more and more uncontrollable. If it is said, the misty ancient emperor is afraid of the conspiracy of the feathering god emperor. Then facing the Emperor Shenwu, it was entirely because of his strength. But it is more mysterious and uncontrollable than God and Heavenly Emperor, and it is necessary to limit Shenwu. Your Majesty wants to use shocking means, we will attack, don't let others interfere with His Majesty. The god of war rose into the sky and looked at the misty ancient emperor. God of war dares to fight with me on your own account. The misty ancient emperor shouted fiercely. Haha, what do I dare not, although I am the lord of the divine dynasty, but you have not yet controlled the universe. I will dare to fight." The god of war laughed. "The realm of the misty ancient emperor is much higher than him, and his strength is stronger than him, but he is not trying to defeat this person. As long as he can block it, don't let him interfere with the emperor." "You wanna die?" the misty ancient emperor shouted fiercely. Although he is not as powerful as the Emperor Yuhua, he is still the Emperor of God. He attacked, and the two of them suddenly reached the sky high in the sky. For the active provocation of the god of war, the anger of the misty ancient emperor was like a river, terrifyingly submerged. Bang bang bang. The hand-to-hand fluctuations that make ordinary supreme beings tremble madly pass. "Ha ha ha, be happy." The god of war shouted happily. This hearty battle was exactly what he wanted. Although the god of war is strong, he is also suppressed by the misty ancient emperor. He is being beaten, not an opponent. He is supporting it with a will. After all, one is the lord of the gods, and the other is just a warlord of the gods, and his status is not there. A level, but dare to fight the misty ancient emperor. You can also see his strength. Look, the god of war is furious. He is burning his own power frantically, just like before, ignoring the injury, just like a mad beast, completely ignoring it. Isn't he afraid of damaging the supreme foundation that he just broke through? Perhaps he's not worried at all. There are too many mysterious means under the control of the god emperor. Indeed, the god of war is not an opponent of the misty ancient emperor at all. However, in order to prevent the misty ancient emperor from interfering with Xuanhuan, he adopted a blood-for-blood play. Just as these people thought, Xuanhuan gave him the only tube of the supreme god potion, so that he could have a chance to unscrupulously exert his power. It's enough to stop you for a while. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 997 Xuanhuan Ocean, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C998 What you do is against. It seems that the misty ancient emperor was blocked by the god of war and could not join the battlefield in a short time. For God Emperor Xuanhuan. The misty god dynasty also came to a supreme, and looked at the supreme with a heavy hammer from the Yuhua god dynasty. Yun Chongxiao was seriously injured before, so he could only bully the immortal, and it was difficult for him to intervene in the supreme battle. "Hey, your opponent is me." The supreme thunder beast was ferocious. It spewed thunder and rushed over immediately. It had been imprisoned in the divine beast garden for too long before, and was beaten by the god emperor. It has long been violent to the extreme. Now that there is a war, there is no reason not to fight. "You bastard." The heavy hammer supreme smashed the back of the supreme thunder beast with a hammer, bursting into the sky with sparks. But the supreme thunder beast just shook his head and didn't care. "Do you only have this power? Your power can only tickle me. Come again, I've been itching for a long time, give me a few more." Hearing the words of the supreme thunder beast, the hammer supreme's face was not good looking. "Humph." The supreme being of the misty god dynasty held a giant axe and rushed over. But the supreme thunder beast opened its mouth, and there was a faint existence of the heavenly thunder gate, condensing the boundless thunder force, and suddenly swallowed it. Like a thunder cannon, this time it blasted out, and the supreme being of the misty god dynasty also flew upside down. This is naturally Xuanhuan's heavenly thunder gate, and it is temporarily handed over to the supreme thunder beast to use it so that it can block other supremes' troubles to him. The battlefield here is not to be expected anymore. "Brother, what should we do?" Gu Yaozuan looked at the ancient flame gods and demons. "It's not that we owe God Emperor Xuanhuan the favor, we will return it to him at this time." Gu Yanshanma said lightly, "The Emperor Xuanhuan is kind to me. We will not take action against the emperor, but we will also block some troubles for the emperor." His words are ambiguous. But the meaning is also very clear, that is to stand on the side of the Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's invincibility of Xuanhuan gave him a great shock. Although he didn't want to join any forces, he was willing to give some kindness to Xuanhuan dynasty. Even if he ruled the heavens in the future, he would still remember the friendship between his two brothers. Although he is a demon, he also knows how to be a human being. Blogs, I want you to die. The guardians are also drinking. This old guy has been injured by the Emperor Xuanhuan before, and it is difficult to manipulate the power of the court at this moment. Don't you want to take revenge? Eat his supreme flesh and drink his supreme blood to restore a little vitality. The ancient flame gods and demons also hated the guardians of the gods. Ha ha ha, yes, this old guy is weak, take revenge on him fiercely. Yes, let him know how powerful we are, and he has to pay the price for suppressing us for so long. Eat his flesh and drink his blood. These people have been imprisoned for a long time, and they are as violent as the supreme thunder beast. They did not dare to join the battle of the gods at will, but they still dared to bully the guardians of the gods in the past, and rushed over immediately. You. The guardian of the gods is really inexhaustible, but there is no way to do it, and he has been reduced to the point of being bullied by this group of people. Don't interfere, casually. Although there were some scattered supremes present, they all shook their heads when they saw such a battle. They don't want to get involved casually, and it's no good for them to offend either party. What if you unite the universe? As supremes, they know where to avoid the 9 cosmic cycles you rule. This is the second time that Xuanhuan has faced off against the Emperor Yuhua. As soon as the two fought, a shocking wave swept out, and all kinds of gods danced, interpreting the peak duel in the universe. Boom! The Emperor Yuhua slammed the palm of Xuanhuan's face. But Xuanhuan also stretched out his palm, and with a block, he blocked this move, and then he teleported. The Yin and Yang universe was cast in his hand, and the two portals collided at the same time. The Emperor Yuhua's power was surging, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Xuanhuan's power. The duel between the two emperors showed their amazing power. Great chaos! Xuanhuan made a move, but the Emperor Yuhua seemed very calm. He resisted the chaos from the Great Chaos technique. Xuanhuan shook his head. Although he now has the power to fight against the Emperor Yuhua, there is still a gap in his realm. He can only resist. It is impossible to defeat him. Unless he really breaks through to the supreme realm. After the establishment of the God dynasty, the growth of the God dynasty's luck every day will increase his strength, but he is still a little short of the supreme. Once he reaches the supreme, he can truly suppress the Emperor Yuhua. God Emperor Xuanhuan, you are really unpredictable, Xuanhuan, I will not let you control it. The Emperor Yuhua made a fierce attack. He doesn't really value Xuanhuan too much, but he won't let his opponent take it. Really? You can't stop what I want to do. Xuanhuan slashed out with one move and attacked brazenly. And he is also secretly running another power. Xuanhuan, you are the biggest opponent of my domination of the heavens. The Ascension God Emperor waved the Ascension Divine Sword, and Xuanhuan objected if he wanted to do it. Immediately, the Divine Sword radiated brilliant light, ripples swept through, and the vast power spread out in the main divine court. The power of these feathers is condensing, colorful and dazzling, and the petals fall, dazzling but deadly. The chains of feathering gods are condensing, densely packed. These divine chains have the function of blocking mana, and these divine chains are not just ordinary power, they are woven into runes with countless substances and integrated into the mana. The power of the feathering god emperor has reached the level of good fortune. Feathering soars. Blocking Xuanhuan with chains, the Emperor Yuhua let the Yuhua divine sword shine with the most dazzling sword light. When his sword fell, the supreme would tremble, and he would be transformed into a part of the sword's power. Along the way, he has transformed too many strong men. At this moment, he also used a sword of true heritage. The sword of the God Emperor Yuhua is unstoppable. He can't become the God Emperor of Xuanhuan, but it is enough to deplete his mana, and he will be unable to control the god realm after that. Some people were horrified, seeing the horror of the power of this sword. Humanity is supreme power. Xuanhuan's face was extremely indifferent. The other person's emperor sword was raised, and he was not afraid of any feathering divine sword at all, and the human emperor sword, the supreme divine weapon, was the reason why Xuanhuan was still able to fight against him even though his realm was much lower than that of the Emperor Yuhuan. The supreme level artifact is too terrifying, especially when the 9 attributes are completely unsealed, and the power of blessing is too strong. A sword was cut out, shocking the world, and the chains of gods collapsed one after another. Boom! Slashing on the feathering divine sword, the sword was like a broken metal block, and the feathering rune smashed to the ground and splattered all around. The feathered divine sword actually collapsed during the duel. The Emperor Feather's expression changed slightly. His feathering divine sword is not a real physical sword, but a sword of energy runes. Although breaking it once is nothing to the feathering divine sword, it shows that his sword is far inferior to the sword of the divine Emperor Xuanhuan. What is the quality of his sword? In an instant, the feathered divine sword condensed again. But at this time, at the moment when he was defeated by the runes of the feathering divine sword, Xuanhuan raised the black and yellow book, and the shadow of a huge black and yellow book appeared in the sky of the gods, shrouding it. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record this time. Chapter 998, What You Have to Do is Against, 4th update, reading record, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C999 Control the Realm. At the moment when the human sovereign sword shattered the feathered divine sword, the power of the supreme divine weapon appeared. Xuanhuan seized the instant time, and the long-brewed Xianhuangshu was unexpected, and suddenly covered the domain of the gods, and wanted to collect it into a page of the universe. This goddess. No matter how calm people are, the expressions on their faces are changing at this moment. Xuanhuangshu is not an ordinary fetish, it can absorb other realms, take it as its own, and enrich its power. Emperor Yuhua wanted to break his head, but he didn't know where Xuanhuangshu came from. He had never seen it in this universe. And this power, he noticed, was too strong, and God's domain would be taken away. However, Xuanhuan would not give God Emperor Yuhua time to think. The only person in the field who could prevent him from occupying the God realm was God Emperor Yuhua. Other people's emperor swords slashed continuously, and what erupted was not sword energy, but supreme majesty. Even a powerhouse like the Emperor Yuhua felt oppression. He clearly felt that this person's realm was much lower than him, but with the supreme power that broke out from this sword, he forcibly leveled the gap with him. Boom! The beam shot into the sky, and the divine realm was oppressed by the Xianhuangshu. There were beams of light in the vertical and horizontal directions, condensing a larger figure, and there was a monstrous majesty that controlled the gods. Ha ha ha, blasphemer, you have blasphemed God, and the power of God in the court of God broke out. The guardian laughed. Blasphemy? Xuanhuan was calm and composed. He looked down at the god realm, looked down on the world, swung his sword and waved. The holy emperor of humanity, the power spread, and the power of God was forced in an instant. With his feet in the sky, he made a pressing gesture with his hands. The mysterious yellow book is sinking, and the divine realm is being taken in. No, this space is under control and belongs to the Emperor Xuanhuan. Can't stay here any longer. The Emperor Yuhua couldn't stop him from controlling the realm of the gods at this moment. What kind of divine weapon is this? It is too terrifying. Once God's domain is under the control of God Emperor Xuanhuan, it's like catching a turtle in an urn. The existence of God Emperor Yuhua is not afraid, but we will suffer, and we will be killed by him and refined into his power. They can all see that once Xuanhuangshu absorbs God's domain, its power will increase greatly. The first gods to leave are those who do not belong to the powerhouses of the 3 dynasties. Human sovereign sacred sword, supreme, the world is reincarnated. Xuanhuan once again slashed a sword at the Emperor Yuhua, and the power of reincarnation appeared. He also constructed a universe belonging to Xuanhuan in this Xuanhuan book, in which the Emperor Yuhua was judged by Xuanhuan. The Emperor Feather's expression moved. He saw the horror of this move, so he did not choose to fight recklessly, but also left the god's domain, letting Xuanhuan smashed it with a single sword. In the masters who can appear in the universe, there are not many people who can compete with me. You are indeed very powerful, Shenwu Shendi, and even the realm of the gods will be controlled by you, but the things of gods are not so easy to take. Feathering God Emperor Dao. He was afraid of the human sovereign sword in Xuanhuan's hand. Are you reminding me? Xuanhuan's brilliance is infinite, and his body is getting taller and taller, exuding a breathtaking power, like the emperor of all living beings, indifferently said, but you don't have such good intentions, you have too many conspiracies, I don't like it. All conspiracies are for the sake of results, and it is natural to use any means to win. The Emperor Yuhua knew that many people hated his conspiracy. Yes? The vast force came again. Xuanhuan slashed out of the realm with one sword, and he and the Emperor's sword were one, a supremely terrifying force. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were slashed, and the endless void was shattered, sweeping out the whistling dimensional torrent. The feathered God Emperor, the feathered divine sword split, is the rune power of the sky. Leave God's domain. At the moment when Xuanhuan and Emperor Yuhua were fighting each other, the people who were still stranded here quickly fled out on the eve of Xuanhuangshu's about to take in the divine realm. Ordinary supremes do not dare to fight in the heaven and earth controlled by Xuanhuan. Boom! The strength of the two people fought against each other, and the shocking waves broke out again. The mysterious yellow book flashed light and spread out in the universe, but the divine realm was no longer a pure divine realm. It was contained in the profound yellow book, and it no longer belonged to the divine court, but a part of the territory controlled by the Shenwu god dynasty. The guardians of the gods are torn apart. The throne of the gods was deprived by the Emperor Shenwu, and even this divine realm was gone. Fight again. At this moment, Xuanhuan is not simply standing in the realm of the gods, but stepping on the Xuanhuan book, the human emperor sword pointed at the Emperor Yuhua, and deliberately said, I haven't completely controlled this realm of the gods, just simply accommodate it, you are still shooting. Destruction can be prevented. You are cruel enough. The Emperor Yuhua was silent for a moment, but in the end he didn't make a move. The Emperor Feather retreated. It is unstoppable that God's domain is charged by Xuanhuangshu. Even for him, the battle between heaven and earth controlled by Xuanhuan will be greatly suppressed. And God's domain is not easy to take. He saw that accepting God's domain will enhance the power of this book, but this is where God's court was back then, and it is a deadly poison. The powerhouses of the Age of Gods are not dead yet. Even the Emperor Yuhua has left. There is no reason for other people to leave. In their opinion, this god realm is actually of little value. The treasures left in the god court have already been searched when they came in. What he got was nothing but a ruin left over from the Age of Gods. The guardian of the gods had red eyes and left. He couldn't die here. He had to defend God's majesty and wait for God's return. Ding! The host completes the side quests, controls the divine realm, and obtains 2 million fate points, the immortal artifact advanced card, the supernatural power fruit X2048, the immortal divine crystal X2, the wood spirit warlord X1, and the random lottery chance X1. The wood spirit warrior is one of the 5 element warriors that belongs to the same category as the golden spirit warrior. Take the divine realm as a page of the universe. In the divine realm is a turbulent ocean of divine light, which can be extracted and trained to master. Xuanhuan said. God Emperor Shenwu, my brother and I will take our leave for now. Gu Yanshanma was shocked when he saw the God Emperor duel. He bowed his hand to Xuanhuan in the god realm. Okay, I have remembered the attitudes of the two of you today. The Xuanhuan dynasty welcomes the two of you at any time. If the two encounter a disaster that they cannot contend with, the door here will also be opened for the two of you. Xuanhuan nodded. Thank you, God Emperor Xuanwu. Gu Yan and Gu Yao are two gods and demons. Unfortunately, the two gods and demons cannot be used by me. I know that these two gods and demons are not weak among the two gods and demons, especially Gu Yan, who is also strong among the supreme. The war god's breath fluctuated violently at this moment, and he returned to Xuanhuan's side, covered in scars. Fortunately, the battle did not drag on for a long time. Although he lost a lot of his source, before taking the supreme god healing potion, he could use other divine pills to recuperate. This kind of potion is very precious, and it can make him unbridled to burst into battle. Return to the Empire. Xuanhuan looked at the eldest princess in the door of the seal and wanted to restore her soul and memory. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 999 Control the Divine Realm, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1000 Not Calm. God of War. In front of Xuanhuan was the throne of the gods and the eldest princess, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was sealed by the door of sealing. Just let me restore your soul, and the belief in God will also be deprived. The princess of the god dynasty cannot believe in God. Xuanhuan said lightly. He slapped the throne of the gods with his palm, and the throne was shattered in an instant. There were many light clusters in it that flew out, all of which were sealed by the guardians of the gods. Among these light clusters, Xuanhuan grabbed the palm of his hand, and the one belonging to the eldest princess immediately fell on top of Xuanhuan's head. Deprivation. With a grasp of his palm, a ball of light was drawn out. This was a forcibly instilled belief in God, and now he has to draw it out in the bombardment of his power. Fortunately, it is not the gods who cast their mana in person, otherwise the gods will be hard to save, and they will serve the gods forever, and the power of the guardians of the gods is not enough. After Xuanhuan finished all this, he quietly waited for the eldest princess to recover. Father, mother. After a while, the eldest princess opened her eyes and said this sentence. The two memories are converging, the self that belongs to her is reuniting, the memory from the great Wu dynasty and the memory of becoming a god servant are intermingling, giving her a splitting headache. Ding. The host completes the side quest and gets 200 fate points, Immortal Artifact Advance Card, Divine Ability Fruit X 2048, Immortal Divine Crystal X2, Immortal Divine Healing Potion X1, Water Spirit Warrior X1, and Random Lottery Chance X1. The system prompts. At this time, the eldest princess suddenly looked at Xuanhuan, and said in surprise, "Where is this place? Who are you? Who are you?" She is the eldest princess of the Dao dynasty, but she left too early. At that time, the dynasty was not really established, and the previous emperor was still fighting. Later, she entered the court of God, and she didn't know everything after that. Include. I have never seen Xuanhuan. Eldest queen. Although Xuanhuan was also very unfamiliar with Xuanhuan, he still said with a smile, "This is your home, the Xuanwu dynasty, the second emperor and Qinshi are also here, you can understand it as the Great Wu dynasty." Xuanwu dynasty? You are Xuanwu god emperor. Xuanhuan was unfamiliar and vigilant, filled with a strong disbelief, unable to connect with her memory. Although she lost herself in the years of becoming a servant of the gods, the guardian of the gods also told her a lot of knowledge, so she naturally knew what kind of power the gods were, and that was the existence of the mega-universe. Ordinary supreme beings are not qualified to establish a god dynasty. And the Dao in her memory, she knew too well, was just a dynasty at the bottom of the big world. She waved her hand with immortal cultivation, and the whole world would be destroyed. She left too early, and there was no memory of Chu Yuan and Chu Chenxi in her memory. I'll take you to meet a few people, Chu Yuan said. Chu Chenxi nodded and followed Chu Yuan away. God's garden. Brother Yuan, this time you asked your mother and Chen Shi to come over. What's the matter? Chu Chenyao was confused. Second Huangjia, look who's here. Chu Yuan asked Chu Chenyao to look at a person who entered the Imperial Palace garden. Big sister. Chu Chenyao's eyes widened. Morning snow. The Queen Mother was also shocked. Although many years have passed, the eldest princess and the past have not changed, they are still the same, but there is more vicissitudes of time in her eyes. Mother. Chen Yao. Seeing these two people, Chu Chenxi no longer had any doubts, it was indeed her mother and her younger sister, Chu Chenyao. It turns out that all this is true. Dao has become the Xuanhu God dynasty, and the Xuanhu God Emperor is the Yuan younger brother I have never seen before. I can still see you. When the father died, it was Yuan's younger brother Wan Tianqing. Chu Chenyao sighed. Unexpectedly, His Majesty really had to find the eldest princess, except for the late emperor who died a long time ago, all gathered here. God Emperor, I never imagined such a thing would happen. The former emperor died. Chu Chenxi was sad, she was not filial, and said, although I have become immortal, it is nothing compared to the changes in Xuanhu. Instead of Chu Chenyao's calmness in front of Chu Yuan, she felt suppressed and restrained. After all, what is in front of her is the God Emperor of the divine dynasty, who is overwhelming the existence of the Supreme Being, and she and Chu Yuan have never met. Eldest Huangjia doesn't need to be arrogant. Being able to get out of the God support goo is an achievement in itself. You can feel at ease in the gods. Chu Yuan saw Chu Chenxi's restraint towards him, and said with a smile, I'm here for the battle outside. Although Chu Chenxi found it by accident, there are still many things in the divine dynasty that need to be handled by Chu Yuan. The 3 5-element warriors, 3 different brilliants, are blending with each other. This is the gathering of the power of the 5 elements. Under Chu Yuan's experiment, they actually united and were able to exert the imperfect 5 elements domain, barely able to compete with the supreme. If the 5 warlords appear together, they can exert the power to overwhelm the ordinary, supreme. Chu Yuan said. What he cares most about is the divine realm that has just been contained in the Xuanhuan book. God, does your will still want to make trouble in the court of God? Chu Yuan stepped into the realm of the gods, he looked around, swept away fiercely, felt the power of the gods remaining here, as if it was about to recover, and suddenly he slammed the human emperor sword on the foundation of the temple of the gods. A humane supreme power is spreading. Bang bang bang. God's will is breaking down. With this sword, the will of God will also be suppressed by him. There is a huge divine realm in the Xuanhuan book, which is 10 times stronger than the demon realm. The Xuanhuan commander is evolving and will soon have the supreme power. The more worlds and domains that Xuanhuan Shu absorbs, the more powerful they will become. As an artifact spirit, the Xuanhuan commander will also grow in strength. The number of supremes in his empire is still too small. I want to reach the supreme realm as soon as possible. Chu Yuan practiced with the spirit of the gods. After the gods had more supreme powerhouses, the terrifying and majestic gods were promoting the growth of his realm, and he had long reached the limit of the immortal realm. Now he still lacks a strength to get him out of the immortal predicament. Time is fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, it is the 57th year of Xuanhu. This year, the universe was not peaceful, and many strong men ran out of the temple, causing terrifying blood in many places. The 3 major dynasties also took action, suppressing these powerhouses again, and many people were arrested, forcing them to fight for the 3 dynasties. In Xuanhu, many masters have grown in this year. To Chu Yuan's surprise, Li Jianqing realized his supreme domain with Tianqi Jianhe, and became a pseudo-vendor in the gods. And this year, there were also many people who took refuge in Xuanhuan, including the pseudo-Zun. Without him, his combat power in the Lord God court is too dazzling. Many people know that in such a big world, only by relying on the stronger can they have a chance to survive. Your Majesty, the Yuhua divine dynasty gathers troops in the frontier of our divine dynasty. According to the news, the Yuhua divine emperor personally led the army. This time, there are more troops gathered in the divine realm. Among them, there are many unfamiliar powerhouses. This is to attack Xuanhuan head-on. The god of war had a solemn expression and reported to Xuanhuan. It has only been a year since the first battle of the divine realm, and the Emperor Yuhua has gathered a larger army and used the heritage of the divine dynasty to launch the war, and the speed is not unpleasant. This is the time that I don't want to develop. Xuanhuan saw the thoughts of the Emperor Yuhua, but he was not surprised. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 1000 is not calm, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1001 Do everything. The situation resurfaced, and the war broke out. Xuanhuan can't wait to want the development of thousands of years, but Yuhuashan dynasty will not give it to him. As a divine dynasty that has developed for many years, time is not very important to them anymore. And the Xuanhuan god dynasty is changing with each passing day. As the person in power, the Emperor Yuhua can of course see the growth of Xuanhuan's strength and will not give them time. The whole army went out to fight, and the Emperor Yuhua personally took the lead. This is to force me to take action. If he doesn't go to the front line, no one can stop the Emperor Yuhua. This is the other party's sinister intentions, making him unable to stay in the empire safely. The Xuanhuan army itself is in a state of combat readiness and can attack at any time. Thunder beasts are in battle. The god of war arrived at the place where the thunder beast rested. There was a huge thunder pond, and when he saw the thunder beast sleeping in it, he patted its head. Who dares to pat this supreme's head? Thunder Beast was furious, and when he saw that the god of war had arrived, he immediately shrank his head. This person is too violent. After he came to Xuanhuan, he also provoked the god of war, and as a result, he was severely beaten. Your Majesty has an order, the whole army will go to the frontier of the god dynasty to meet the Yuhua god dynasty. God of war. There's going to be another battle. The Thunder Beast muttered, and immediately became excited, but there will be countless masters in the battle, and I can swallow them. Go on. Xuanhuan had to go on an expedition, and the Emperor Yuhua did not give him time to cultivate and squeezed his cultivation. And Xuanhuan didn't care about it, his cultivation itself did not depend on time to grind slowly. He was standing on the ancient chariot, and the heavenly tiger demon, who had reached the 3rd level of immortality, pulled the chariot for him. Battle. Fight. Fight. The morale of the army is boiling. He roared the sky, quickly transported to the frontier with luck, and then the army marched, and soon saw the army gathered by the Ascension God dynasty, densely packed, several times more than in the god's domain. The Emperor Yuhua was brilliant, and when he saw the arrival of the Xuanhuan army, he smiled. The Xuanhuan emperor has arrived, and under my attack, he has no way not to take action. The very helpless choice is to make the Xuanhuan divine emperor exhausted, without giving him time to calm down. The conquest of Xuanhuan cannot be stopped for a moment, and the attack will continue. Your Majesty, for us, the biggest threat is still this Xuanhuan dynasty. Yun Chongxiao has recovered, and he is standing beside the Emperor Yuhua. The Misty Divine Dynasty has never been a threat to me. When the gods collapse, Misty will be destroyed, and they will dominate the universe, and they will gain huge benefits. For this day, I have been planning for too long. The Emperor Yuhua said indifferently, Xuanhuan will die, and Yuhua will be brilliant. Xuanhuan must die. Xuanhuan must die. Xuanhuan must die. The sound of impacting the sky also roared out, and the Ascension God made great fanfare, and it was almost time to use the background. War. The Chunyuan army stopped. Immediately under the command of the commanders at all levels, set up the camp and prepare to fight at any time. The two god emperors don't need to say anything and go to war directly. In order to compete for the only cosmic overlord, it is already an eternal enemy of life and death. There are several unfamiliar powerhouses in the Yuhua divine army. I have never seen them before. This is the hidden supreme of Yuhua, God of War. He knew that these strange supreme beings were used against him. Although Xuanhuan Supreme is few, he and Thunder Beast are both extremely powerful. It takes a number to suppress them. This is also the place where the Emperor Yuhua has a headache. If there is no God of War, it will be much easier to attack Xuanhuan. He doesn't mind forming an absolute scale and besieging the Emperor Xuanhuan. The horn sounded. The battle is on. As soon as the army arrived on the scene, after the two sides set up their positions, they immediately launched an attack. Various weapons of war were slammed against each other. Fight with this god. The god of war came out, and the other party's supreme also came over. Chunyuan looked at the fierce battle situation in the field, and then looked at the Emperor Yuhua, and said indifferently, "Yuhua, although you have gathered an army, but you want to use such an offensive to defeat our army, I am afraid you can't do it, nothing more than it's just an increase in killing on both sides." "I know." The Emperor Yuhua responded. "You're playing a conspiracy this time. I know clearly that you are fighting in person. The real purpose is not to defeat the army, but to attack, so that I can't suppress the dynasty, and you are behind me. This is the real conspiracy of the Ascension God Emperor. Many people can see this. The drunkard's intention is not the wine." Emperor Yuhua forced Chunyuan to passively participate in the war, and his real purpose was to steal his home, so that Chunyuan's luck would collapse and his strength would be weakened. The misty ancient emperor did not participate in the war, and he also guessed the intention of the feathering god emperor. He didn't make a move either. After all, the current Xuanhuan is too powerful, and it's time to beat them to weaken their strength. Misty Ancient Emperor is playing the way of balance. Chunyuan and Yuhua both seized his mind, looked for opportunities, and completely defeated each other. "I can't hide anything from you." The Emperor Yuhua didn't care, his strategy had been achieved, the Emperor Xuanhuan was present, the God of War and the Supreme Thunder Beast had come, and they were dragged into the quagmire of war and could not escape. Of course, he also thought that the Emperor Xuanhuan would not come. It doesn't matter, if he doesn't come, he will lead the army all the way into the hinterland of Xuanhuan, which can also collapse your luck. No matter what you do, it's not a good choice for Chunyuan. Of course, he would rather Chunyuan fight, after all, to really enter the opponent's divine dynasty, the luck he received is too great. Emperor Misty can't help you. After all, he wants to play a balance. If he is strong, he suppresses me. If you are strong, he suppresses you. Chunyuan saw through everything and said, "The one who is trying to attack behind me will not be the supreme being of your Ascension God dynasty. If you want to attack the core of a divine dynasty, you must make a supreme shot." The Ascension God dynasty naturally has a hidden supreme power, but this is a power that cannot be mobilized casually. When he leads the army, he must also stick to his own god capital, otherwise he will likely be stolen. Don't forget, Chunyuan is not the only enemy of God Emperor Yuhua. In fact, the misty ancient emperor also hoped that the supreme beings of Yuhua would come out and attack the Xuanhuan Shendu. At the same time, he brought people to attack the Yuhua Shendu, causing great damage and severely weakening the strength of both of them. War is inherently omnipotent, and any conspiracy will be staged in turn. Neither Chunyuan nor the Emperor Yuhua did anything, and they knew very well that it would be meaningless for them to hit a cosmic reincarnation without destroying the other party's divine fortune, and they couldn't help each other. The battle of the God dynasty is the battle to destroy the luck. Accepting a broken god's domain is a wrong choice you made. The Emperor Yuhua said to himself, I have already restrained Xuanhu here, and you have already started it. God's domain is not so delicious, and many people who believe in God are not dead. You accept God's domain, of course, you can increase your strength, but it's not a good choice. Boom. Xuanhuan suddenly felt that God's luck was in turmoil, and he was attacked. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 1001 is omnipotent, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1002 Assault on the Gods. Xuanhuan had a very clear view of God Emperor Ascension's conspiracy, but he had to come here to stop him in the current situation. Also in his heart, God Emperor Ascension was the biggest threat to his unification of the heavens. The frontier frontline battle is in full swing, and within the Xuanhu dynasty, it is not calm. Xuanhu. 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended outside the capital of the gods, and 3 supreme powerhouses appeared, one of whom was Gueha Supreme, and the other was the guardian of the gods. It is not surprising that Gueha Supreme and the guardian of the gods appeared. They all suffered a big loss from Xuanhuan. The other had an unfamiliar face. Xuyu, you once worshipped God, you were a warrior under God's command, and it was only under God's guidance that you broke through to the supreme realm. Now that the throne of the gods has been destroyed, and the realm of the gods has been taken away, you are a believer in gods, we're going to take it back. Keep God humane. Although God has suffered misfortune, as the ruler of the unified universe, how could he not believe in his existence? This Tiao is a supreme being in the court of gods, who was summoned by the guardian of the gods, and came here. After God suffered, I have been hiding in God's tomb, waiting for God's return. Yu looked at Xuanhu. Yes, God will return. The guardians do not doubt this. Haha, the 2 of you will destroy the Xuanhu and destroy his destiny. Don't worry about the Xuanhu Emperor. He is contained and cannot come back. Today, let his center bloom. Gueha Supreme laughed happily. He definitely doesn't mind adding fuel to the fire. In his eyes, he would rather let the Emperor Yuhua become the final winner than the Emperor Xuanhu. The land of the gods is also where you can be presumptuous. An angry voice came out, and the gods were angry and scolded when they saw the 3 supreme beings descend. Today, all of your gods will be stained with blood and turned into ruins. God Emperor Xuanhu is too arrogant. If he doesn't die, who will die? Gueha Supreme shouted. To take back the court of God, let the blasphemer suffer the price. The guardian of the gods drink hard. This is the reason why the Emperor Yuhua knew that God's domain being controlled by Xuanhu would enhance their strength and retreated, because doing so would cause the anger and hatred of the large number of followers of the gods. However, Xuanhuan doesn't care. If God's domain is swallowed, Commander Xuanhuan can have the real supreme strength. Audacious and bold, if your majesty is here, you guys would dare to come to the capital of God. God shouted to the strong. Don't talk nonsense with them. Yu said in a voice, let's take action together, destroy the capital of his gods, and destroy the national fortune of Xuanhu. The 3 sovereigns took a step forward at the same time, and the sovereign's power was rolling like a tide. Even if they were suppressed by luck in the territory of Xuanhu, they were still extremely formidable, and they pushed out terrifying power in their hands. Without the protection of the Supreme Being, the gods will be destroyed. Gueha Supreme self-confidence. He wants to let the Emperor Xuanhu suffer the price of wanton behavior. There is my guardian angel. Commander Xuanhuan did not participate in the battle on the front line, but stayed in the gods to guard. With the power of the Supreme, he suddenly resisted the bombardment of the 3 Supremes. It is also the supreme power. They suddenly saw Commander Xuanhuan, and their expressions changed. The Xuanhuan book fell into the hands of the Xuanhuan commander, turning the pages one by one, the spiritual realm, the demon realm, the divine realm. Many kinds of universes are contained in one book. The sky is Xian, the earth is the emperor, and condensed into Xuanhuan universe. Are God's domain. The guardian gods and Chu Yu were angry when they saw the realm of the gods. They naturally saw that the commander Xuanhuan was the spirit of this book, and he was able to achieve the supreme power entirely by accepting the realm of the gods. Blast him. A supreme shot, they don't care, they can't guard the angry attack of the three supreme. The world is trembling, the universe is collapsing, but God has the power of luck to protect it, unshakable. The three shadows also slowly walked out from the capital of the gods. The three colors and the three wars will be shrouded in the power of the national fortune, and the fluctuations of the five elements are spreading. It's just a few fake venerables, nothing to be afraid of. Gueha Supreme does not care about Tiao. But the three of the five spirit warriors attacked at the same time, and the three of them were naturally inferior to the real Supreme, but in the gods, they were not afraid of the Supreme, and immediately, the power of the domain shrouded Gueha Supreme. Dare to stop the deity. Gueha Supreme slapped vigorously. His face was so ugly that the strength of these three generals was indeed not very strong, but the realm they formed made it difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. Commander Xuanhuan, holding the Xuanhuan book, bravely took the lead, guarded the capital of the gods, and fought against the guardian gods and Chu Yu. Just like the power of the guardian of the gods in the court of God that day, the power of the gods was mobilized, and the strength was greatly increased. The commander of Xuanhuan also had this advantage, and he had the power of luck of the gods. I tried to break the dynasty of God, but His Majesty has already left behind. The powerhouses of the God dynasty watched the battle, and the powerhouses who stayed in the capital immediately shouted, Xuanwu is eternal, the God Emperor is invincible, everyone contributes their strength to enhance the national fortune, the Yuhua God Emperor cannot defeat His Majesty by frontal means, he is just playing a conspiracy. The means, Xuanwu will win. Xuanwu is eternal, God Emperor is invincible, Xuanwu will win. At this moment, the national fortunes of every place in the territory of the God dynasty are being mobilized. The boundless national fortunes and the long rivers of humanistic chi fortune converged together, and they suddenly overwhelmed the mountains, like a storm sweeping the universe, rumbling and drowning toward the three supreme beings. Unparalleled fluctuations, even the supreme, will feel small in the terrifying storm of national fortune. A long river of humanity is flowing, and at the call of the people, a great existence appears. This is the incarnation of luck, and the power of the people gives him infinite power. The Xuanhu Empire's belief in the people and the manipulation of the power of the national movement has reached this level. The guardian of the gods also felt shocked. This is different from the coming of the gods. Xuanhu is a country, and everyone, even the weakest, can contribute to the fortune of the country. The Xuanhuan commander controls the Xuanhuan universe, the Zuan Wangshu suppresses it, and the heavy power of heaven and earth makes the guardian gods and Chu Yu retreat again and again. Gueha Supreme was also shouting angrily, the frenzy of national fortune swept him, and the three generals were also restricting his movements. Before they came, they would not have thought that there were still some hidden forces guarding the gods, so that their attack on the gods was not affected by the previous estimates. Since the most powerful god is hard to break, we will destroy other places. The three supreme beings know very well that they have the power of divine youth and luck, and they can't help Xuanhuan commander. Instead of fighting to the death in the gods, they quickly moved the battlefield. With their supreme power, they were determined to lose face, and the gods would feel very uncomfortable. National fortunes are mobilizing. In the territory of the divine dynasty, it was possible to teleport immediately. Commander Xuanhuan and the three warlords were rapidly moving, preventing the destruction of the three supreme beings, waiting for the end of the frontline battle and the return of His Majesty the God Emperor. Can't let them wreak havoc. Commander Xuanhuan is also alive. This is the task assigned to him by His Majesty. Seeing the three supreme beings in the territory, he is extremely angry and pursues them again and again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1002 Assault on the Divine Capital, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1003 Step into the Sea of Death. Invincible and the strongest God-level selection system, find the latest chapter. The three supreme beings were ravaged in the territory of Xuanhuan. Although they were surrounded and intercepted by Commander Xuanhuan, and protected by national fortune, the three of them were not separated. Together, they still caused great trouble to the divine dynasty. As long as the Xuanhuan God Emperor does not come back, they will never stop. Haha, that's it, destroying the national destiny of Xuanhuan. In order to deal with Xuanhuan, they no longer care what means they use, as long as they can hit each other. Hateful. These three people are like mice, scurrying around, and they do not have a head-on conflict with Commander Xuanhuan. There is only one purpose, which is to destroy. The people of the Xuanhuan dynasty were extremely angry, but the top powerhouses were all on the front lines, and there was no way to take them. Although the loss is not huge, the three supreme beings are destroying, which makes people very sick and uncomfortable. On the front line, the Xuanhuan Legion that was fighting the Yuhua Shenjun suddenly retreated. And the withdrawal was very thorough, leaving a large empty star field. The three of Gueha's supreme heard that the Xuanhuan army gave up the outer star field, and the army retreated, thinking that their destruction in the rear had had an effect, and immediately left. They did not dare to collide with the Xuanhuan God Emperor. What is the Emperor Xuanhuan trying to do? The retreat of the Xuanhuan army made Yuhua Shenchao dare not attack at will. Na Yun Chongxiao guessed, could it be that the three of Gueha's actions made the Emperor Xuanhuan choose to retreat, and he knew that continuing to be on the front line would be unfavorable to the kingdom of God, so he wanted to concentrate his strength, break the Shendu area, and fight us. They fought each other, but their top powerhouses didn't lose much. It's like opening your fingers and clenching your fist. A strong man said, a finger is fragile, but clenching your fist is stronger. If we directly attack Xuanhuan Shendu, our own damage will not be small. My suggestion is that the army gradually block the Xuanhuan area, and the Xuanhuan dynasty will be blocked. Very difficult, they have too many cards, it is unpredictable. You can't give them time to develop, they have to break through, you also said. They have a lot of cards. Yun Chongxiao objected. Since the Xuanhuan Emperor's army suddenly retreated, I decided that the army would continue to besiege Xuanhuan, and those who survived in Xuanhuan should also make use of it, close the encirclement, and strangle Xuanhuan. Yun Chongxiao is a bit right, and I can't let Xuanhuan continue to develop. Time. The Emperor Yuhua looked uneasy, but there is always an uneasy feeling in my heart. Xuanhuan seems to be planning something. This person is not simple, he is too mysterious. Keep an eye on him. If I don't understand his actions for a day, I will feel uneasy. Your Majesty, the Misty Ancient Emperor also led the army to act. Emperor Misty is trying to balance the situation again? Don't worry about him, the biggest opponent is still Xuanhuan. If there is no absolute strength, he will think about balancing the battle situation. Xuanhuan is too strong, which is a big problem for him. Leaving aside the Emperor Xuanhuan himself, in his divine dynasty, there are three supreme rulers, the God of War, the Thunder Beast, and the Xuanhuan. And he didn't know whether he had hidden power or not. What does Xuanhuan want to do now? The Emperor Feather is thinking. Death at sea. A figure that reigned over the world appeared here. He stepped on a thunder beast, his eyes were cold and stern, and he glanced around. Supreme Gueha, you want to die? Chu Yuan asked the army to return to the area of Shendu, but he came to the Sea of Death with the goal of Gueha Supreme. The Supreme Thunder Beast roared recklessly. The divine thunder that it destroyed spreads out towards the surroundings, smashing the star field of the Sea of Death piece by piece, tearing apart the gray fog, and submerging it in the field of lightning. God Emperor Xuanhuan, what do you want to do when you come to the Sea of Death if you don't fight with the Emperor Yuhua? When the enemy descended, even a supreme being in the Sea of Death could not calm down, and many spiritual thoughts fell, staring at him closely. Supreme Gueha, get out and die. The Supreme Thunder Beast provoked loudly. Gueha is not here. I want to find Gueha to find it elsewhere. Don't be presumptuous in my Death Sea, even if you are the master of the dynasty. The Death Sea is not afraid of you. Don't break the peace here. The Supreme replied. Really? Is he really not here? Xuanhuan was cold. The Emperor's sword of others was suddenly cut off, the Sea of Death was about to crack, the infinite space was broken, and a figure appeared, who was not Gueha Supreme. When Xuanhuan returned with his army, he hid himself in the Sea of Death, knowing that he was not his opponent. For me, you actually found the Sea of Death. Gueha Supreme looked a little ugly. At this juncture, he even came to the Sea of Death in person, but he was not Gai Tianzi, and he would not be afraid of him in the Sea of Death. Shenwu, are you here to kill a supreme being? A gray-robed figure appeared in the Sea of Death. He was an extremely ancient powerhouse. He felt Xuanhuan's murderous aura and a gesture of destroying the Sea of Death, and he had to show up. The Sea of Death is the place where all the venerables hide from the world. I don't want to participate in your struggle. You can fight as you like in the universe. Shenwu, you retreat. In the future, we will restrain Gueha from interfering in your war. The old man before now also shook his head. God Emperor Shenwu was murderous, he felt the cold from his bones and soul, and he knew that Gueha Supreme's actions had angered him, and he came with the will to kill him. He told Gueha, let them fight the war in the universe, and they will escape the world in the Sea of Death. The Shenwu God Emperor is not easy to mess with. But Gueha didn't listen, and now he was beaten to the door. Haha, let's go, we can hand over Gueha, he can also be called Supreme, if the God Emperor is not there, he will destroy it. Now that the God Emperor is here, he will be scared like a reptile, bah. The Supreme Thunder Beast screamed wildly. You bastard! Gueha Supreme roared. He trembled in fear of the God Emperor, which did not mean that he was afraid of the Supreme Thunder Beast. Oh, your Majesty is here, you dare to yell at me, I ate you. The Supreme Thunder Beast continued to shout. Zhensi, who wants to come out and stop me from killing him? I have no interest in fighting with your death, but someone forced me to take action. Holding the human sovereign sword, Xuanhuan glanced indifferently at the supreme being that appeared here. These supreme beings are silent, perhaps it is a mistake. It is true that Gueha Supreme has gone too far. At the stage of the war between the Shenwu Shen dynasty and the Yuhua Shen dynasty, suddenly rushing into the rear of others, this is a worse behavior than joining the Yuhua Shen dynasty directly in the front line. If it weren't for the gods and martial arts, the gods would all be destroyed. As the lord of the divine dynasty, this kind of behavior is really unbearable. However, Shenwu openly stepped into the Sea of Death, and in front of them, he wanted to behead a supreme being, which made their face a bit difficult. Shenwu, do you really have to do it? There is a supreme way. Haha, this God Emperor is mad, let's take action together. We want to trample the face of the Supreme, everyone take action together, trap him here, and when the Emperor of Feathering comes, he will be dead. Gueha Supreme shouted loudly. Gueha, are you trying to destroy the Sea of Death? The old man hated and disliked the supreme being of the returning sea. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1003 Stepping into the Dead Sea Again. And you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1004, Go to the Grave. Invincible and the Strongest God-Level Selection System, find the latest chapter. The faces of the Supremes of the Dead Sea are not good-looking. Part of it was because of the arrival of the Emperor Shenwu, and part of it was because of Gueha Supreme's words. This Gueha is really stupid, How can there be such a stupid supreme in the world, and he wants to bring in the Emperor Yuhua. You must know that the strength of these two god emperors is not comparable to that of ordinary supreme beings. If they are allowed to fight, the Sea of Death will be destroyed. If they are involved in it, they will also die. Unless the owner of the Dead Sea shows up. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the void around Gueha Supreme rumbled and shattered, and a powerful mana impacted. Gueha Supreme immediately suffered a blow. The old man's eyes trembled. This is the second time he has seen the Emperor Xuanhu. But it was the first time that his strength was much stronger, of course, when the divine dynasty was first established, and now after the continuous battles, the luck has more than doubled, and he has been practicing hard for many years. Xuanhu, do you want to attack me in the Sea of Death? Gueha Supreme roared and shouted, everyone shot together, he dares to shoot in the Sea of Death, this is not to take me in the eyes. God Emperor Xuanhu, you should retreat. The old man shook his head and sighed. Who dares to stop? Xuanhuan's words are very clear, he is going to kill Gueha Supreme today, and whoever dares to stop him, he will kill whoever. Under Xuanhuan's attack, Gueha Supreme did his best to resist, but he was not the opponent of the God Emperor. With just a few moves, he was covered in blood, and the whole body of Supreme would collapse. This kind of strength is too strong. Gueha, burial heaven. Gueha Supreme struggled, a long river appeared, buried in the heaven and earth, he fought back, soared into the sky, the mana palm gathered torrents, the supreme mana manifested, and rumbled. Around Xuanhuan, all the youth disappeared and was buried. But Xuanhuan stood majestically in these ultimate moves, his face was indifferent to the extreme, infinite power washed over him, the sky was torn apart and he didn't move. Suddenly, he rushed out of the reincarnation of heaven and earth, shattering the supreme power of Gueha, and instantly reached his body, and the giant hand that dominated the heaven and earth slammed and slapped it. What? Gueha Supreme screamed, and the pain swept over his soul. This kind of power changed the faces of the deities in the Sea of Death. Although they didn't blast them, they sensed the terror that the world was under control and that they were in a cycle of reincarnation. With such strength, only the owner of the Dead Sea can stop him. The old man trembled. However, he had never seen the owner of the Dead Sea, let alone who he was. He had not appeared for many years. Xuanhuan waved his hand again, countless lightning bolts shot out, and condensed pieces of lightning runes, like a meteor impact, which continuously exploded on Gueha Supreme, and then suppressed him in the depths of the void. Wave to suppress Supreme, his strength is too strong. No one in the Sea of Death dared to do anything at will. After all, they are not complete forces, and there is no unified command. They gathered together to avoid the great calamity of reincarnation and fight against the conquest of the great supreme rulers in the universe. Ah! Lords, let's take action together. If I am beheaded by him, he will push over and kill you all one by one. This is the best chance to deal with him. Gueha Supreme howled loudly. Who dares to come? Xuanhuan stared coldly, glanced coldly, and the cold murderous aura instantly extinguished the minds of the lords. Boom! Xuanhuan still maintained a fierce and incomparable attack. His strong and domineering made the Dead Sea Lords dare not shoot casually. They all knew that even if they did, they would not leave him, and they would even be severely injured in the counterattack. Boom! Gueha Supreme was blown away again, his body was blurred, and he no longer had the power of the previous Supreme. At this moment, he was extremely afraid. Haha, do you regret it? The Supreme Thunder Beast roared, staring at the Supreme of the Dead Sea with big eyes. Gueha Supreme really regretted it very much. He did not expect the daring of the Xuanhu God Emperor and went directly to the Sea of Death. Xuanhuan stepped on Gueha Supreme's back, crushed him, and the dignified Supreme was trampled under his feet. This scene refreshed the consensus of many people. All the venerables of the Sea of Death were trembling with fear, and no one came forward for Gueha Supreme. Xuanhuan, you must die. Gueha Supreme was beaten again and again, vomited blood, and was extremely weak. No one helped him. He had seen his own death, laughed in despair, and issued his most vicious curse. Curse? Xuanhuan didn't care about that. The cursed gates are controlled by him. Xuanhuan raised his hand, and the human sovereign sword slashed with one sword, cutting him into two halves. If Gueha Supreme could die in the hands of the supreme human sovereign sword, it would not be a loss in this life, and his twisted two halves still remained. Struggling. Great phagocytosis. Xuanhuan used the great devouring technique to devour Gueha Supreme. Immediately, he felt that the door of the supreme realm was close at hand. It seemed that he could push it open with a wave of his hand, but it was still lacking. It doesn't matter, just kill a few more supremes. Xuanhuan glanced at the lords of the Sea of Death. The killing intent made them take a few steps back, and then watched the Emperor Xuanhuan leave the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was silent. After a long time, the old man sighed and shook his head. Gueha is dead. He died, and the supreme divine body was swallowed up. It's too miserable. There is a supreme nod. Of course, they also understand that this is Gueha's own self-inflicted suffering. Others go to war on the front line. If you want to steal your home, any hero who dominates the heavens can't bear it. If the God Emperor of Xuanhuan came to the Sea of Death in order to kill the Supreme, these supreme beings would not be patient, and they would burst into action one after another. These situations are different. It's a loss in itself. After destroying it in the back of others, he swaggered back to the Sea of Death to seek shelter, hoping that other Supremes could stop the strong enemy for him, and even pay the price of their lives. These Supremes will not do these things for Gueha. This is also his own responsibility. We have said earlier that the situation in the universe has changed drastically. Don't get involved in any wars, just live our days in the Sea of Death. Everyone gathers together and survives the great calamity of reincarnation, but he will not listen to Gueha. Reckless actions lead to murder. There are also Supremes who are angry. This is a face of death, their faces are swollen, but they are also afraid of the opponent's invincible strength, for fear that they will become the second Gueha. Although they are supreme, this era does not belong to them after all. Now is the era of Xuanhuan hegemony, and they seem to see a picture of an invincible existence that dominates the heavens and the universe. This picture is real. In front of the strongest, even the strongest should bow their heads. Where will the Emperor Xuanhuan go next? After being silent for a long time, they calmed their minds and guessed the movements of the Emperor Xuanhuan. God's tomb. Suddenly, the Supreme Being woke up. He thought of the tomb of the gods, and had already guessed where the God Emperor Xuanhuan was going next. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1004, Going to the Tomb of God, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1005 Domineering. Invincible and the strongest God-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Back to the tomb. Xuanhuan has come many times, but each time his mentality is completely different. He stood in the air, looking down at the tomb of God. Although flowers have been opened in the universe, the place of the divine tomb is still calm, and the breath of death is hovering. It is an excellent place to sleep, and there are many ancient beings sleeping here. His arrival broke the peace here. Boom! He bombarded with mana, 2 tombs exploded, and 2 people were blown out. It was Shou Shen and Chuyu. After they were destroyed by the Xuanhuan dynasty, they also fled directly back to the Tomb of the Gods. God Emperor Xuanhuan, you actually killed directly in the Tomb of the Gods. The guardian of the gods saw Xuanhuan, and while panicking, he gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Xuanhuan, what are you trying to do? Do you want to kill people in the tomb of God? Break the peace here. There was a supreme being buried here in the tomb of the gods, also to avoid the catastrophe of the universe. The arrival of Xuanhuan, the terrifying aura of the supreme humane, broke their slumber. The graves are shaking, and thoughts are floating. I came here to kill only 2 people, one guardian of the gods, one Tiao, and you continue to sleep in your sleep. Don't appear in front of my eyes, it has nothing to do with you. Xuanhuan looked at the tomb of the gods, and did not care about the other supreme beings in the tomb, and spoke domineering words. You are arrogant. The supreme being in the tomb of the gods is angry. This person is simply too arrogant and presumptuous to ignore them. However, this person is also too powerful, and it is difficult for them to breathe when the aura is suppressed. This power is like the master of the universe. Ordinary people who dared to speak to them like this would have died a long time ago, but in the face of God Emperor Xuanhuan, they were suppressed. Who dares to appear? Who dares to help them? Xuanhuan's voice was cold and emotionless, and a sword light swept away at will, flattening a grave. Don't disturb our slumber. The powerhouses in the tomb of the gods were softened. Some knew that Qiyu had been born, and they were summoned by the guardians of the gods to fight against the Xuanhuan dynasty, causing great trouble to Xuanhuan. Others came to retaliate. And the supreme being who is sleeping in the tomb of God himself is difficult to take action because of all kinds of difficulties, and he does not want to intervene in their battles. The strong people loyal to God are all over the world, all waiting for the resurrection of God to return. Even if you kill us in the tomb of God today, the ministry of God will not let you go. There are people who guard God everywhere in this world. Yu was very calm. He knew that the supreme beings in the tomb of the gods had nothing to do with them and would not help them. In other words, they are afraid of the power of the God Emperor. How many come, how much I destroy, those who oppose Xuanhuan are my enemies. Xuanhuan stood with his hands behind his back, unparalleled domineering, his breath shook the universe. See, even if the gods reappear, what if they become my enemies? They will be destroyed. The blasphemer. There are no words to describe the hatred of the guardian of the gods for the God Emperor Xuanhuan. He and Yu clenched their fists tightly, and they knew how powerful this person was. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, it would be difficult for them to be opponents. This was no longer something ordinary supremes could fight against. Yes, those who resist the God Emperor deserve to die. The Supreme Thunder Beast said violently, this guy Gueha is already dead, and it will be the 2 of you next. Gueha is dead. The faces of the 2 of them changed. The frontline battle changed that day. They knew that Gueha had returned to the Sea of Death, but this person had already gone to the Sea of Death first and killed the Supreme Gueha. Qiyu took action, delayed the time, and expanded the movement. Although the Supreme Being in the tomb will not help us, we must let the Emperor Yuhua know that he is here, and Yuhua will not let him go and watch him slaughter arbitrarily. Keep God humane. Their savior was only the Emperor Yuhua. Go. Yu took action. Back then, he was the supreme being of the divine court, and Sui God had seen the glory of the divine court. In his heart, he was also determined that God would not die, and he would return at some important time. Your Majesty, I will deal with him. The supreme thunder beast barked and roared. I alone is enough, you stand by the side. Xuanhuan said. Okay, let's see who dares to come forward at this moment. I will level his grave and blow his bones to ashes. The ferocious big eyes of the supreme thunder beast looked around, and its thunder light rapidly spread around. This beast. The supreme anger in the tomb of the gods. But also know that the supreme thunder beast is very strong, restrains death, and it has a good and powerful master who uses his mighty fox to fake tiger might. God's conquest. Yu drank. His supreme mana permeated, and suddenly there seemed to be countless shadows appearing, holding a long spear, sending out a neat flood of killing, this killing was like countless divine court troops carrying extremely mighty power to attack and kill. But around Xuanhuan, the power of humanity is condensing. If there are countless armies of human emperors, in the moment of confrontation, his conquest of the gods will be broken. The guardian of the gods came, his whole body glowing, he pushed his hands, and a god seed appeared, and all his power was surrounding the god, and the god's shadow bombed and killed, and the huge god's hand pressed down. God's power. The supreme trembling in the tomb of God. But Xuanhuan didn't care, the terrifying aura erupted, he dominated countless human beings, and was a magnificent human emperor in the world. He also smashed the throne with one hand of his own. His power overwhelms the gods. The supremes in the tomb of the gods all felt that this was a great human emperor coming over. He was fighting against the power of God. Every blow in the past had the power of the gods and martial arts, and controlled everything in the field. Fight. The guardian god and Yu both fought hard, burning divine power, and two supreme powers rushed out of the sea of death, and saw two shocking beings in the universe, which seemed to be a signal, like a beacon fire and wolf smoke. Damn, they are going to destroy the tomb of the gods, and many existences that have been sleeping to the depths will wake up because of this. The supreme beings in the divine tomb were furious. They didn't care about the grievances between Xuanhuan and the two. They only cared about whether their sleeping place would be disturbed. One by one, cosmic reincarnation, cosmic catastrophe time after time, how many powerhouses are buried in the tomb of the gods can't be said. Supreme movement. This is the movement of the Supreme's burning divine power, and he does not hesitate to waste the source. This is because the Supreme is desperately trying. Where did it come from? It seems that in the universe, there are two supreme beings who are desperately trying. A battle broke out in the universe. There are invincible powerhouses who have driven the Supreme to a desperate situation and are using desperate means. The universe trembled because of this, and many strong people were already tense, and now they couldn't calm down when they saw this kind of movement. Sure enough, I went to the universe. The supreme being of the Sea of Death is also paying attention, and it is clear to see such movements. The Emperor Xuanhuan is going to reenact the battle in the Sea of Death, killing the supreme powerhouse of the Age of Gods. Xuanhuan went to the Sea of Cosmos, and his purpose is to kill the Supreme. There are two magnificent beings in the universe slamming into the universe sea. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1005 Domineering Unparalleled, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1006 Swallowed Whole. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. They transmitted the vibrations in the tomb of the gods. With the strength of beings like Yuhua Divine Emperor, coming from the universe to the universe sea is not only an instant, but it will definitely not take long. They also hate it, if God is still there, how brilliant they are, and who would dare to do this to them. In my body, sacrifice to the Lord of God. The guardian of the gods desperately launched an attack on Xuanhuan directly. The divine light burst out. Procrastination? Xuanhuan will never give them the chance to delay time, and will kill them before the Emperor Yuhua arrives. He covered the sky with one hand, time and space were dominated by him, many Taoist portals attacked, and various source powers were staged, and he also urged his power to the realm of self-respect, violent and wanton impact. The vast earth, my lord, ups and downs. Swish. The monstrous force rushed out, and the guardian of the gods was smashed into the air, his divine light was dim, and he was not an opponent at all. Yu rushed over, the war general of the gods, but he was still not an opponent. Between the waves, a giant hand covering the sky also shot him to the ground, causing the tomb of the gods to collapse and sink in a continuous manner. The supreme being in the tomb of the gods guards his tomb with his own power. Although the supreme thunder beast didn't do anything, it exudes a fierce aura, making it cruel. It deeply knows that this kind of movement is too huge, and some people who are close are probably coming, and it is watching out for these people. The battle was fierce, and although the guardian god and Chu Yu fought hard, they were suppressed to death. The supreme being in the tomb of the gods, the powerhouse in the universe is about to come. We took action to suppress him. The gods of the gods suddenly rose like a comet. There must be earth-shattering treasures in their empire. As long as he dies, he can get at his treasure. Chu Yu shouted. But the supreme beings in the tomb of the gods scoffed. What treasures? Some things are not something they can covet at all. They just want to survive the catastrophe again and again. Moreover, in such a battle, the fluctuations are too violent, and I dare not take any shots casually. As long as it is delayed for a while, the Emperor Yuhua will come here. Chu Yu very much misses the days when God ruled the starry sky. His vast power washed out, and the divine light descended from the sky. At this moment, he was a huge luminous body, illuminating the dimness of the divine tomb, and a divine knife appeared in his hand, cutting it with knife energy. There is no time. Chu Yuan walked towards him, and the great devouring technique evolved into a huge black hole. The supreme being in the divine grave was horrified. If this huge and terrifying black hole devoured the divine grave directly, the divine grave would disappear. He walked in front of Chu Yu, and the power of swallowing swallowed all the divine light. My supreme divine power. Chu Yu Supreme was horrified. No matter what kind of killing power he exerts, he will be swallowed by this huge black hole, and this black hole is also shrouded in front of him, swallowing his body together. You want to swallow me? Supreme Chu Yu clenched the divine light tightly, the heaven and the earth slashed, and the terrifying power fell. Silently, without any fluctuation, Chu Yuan's great swallowing technique swallowed up the power of his divine sword, and his divine martial hand crossed the void and grabbed Chu Yu's body. What? Chu Yu suddenly let out a heart-piercing roar. He was grabbed tightly by big hands, the strength in his body was being deprived, and he could no longer resist, and roared at the guardian of the gods, "Go, the guardian of the gods, hurry up, I can't escape, call the powerhouses of the divine court and defend the dignity of God." Suyo. The guardian of the gods is sad. Chu Yuben was sleeping in the tomb of the gods, and he was summoned by him, and now he has encountered a life and death crisis. Although he wanted to save Chu Yu, but he was powerless, and Chu Yu was creating an opportunity for him to escape from here. Blasphemer, you will not end well. The guardian of the gods will escape from the tomb of the gods. But the moment he flew up, he slammed into a copper wall and an iron wall. It was an ancient portal that blocked his retreat, and blocked his escape channel for the door of sealing. The last scream, Chu Yu has disappeared. A supreme being was swallowed, and he was completely swallowed without leaving any bones and scum. Devouring the power of a supreme being. The supreme beings in the tomb of the gods all felt great fear. Compared with being disturbed in a deep sleep, being swallowed is the most terrifying. Chu Yu and the guardian of the gods have tried their best, but it is still useless. Chu Yu is dead, loyal to the supreme being of God. The guardian of the gods shouted loudly. He also felt the approach of death, and the bell of death was already ringing in his ears, mourning for his supreme being. At this time, instead of fear, he opened his eyes of incomparable hatred and looked at Chu Yuan hatefully. Although I am dead, the guardians of the gods who defend the dignity of the gods will come to the world one after another for the majesty of the gods. He is transforming himself into the Tao, and the runes are flying out one by one, which is calling for the birth of the powerful people in the divine court. God has prophesied that there will be no reincarnation in the universe in the future. He will be born in this reincarnation, completely descend into the universe, and become the true master of the universe. The guardian laughed. When death came, the Emperor Xuanhuan would not listen to his roar. He was domineering, his big hands covered his body, and the terrifying power devoured him and disappeared like Chu Yu. Dead is dead. The two supreme beings died in front of them. Is this the strength of the hero who swept the world? Their hearts are cold, and they are glad that they didn't take action, otherwise they will die. Such people are not something they can offend. Who will dominate the universe in the future? Does God really appear at the most critical time? These people can't imagine. At this moment, Xuanhuan was indifferent. He stepped on the supreme thunder beast, disappeared, and left the tomb of God. They're gone. As soon as Xuanhuan came, the pressure disappeared, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after Xuanhuan left, a radiant presence descended into the tomb of the gods. Looking at the traces left by the battle, he said coldly, "It seems that I am late. It is over. The guardian god and Chu, you have both died in the tomb." In his hands, where will he go next? Is it the Sea of Death? The Death Sea blocked the news, and the Emperor Yuhua still didn't know that Gueha Supreme had been beheaded. "Emperor Yuhua, let's go. Xuanwu has left. Don't disturb my sleep." The Supreme Being in the Tomb of God also said. "It seems that you tacitly acquiesced to the occurrence of this killing. If any of you take action to stop it, he will not be able to kill the Supreme before I arrive." There is a murderous aura in the voice of the Emperor Yuhua, which is a short time away. "Are you blaming us? We don't want to interfere in your battle." The Supreme Being in the Divine Tomb felt the killing intent of the Yuhua Divine Emperor. Ha ha. The Emperor Yuhua didn't entangle with them. He wanted to track down the whereabouts of the Emperor Xuanwu, so he couldn't let him kill like this. His eyes suddenly turned to the sky and said, "Miso, you are here too." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1006 Swallowed, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1007 Supreme God. Invincible and the strongest God level selection system. Find the latest chapter. Wanbao River. In the Sea of Cosmos, Xuanhuan searches for the location of the Wanbao River with its supreme origin. Before, he intercepted a section of the Wanbao River. At this time, with this breath, he tore apart the infinite void and penetrated into the depths of the spacetime of the Cosmos Sea. In front of him, there were violent and chaotic dimensional torrents everywhere, sweeping turbulently. The deeper you go, the dimensional torrent is dark, and the killing intent is strong, and the immortal will be strangled here. Found it. In this violent torrent, Xuanhuan waved his hand and the infinite light shone out. Just saw a vast and boundless river of 10,000 treasures, mixed with the torrent, and constantly shuttled. Wanbao River. The Supreme Thunder Beast descended on the 10,000 treasures river with Xuanhuan and said, "Your Majesty, are we looking for this 10,000 treasures river to capture the treasures on it? I know that the 10,000 treasures river is swept through reincarnation one by one, accumulating a large number of gods. We must look for things that are useful to the development of the God dynasty." After seeing the divine power of Xuanhuan beheading the Supreme Thunder Beast was a pet in front of Xuanhuan, very well behaved. "You're half right, I have other purposes." Although the power of Wanbao Changhe is ferocious, the Supreme God can still bear it. It's time to hit the realm of the Supreme. This time, he beheaded the 3 supreme beings and plundered enough supreme power. Although his strength is strong, he can't really decide the battle situation until he reaches the realm of the Supreme. The power of the 3 supremes suddenly attacked vigorously. There is also an infinite amount of vigor and fortune surging on the human sovereign sword. "What is your Majesty doing?" The Supreme Thunder Beast turned his big head and was very puzzled. But it suddenly looked up and saw that the infinite light swept in. It turned out to be a ferocious catastrophe, one after another a blood-like catastrophe, thunder slashing, similar to the supreme catastrophe, but 10 times more terrifying than the ordinary catastrophe. This is the doom of the Supreme. The Supreme Thunder Beast's head was stunned. At this moment, it is unimaginable that the invincible God Emperor is still in the realm of immortality. If he is not in the realm of the Supreme Realm, he can fight against the Yuhua God Emperor. What happened to this world? Your Majesty hasn't broken through to the Supreme yet. The Supreme Thunder Beast cannot imagine. The movement was too violent. The Supreme Thunder Beast is trembling. Although it is strong, it has a hunch that if it breaks in, it will definitely end badly, and it will definitely be chopped to ashes. However, His Majesty turned a blind eye to such terrifying doomsday. He stood upright and looked at the Supreme Tribulation indifferently. No matter how terrifying the calamity power came to him, it disappeared strangely. It was completely swallowed up by the power of the great devouring technique, and it did not affect him at all. Your Majesty ignores any doom. The Supreme Thunder Beast's head lay on the ground, trembling all over. What is oneself in front of His Majesty? Farts don't count. When His Majesty's Supreme Tribulation is over, the Emperor Yuhua will be swept away. It is an honor to be the pet of such an existence. Although the supreme robbery was fierce, it could not help Qi Yuan, and it ended slowly. Qi Yuan exudes a truly supreme power. The king is in the world, and the power to dominate the world is exuding in the wave of his hand. However, as soon as he broke through this state, he felt that the universe was suppressing him even more. It was impossible for such a heaven-defying person to exist and impose greater restrictions. The realm of supremacy. Qi Yuan covered the sky with only one hand. Ding! The host completed the side quest, broke through the Supreme, and obtained 3 million fate points, the Supernatural Power X4096, the Supreme Artifact Advanced card, the Supreme Divine Domain X2, the Fire Spirit Warrior X1, the Door of Chaos X1, the Eternal Legend of the Supreme Supernatural Power, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the second heaven of the Supreme God. The division of the Supreme Realm is still the same as the Immortal God, with only the difference between the three heavens. Existences like Yuhua Divine Emperor and Misty Ancient Emperor are the giants of the three heavens, and if they can control the entire universe and become the master of the next 9 reincarnation eras, they can use the power of the universe to become an existence with the strength of the Heavenly Emperor. However, after 9 reincarnations, it seems to be an ancient fixed number, and it is difficult to reappear in the heavens and the universe. He understands that this is the oppression from the universe, and such a heaven-defying existence cannot be allowed to destroy the balance of the universe. What did God do back then? There is no God in heaven and earth, but I can feel the existence of God everywhere, and it seems to be integrated into the universe. After Qi Yuan broke through to this realm, he was more able to feel things that he couldn't feel before. God still exists, but by no means is it a simple resurrection. However, I am not afraid. Qi Yuan said. Congratulations to His Majesty for breaking through the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Thunder Beast knelt on all fours with its big head on the ground, making a comical gesture. Being supreme is just the beginning. Qi Yuan said solemnly. When Your Majesty becomes the Supreme Being, He will sweep through all circles of the universe and lead the 9 reincarnations of the universe. The Supreme Thunder Beast seems to have seen the era when Qi Yuan was the king of the universe, and the gods and martial arts were honored. 9 reincarnations are too short. Qi Yuan shook his head. If I want the entire universe, the reincarnation of heaven and earth will be controlled by me, so that there will be no catastrophe in this world. Your Majesty's ambition. The Supreme Thunder Beasts are trembling. This is not just talking to it, but His Majesty's ambition and domineering, to do the same thing as God back then. This battle of the 3 gods in the universe for hegemony should not last too long and needs to end. Before Qi Yuan broke through to the Supreme Being, he was able to fight against the Emperor Yuhua, not to mention that he has now broken through to this realm, and his strength has surged. If the Emperor Yuhua has no other cards, he will be completely defeated. This is his arrogance. He found out what this reward was about. The Gate of Chaos, this is a portal of power chaos, the torrents swept out from it are all distorted, and the supreme power is swept away, and it will fall into extremely deadly chaos in an instant. Supreme Realm. Xuanhuan checked. This is a pure force, similar to the previous immortal crystal, which can help people break through to the realm of the Supreme. Now, the closest to the Supreme God in the Divine Dynasty is the Holy Inquisitor. 2 Supreme God domains are given to him, and it is expected to break through to this realm. Xuanhuan said slowly. If it is given to the Demon God, the Holy Inquisitor needs 2, and the Demon God needs 4 or 5. It can only wait until he gets more Supreme Divine Realm, and then let the Demon God try to attack. Needless to say, the Fire Spirit Warriors are part of the 5 Spirit Warriors. The Supreme Artifact Advanced card finally arrived. Xuanhuan upgraded the grip of the God of War to the Supreme Artifact, and then as long as the commander of the God of War absorbed enough promotion energy in the God of War pool, he could have the power of the Supreme. Holy Judge. The God of War ruled. The dynasty of God almost appointed 2 supreme beings. Eternal Legend, the supreme ancient supernatural power, when it controls reincarnation, it will be immortal, and it will become an eternal legend with incomparably magnificent power, and will exist in the world forever. He runs eternal legends. Immediately, the brilliance of the legend radiated out, and Xuanhuan stood between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he controlled the reincarnation, and he was a legend, exuding the brilliance of eternal shining. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this, Chapter 1007 Supreme God, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #See 1008 Eternal Legend. Invincible and the strongest God-level selection system, find the latest chapter. It's time to take control of the Wanbao River. Xuanhuan could see that the 10,000 treasures river was not just a simple treasure. The inner core had both the power of the void dimension and a majestic and shocking terrifying suction. In a cycle of reincarnation, it became bigger and bigger like a snowball over a long period of time. Xuanhuan intercepted a section at the beginning. At that time, he was not even immortal, and now he is the realm of the Supreme, and his mana is powerful. However, the power of this long river is too violent and very difficult to control, and many powerhouses can only intercept part of it. Xuanhuan raised his hands and feet, and the vast supreme mana shrouded this 10,000 treasure river, and his great swallowing technique also permeated this long river, and he had to directly suck it into the system space with terrifying power. Suction versus suction, Wanbao Changhe also became violent. The endless time and space are shattering, and the 10,000 treasures, Changhe, competes with the power absorbed by Xuanhuan. It is rolling like a boundless mad dragon, and the power spreads out, causing the entire space of the universe to vibrate. The fluctuations were too violent to conceal, and one after another shattered black holes appeared in the outside world. I also want to contend against my charge. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away. He saw a lot of treasures in the Wanbao River, including some supreme artifacts. Although they had no effect on him, bringing them back would benefit the entire divine dynasty. He wants to complete a pioneering feat and make a big thing that will shake the heavens, before the gods unify the universe. He wants to control the entire universe and become the supreme ruler, not to mention a long river. If he can't charge it, how can he dominate the heavens? The long river of 10,000 treasures will be collected by His Majesty. The supreme thunder beast trembled. Feathering soars. The sky and the earth are misty. Suddenly, 2 figures in the void stepped out at the same time, and they hit Xuanhuan with monstrous power. Xuanhuan didn't even think about it. Without moving, he became an eternal legend, standing in the sky, urging the supreme mana, and bursting into the sky, causing the 2 strands to shatter at the same time. Feathered God Emperor. Misty Ancient Emperor. Before the existence of the heavenly emperor that once ruled the universe and was difficult to reproduce could not appear, these 2 people represented the peak power of this universe. When they arrived at the same time, they suddenly felt the magnificent power emanating from Xuanhuan, and their expressions changed, an indescribable feeling. At this moment, Xuanhuan actually made their hearts sink and felt depressed. The two looked at each other and fell on Xuanhuan again. He is stronger, it makes people tremble. You two emperors are here too. Xuanhuan was not surprised and said lightly. Shenwu, you cut 3 statues in a row, which made this emperor have to be afraid, and now you are taking the 10,000 treasures river. If you really take it away, then it's amazing. The entire universe is not dominated by you. Misty Ancient Emperor rode. The situation became more and more unimaginable, and the Emperor Shenwu burst out with more and more terrifying power. He had a severe threat, knowing that if he didn't want to punish him, he would never have the chance to turn over again. He and the Emperor Yuhua met in the Sea of Cosmos. The two emperors did not say much, and directly chose to fight against the Shenwu Emperor. You two emperors came at the right time. Do you want to choose to join forces to fight against me? Let me see the strength of your joint efforts. Xuanhuan's body is straight, the divine energy is booming, and the supreme mana is running. Aware of Xuanhuan's supreme mana, the two emperors' faces did not reveal anything strange, and the supreme power was not taken for granted. However, if they knew that Xuanhuan had just broken through to the realm of the supreme, they would be shocked and would immediately choose to join forces, and the two gods would send an army to attack the gods. Come on then. The misty ancient emperor took the lead, and the threat that Xuanhuan brought him was too great. Although he is the weakest of the 3 god emperors, this does not mean that he is not strong. It is just that the strength of Xuanhuan and the god emperor Yuhua overshadowed his brilliance, and suddenly the ethereal power swept across, killing Xuanhuan first. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face, and he just used these 2 emperors to test the mana he had just broken through. With the palm of his hand, in an instant, the supreme power gathered into an ocean, rotated rapidly, and directly confronted the ethereal power. Immediately, sky-high fluctuations erupted, causing the heaven, earth, time and space to be annihilated. In this palm, the misty ancient emperor noticed an unstoppable force. He stepped back again and again, but the other party was still standing still. This motionless movement made people see the difference in strength, and the opponent's strength was even higher than his. Stronger. After fighting with Xuanhuan many times, the Emperor Yuhua was keenly aware that this person's strength was completely different from before, and even he was not sure of winning, which made his heart sink, and he was very unfamiliar. No amount of intrigues and tricks need the support of strength. The reason why he makes so many people in the universe fear him is not only because of his conspiracy, but also because of his strength. Kill. Without hesitation, he killed Xuanhuan, and the power of feathering ascension was driven to the strongest. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, he stepped in front of the Emperor Yuhua in an instant, and a move of the eternal legend suddenly blasted out. In this palm, there are too many artistic concepts, as if everything is being wiped out. His power spread out, making a banging sound. The Emperor Yuhua was highly vigilant. He fought against Xuanhuan. However, in a completely different fight from before, his strength was collapsing, and the opponent was like an unshakable majestic mountain. His aura was weakened by this comparison. In this fight, although the Emperor Yuhua did not retreat, it felt too uncomfortable, and the opponent's strength had already suppressed him. Xuanhuan slashed and slashed again, leaping across the void, solidifying time and space, and the Emperor Yuhua swung his hands together. In the moment of confrontation, his body sank. Even the Emperor Yuhua was suppressed by him. The misty ancient emperor is unbelievable. What happened in this short period of time? Why is the strength of the God Emperor so strong? The Supreme Thunder Beast is sneering. Of course it knows the reason, but if it doesn't say it, let the two emperors guess in fear. His strength was also added to the attack on Xuanhuan, but it was not as he wished. Against the two of them, the Emperor Xuanhuan still seemed to be at ease. The more he fights, the more frightened he becomes, the more things are out of control. He is much more terrifying than the Emperor Feathering. This is simply invincible. Xuanhuan's divine light gathered, and the supreme and invincible power, accompanied by a strong majesty, slammed forward. And at this moment, Xuanhuan's control over the Wanbao River also reached a peak. This divine dynasty in the universe is about to end, and I am waiting for your attack and the final struggle to resist. Xuanhuan's voice was shaking as he spoke to the two emperors. The Wanbao River has disappeared, and when he entered the system space, he disappeared into the universe at the same time. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1008 Eternal Legend, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1009 Storm Eve. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan left with Wanbao Changhe. Feathering God Emperor, Misty Ancient Emperor was still in place. Watching him leave, there was nothing he could do. The Misty Ancient Emperor's face was gloomy. The drastic change in this situation exceeded his expectations. The strength of the Xuanhuan God Emperor had reached an invincible level, and even the combination of him and the Yuhua God Emperor was not his opponent. The Emperor Feathering also had a bad look on his face. After Xuanhuan established the dynasty, his strategy of suppressing Xuanhuan was right. The opponent did show unpredictable strength, but the speed of strength growth was not under his control. He felt that he was getting more and more out of control. The Misty Ancient Emperor was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "Yuhua, the two of us have no reason to continue, such as today's Emperor. There are no masters like gods, and the number one powerhouse in the universe is the God Emperor Xuanhuan, this is no doubt. Is our common adversary. He is also bitter. In the era of his three-time hegemony of the universe, there have been three world-shattering existences, the Heavenly Emperor, the God, and the Xuanhuan, which are even more amazing and splendid than those recorded in the more ancient times." He sighed. He was born in the wrong era. If it was older, he and Yuhua were well-deserved supreme rulers. He's really strong. The Emperor Yuhua regained his calm once again. The more this juncture is, the more he can't lose his calm. I can't let him continue to exist. Emperor Yuhua was very calm. Now his strength can't be suppressed alone, only by joining forces. The army will invade the Xuanhuan dynasty, destroy his national fortune, destroy his Shan dynasty luck. Xuanhuan, there are not many supremes in the divine dynasty, this is a weakness. You want this emperor to join forces with you? The Piamiao Ancient Emperor is very wary of the Emperor Yuhua. This man has too much water in his stomach. When he cooperates with him, sometimes he doesn't even know how to kill him. It will also pay a very heavy price. Who said there are only our two countries? You forgot about God. The Emperor Yuhua continued, although the divine court is destroyed. But the strong believers in the gods were not completely dead. They were scattered all over the universe. The guardians of the gods died. I will blow the horn of attack and call on these gods. In the name of destroying gods and martial arts, some of them will come. There is also the other side of Shenzhou, and contact us together. The Misty Ancient Emperor thought silently, and he finally agreed to the Feathering God Emperor. I also know that in the current situation, it is them who are eager to attack. The Emperor Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. If he does not take advantage of this last moment, I am afraid there will be no chance again. God Emperor Xuanhuan took away the long river of 10,000 treasures, too many treasures, and he was willing to develop slowly. God of War. The 10,000 treasures river flows all over the star field, and a large number of treasures have been taken from resources, or alchemy, and issued equipment to each soldier. Your Majesty, you actually took back the 10,000 treasures river. God of War shocked. I have to work hard to practice. Accumulated and accumulated, God of War should now be the pinnacle of the supreme first layer, and it is still a little short of the second layer, mainly because the resources for supreme promotion are too scarce. After Xuanhuan broke through to the supreme, the time of the emperor's kingdom doubled. It used to be 1 day outside for 10 years, but now it is 1 day outside and 20 years inside. Every day took 10 more development time than before, which just made Xuanhuan prepare his army for war. A large amount of resources and 2 pieces of the Supreme God domain were given to the Holy Inquisitor, which did not disappoint Xuanhuan and successfully broke through to the Supreme Realm. Because of the promotion of the grip of the God of War, the commander of the God of War also has a power comparable to the Supreme. It can be said that now Xuanhuan has the strength to be the master of the universe. But others will not foolishly wait for him to attack. Xuanhuan already had a premonition that a decisive battle was coming. Sure enough, news of the war came. The sky is torn apart, the wind and clouds have resurfaced, and the universe has changed in shock. This time, the Ascension God dynasty almost came out from the nest, and countless Ascension gods will gather in the universe. In addition, there is also movement in the Misty God dynasty. The goal of their march is actually the Xuanhuan God dynasty. Ascension God dynasty, Misty God dynasty is going to attack Xuanhuan God dynasty at the same time. What happened? The ability to attract 2 gods to attack at the same time shows that the power of Xuanhuan is so strong that it cannot be confronted by the power of one country alone. There is a tense wave that permeates the universe. The Sea of Death and the Supreme Being in the Divine Tomb have vaguely guessed something. Feather Hua, Misty, and Xuanhuan, Divine Emperor, fought in the Cosmos Sea. Although they didn't see it, they definitely didn't take advantage of it. It seems that the Battle of the Universe Sea was won by the God Emperor Xuanhuan, otherwise the 2 dead opponents, Yuhua Miao Miao, would not join forces. It's just that the Yuhua Divine Dynasty and the Misty Divine Dynasty joined forces, and there is even more shocking news. The Guardian of the Gods died, and the remaining gods in the universe appeared. With soaring anger, they were also gathering to join the conquest of Xuanhuan to avenge this great revenge. Vengeance, for the Guardian of the Gods, destroy the gods. God is not dead, this age of the universe still belongs to God. I have obtained the will of God, God will return, God is controlling the reincarnation of the universe, and whoever tries to become the master of the universe will be the enemy of God. Followers of the gods, come back to life, and destroy the God of War. The powerhouses of the Divine Court gather in the universe. They firmly believe that God will not die, and that God will be brilliant again. Some people even received a divine decree, asking them to revive and fight against the God of War. This reincarnation is different from other reincarnations. God only ruled for half of the reincarnation, and then suddenly suffered disasters. The powerhouses of his divine court still lived a lot. The matter of the guardians of the gods is just an incentive. No matter who dominates the universe and the stars, the people of the gods will recover, fight against the gods, and defend the glory of gods. A big battle is about to break out, and it's coming so fast. The powerhouses of the ancient demon Forbidden Land were surprised. They thought they would fight for hundreds of thousands of years, but depending on this situation in the universe, the winners and losers would be decided in a short period of time. If Xuanhuan can withstand this wave of attacks, no one will be their opponent, ushering in the era of Cosmos Xuanhuan, and our ancient demon Forbidden Land will probably leave the universe again and go to the world of reincarnation to find the demon god. The ancient demon forbidden to know that as soon as there is a master of the universe, they will avoid the world. Unfortunately, since the demon gods, although our ancient demons have become more skilled, there has never been a master who can unify the universe. People in the ancient demon forbidden area are also silently paying attention to this battle. The army is gathering, and the army of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty and the Misty Divine Dynasty is pressing down, and it is already attacking the Divine Dynasty. The alliance between the 2 countries is to destroy my God of War. Fight, fight them. The Xuanhuan dynasty is also collecting information. In addition to the two great Shan dynasty, the powerhouses of the Age of Gods are also gathering. This is the previous Master of the Universe's attack on this generation's hopeful Master of the Universe. We see that the other side of the Shenzhou is also flashing again and again, and it seems that it is also sending strong men, wanting to join in this battle and return the universe to the chaotic era again. The goal is directly at Xuanhuan. Some people found that the people on the other side of Shenzhou were no longer calm, and they were shooting. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1009 Before the Storm, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1000 Divine Martial Arts, All Enemies in the World. Invincible and the Strongest God Level Selection System, find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan Temple. The God Dynasty entered the highest state of combat readiness. Now it can be determined that the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, the Misty Divine Dynasty, and the remaining Divine Court powerhouses will act on my Divine Dynasty. According to the information fed back from the front line, Yuhua and Misty Divine Dynasty have used their real power and dispatched a lot of Supreme. Lu Qianfu explained the situation. The other side of Shenzhou is still unclear, and someone saw the other side in action. The other side of the Shenzhou. The God of War sneered, this force will definitely take advantage of the fire, they will not miss this opportunity, relying on their inability to be found. In every major chaos, they try to plunder their power as much as possible to make themselves stronger. This is the enemy. This is Yuhua, Misty, Shanting, and the four families on the other side of Shenzhou. The demon god also felt the taste of being an enemy in the world. It was very uncomfortable, but it was also very exciting. His Majesty. Lu Qianfu looked at the calm Xuanhuan on the throne, and continued, besides, the Yuhua God dynasty shouted the slogan of destroying the gods and dividing up the resources of the gods, calling many strong men in the universe to fight, although not maybe everyone will participate, but if my Xuanhuan shows a decline, there will inevitably be a group of wolves besieging it and will not miss this opportunity. The Emperor Yuhua united many forces to let others see the power that overwhelms Xuanhuan, and told everyone that Xuanhuan has great treasures. Originally, the world's enemy was the Yuhua Shan dynasty, but now it has become the Xuanhuan Shan dynasty. This is already a decisive battle. If we can decide the victory in this battle, we will lock the position of the overlord of the universe. No one can compete with us. If we lose, the gods will collapse, and the universe will return to greater chaos. The God of War's face was solemn, and he also knew that the God Emperor had fought against the two emperors in the universe to suppress them. He has been unable to predict how many Supremes will shoot against Xuanhuan this time. 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. This is a great difficulty, but also an opportunity. The other side of the Shenzhou is very happy to dance. Xuanhuan said indifferently, do you really think they can't find it? Is it right that they will act and advance only in my mind? You stick to the homeland of the God dynasty, and I will attack in person and go to the other side of the Shenzhou to talk. Your Majesty wants to find the other side of Shenzhou directly? Everyone was shocked. The location on the other side of Shenzhou, it is too difficult to find them, which is also the reason why the other party is unscrupulous. In the reincarnations, it has been verified that even if they are stronger than the Emperor, it is impossible to find them. Xuanhuan's words were too shocking. I have a way to find their whereabouts. Xuanhuan disappeared on the throne. Your Majesty may really be able to find the other side of the Shenzhou. The God of War muttered to himself, and then his eyes burst into a sharper light. The whole army is preparing for war, and the decisive battle of the God dynasty is about to start. Tell the universe that the God of War God will accept all challenges. You can still look up on the other side of the huge Shenzhou. This is a kind of projection. In fact, their real location is in an extremely mysterious void. The other side of the Shenzhou has existed for too long, almost running through all the reincarnations of the universe. No one knows how many strong they have, but there must be not a few supreme gods. Some cosmos masters want to defeat the other side and seize the resources they have accumulated, but they can't find them. No matter how strong you are, there is no way. On the other side of Shenzhou, others can't find you, but they can't hide from me. Xuanhuan was in control of a thing, Ying glowed, he stepped in the void, and suddenly merged into a mysterious space and time. In this time and space, he keenly felt that it seemed to have separated from the original universe and entered the universe where the other side of the Shenzhou was located. This kind of construction is different from the demon domain. That demon domain God domain cannot be regarded as an independent spacetime, but also relies on the original universe, like a parasite, parasitic on it. But the other side of Shenzhou is different, it really builds an independent universe. Although it can't be compared with the original universe, the laws of heaven and earth are different, which is why others can't find them. However, Xuanhuan has the imprint of the other side of the Shenzhou, so he can find its real whereabouts. Xuanhuan looked at the other side of a Shenzhou that was countless times larger than the star field. This was a real entity, not an illusory projection. It moved in an instant and appeared above the other side of the Shenzhou. The other side of Shenzhou will definitely participate in the war, and the brilliant rise of Xuanhuan has made many people jealous. Rather than waiting for someone from the other side of Shenzhou to attack, Xuanhuan chose to attack them first, killing their strong men, so that they would not dare to attack casually. On the other side of Shenzhou, you are not mysterious in my eyes. Xuanhuan is like a god, he is on the other side, looking at this huge Shenzhou. The gate of God evolved into his hand, an eternal legend, and the blow of God's master fell with the most ferocious posture. This palm is like a blow that shatters the universe. There is nothing to say, the other side of Shenzhou is not a good thing, and they also want to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the treasures of Xuanhuan. In this case, while Yuhua and they are still gathering troops, before starting a war, it is better to strike first. Even in his wisdom, the Emperor Yuhua would never have thought that Xuanhuan would attack the other side of the Shenzhou in advance. The people they gathered were all together, the Xuanhuan God Emperor had no chance, and the other side of the Shenzhou had not been found since ancient times. But, they are facing Xuanhuan. He has unimaginable power on the other side of Shenzhou. Boom! The shocking collision. The other side of the Shenzhou has never been attacked, but at this moment, Xuanhuan's lawless strike fell, causing this huge ancient ship to vibrate in the sky. On the huge ship, in the explosion, the inner universe and spacetime suffered great damage. Xuanhuan keenly felt that although he was bombarding a ship, the power seemed to be blasted into a universe. Inside the Shenzhou, it was a huge spacetime universe, running its own laws. Shenzhou is in turmoil. What's going on here? Could it be that the reincarnation catastrophe of the universe broke out again, affecting the time and space where Shenzhou is located? No, it's impossible, Shenzhou has its own cosmic avenue, and it can't affect us. There is actually a person there. No matter how the outside world fights, the other side of the Shenzhou, which has always remained peaceful, is in turmoil at this moment. They suddenly saw an emperor overlord who was as majestic as the sky and controlled the power of the sky above the Shenzhou. This man's imposing manner shrouded Shenzhou. God. Xuanhuan God Emperor, he turned out to be Xuanhuan God Emperor. The powerhouses in the Shenzhou were all shocked, how could the Emperor Xuanhuan appear here? This is the space of Shenzhou. How could the Emperor Xuanhuan find them? What happened? The shock just now was that the Emperor Xuanhuan was attacking us. How did he get here? The powerhouses in Shenzhou were all terrified. The reason why they were domineering and unscrupulous was because they couldn't find it. But now, the appearance of Xuanhuan God Emperor has shattered their myth. Xuanhuan is indifferent and ruthless. His power is too strong at this moment. He covers the sky with one hand, suppresses the entire Shenzhou, and the terrifying power falls again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 1010 Divine Martial Arts, Enemies All Over the World, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C1001 Bombard Shenzhou. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan bombarded the Shenzhou, and the divine might was unparalleled in the world, bringing the wave of destruction to the other side. Xuanhuan God Emperor. There are not a few strong people in Shenzhou. They saw Xuanhuan's attack and they also counterattacked with monstrous power, but when these mana reached Xuanhuan's side, they all disappeared. The other side of this Shenzhou is a special treasure. Xuanhuan could see that the real universe evolved from the other side of the Shenzhou. Although it was far less vast than the universe he was in, it was a supreme treasure. Only such treasures can form the other side and are not affected by the laws of the universe. Our location has been discovered, we can't let him bombard like this. One after another figure flew out. They couldn't calm down. It was not Xuanhuan's strength that scared them, but the fact that the other party could find the location on the other side of the Shenzhou. This was what they were most afraid of. A number of Supremes shot together, and the power surged to the extreme. You dare to take action against me and let the real strong come out. Xuanhuan showed the arrogance of dominating the heavens. His hand of God swept across, ignoring Shenzhou's counterattack against him. Beams of light rose into the sky, and at the moment of shaking, the supreme being shot was swept out. How can he be so powerful? These supreme beings are horrified. In front of Xuanhuan, he actually felt his own weakness and understood that Emperor Yuhua, the ancient Emperor Pyamiao, would join forces to attack Xuanhuan at this time. You are not his opponent. A real master finally appeared on the other side of Shenzhou, but it was not the owner of Shenzhou, but a strong old man wearing a purple robe. As soon as he appeared here, the fluctuation of Shenzhou stopped at this moment, and a pair of sharp edges fell on him. God Emperor Xuanhuan, I know you, tell me, how did you find the whereabouts of Shenzhou? The old man asked. Are you questioning me? Xuanhuan was indifferent. It was impossible for him to tell the other party how he found the other side. This person is extremely mysterious. Looking at the reincarnation of the universe, I can't even find a second person as mysterious as him. The old man was very afraid, guessing, could it be that the recent series of attacks on the other side of the Shenzhou made him aware of the fluctuations of the Shenzhou, so he came here. While nothing like this has ever happened before, there is only one plausible explanation. The Shenzhou powerhouses have been attacking very frequently recently, so it must be at this time that he was keenly aware of the fluctuations and looked for them all the way. It is not impossible to appear. There are many strong people on the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan looked at the old man and revealed his identity. If I guessed correctly, you should be the suzerain of many pre-reincarnation Tianwu Shenzongs, the lord of Tianwu, who once ruled the universe. The Shenzong stood, and you actually chose entering the other side of the Shenzhou. Should I feel honored to let the Emperor Xuanhuan, the overlord of the world, know my identity? The identity of the old man is amazing. The Lord of Shenzong, who has ruled over the universe, the Lord of 9 reincarnations, such a character would actually be on the other side of Shenzhou. The reincarnation catastrophe is crueler every time. The longer you live, the more terrifying this cruelty is. One day, you will not be able to bear it, but the other side of the Shenzhou has given you a chance to avoid the catastrophe. If you can survive, why not join? The Lord of Tianwu said indifferently, the battle of the world, this time to seize the position of the overlord of the universe, is more terrifying than when I was at that time. If you were in my era, I would not be able to become the master of the universe. His Tianwu Shenzong has long since disappeared, and there is no blessing from Shenzong's luck. He is too arrogant and domineering, thinking that by finding the whereabouts of Shenzhou by some small means, he can act recklessly. Don't forget, he has not yet ruled the universe and become the master. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded, and a tall and mighty presence appeared, and his breath reached the terrifying triple heaven. This is a god. Xuanhuan read ancient books and knew some famous and powerful people in the universe. Of course, although this Yuanjin god and demon is a third-level heaven, his strength is not as good as that of the misty ancient emperor. He does not have the blessing of the gods and luck, and he will definitely be killed in a decisive battle with the misty ancient emperor. In addition to this true god and demon, there are also supremes who exude powerful power. Among them, there are actually several statues of the three heavens. Xuanhuan's eye swept across, and fell on a white-robed swordsman. This person's existence is even older, and it was a longer period of time. A swordsman in the age of the demon god opened up the sword sect, and the battle with the demon god failed, and the sword sect collapsed. The records that belong to him are very strong, called sky-splitting sword sovereign. His sky-splitting divine sword was very strong, and it killed an unknown number of demon gods at that time. Many people thought that he was already dead, but they didn't expect to appear in the other side of Shenzhou. Of course, the current sky-splitting sword sovereign is no longer comparable to that time. His realm was fixed in the triple heaven, and in order to survive, he believed in the master of the other shore. Of course, a person is free and easy, without any responsibility. Li's Han dynasty certainly has to bear great responsibility, but among the same level, it is almost the same. With the power of Shen dynasty and luck, it can crush you. But even so, the powerhouse that appeared on the other side of Shenzhou was enough to shock the universe. This is their strength. Taking advantage of the chaos in the universe, they contain some losers who do not want to die. After accumulating them one by one, they can see the current terrifying lineup. The owner of the other side of the Shenzhou accommodated so many strong people, so he must have a big plan. I'm here, won't the owner of the other side of the Shenzhou show up to see him? Seeing such a big battle, Xuanhuan was always calm and unmoved. Stop you, we are enough, we don't need the presence of the master of the other side. The Lord of Tianwu is the strongest among the powerhouses, and shouted coldly. Really? Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. It's not that he doesn't want to show up, but for some reason he can't show up yet, and every time he shows up, he has to pay a big price. Lord of Tianwu, when you enter Shenzhou, you must pay after paying some heavy price, the reincarnation catastrophe. Before that time, some existences cannot appear, and you can only take action here. Whatever you think. The Lord of Tianwu will not reveal any secrets. He continued, God Emperor Shenwu, we are here today, do you still want to start killing here? This is something you can't do, your opponent is not us, but Yu Hua, Misty, God Court, retreat, we don't want to fight you. Although he has ruled the universe, but after all, it does not belong to his era. After entering the other side of the Shenzhou, his strength is really not as strong as when he was at his peak. He couldn't see through the Shenwu God Emperor, and was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Let me retreat, and when I fight against the misty feathers, you come to take advantage of it and sabotage my grand plan. Xuanhuan was surrounded by divine light, looked at them with cold eyes, and said, there are some things that you can't mix casually. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 10-11 Bombarding Shenzhou, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1002 Kill. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. God Emperor Shenwu, you are arrogant and delusional to give up on the other side of Shenzhou, your end will be miserable. Let's do it together and let him know how good we are. He doesn't even know how terrifying the other side of the Shenzhou is. If the owner of the other side is not interested in the hegemony in the universe, otherwise the Feathering God Emperor and the Misty God Dynasty will all be wiped out. The Shenzhou powerhouses are boiling with murderous aura, and being despised in front of their own territory is a humiliation. The power of the Lord of Heavenly Martial Arts is also in motion. Although there are many people, he does not dare to be careless. This person has the power to dominate the world, and even when he is at his peak, there is no complete certainty that he can control him. When you enter the other side, you will lose the power of your peak. Chuyuan's face was expressionless. He wanted to teach the other side of Shenzhou a lesson this time, telling them that times had changed, not before, and they could no longer stir up the situation in this war as before. He wants to control everything in his own hands. The eternal legend, Chuyuan, is the ruler of the gods. With a wave of his palm, the unparalleled divine might swept through, and the one who did not play with the other side of the Shenzhou was directly the strongest power, controlling everything with his invincible power. Breakthrough. Fishan Kong Jianzuan killed with a sword. His sword intent belongs to a kind of cracked artistic conception. The sword light danced, and a huge sword energy fell. Chuyuan didn't care at all. He swung his palm away, the sword chi burst, and he suppressed the two god emperors who controlled the gods that day, not to mention this group of people. The cold light was dazzling, and in an instant he arrived in front of the split air swordsman. He slammed down, and a terrifying aura erupted. Although the cracking sword swung the sword horizontally, he was suddenly punched by Chuyuan, and the whole person flew out. I come. The Yuanjin god and demon strode forward. His power was violent, his breath roared, and he played the world-shaking might. Chuyuan's hand of God swept out. With the invincible power of Xinwu, he was brilliant and invincible, and the god of war had the power to collapse the sky. Currently, Fishan Kong, Jianzuan, and Yuanjin, god and demon came to kill at the same time again. Chuyuan attacked, controlling the sky and controlling the earth. After he broke through to the Supreme, he really showed his strength of being the only one, and the sky-splitting sword master and the Yuanjin god and demon were completely suppressed. And the other Supremes, at this moment, also motivated the formation of the other side to attack and kill Chuyuan. I am the master. This person's power is very powerful. As the strongest player in this battle, the Lord of Tianwu will meet Chuyuan's most positive attack. Although his strength is not as good as in the past, as an existence that once ruled the universe, how could he be weak? He slapped with a big hand, the hand of Tianwu, and Wu came from heaven and earth. Chuyuan showed his domineering power. He strode forward and smashed it with one punch, as if crossing the ancient time and space, condensing the time and space, and his strength and the Lord of Tianwu were combined in an instant. There are billions of divine light, and Chuyuan is shining brightly at this moment. He alone fought against many strong men on the other side, without losing the slightest, but suppressing them. He slammed the move of the Lord of Tianwu. At the moment when he touched it, the Lord of Tianwu's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately changed his move. A silver knife appeared in his hand, killing him, and slashing it with a sword. Boom! The knife slashed in Chuyuan's palm and was caught by the god of war's grip, and in an instant, he grabbed the other hand against the head of the Lord of Heavenly Martial Arts. The Lord of Tianwu quickly stepped back, but he did not dare to be caught by Chuyuan's head. Light and dark. At this moment, two diametrically opposed forces were colliding, but under the manipulation of Chuyuan, there was no sense of disobedience, shrouding the Lord of Tianwu. The Lord of Tianwu was vigilant. He slashed with a silver knife, but in an instant, his eyes were white, and the secret path was not good, and he stepped into the field of light, but his cultivation was too high, tearing the light. The moment he stepped out, darkness struck, and the eyes were pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The Shenzhou shook and turned the world upside down. The Lord of Tianwu only felt that he was torn apart by an indescribable force. When the darkness in front of him disappeared, a black hole appeared in his chest, which was bombarded by a punch. The Lord of Tianwu is actually injured. Sky-splitting sword sovereign was horrified. He knew how tyrannical the existences that once dominated the universe were, but they were still not the opponents of the Emperor Xinwu. Don't panic, this kind of injury is nothing to me. He is very lucky, and my Shenzong has been destroyed. The Lord of Tianwu is very calm, and he deeply knows where the biggest gap between him and Xuanhuan is. Deal with him together. Defend the glory of Shenzhou. They shot again, with the Lord of Tianwu as the core. The thick and bright energy was running, turning the world upside down, and the power turned into a huge divine light, like a huge palm, fighting. Master on the other side of Shenzhou, I know the ultimate move you are brewing. Xuanhuan didn't even look at it, the impact of this power. He used the great devouring technique to resolve everything. A black hole was formed around him, and it would be useless for the Lord of Tianwu to drop their power. If Xuanhuan hadn't broken through to the Supreme Being, he would still be able to use this method, but now, it is absolutely impossible. Our power was dissolved by him with the great devouring technique. The voice of the Lord of Tianwu was gloomy. When he swept the universe, where was there such an existence, which gave him a very bad premonition? Swish! The power of the void is vertical and horizontal, and Xuanhuan came to the front of a Supreme Being on the other side in an instant. He looked at him with death eyes, and a hand of God grabbed his body directly. This Supreme was horrified, his whole body stood upright, and he felt the threat of death. Although he is supreme, the Shenwu God Emperor in front of him is a stalwart world, and he will be suffocated and unable to compete. Do not. This person was drinking loudly, but all his resistance was useless. The moment the big hand fell, his whole body burst open, and the blood of the Supreme Being burst. In the blink of an eye, he became a blood crystal, containing the Supreme Blood Crystal. How dare you kill the Supreme Being on the other side? The Lord of Tianwu shouted angrily. He has already seen God Emperor Shenwu's plan. He is going to kill the ordinary Supreme on the other side. There is nothing I dare not do. Xuanhuan is indifferent and ruthless. The Lord of Tianwu can fight with him, but ordinary Supremes are too fragile in front of him. He stepped forward, grabbed a Supreme again, and exploded in front of them. He will use the most brutal killing to deter the strong on the other side. I can't let him kill this one. Every Supreme is too important to the other side of the Shenzhou. They are not only powerful, but also need to maintain the operation of the other side of the Shenzhou. Just when Xuanhuan attacked an ordinary Supreme again, the Lord of Tianwu rages and kills. Dare to stop me! Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and the killing boiled. With his hand covering the sky, against the Lord of Tianwu, a suction force emerged from the other palm, and the face of a Supreme Being far away from him was terrifying, and he was directly absorbed into the palm of his hand by the great devouring technique. After killing again and again, many Supreme Beings on the other side have been beheaded. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this, Chapter 1012 Massacre, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1003 Shenzhou disappeared. Invincible and the strongest God-level selection system, find the latest chapter. We can't stop his attack at all. Yuanjin God and Demon screamed in horror. With this kind of strength, God Emperor Shenwu has already shown the attitude of sweeping the universe. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. The Lord of Tianwu glanced at the huge Shenzhou, and there was a burst of light on it. He knew that Shenzhou was condensing terrifying power to kill the Emperor Shenwu, and it would take time. Kill! The Lord of Tianwu roared, and he threw his fist to kill him, and he was also very angry. Although Xuanhuan was extremely powerful, he had ruled the universe after all, and now he was suppressed like this, which made his heart very unhappy. Xuanhuan coldly watched the attack on him by the powerhouses on the other side of the Shenzhou. He didn't care at all, the killing intent was boiling. When he grabbed his big hand, it fell like a piece of sky, and slammed down fiercely. Yuanjin Shenma suddenly suffered the attack of this palm, and the whole person slammed on the other side of the Shenzhou like a cannonball. On the other side of the Shenzhou, there was a shocking wave. He zips around, and no one can catch up to his speed. He shrouded the realm of the supreme divine martial arts, and the terrifying will suppressed him, and the real gods and demons flashed in front of him, just to see the terrifying big hand falling on him again. No, his target is Yuanjin. The Lord of Tianwu was shocked. Although Yuanjin Shenma is also the supreme third heaven, he can't even stop him, even if he can compete with existences like Shenwu Shendi. Hold on, Shenzhou is about to launch a counterattack, said the Lord of Tianwu. What? The Yuanjin god and demon screamed, the power of God oscillated on him, and his entire body was blurred with blood, causing him to roar again and again, desperately trying to counter Chu Yuan's offensive. But Chu Yuan was too cruel. Help me! Yuanjin Shenma shouted. No one can help you. Chu Yuan's thunderous attack, the supreme god of martial arts, invincible and unstoppable, gives people the feeling that he represents the master of this universe, and the next 9 eras of universe reincarnation will belong to him. He was too strong, the Yuanjin gods and demons were suppressed, blood was dripping, and he was too weak in front of him. Oops! Yuanjin Shenma couldn't hold it any longer. Don't mind me, I fought with him. The Yuanjin god and demon screamed. Although the Lord of Tianwu and the Sword Master wanted to help him, the power of this person was invincible, and he specifically blasted all the power of the world at him. Boom! Chu Yuan swept across with a palm, and the Lord of Tianwu rushed in, but the man cut the universe with one finger, knocking him back, and then blood splashed, and the huge gate of heaven suppressed the Yuanjin god and demon. Boom! An extremely terrifying force, the blood burst open and splashed out. The real gods and demons have become flesh and blood, and the supreme souls have been defeated and are no longer alive. He killed Yuanjin. The Lord of Tianwu hates, anger is soaring. Yuanjin Shenma did not die in the era of the Emperor of Heaven, but died tragically in the territory controlled by the other side of Shenzhou. The other side of the Shenzhou counterattack has been completed. And their desperate blocking also bought time for the other side of Shenzhou, and immediately shouted, "You all return to Shenzhou, and I will block his attack." He admitted that he was no longer the opponent of Shenwu God Emperor, but he had the confidence to stop him. Madness. Of course, Chu Yuan would not waste time fighting the Lord of Tianwu, and he didn't care about Shenzhou's other side's counterattack. He saw a large number of other side's masters retreating to Shenzhou, indifferent and domineering, and appeared in front of Sword Master. You dare! The splitting sky Sword Master knew that Chu Yuan was here to kill him. Don't entangle with him, go directly into Shenzhou, and once you enter Shenzhou, he can't help it. The Lord of Tianwu shouted anxiously. Can you get in? At the moment when Sword Venerable Splitting Sky was desperately trying to enter the Shenzhou, he suddenly slammed into a copper wall and an iron wall, the door of the seal appeared, and he pushed the power of the seal to the extreme. No, my power is being sealed. He felt that his power was being blocked by countless dense invisible chains, making it more and more difficult to exert his power. Could it be that Jianzu and Xuanhuan wants Bu Yuan to follow in the footsteps? The Lord of Tianwu felt powerless, just like he was powerless in the face of the great calamity of reincarnation, and had to rely on the other side of the Shenzhou to survive. The sky-splitting sword sovereign struggled fiercely, but was finally sealed, and the gap in strength was too great. At this time, the Lord of Tianwu and others had already returned to the Shenzhou. The power of Shenzhou was almost pushed to the extreme, and it emitted a magnificent light. It was originally motionless, but at this moment it actually moved, as if a huge universe was moving. Shenzhou does not move easily, and each move requires too much energy. And this time not only to move, but also to hit Chu Yuan. The Shenzhou itself is a powerful treasure. At the moment when the Shenzhou moved, Chu Yuan also felt that it needed countless powerhouses to motivate, and that was why the other side of the Shenzhou had to absorb so many powerhouses from the universe to join in. He even cut many supremes, which also weakened the power of Shenzhou. Shenzhou, kill him. The Shenzhou has moved, and the power has been accumulated enough. It seems huge, but the moment it hits it is extremely fast. Rumbling, the infinite space and time are shattering, and a huge twisting force makes it almost impossible to dodge. Such a collision is like a cosmos colliding, and even Divine Emperor Yuhua would not dare to block it with his own body. But Chu Yuan still watched Shenzhou crash indifferently. His calmness made people beat drums in his heart, but he was not afraid of whether he also had a whole card. Human Sovereign Sword. Chu Yuan clenched the Human Sovereign Sword and aimed it at the Shenzhou, like a mayfly shaking a tree, and it even seemed to be 100 million times worse. His whole body was shocked, and the Human Emperor Sword slashed away with one sword. Although it was only a sword, the terrifying sword light was an infinite power of humanity, and the luck of the divine dynasty covered the bow of the Shenzhou. The Shenzhou collided violently, and two equally powerful forces fought together. In the Shenzhou, the expression of the Lord of Tianwu changed. In the endless explosion and fluctuations, this person actually resisted the impact of the other side of the Shenzhou with the power of a sword. Why didn't you kill him? What kind of sword is the sword in his hand? Even the top supreme artifact is as fragile as dust in front of Shenzhou, and it is impossible to stop it. Could it be that the sword in his hand has surpassed the supreme? Impossible. How can there be a sword that can block Shenzhou in this universe? The Lord of Tianwu and the others all felt that Chu Yuan's sword quality was higher than that of the other side of the Shenzhou, and what he slashed was not only the sword light, but the will of dominating the world and the magnificence of a powerful divine dynasty. The strength accumulated on the other side of the Shenzhou and the Human Emperor Sword are fighting fiercely. Chu Yuan's brows furrowed. Although the Human Sovereign Sword was strong, there were too many powerful people on the other side of the Shenzhou, which made him stuck together at this time. The contact point of the two battles presented a fierce explosion. Supreme Artifact. Suddenly, a voice came from the Shenzhou. Then Shenzhou shook violently, breaking through time and space and disappearing in front of Chu Yuan, hiding its existence again. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 1013 Shenzhou disappears, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1004 Decisive Battle. Invincible and the strongest God-level selection system. Find the latest chapter. The other side of the Shenzhou has disappeared. Originally appeared on the other side of the divine boat in the universe, but suddenly disappeared without a trace. This is a shocking news that instantly ignited the extremely intense atmosphere in the universe. Why did the other side of the Shenzhou disappear? A deep sense of incomprehension permeates everyone's heart. This is very abnormal and unreasonable. Shenzhou disappeared. Before the war, the disappearance of the other side of the Shenzhou made the Emperor Yuhua shocked. He knew very well that Shenzhou's strength was mysterious, and there were many strong men, and they were also a great help in dealing with the Xuanhuan dynasty. And why did they disappear? You must know that the hidden location on the other side of the Shenzhou is too mysterious. No one can find them. If they disappear at this critical time, does it have something to do with the Emperor Xuanhuan? The arrow is on the string, and I have to send it. Not only can the attack on the Xuanhuan dynasty not be delayed, but it must be accelerated to destroy the national fortune of Xuanhuan. The Emperor Yuhua made a decisive decision. Fortunately, it was the other side of Shenzhou who disappeared this time. This force is mysterious, and no one knows their thoughts. Otherwise, their national fortunes will be greatly affected. Regardless of what happened, the Emperor Yuhua understood that there was only one chance. If this time is missed, it will no longer be possible to launch a threatening attack on Xuanhuan. Have you left? Chu Yuan stood in the lonely starry sky. Although he disappeared, he was still able to sense the position on the other side of the Shenzhou, but there was no need to chase it at this time. Shenzhou originally planned a very powerful move in an attempt to defeat Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan also had a supreme artifact, so that the master on the other side knew that he could not deal with him, and they did not know how Xuanhuan was found. Can only guess that the recent action is too frequent. Only revealed the location. The mystery of the other side of the Shenzhou was maintained on the premise that they could not find their whereabouts, and Xuanhuan's supreme artifact also gave them a great shock. They wanted to avoid the era when Xuanhuan was there, or rather, they didn't want to waste too much power at this time and fight to the death with Xuanhuan. Finally, let others benefit. On the other side of Shenzhou, there will be no more battles. They will avoid battles. In our era, they dare not appear casually. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan returned to Shenwu, and he was going to preside over the decisive battle for the fate of the country. After returning to Shenwu, he immediately summoned the god of war and the god of demons. The two were equally shocked. His Majesty's return showed that the disappearance of the other side of the Shenzhou had a great relationship with him, and he really had to find the other side of the Shenzhou, and I was afraid that there would be an earth-shattering battle. I have already taken action against the other side of the Shenzhou, and they have not dared to do anything at will. The ancient Shenzhou, this is a supreme treasure. The Shenzhou needs to maintain its mystery. Of course, if they really dare to be born, I am not afraid. I will let them. It is impossible to maintain the mystery at all, and I am not the only one who wants to deal with them. Xuanhuan said, this time I met the Lord of Tianwu on the other side of Shenzhou. The suzerain of the Tianwu Shenzong, the existence that has ruled the universe, he is not dead, he is in the Shenzhou. The god of war exclaimed in shock. There are many ancient and mysterious existences hidden in the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan said, this time I called you here not for this matter. The war will break out within this month. With the help of the secret realm of the divine dynasty, you still have a long time to practice. Thank you, Your Majesty. The demon god shook and knelt down quickly. There are several groups of supreme energy in front of him. This is the life of beheading the supreme to help him break through. God of war, I will help you break through to the second level with a supreme 3-level heaven. Xuanhuan gave the god of war the power of the split sky sword sovereign. These supreme powers can't push Xuanhuan much to increase his power. What he needs is to unify the universe. As long as he becomes the overlord of the universe, with the power of God's luck, his realm can easily be promoted to the third heaven. At the juncture before the decisive battle, improve your strength. The god of war and the god of demons hurriedly entered the kingdom of the emperor. The power of the Yuanjin gods and demons was liquefied by him and merged into the gods and demons pool, and the gods and demons pool boiled after receiving the energy of a supreme triple heaven. Many strong people will benefit from this, and their realm of strength will increase. How rare are the supreme triple heavens, each of them has the potential to become the overlord of the universe, and there are not many people on the other side of the Shenzhou in the long accumulation. Outside time for half a month. God of war breaks through the second heaven. The gods and gods are supreme. Xuanhuan instantly felt a more majestic and vast national fortune blessing on him, which all added to his strength. The big battle is faster than I thought. Boom! The universe was boiling, and Emperor Yuhua and ancient Emperor Piamiao ordered at the same time. The two armies gathered together like two torrents, and then launched a real decisive battle against the Shenwu dynasty. It is no longer possible to give Shenwu Shenchao even one day to develop. To give Shenwu a day is cruel to them. Epic decisive battle, this cosmic reincarnation battle has begun, and decides the overlord of the next 9 cosmic reincarnations. The advance of the two gods dynasty has depressed too many people in the universe. Some people are thinking that this war will soon be over. As long as there is a new overlord, there will be peace in the reincarnation of the 9 universes. I'm waiting for your attack. Xuanhuan's domineering and brief declaration resounded in the universe. Yuhua, Shenwu doesn't care about our attack at all. The two gods met together. Misty looked at Yuhua and said coldly. The words of the army's heart before the war. Emperor Yuhua calmly said, "Any provocative words are pale, only strength is the most important. The Xuanhu God dynasty cannot exist, and if he is destroyed, we can all get his treasure." Yes? The misty ancient emperor did not trust Yuhua in his heart. He looked up at the sky, and many divine lights were flickering, and said, "The powerhouses of the Age of Gods have also appeared. They want to defend the majesty of God and this era, and they don't want to let Xuanhu dominate the universe. Although God is in trouble, there are still many strong people alive in the Age of God." Feathering God Emperor Dao. He knew that revenge for the guardian of the gods was only part of the reason for participating in the war in the Age of Gods. The most important thing is that the Age of Gods is a bit special. Unlike other overlords who rule the 9 universes and disappear naturally after reincarnation, they suddenly stopped because of God, and still think that this age belongs to God in their hearts. Once Xuanhu becomes the overlord of the universe, the traces left by the Age of Gods will be swept away by the overlords of the new era. The Age of God has really become synonymous with the previous age. They didn't want such a thing to happen, and they were still waiting for the return of the gods. The ancient divine court members could still feel the power of the gods, and they seemed to be conveying the decrees of the gods to them. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Xuanhu, I am afraid that these generals of the Shenting will be dealing with you as a god emperor. Misty ancient emperor rode. Of course, unfortunately, I didn't expect the rise of Xuanhu. The Emperor Yuhua said lightly, "I would rather deal with the strong in the court of God, and I don't want to be the emperor of Xuanhu. This emperor is very strong." This time, divine court is led by Guanyu Supreme, the first general of the Age of Gods. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1014, Final Battle, 4th Update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1005 Xuanhu will win. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. The war is coming. Shen Wuxian's movement towards the country is like a splendid galaxy, infinitely bright, as if to illuminate the universe. In the face of the attack of so many strong men, not only did there not appear a trace of turmoil, but the light became even more boiling. Everybody knows. This battle is really a decisive battle with the 2 great dynasties. Withstanding this wave of attacks, Xuanhu is the well-deserved number 1 in the universe, the overlord who dominates the universe. All the people are united, and the martial arts will win. The resounding slogan resounded all over the universe, "The gods will win, the gods are invincible," and everyone's beliefs converged into a torrent that swept the universe. Final struggle. Chu Yuan is domineering and indifferent, sending majesty toward the universe. This shocked the powerhouses in the universe. In his eyes, such a huge attack was just a last struggle, a powerless resistance of the losers. War. Chu Yuan is an eternal legend. In the Xuanhuan dynasty, a mythical light suddenly burst out. He was majestic and majestic. He controlled the majestic and vast power. He did not wait for the coalition to attack the door, but slaughtered the universe with one sword. One place. God Emperor Xuanhu took the initiative to attack. Someone trembled. This sword supreme is trembling with fear, and it is completely the strength of the master. My era is eternal and will never end. The location where Chu Yuan's sword was slashed was exactly where the generals of the God Court gathered. There were a large number of strong men loyal to God, who also joined the battle in order to protect the glory of God. The sword fell, and the entire universe trembled. A radiant existence attacked, and he held the unparalleled battle blade and fiercely resisted the sword, but even if he urged the tyrannical force, the whole person retreated again and again and made a roaring sound. The power of God. Firefly-like spots of light converged one after another. This is the power of the gods scattered in the universe, and it seems that there are also gods in the dark blessing. After breaking through Supreme, Chu Yuan felt more. He knew that God was not dead, but he didn't know how he would manifest in the end. God's power is useless. Xuanhuan made a strong attack. He wanted to create a kind of invincible strength for the strong in the universe. Suddenly, the sword fell again, the light shattered, and the existence that was loyal to God was also sent flying. Guanyu Supreme. The first strong man to survive in the court. Xuanhuan saw his true face. He was a middle-aged man. His strength was far above that of the sky-splitting sword sovereign, and he even had the strength to compete with the Lord of Heavenly Martial Arts. A large number of the Divine Court army, who are also loyal to God's beliefs, have joined this battle, and they understand very well that if the Master of the Universe appears, the era of God will be completely over, and they will be swept away completely. Guanyu Supreme has attacking Xuanhuan. The Emperor Feather Hua and the Piao Miao ancient emperor naturally would not sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, giving Xuanhuan a chance to defeat them one by one. Of course they understand that this battle is very difficult, and it is necessary to gather all the forces that can join forces. If they lose this battle, then they really have no chance and can no longer fight against the Xuanhuan dynasty. Kill. Countless armies launched a general attack on Xuanhuan, and they themselves gathered outside the territory. At this moment, when they heard the orders of the two god emperors, they also stepped forward bravely, cooperated with various war instruments, and slammed into it. There are too many armies of the two great dynasties, and they are densely packed. In order to attack Xuanhuan this time, the two major dynasties have no reservations. After all, if they can't take advantage of the situation to defeat Xuanhuan, then what's the point of preserving their power? This time, he directly entered the territory of Xuanhuan. The luck of the two great gods also turned into two violent impacts of torrents. Crash Xuanhuan Qi luck, destroying his national luck. Their combat policy is very clear: the strength of the Xuanhuan God Emperor, only the Yuhua God Emperor, the Misty Ancient Emperor, and the Guanyu Supreme are qualified to fight him head-on, and everyone else will be beheaded if they face him. However, although they couldn't fight against the Emperor Xuanhuan, they were equally important. The strength of the Emperor Xuanhuan is so strong, which is also because of the fortunes of a country. They just used their superior strength to bully the supreme beings of the Xuanhuan dynasty too few, and the army directly broke into your empire, causing boundless slaughter on you, destroying a large number of your army, and killing your countless people. Without the national fortune, the strength of the God Emperor Xuanhuan would drop drastically. It is also true that the power of the human sovereign sword is also stronger as the national fortune becomes stronger, the stronger it erupts. The whole world is the enemy. Xuanhuan looked at the vast universe, his enemies everywhere, the Sea of Death, the Tomb of the Gods, the Forbidden Land of ancient demons, etc. Which one is not his potential enemy? But this is the only way to become the master of the universe. To become the strongest in the universe, you must sweep the opponent. He was very clear. Now it seems that there is only Feathering, Misty, and the Court of God is attacking him. But he can't show even the slightest weakness, he must continue to be strong, otherwise, as long as there is a slight disadvantage, the wolves in the universe will not miss this opportunity, and they will all come over. Success or failure is only in an instant. There have been many such things in the long history. On the contrary, as long as he suppresses the three major forces, these secretly hidden people will not take action. After all, even if Xuanhuan becomes the final master, there are only 9 reincarnations of the universe anyway, and they are a big deal for you to dominate. You can just come out after the time is up. Some people have that choice. The Feathering God Emperor and the Misty God Emperor cannot choose this way, they all have to compete for the only overlord. This is the difference in the mentality of the two groups. War. Xuanhuan burst into the sky with killing intent. Countless huge cannons had already been arranged, and at the moment when these people rushed over, they all spewed out, and the destructive energy beam was woven into a terrifying giant web of strangulation. The moment the soldiers and horses of the two major dynasties rushed into the territory of Xuanhuan, they immediately did not know how many were destroyed. They also have artillery battleships, but they are not as good as Xuanhuan at all. The giant artillery is suppressing the opponent, but this battle is more of a battle of the top powerhouses. This is the pain of Xuanhuan dynasty, the reason why the background is too short. If it is dragged to the end of this cosmic cycle, this will not be the case. Many people are paying attention to this cosmic war, and they know that no one will give Xuanhuan time to develop. Kill the past. The purpose of this war is to destroy the country's fortune, kill people when you see people, and destroy places when you see them. The Ascension God dynasty was ferocious, the Supreme led the team, the Ascension God Emperor brought the information over, and the Ascension Gods did not go to guard. The tide-like army was bombarded by artillery fire, killing a bloody road. Misty God dynasty also has combat missions. The instructions given to them by the Misty God Emperor were to destroy the Xuanhuan national fortune, but not completely. The powerful gods also came. There are not many of them, but all they can kill are the strong, which immediately put great pressure on Xuanhuan's defense. Master of the universe, just look at this battle. Even if we sacrifice all of our lives, we must not fail. The god of war is shaking. He was not afraid, but excited, and this monstrous battle burned his blood. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 10-15 Xuanhuan will win, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1006 Unstoppable. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. The god emperors of the two great dynasties are dealing with His Majesty, and I will take on the responsibility of guarding the country's fortunes. The god of war is boiling hot. Now that he has broken through the supreme second heaven, his strength is strong. With his ability, he can fight against the third heaven. With the addition of the supreme divine healing potion, there is still a chance for a desperate outbreak. Slay the god of war. There is the supreme being of the Xuanhuan dynasty shouting, the god of war is strong, he is only one person, we are strong and powerful to suppress him with an absolute number of people. Let the first god of war of the gods die in this battle, and break his arm of the gods. A monstrous war broke out at this moment. Feathering Divine Dynasty, Misty Divine Dynasty, and Divine Court have dispatched several two-layered existences. Haha, come on. The god of war is domineering, he stepped forward, and his majestic body waved the fist of the unparalleled god of war. As soon as the strong man who besieged him came to him, he was slammed and flew out, and then he attacked strongly and set an example. Defend the god emperor. God of war shouted. He actually broke through to the supreme second heaven. The supremes of the three forces were shocked, this was too fast. Little did he know that Xuanhuan beheaded a third-level god and demon on the other bank, and bathed him in divine blood to baptize himself, making his foundation extremely stable. The god of war fought bloody battles, and there were many people besieging him, and he also chose to exchange blood for blood. In fact, he has no other choice. No matter how strong he is, as Xuanhuan said, he is only one person. The final decision of the battle is not for him, but it is also closely related to him. As long as he does not fall, he can lead the army to charge, and such a bloody play can also frighten the opponent. Everyone, this battle is the battle of the divine dynasty's Ding-Ding hegemony. After this battle, we will be the masters of the universe and will be unstoppable. The two major divine dynasties will definitely perish under our troops. The god of war is shouting. In his words, the relationship of this battle was reversed. It was not a battle of attack and demise, but their counterattack against the forces of the universe, which was used to push the divine dynasty's luck to the extreme. Beacon fires are burning all over the territory of Xuanhuan. There are too many powerhouses coming in, and it is impossible to stop them. They can only concentrate their superior forces in the main star field surrounding the Emperor Xuanhuan. The blasphemer must be punished. Guan Yu Supreme said coldly. Xuanhuan, this is the enemy of the whole world. Originally, the enemy of the whole world should be Zhen, but it was robbed by you, so that you can enjoy this taste. The Emperor Yuhua looked at Chu Yuan. No matter how powerful Xuanhuan was, as a god emperor, he had to be full of confidence. It's not like all the enemies of the world. Heavenly Emperor, God, and other powerhouses who have dominated the universe can't be found at this moment. I will rule the universe and no one can stop it. This war will end, and the universe should be calm. Chu Yuan's tone was calm, but his domineering arrogance could not be concealed. For Chu Yuan, unifying the universe and becoming the master is just the beginning. He wants to control the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Kill. Not much to say, everything is in battle. As soon as the Emperor Ascension took action, he staged a shocking big trick. His body was glowing, this was the feathering of himself, and his strength was also extremely strong. Emperor Feather really has to fight this time. At this moment, Chu Yuan's body is towering, like a giant mountain blocking them in front of them, but even so, the misty ancient emperor will shake him. This is the last hope. He does not want to be a loser 3 times in a row. He also killed him, murderous. There was a strong resentment in his attack. This was the failure of the general, the emperor, and the gods, which acted on Chu Yuan. Guan Yu Supreme also rushed out. Although he is not the lord of the divine dynasty, he carries the last belief of the divine age. At this time, he is also extremely powerful. The halberd is swept away, extremely powerful, and he has reached the peak of his strength. The 3 strong men attacked Chu Yuan at the same time. Procrastination. The Emperor Yuhua said 2 words. The god of war led the army to delay them, and the Emperor Yuhua was also delaying Chu Yuan. He was waiting for an opportunity. They wanted to stop Chu Yuan and give the army time to break through Xuanhuan and destroy his luck. They were under tremendous pressure from the Xuanhuan God Emperor. But on the contrary, the Starfield battlefield is also under the fierce attack of the 3 major forces in Xuanhuan. That's right, I'm going to maim him this time. The misty ancient emperor held a long spear. In a trance, he seemed to see a fragment of the heavenly emperor pushing the universe. At this time, Xuanhuan was more majestic and domineering than the heavenly emperor, and he was the master of all living beings. The world-shaking decisive battle broke out, and it's another cycle. Kill. Guan Yu Supreme rushed out, showing a divine court style. One blow was exciting, and the fluctuations immediately spread into the infinite starry sky, and the battle blade pointed directly at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless, and his whole body was glowing. The Overlord's magnificent light, his palm crossed, representing the protagonist of the era, that Guan Yu Supreme's ultimate move collapsed directly in front of him, and it was useless. My strength can't help him. Guan Yu Supreme had a solemn expression on his face. He knew that the Xuanhuan God Emperor was very strong, but it was far beyond his imagination. This fight is bad. And us. They were originally opponents of each other, but now they have to join forces, which makes people sigh at the changes in the world. The misty ancient emperor's body was straight, he shot with a long spear, pierced the universe, and a terrifying dimensional torrent flowed out. Immediately, the boundless gods and fortunes converged into Wang Yang, and blasted out at the same time as his killing. Even if the misty ancient emperor is the weakest among the 3 emperors, he is also the master of the god dynasty. Boom boom boom. Heart-shattering bombardment. The misty ancient emperor killed fiercely, but Chu Yuan did not move like a mountain. His hand of the gods swept over and over again, hitting the most powerful and domineering power, making the misty ancient emperor's ultimate move useless in front of him. Standing here himself, he has already represented a kind of peak. Emperor Piao and Supreme Guan Yu can't hinder him in the slightest. How strong is the strength of God Emperor Xuanhuan? Do you really want to become the overlord of the universe? In this scene, Xuanhuan easily blocked the attack of the two powerhouses, which also shocked many people. It's too early to say, God Emperor Yuhua is the biggest threat. He has been planning for a long time. How can he be willing to fail this time? It depends on God Emperor Yuhua's attack. He doesn't know what trump cards are not used. The battle for hegemony in the universe, the peak duel, countless people are waiting for the end of this war. It can be seen that the ancient demon Forbidden Land, waiting for several ancient forbidden places to shine, must be ready to withdraw from the universe at any time. Feathering. The feathering power of the Emperor Yuhua is like a mountain and a sea, with immeasurable divine power. It is dazzling in the universe. There is nothing that can stop us from unifying the universe, feathering, and misty. Use whatever cards you have. This will be your last chance. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1016 Unstoppable, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. #C1007 Sweep Invincible. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan is as powerful as the sea. His power is so strong that every time he hits it, it causes the origin of the universe to vibrate, causing shocking fluctuations. As soon as he dropped his big hand, he collapsed the various powers of the Emperor Yuhua, and made great strides. Even a strong man like the Emperor Yuhua was retreating at the moment during his attack, showing that he could not compete. God Emperor Yuhua's face is also ugly, his opponent is too strong. Kill. The misty ancient emperor broke out the lore technique, and the overwhelming force was suppressed. His power can be said to be extremely strong among the supremes. Only in a unified universe can he be promoted with the help of the power of the universe. Xuanhuan's 5 fingers spread out, his mana was like a dragon, and the force swept across, bursting out, directly attacking the misty ancient emperor. Boom! The continuous explosions, the power of the misty ancient emperor exploded again and again. He roared wildly, his eyes were red. Such a failure reminded him of the scene when he was crushed by the gods and the emperor. I won't lose. The misty ancient emperor roared. He couldn't bear the third failure, and if he failed this time it would be impossible. The world is reincarnated. With the power of the reincarnation of heaven and earth, Xuanhuan was in the attack of the 3 powerhouses, and easily destroyed their power. Boom! One blow swept away, and the misty ancient emperor was shaken and flew out, spewing a mouthful of blood. Why is his strength so strong? The misty ancient emperor said loudly. If you want to defeat him, the only way is to collapse his national fortune first. Apart from that, there is no other way. The Emperor Feather said calmly. However, looking at the war in the Star Territory, although it was extremely tragic, the Xuanhuan dynasty's will to resist is very tenacious, and it is not a war that can be ended in a short time. He was worried that they would be defeated before they could solve the God Emperor Xuanhuan. God Seal. The light of Guanyu Supreme is drowning at this moment. Chains made of divine iron danced out, surrounding Xuanhuan, interspersed and connected, as if forming a trap. This is not an ordinary chain, but it was created by God himself back then, giving God powerful power. It is good. The Emperor Yuhua saw that Xuanhuan was blocked by the chains, his Yuhua Wangyang fell, and the Yuhua divine sword flew out from inside and exploded, a move of Yuhua Tiandi. However, when Xuanhuan's sword light swung up, his divine might was immeasurable. All the chains were broken at this moment, and the crumbling metal sputtered out towards the surroundings. Bang bang bang. Supreme Guanyu never imagined that the chain of God would collapse so easily, and he suffered the most backlash. Xuanhuan stands at the top of the universe, with a dominant style, invincible. After he broke through the realm of the Supreme, the Emperor Yuhua and the others would no longer be able to win. With a wave of his left hand, the huge vortex moved over and swept across the universe. The three powerhouses of the Ascension God Emperor also declined in this attack, and their attack seemed powerless. This man is unshakable. Strong, too strong, is this the power of the Overlord who is about to dominate the universe? Such a scene shocked the strong in the universe. I thought it was a desperate fight, but who would have thought that in a top-level confrontation, this would be a unilateral suppression? Some people are fortunate that they did not intervene. Invincible and invincible, this is how Xuanhuan feels to everyone. It's time to end. Xuanhuan was at its peak, and the national fortunes of the divine dynasty inspired infinite light. He pressed his hands, and countless lights turned into thunder and lightning. He steps on the sea of thunder and controls the four poles. In the eternal legend, he first locked on Guan Yu Supreme, first collapsed the power of the gods, and suddenly fell with a palm. He wants to kill me first. Guan Yu Supreme trembled in his heart. In an instant, before he could dodge, he was severely struck by lightning, and the radiance was dimmed, and it would become coke. Emperor Feather, Ancient Emperor Misty, aren't you two emperors using their strongest powers quickly? Guan Yu Supreme roared. Feathering soars. The Emperor Yuhua suddenly pushed the power of Yuhua to the strongest. He came to Xuanhuan in a flash, and with a push of his hands, the dazzling Wang Yang of feathering immediately fell on Xuanhuan, and the fluctuation of the heaven and earth broke out. The misty Ancient Emperor also roared, and the storm of destruction swept through. Xuanhuan was fearless and fearless. He collapsed with one punch, whether it was the emergence of Wang Yang or the destruction of the storm, all collapsed. He seems to have crossed the mysterious long river of time and space with one step, the power of one punch, the immortality of the cauldron, the punch from the sky, and suddenly slammed into Guan Yu Supreme's body. He struck a big cutting technique and slashed on Guan Yu Supreme's body again, slashing his flesh and blood. You can't let him kill Guan Yu first. Once Guan Yu died, there was really no hope. And the Emperor Yuhua also knew that Guan Yu was a peerless powerhouse, like a god after all. His strength was also the weakest among them, but his existence was also crucial. The runes were reorganized, and the Emperor Yuhua desperately wanted to block Xuanhuan's attack. Xuanhuan walked in a leisurely manner and could not stop him at all. No matter how strong the Emperor Yuhua was, he couldn't stop him. He grabbed him with a backhand. The Emperor Yuhua suffered this kind of bombardment, and he had to be kicked out. Is it really impossible to stop it? The misty Ancient Emperor was unwilling. I am afraid that this war is about to end, the new Overlord is about to be born, and the era of gods will finally come to an end. Many people sighed in this way. Ha ha ha, the age of gods will never end, this is eternity, and the result is already doomed. Guan Yu Supreme was not afraid, but laughed. He's doing his last struggle. There was a kind of divine fire burning all over his body, which was his supreme origin, and he knew that he would not be able to fight back in Xuanhuan's attack, so he had to use his own fire. God. The universe is shaking. In the battlefield, even a large number of powerful people in the divine court burned themselves, and countless rays of light fell on him, causing his power to grow in a strange way at the moment, actually breaking free from Xuanhuan's attack. God's counterattack, you are already from the previous era. But in the face of Guan Yu Supreme's counterattack, Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. He knocked it down with a big hand, and came to him, booming. The gate of heaven descended from the sky, and under his wave, it descended to kill Guan Yu Supremes. Overhead. This is a devastating blow. God is immortal, God will be brilliant again, the whole universe belongs to God. Guan Yu Supreme also felt the coming of death. But he didn't have the slightest fear, he resisted God, and the whole person flew towards the gate of God. His resistance was tragic and solemn. A supreme triple heaven was willing to sacrifice his life for God, which is worthy of admiration, but Xuanhuan would not sacrifice his life to leave his life behind. When Xuanhuan Jun came, the gate of heaven was suppressed. Feathering God Emperor, Piaomio Ancient Emperor most intuitively saw that Guan Yu Supreme was crystallized in this attack, and his entire body was cracked with the sound of shattering ceramics. Boom! The gate of God was completely suppressed, Guan Yu Supreme was suppressed as a powder, and all were swept away by the Emperor Xuanhuan. Guan Yu Supreme died, and the powerful gods collapsed. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1017 Sweep Invincible, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C1008 Ding Ding Victory. Invincible and the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Guan Yu Supreme fell. His legend ended. His blood forged the majesty of Chu Yuan's overlord. He was still shouting at the moment before he fell, God will never end, but how the future changes, all this has nothing to do with him. Guan Yu is dead. The misty ancient emperor's face was horrified, and in the majesty of Chu Yuan, he retreated again and again. I don't believe this is the case. The face of the Emperor Yuhua was also distorted. He was not reconciled and dared not accept the facts in front of him. In order to become the master of the universe, how many reincarnations he had arranged, and now he only got this result. He has many conspiracies, and there are still many dark chess in the universe. However, in the absolute strength, all the dark chess are useless, and the Xuanhuan God Emperor has absolute strength to crush and level. Guan Yu Supreme is dead, Yuhua Divine Emperor, Piaomio Ancient Emperor has no hope, and the two emperors can no longer stop his attack. Empty lament, everything is empty. I thought that the overlord of this universe's reincarnation would be a feather, and he did show the overlord style, but he turned out to be the God Emperor. This is his misfortune and sorrow. Don't wait, the overlord battle is over, Xuanhuan is the overlord of the next 9 universes, escape the world, the era of overlords can't hold us. Many sighed. Some powerhouses don't need to watch anymore. Although Emperor Yuhua and Ancient Emperor Piaomio still have powerful combat power, the death of Supreme Guan Yu has already declared their failure, and there is no hope. The road to becoming a hegemon is difficult, and each era can only accommodate one. Give it a try again. The Emperor Yuhua was not reconciled. He self-emerged, bursting out the strongest combat power since his cultivation. The dazzling light shone through the ancients and the present. He went crazy, his twisted face charged towards Chu Yuan with his paranoia. Kill. The misty ancient emperor is even more reconciled. He has failed twice, and this will be the 3rd time. Their desperation was earth-shattering, and the 2 peak powerhouses of the universe were bombarded with desperation. However, Chu Yuan's general situation has become a reality. He is supreme, and his terrifying power is in control. Boom! Chu Yuanxiong dominated the world, and the moment the Emperor Yuhua rushed over, he smashed Yuhua into the air with one palm, and blood splashed. Then he turned to kill the misty ancient emperor, punching the ancient emperor with a punch. His body was dripping with flesh and blood. If not for the protection of the gods, his soul would collapse at this moment. All success or failure is doomed at this moment. Chu Yuan beheaded Guan Yu Supreme and devoured his energy, let alone 2 people can fight. He is the insurmountable mountain for the 2 of them, standing here, suppressing their power. Failed. After the Emperor Yuhua went crazy, he let out a long sigh. He was a proud man, but he admitted his failures. Yuhua, you admit defeat. The misty ancient emperor roared. What if he doesn't admit defeat? He is already the master of this universe. The Emperor Yuhua also lost his way at this moment, and his absolute strength crushed them. No, I'm definitely not reconciled to failure. Piaomio Ancient Emperor said fiercely, there is a chance, there will definitely be a chance. The chance is gone. The Emperor Feather sighed. He looked towards the sky, as if looking for the whereabouts of the other side of the Shenzhou. He couldn't understand why the other side of Shenzhou didn't make a move. If they made a move, the outcome of this battle would definitely be completely different. However, he knew even more that it was useless to rely on others, and the biggest reason was that his own strength was inferior to Xuanhuan. He freely admitted his failure. If you lose, the ruler of the next 9 universes will be Xuanhuan. After 9 reincarnations, we will fight again. I can wait. The Emperor Yuhua was about to avoid the era of Chu Yuan. The reincarnation of the 9 universes is too long, I can't wait, I've waited too long. The misty ancient emperor went mad. Whether you can wait is your business, what does it have to do with me? The Emperor Yuhua made an astonishing move. He did not choose to fight Chu Yuan to the death, but suddenly turned into a light of feathers and fled in one direction. He has to wait. However, it is not surprising that he made this choice. God Emperor Yuhua is not a person who is willing to give up. He rose after the era of Heavenly Emperor. Later, the power of God made him bear it down again. He will continue to forbear. The Emperor Yuhua ran, and the soldiers and horses of the Emperor Yuhua also broke apart. From the supreme to the most common soldiers, they all had no will to fight. At this moment, they were like headless flies, frantically retreating towards the surroundings. Feathering, you. Seeing that Emperor Yuhua didn't choose to fight with him, the Miao Miao Emperor's mentality collapsed, but he had no choice but to retreat. The 2 god emperors retreated and fled. Chu Yuan did not choose to pursue them, he knew that it would be meaningless to pursue them directly. Their escape was an admission of their failure, and the fortunes of the God dynasty were also broken. Now, the most important thing is to lead the army to capture their divine capital all the way. The battlefield in the star field is being swept away, and the escape of the 2 god emperors has caused the mentality of many soldiers and horses of the 2 god emperors to collapse. Even the god emperors have run away, and many have lost their faith in fighting to the death, so they directly chose to surrender. Wanxing. 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 The fighting in the star field did not last very long, but the casualties of Xuanhuan were also huge, but at this moment, their mood was agitated, knowing that they had locked the victory. The fortunes of the 2 gods have collapsed, the 2 god emperors have retreated, they have failed, and the ancient demons have withdrawn from the universe. Just after the 2 god emperors escaped, the ancient demon forbidden land that existed in the universe disappeared, and all the big demons disappeared. The ancient demon has left in a forbidden place. Chu Yuan's spiritual sense swept across the universe, and he could no longer perceive the existence of the ancient demon forbidden land. He looked at the direction in which they disappeared and knew where they went. The place of reincarnation. They went to the place of reincarnation. It's a place to escape. But Chu Yuan didn't care about them either. The most important thing for him now is to clear the remaining forces of the 2 great dynasties in the universe. Your Majesty, the remaining enemies in the star field have been eliminated, the army is completed, and you can go out at any time. When the remaining enemies in the star field were cleared, the god of war was covered in blood. Although his strength was a little weak, his fighting spirit was high, and he said excitedly in front of Chu Yuan. The battle was too cruel. He had already used the Supreme God healing potion, and it was precisely because of their hard work that Chu Yuan gained time to defeat the 2 great god emperors. Ares is excited. Although he had seen the splendor of the age of Heavenly Emperor and the age of gods, at that time, he was just a witness. And this time, he was a direct participant, shedding blood for the ruler of the divine dynasty. Follow me to go on an expedition, first overcome the feathering, and then overcome the misty, completely eliminate the remaining power in the universe, and the universe should usher in peace. Chu Yuan said lightly, even though the 2 emperors ran away, if they did not completely eliminate their residual strength, they would not be unified. The era of Xuanhuan will be eternal, and the reincarnation of heaven and earth will be in my hands, and only I will rule. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1018 Ding Ding Victory, 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Hashtag C1009, Success or Failure Turns Empty. The war isn't quite over yet. There are still some residues that are not completely swept away. Xuanhuan ordered the army, in the attitude of the overlord of the universe. After clearing the remnants of the enemy, they marched forward all the way, and pushed horizontally towards the territory of the Ascension God dynasty. Before, among the three gods, the Xuanhuan dynasty occupied the largest territory. Now, it is meaningless to care about the size of the territory. The entire universe belongs to the gods, and no one can stop them. The Xuanhuan dynasty has conquered all the way, and there is no decent resistance in the Ascension territory. A large number of people shivered, raised their hands, and surrendered, waiting for the Xuanhuan dynasty to judge them. There are also some people who are saddened by the defeat of Xuanhuan, who are unwilling to rely on Xuanhuan, self-judgment of the whole city. Most of these things happened in the core territory of the Ascension God dynasty. Lament. The hegemony of the universe is so cruel. The new master will establish a new order and sweep away the troubles left over from the past. The battle for hegemony is coming to an end. Get ready for the new era of Xuanhuan, the master of the next 9 universes. This is the consensus of many people, and some people who are secretly concerned have taken refuge in Xuanhuan. The Feathering God Capital. The Feathering Gods are huge, but there is no divine light. The entire city is dim, and there is no one person in it. Where there is still the slightest prosperous appearance, dead silence, contains a strong resentment. The people in Xuanhuan divine capital have already run away, and Xuanhuan divine emperor is no longer there. He gave up divine capital and did not resist. He has already admitted his defeat and Xuanhuan divine dynasty collapsed. God of War. The Emperor Xuanhuan retreated very decisively, knowing that sticking to it was a dead end, and the supreme lifespan was infinite. He could afford it. I have to say that such a person dared to admit his failure and make the most sensible choice. It's also good, if the Emperor Xuanhuan doesn't stick to it, they don't need to attack. Enter the Ascension God City. Xuanhuan entered the Ascension God capital and came to the Ascension Temple, which was empty. Not even a chair was left in it. Xuanhuan waved a divine seat, condensed like a creation, and sat on the top of the Ascension Temple. This is the center of the Ascension God dynasty, and he has broken through the capital and occupied it. Your Majesty, in the Ascension God capital, the Ascension God Emperor has not left us any resources at all, and the territory of the Ascension God dynasty has also been occupied by my Xuanhuan. And the Ascension God dynasty has perished. God of War declares. Ding. The host completed the side quests, obtained 10 million fate points, the 8th level crafting blueprint of the dimensional warship, the Supreme Artifact Advanced card, the Supernatural Power Fruit X4096, the Supreme God Healing Potion X1, the Supreme Realm X2, the Resuscitator X1, and the Destruction Sword. Blueprint X1, Fierce Fan X1, Random 3000, Avenue Lottery Chance X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current mainline has been released, control the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The war is far from over. Even if the universe is unified, what is it? The most difficult thing is to control the reincarnation between heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said. He looked down at the crowd and stood up. Attack the Misty God dynasty. The Ascension God dynasty collapsed, and there was another Misty God dynasty that was not cleared. The army immediately marched into the Misty God dynasty. And Xuanhuan checked the reward of the task. Dimensional battleships are more advanced battleships than cosmic battleships. They have the ability to travel through the deep void of the universe, that is, dimension. Its powerful ability is the killer on the battlefield, and immortality is difficult to destroy. The Resuscitator, the Supreme Triple Heaven, is a woman who wears a holy white robe and controls the ability to revive and heal all things. The blueprint of the Destruction Sword is a kind of bright silver and white, reflecting the cold light, and it is a weapon for equipping the army. As for Foam Life Fan, it is the most supreme artifact. When a fan moves, the wind and fire-like storm is like an extreme explosion, and even the star field can be blown. Ding! The host obtained the Great Void technique of the 3000 Tao divine ability through random lottery. Great Void technique. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. Although he was in control of the big cutting technique before, it was a kind of fierce killing power, but this big void technique is different. This technique is the real control of the power of the void, and the shuttle, with the gate of the void, will burst out unparalleled control. The army set off in the universe, and soon arrived in the Misty Gods. In the Misty Gods. Unlike you Huashen, there are many people here. God Emperor Xuanhuan, you are here. In the Shendu, the misty ancient emperor heard his own voice. He did not leave, but was still in the Shendu, wearing the emperor's robe, with bright eyes, staring at Xuanhuan, indescribably calm. The Emperor Yuhua has already left. Xuanhuan said. He appeared and confronted the misty ancient emperor. I know, he ran away. The misty ancient emperor was calm and seemed to see through everything. I can't go. I have already lost 3 times, lost to the emperor, lost to God, lost to you. There are only 3 things. This third failure is also my last failure. He is very tired at the moment. He has fought in 3 eras, and in each era, he has to be tense, to fight against many great enemies in the universe. After this defeat, he does not plan to run away, so he accepts all this, calmly and indifferently. I don't want to run anymore, and I don't want to fight anymore. I'm waiting for you here. This is my last battle, and it belongs to my misty final glory. Misty Ancient Emperor Road. The last battle, I will give you the last glorious battle. Although it was an opponent, Xuanhuan gave Piamiao Ancient Emperor the last respect. The last battle is over. After this battle, there is no me in the world anymore. There is no sorrow or joy in the misty ancient emperor. Although I am an enemy of you, I know that after you rule the universe, you will not embarrass the people of the misty divine dynasty, because you are the overlord of the universe and the existence of the heavens. Rest assured. The creatures in the entire universe are my subjects. Xuanhuan said. Come on then. The misty ancient emperor glowed, and his last powerful combat power broke out. As he said, he was tired, and he had no heart to avoid the 9 universes of reincarnation, and then went to fight for the position of the universe overlord. 3 failures have broken his heart. He didn't want to rely on Xuanhuan, this was his pride, then only death in battle was his best destination. He is not worried that after his death, the people of the Misty God dynasty will suffer revenge, and he knows that Xuanhuan is not such a person. The battle was fierce, and although the misty ancient emperor tried his best, his defeat was a foregone conclusion, and he was slammed into the chest by Xuanhuan's palm. Failed. The misty ancient emperor was indifferent. He sat back on his throne and leaned on it. At this time, he still had a bit of domineering above the sky, but he was like an old man who was dying. I have fought my entire life, and I am proud of myself. It seems that the position of overlord is very close to me, but it is actually very far away. If I did not fight with the emperor at the beginning, but chose to be a peaceful supreme, I would never end up like this, but I don't. I'm sorry, it's my pride. The misty ancient emperor said, what I pursue in this life is never-ending power. Xuanhuan listened to his last words. Xuanhuan, my expedition is over, and your expedition is not over. What is it to rule the 9 universes of reincarnation? Since ancient times, I don't know how many universes reincarnated, and the person who can truly control the reincarnation of heaven and earth has never appeared, and the wider world. The misty ancient emperor said, it seems that I can't see these, haha, but I hope you can do it, because it is not wrong for me to lose in your hands. After all, you have completed the pioneering work throughout the ages. Success or failure is right and wrong, this emperor has no regrets in this life. The misty ancient emperor transformed himself into a Tiao and disappeared as a light spot. Xuanhuan gave him the greatest respect and sent the god emperor away. #C1020 Xuanwu era. The misty ancient emperor died in battle, and his divine dynasty also collapsed. The two great dynasties were swept away, and Xuanhuan had no opponents in this universe. The Sea of Death has also disappeared from the universe. On this day, another great event happened in the universe, and the ancient Sea of Death disappeared. Just before the misty ancient emperor died in battle, it was rumored that the owner of the Sea of Death had awakened, urging the great supernatural powers to make the Sea of Death disappear. The Sea of Death has disappeared. The Sea of Death has an ancient existence, and it has never disappeared even in the era when the Heavenly Emperor and God dominated. Now, on the eve of the unification of the universe by the Xuanwu God dynasty, it disappeared. This shows that the Sea of Death is very jealous of the Xuanwu Shan dynasty. It was very decisive to leave, knowing that I will not tolerate a Sea of Death in the universe. Xuanhuan said indifferently, "Who is the owner of the Sea of Death?" The moment he disappeared, I seemed to sense a familiar aura. It was very strange, but in the strangeness there was something I had come into contact with. He can't speculate yet. But he knew where the Sea of Death had gone. Ignore these for now. Xuanhuan knows the place of escape for everyone. After the annihilation and feathering, and the Xuanwu God dynasty unified the universe, and whoever dared not surrender to the entire universe, also announced that the universe has entered a great era called Xuanwu. Infinite divine luck. Xuanwu Shan dynasty is brilliant. The entire universe belongs to the gods and gods. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a powerful force that poured into his body, like a frenzy. In the past, Xuanwu was based on a year, but this method of chronology no longer has much significance for today's Xuanwu, but must be calculated by the reincarnation of the universe. This is the first Xuanwu reincarnation. It is the first reincarnation of Xuanwu's rule. There is still a long time, but I can wait, God Emperor Xuanwu, the reincarnation of the 9 universes, you will be difficult to reproduce in the heavens. The Emperor Yuhua hid in a place and said, coldly. In his opinion, the misty ancient emperor is stupid. Nothing is important to live. 1 or 2 failures are nothing. Even if he fails thousands of times, his feathered mentality will never collapse. Xuanwu Shan dynasty, the master of the universe. In the Shandu, Yao Linger, Luo Yueying, Shang Guangxian, and Jiuyo gathered together and felt that the entire universe was dominated by Xuanwu. But this is just the beginning for your majesty. Juyudeo, she knows more, after 9 reincarnations, his majesty will retire from the world, and will not be able to appear due to the suppression of the universe. However, with his majesty's character, how can he endure such a thing? He has to do things like God and control it. Cosmic reincarnation, Xuanwu is eternal, and is not subject to any suppression. Your majesty is ambitious. Shang Guangxian said lightly, there is not much we can do, we can only support him silently behind his majesty's back, even if it is only a small amount of strength. Time keeps passing, even thousands of years have no meaning to Xuanwu. The Xuanwu Shan dynasty has already unified the universe, and construction is underway everywhere. The powerhouses in the entire universe are Xuanwu people. All resources are allocated by Xuanwu, so that a large number of powerhouses have emerged in the Shan dynasty. God's prosperity spreads all over the universe, and the prestige of Xuanwu God Emperor is preached everywhere. Although the recent years have been warm and the divine dynasty is developing greatly, it is so peaceful. Chu Chenzi traveled the entire universe and had a lot of fun. Yeah, now the divine dynasty is in the stage of great development, and it will last for 9 cosmic reincarnations. It sounds like a long time. This incredible time has to be calculated by reincarnation, and how many years each cosmic reincarnation is, think about it. It's all complicated. Chu Qinyao said, now, Xuanhuan has no opponent. No, you are wrong. Chu Qinyao came over and said, Your Majesty still has enemies, that is God. God is not dead, he is planning a great plan that will even change the pattern of the entire universe, and there are too many strong people who are not dead, they are all trapped in this universe, including our Xuanhuan. After all, she has been a servant of the gods and knows a lot. God of War has also broken through to the third heaven. How many years have passed? Xuanhuan received the good news that the God of War had broken through to the supreme triple heaven, which was due to the unification of the universe and the luck of the gods. Although the previous war was cruel, after the unification of Xuanhuan, the universe calmed down, and many geniuses were cultivated and became the pillars of Xuanhuan. I'm going to make a breakthrough too. Xuanhuan was shocked and broke through to the realm of the second layer of heaven. Ding! The host broke through the second level of the Supreme God and obtained 4 million fate points, the Supernatural Power Fruit X4096, the Supreme Artifact Advanced Card, the Supreme God's Domain X2, the Earth Spirit Warrior X1, and the Random Lottery Chance X1. The 5 wars will gather together, and the power of the Supreme can already be exerted, and the 5 elements cycle, the 5 spirits are all evolving towards the Supreme. Another long time has passed, and this is the era of Xuanhuan. The Supreme God Trinity. The familiar sound of system boost came again. Ding! The host has broken through the Supreme Divine Triple Heaven and obtained 5 million fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X4096, Supreme Artifact Advanced Card, Supreme Divine Domain X2, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current branch has been released, Breakthrough and Dominate. Dominate. Xuanhuan knew that above the Supreme God is the Lord. He seems to be the master of the universe, but in fact he is not. He is not the master God, including the gods, the Emperor of Heaven, and all the powerhouses in the universe, not the master God. Just because, in this universe, they cannot break through to the realm of domination. This universe is like a cage, deeply suppressing them. The advantage of being the overlord of the universe is that you can use limited resources to comprehend the mood of domination, but if you don't unify the universe, you won't be able to understand what it feels like to dominate the world. This is a kind of spiritual insight, which has great benefits. Xuanhuan was able to break through to the third heaven of the Supreme God, because of the unification of gods and martial arts, and the majestic national fortune of the gods. Master, if you don't really dominate the universe, you will be suppressed by the universe forever. Xuanhuan said. After he became the overlord of the universe, he gradually realized more things. The 9 cosmic cycles are the limits of the universe. Every reincarnation in the past, the universe will exert a terrifying force on you, and after the 9th reincarnation, that terrible suppression makes you not to leave the universe and escape from the world. There is only one place to escape from the world, and that is in the world of reincarnation. And only after each reincarnation catastrophe, the universe falls into a state of chaotic destruction, such as the Emperor of Heaven. Such a master can reproduce the heavens from the reincarnation world, seek to truly become the master, and transcend the method of this universe. The overlord of the universe is not so easy to be. The biggest enemy is not the emperor and them, but the universe itself. Xuanhuan said lightly. The oppression of ordinary supreme beings is not so serious, but the supreme beings like Xuanhuan, who realize the true meaning of mastery, are the ones who will be oppressed, and cannot even appear freely in the universe. #C1021 Goddess Yanran. Xuanhuan understood. He already knew where God was, and how God existed. There were traces of God everywhere in heaven and earth, and God had been integrated into heaven and earth. But now is not the time for God to appear, but to wait for the great calamity of reincarnation. Why is there cosmic reincarnation? Xuanhuan was also thinking and came to his own conclusion. Existence under immortality is certain to die in every reincarnation. This should be a cleanup. Over a long period of time, a large number of strong people have been born, which has overwhelmed the universe. It is necessary to come to the reincarnation of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, destroying everyone, and turning back into chaos. Immortal and supreme have no lifespan limit. If ordinary methods cannot destroy them, they will have a big catastrophe from time to time, which is specially used to kill immortal and supreme. And every reincarnation, the power of the universe seems to become stronger, harvesting other people's lives to strengthen itself. In the process, he speculates that something changed. Of course, Xuanhuan has never experienced the reincarnation of the universe. Seeing is believing. He will only know if he has experienced it himself. Now, he can already accurately predict when the world will reincarnate, and there is still an extremely long period of time, calculated in billions of years. He turned around and left Shindu, and pure cultivation had no effect on him. His realm has reached the limit that this universe can reach, and without breaking the shackles of the universe, he will never be able to grow. He looked at the style of the entire divine dynasty. Over a long period of time, countless masters have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and some supremes have also been added. For example, Lu Qianfu, Li Jianqing, and Earth Demon God have all broken through to the supreme. However, he felt that many people in the God dynasty were slackening, and the peaceful years had smoothed their fighting spirit. Xuanhuan is not surprised, they can't find an opponent, the universe belongs to the gods, the whole world is at peace, there is no goal, no opponent can be found, how can we not relax? Xuanhuan is not the true master of the universe. He is only a temporary manager. If he does not break the cycle, there are only 9 reincarnations, which is too short. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. At this moment, he sensed the time and space of the universe, and suddenly went to a place, and soon came to a quiet area, silent, and in front of him, there was an ancient giant tower standing, and there was a chaotic atmosphere. 33 Heavenly Pagoda. Xuanhuan looked at the tower. He is no longer in the past. Looking at this tower, he has also built an independent area here, like the other side of the Shenzhou. He could see that this tower was a terrifying treasure, no weaker than the other side of Shenzhou, and even contained a more terrifying true meaning. Goddess. Xuanhuan said to the tower. You are here. After a while, the voice of the goddess slowly came out, the tower was glowing, and a passage was constructed to let Xuanhuan in. It was the first time he heard the goddess speak. The goddess had never spoken before, and it seemed that she did not want to talk to some people, but to Xuanhuan, as if they had met in the eternal world, or maybe he had become the strongest in this universe. However, the voice of the goddess was not as clear and sweet as she imagined, but rather cold and severe, like a knife-like cold wind blowing in her ears. It was very cold. Xuanhuan stepped into the tower, he looked around, it was different from what he went to in the eternal world, it seemed to be transformed into a complete universe, a very powerful artifact. His eyes fell on an expressionless woman sitting cross-legged in the chaotic airflow. The goddess let him in, as if Xuanhuan could find her whereabouts. Xuanhuan. The goddess's voice was not mixed with any emotion, and said indifferently, the years change, time reincarnates, I seem to feel that in the blink of an eye, this universe has a ruler, ushered in a new master, you are very powerful. What kind of master is I? I haven't even controlled the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan smiled at her, as if he was seeing an old friend who was unfamiliar. When he saw the goddess, he instantly knew that the strength of this goddess's cultivation was very high, and it was difficult for him to see through it. There is a little change in this universe, and the sky is born with its own will, with its thinking, this is a disaster, and it is no longer the rule of selfless operation itself. Goddess rode. She was also looking at Xuanhuan. I have guessed some things, but many things will not be revealed until the universe is reincarnated, and I will be like a god, triggering the great calamity of reincarnation in advance. Xuanhuan said, "You do not belong to this universe." It does not matter. Goddess rode. Goddess, what is your name and where are you from? Xuanhuan asked suddenly. What is my name? The goddess was stunned, her eyes were a little confused, and it seemed that she was mentioned to a sealed memory. After a long time, she said briefly, 33 days, Guyuan Tian, who am I? It seems that my name is Yanran, my strength is damaged, some memories are dusty, I can't think clearly. Yanran. Xuanhuan nodded, it was indeed a very nice name. Of course, he could see that the goddess Yanran was not in a complete state and should be lacking. Her current situation is very strange. As she said, there is a memory loss, which is related to her experience. Where is Guyuan Tian? Xuanhuan asked. Guyuan Tian is gone, I don't know why I came to this universe. The goddess said indifferently, in the ancient 33 days, Guyuan Tian has been removed. It's not that you can't remember, it's that you don't want to. Some things will disappear if you don't want to. Xuanhuan and the goddess sat opposite each other. Her mood did not fluctuate at all, but she was silent for a long time before slowly saying, everything goes with the flow, I will not wake up, there is an inexplicable force that wakes me up, otherwise I will be asleep forever. The power in me? Xuanhuan said, I thought the goddess would not speak, but I didn't expect to tell me so much today. You have a familiar power, what is it, in my dusty memory? Goddess rode. She spoke to Xuanhuan because of that power. The power to make the goddess Yanran speak to me. Xuanhuan thought. After a while, he suddenly realized. Human Emperor Sword. The supreme power of the Holy Emperor of Humanity, with the Human Emperor Sword on him, he is the Emperor of Humanity. If it wasn't for the breath of the Supreme Humanity, the goddess would not let him enter the 33 Heavenly Pagoda, let alone speak to him. Some of the mysteries were revealed, and it was precisely because of this power that the goddess Yanran told him a lot. What does 33 days represent? Xuanhuan asked again. In the multiverse, the 33 most ancient and powerful heavens, when one day falls, will be replaced by new ones, but the number of the 33 days is eternal. The goddess spoke. I understand. Xuanhuan said. After that, Xuanhuan didn't ask the goddess Yanran any more. The two sat opposite each other in the 33 Heavenly Pagoda. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was extremely embarrassing. The goddess Yanran entered into a kind of cultivation, and did not care about Xuanhuan. It was the aura of the emperor that brought back a lot of her memories. Goddess, your answer has taught me a lot. Xuanhuan left the 33 Heavenly Pagoda, did not return to the capital, but arrived at the Divine Tribulation Star in an instant. #C1022 Divine Tribulation Pearl. When Xuanhuan arrived at the Divine Tribulation Star, even though he has already unified the universe, this star is still evolving all kinds of doomsdays. The history of the Divine Tribulation Star is very ancient, and it seems that it can be traced back. This universe has existed since the early days of its birth. No matter how many times the universe has been reincarnated, it has not been destroyed, and it is standing here like a nail. Meet your Majesty. There are many people on the Divine Tribulation Star who are cultivating with the help of Divine Tribulation. As soon as they see Xuanhuan coming, they hurriedly knelt down. You quit the robbery star. Xuanhuan looked at Xinjiashing. Could it be that your Majesty is going to deal with the Divine Tribulation Star? It should be. The existence of the gods is very strange, other existences can't deal with the gods, but our Majesty can. Yes, there is nothing that His Majesty cannot accomplish. Your Majesty is about to reveal the true secret of the Divine Tribulation Star. Many people retreated far away, and they had incomparable reverence for the Emperor Xuanhuan. The robbery star is not owned by this universe. There is no such substance in this universe, so let me reveal your true face. Xuanhuan slammed his palm out, and the boundless God Emperor's big hand immediately covered the huge divine tribulation star. The aura of the universe overlord was awe-inspiring, and the entire universe was shaken. Divine tribulation star is immortal, and at this moment encountered this kind of bombardment, it was actually shaking with rumbling, the condensed divine calamity was stagnant, and then a mad dragon-like thunder flew out. This thunder formed a great formation of divine thunder, tearing apart in terror. This kind of power, even if it is immortal, it will be chopped to death immediately. Many people were terrified when they saw this scene. Large swaths of the universe are spread by the sea of thunder. And as Xuanhuan continued to shoot, the fluctuations became more and more violent, even to the point where it could threaten the Supreme. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. Since he made a move, he had absolute certainty. These seas of thunder engulfed him. But he is immortal, and any power is useless in front of him. The hand of his cosmic overlord was annihilating, and he saw the huge calamity star collapsing, and the material that made up the star was eroded away, and it became smaller and smaller. The thing that finally appeared in front of Xuanhuan's eyes turned out to be just a sphere of thunder light, with a diameter of 10,000 feet. What is this? This is the most important substance of the divine tribulation star? I don't understand. What I see now is the true core of the divine tribulation star. There is a very terrifying power on this. Even if the Supreme Being is contaminated, he will die. Lord God of War, can your Majesty take away the star of the gods? Since ancient times, it is not that no cosmic overlord has shot at the star of the gods. The Supreme Being of the Xuanhuan dynasty was also alerted, watching His Majesty exert boundless power. There is no need to question, how exists your Majesty, we just look at it. God of War. Xuanhuan suppressed Xinjieshing with one hand, while also paying attention. This lightning ball is made of an inexplicable metal, which reflects the light of lightning, which is extremely bright. Good treasure, belongs to me. Xuanhuan can also use the human emperor sword to smash the divine tribulation star, but this is not necessary. He can see that this is a powerful treasure, and the infinite sealing power is suppressing it and applying seals one after another. Boom! An explosion-like sound startled. The boundless sea of thunder swept out, and the deep purple water of thunder and lightning was extremely violent, and it was about to drown the entire universe. This strong fluctuation was like the world-annihilating fluctuation caused by the reincarnation of the universe. The thunder light condensed, and a will was sealed inside, and a supreme figure appeared, which was extremely terrifying. It really was man-made. As soon as he saw this will, Xuanhuan knew it, but it definitely did not exist in this universe. This will has no emotion. He is swinging a huge thunder light giant axe. The thunder light crackles, and the Supreme is torn apart. The terrifying giant axe falls, and the universe will be torn in two at this moment. Although I don't know who you are, but in my universe, everything will be dominated by me. Xuanhuan was unshakable, and when the Emperor sword came out, there was also a supreme aura fighting against him. The power of the entire universe is being mobilized by him, and the domineering will is also strongly suppressed in the past. That thunder godlike will was shaken fiercely, and ordinary means naturally couldn't kill him. However, the human sovereign sword is different. The human Tao Sage sovereign sword is too terrifying, and the entire will and figure are collapsing. In the end, the divine tribulation star returned to peace and completely turned into a treasure. Xuanhuan cast the seal, and the star of the gods became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a ball, like a plaything in his hand. Your Majesty is invincible in this universe. Everyone said. By absorbing the power of lightning, it can emanate doom on its own. This treasure can only be torn apart by divine swords such as the human emperor sword. Xuanhuan waved the calamity star, and endless thunder and lightning poured out, and various calamities were rolling in it. His Majesty, God of War, here they come. The Supreme Thunder Beast is also here. It stares straight at the ball. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan, it wouldn't be able to suppress the greed in his heart, and slammed into it crazily. It is close to the power of thunder and lightning itself, and feeds on thunder and lightning. In Xuanhu, it breaks through the second heaven, but it is difficult to break through the third heaven. Thunder Beast, take it. Xuanhuan doesn't care about divine Jiaxing. The Supreme Thunder Beast jumped and swallowed the divine tribulation star in its stomach. It was extremely joyful. His Majesty the God Emperor had already defeated the inner will, and there was no hidden danger in swallowing it. It was about to rush over and rub Xuanhuan with its huge head. Stop! Xuanhuan shouted, take a good sense of the power in the divine tribulation star. You are born to manipulate the power of thunder. This thing can make you break through to the supreme triple heaven, and it is not impossible to even dominate the realm. Being able to take refuge in the God Emperor and become the God Emperor's pet, I have really accumulated the blessings of 8 lifetimes. The Supreme Thunder Beast slightly rotates the divine tribulation star. It is brilliant at this moment, and the infinite calamity power spreads out. At this moment, it seems to replace the existence of the divine tribulation star and can operate independently to emit the divine tribulation. Master, this is a big baby. The Supreme Thunder Beast said excitedly. This is a terrifying and powerful existence refined, suppressed in the universe, put the gods and calamities here, to absorb the power of doom, and now I will suppress and seal it. It has accumulated a lot of reincarnation. The power belongs to you, this is at your creation. Xuanhuan said solemnly. My gods and gods will add another hero. The God of War knows that the Supreme Thunder Beast has broken through the triple heaven, and its future strength will not even be weaker than him. Others thought there was no more war, but he understood the ambition of the God Emperor. The real hard battle is yet to come. The reincarnation of the 9 universes is too short, and this is not what your Majesty wants. Go away. Xuanhuan waved his hand and teleported back to Shendu. The gods of the gods, the divine tribulation pearl refined by Thor, was suppressed and sealed by Xuanhu. The goddess Yanran also felt this fluctuation, and said slowly, it's this kind of fluctuation, a very familiar atmosphere, I must have seen it before, but my memory is self-destructive, and some things can't be remembered. #C1023 See the Emperor. Time flies, and the universe has passed a long time. Xuanhuan suddenly came to the side of the God of War and saw that he was training soldiers and horses. He didn't let up at all, he still maintained a high fighting spirit, and understood that the unification of the universe was still not the most glorious day of Xuanhu. He also knew a lot of the news revealed by the goddess Yanran. Your Majesty. God of War said. Mars. Xuanhuan nodded. Your realm has reached the limit of the supreme 3 heavens. Even if the Misty reappears, it is not your opponent. If you go further, you will be the master. You have realized the artistic conception of half of the master. Half a supreme is also a supreme. The God of War shook his head and said helplessly, Your Majesty, my realm has come to an end, my strength has accumulated to the limit, no matter how much I practice. It will not increase my power, the suppression of the universe has fixed me in this state, and in this suppression, it is possible to break through, and His Majesty is also suppressed by the same. No one will be able to break through the cycle of cosmic reincarnation and master the dominion, Xuanhuan said. I don't know what His Majesty's next plan is. Is it to accumulate the power of 9 universes of reincarnation as a last-ditch effort? I am willing to give my life. God of War. 9 reincarnations are not enough, my chance is only this reincarnation, and this reincarnation is also my strongest reincarnation. Xuanhuan said, I will personally lead the reincarnation catastrophe before the end of this universe's reincarnation. Instigate the great calamity of reincarnation by hand. The god of war trembled fiercely. This was His Majesty's madness. He said, God also personally triggered the great tribulation of samsara back then, but he failed, and the court of God came to an end. No, you are wrong. God has succeeded in half, and the other half is waiting for the opportunity. He has integrated into the universe. Xuanhuan said, look at these soldiers, they are all warriors who fought with me. Their belief in me is the strongest. If they are not resolved in this reincarnation, those who are not immortal will die, and in the next cosmic reincarnation, will the new generation of people still have such firm beliefs? God of War was silent. Indeed, the soldiers of this universe reincarnated with the Emperor, and they fought like a rainbow all the way. A better understanding of the glory of the dynasty. In the next reincarnation, only immortality can survive, and the newly born creatures will no longer have the momentum of the current army. I am willing to give everything to fight with your majesty. God of War is determined. You don't need to do this. Since I dare to do it, I have absolute certainty. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he left Shendu again. This time his goal is to reincarnate in the world. After he unified the universe, those strong men who did not belong to Shenwu took refuge in the world of reincarnation, and when he came again, it was still the same as before, with a large number of reincarnation corpses wandering everywhere. Xuanhuan ignored these reincarnation corpses and went all the way to the end of the reincarnation world. The chaotic world is like a chaotic scene. It is gray, there is no heaven and earth, and it almost loses its sense of direction. This is the most mysterious place in the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan arrived here and went all the way. He even saw that there are giant cities floating here, and only the supreme powerhouse can do that. Who can open up a city? Shenwu God Emperor. The arrival of Xuanhuan immediately aroused the fear of those supreme beings. God Emperor Shenwu, what are you going to do when you come to the world of reincarnation? Is it to push this place flatly? With his strength, the ordinary supreme will be wiped out by him with one move, that is the strongest in the universe. The world of reincarnation has never been swept away, and there are a large number of powerhouses here, and there are also powerhouses who have unified the universe here. Even if he wants to sweep, he will pay an unbearable price. But what made them relieved was that Xuanhuan didn't do anything, but walked all the way. There's no point in shooting at them, he's here, this time looking for someone. In the very depths of the reincarnation world, it is even more dangerous here, and the breath is terrifying and deadly. And his eyes penetrated, and he saw that in a hidden time and space, there was actually a large continuous Tiangong, emitting a mist of pure daylight. Heavenly Palace. The main heavenly palace of the Heavenly Emperor, back then. After the end of his era, the Emperor of Heaven also came to the world of reincarnation to escape from the world, unable to reproduce the universe. There are still a large number of people living in the Heavenly Palace. They are all remnants of the Heavenly Emperor era. In the era when the Heavenly Emperor was not, they simply did not go out, but this did not mean that they knew nothing about the universe. A place of escape. Xuanhuan took one step towards the Heavenly Palace. God Emperor Shenwu is here? He went straight to the main palace. What is he doing? Is he looking for the Emperor to challenge? Although the Heavenly Emperor is strong, the era that belongs to the Heavenly Emperor has come to an end. The Shenwu God Emperor is the current overlord. If we want to destroy Tiangong, we will also fight with him. The people in Tiangong were very nervous, and they were amazed by the scorching and cold world. The era that belonged to them had withered away. Don't be nervous, the God Emperor came not to challenge me, but to serve as a guest. The Emperor of Heaven is indeed not dead, and he is indeed here. A majestic voice came out, saying, It is also an honor for my heavenly palace to visit the Emperor. It has been a long time since there have been guests here. please come in. It is good. Xuanhuan came to the temple of Heavenly Emperor and saw a person. This man has black hair and looks like a middle-aged man, sitting there motionless like a mountain. Even if he doesn't belong to this era, he still has a terrifying force that dominates the world. He is God. The master of the universe in this era has met with the strongest in the universe of the previous era. The people from Tiangong respectfully brought tea. This is a meeting between the two overlords. If recorded, it will shock the universe. God Emperor Xuanhuan. The Heavenly Emperor said in a loud voice. God. Xuanhuan looked at the Heavenly Emperor. He was very powerful, stronger than the Lord of Heavenly Martial Arts. Although they are all overlords who have unified the universe, it does not mean that everyone's strength is on the same level. The Emperor of Heaven is the existence in the universe that can be ranked in the top 5. God Emperor's coming this time should not just come to see me. God's way. There is nothing else. You have encountered the situation of my cultivation, God Emperor. If you don't break the blockade of the universe, you will stay in this realm. Xuanhuan and Heavenly Emperor are not from the same era, nor exactly the same era, so that the two have no grudges and can sit down and talk calmly. Yeah, the realm has reached its limit. Obviously, I can see a stronger realm, but I can't break through. This feeling is painful and tortured. The longer I live, the more tortured it is. I struggled and fought, but I failed. But he is a loser, he can only survive, there is a vast world outside. God nodded. They are all sympathetic people. It seems that they have become the overlords in the universe, but who can know their suffering? The realm has been suppressed, and there is no hope of breakthrough. I have unified 9 reincarnations. At the end of the 9 reincarnations, I accumulated strength to resist the greatest doom, but I failed, and the heavenly palace was destroyed. In desperation, I could only bring the last person to this place. Avoid the world, just like the demon gods, Fa, and some others. Heavenly Emperor, he failed, knowing that with his strength he can no longer break the cycle of the universe. #C1024 start on the other side of Shenzhou. God is disappointed. Although he said that he is a loser, he is not reconciled. With his strength, as long as he can leave this universe, he can immediately achieve the domination realm. Since the God Emperor has become the overlord of this era, he must be clear about the existence of God. God is not dead, and his power is integrated into this universe. Some people think that he is a loser, but he has done more than me. More, half the battle. God's way. God, in another way, wants to seize the reincarnation that controls the universe and become the ruler of the sky. Both Xuanhuan and Heavenly Emperor knew. That's right, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to fight against the gods. There can only be one strongest person in each era. Just as the God Emperor is in front of me, I can't fight against the Heavenly Emperor. This era no longer belongs to me. It is a pity for the Emperor of Heaven, and it is his regret that he cannot fight against the Emperor Xuanhuan. He and Xuanhuan sat opposite each other in the Heavenly Palace. They were both talking, exchanging their experiences and what they knew. God Emperor Xuanhuan. Suddenly, a few more people came to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. They were all existences that shook the universe and ruled an era. Now they have all come here, just to see Xuanhuan. The master of this era is really extraordinary. An old man said, he dressed himself very clean and tidy, and his breath was ordinary, but this is the power of the Tao to simplify. The Lord of all laws. Xuanhuan looked at the old man, and then looked at a young man in white, like a beautiful young man in the world. If I guessed correctly, you are the demon god, the pioneer of the ancient demon forbidden land. I am the demon god. The demon god smiled. Let me introduce, this is the sword master, and this is Ouyang Jun. We can't visit Shenwu Shendu, we can only see it in the Tiandi Palace, and sit and talk with the God Emperor. The suppression they were subjected to was too strong, and they could barely act in the world of reincarnation. The arrival of Xuanhuan made them come too. Sit all. God's way. They are all people who are trapped in this universe and can't get out. They can't use their power arbitrarily, so they don't have the heart to fight, but their relationship on weekdays is very good. After all, there is no conflict of interests. I really envy the God Emperor, he can still use his power. Ouyang Jun said, unfortunately, there are only 9 reincarnations in the universe, and no one can break this curse. In the extremely ancient times, the universe has not been so oppressed. You can leave until you cultivate to the supreme. It is because the heavenly way of the universe has changed. The last one to leave is the Demon Lord. After I became the Demon Lord, I was only a little short, trapped. Here. The Lord of all laws is very ancient, older than the people present. He said, the further you go, the more difficult it is. The current suppression has reached a peak. I don't need to say this. God Emperor can also feel that God is indeed powerful. He wants to incarnate the universe and control it in a different way, but once God's plan succeeds, is our end. Speaking of strength, they all hope that someone can break the cycle, but for their own sake, they don't want someone to break it. It's all the end, there's no difference. Ouyang Jun said. There are thousands of ways to practice, and there is only one ultimate goal, Invincible. Xuanhuan said indifferently, this time there were several ancient beings, and by talking with them, he learned many secrets of the universe that were never recorded in historical books. Yes, Invincible. A golden flame flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor. I don't know if the God Emperor would do this. With the ambition of the God Emperor, he won't be willing to accept his fate. Although Xuanhuan sat peacefully with them, everyone knew that this was a ruthless master. Didn't you already know? Xuanhuan said, but I will not choose the same path as God. My pursuit is to be stronger and invincible. God's path is not suitable for me. I also have a premonition that God will be me. Opponent. If the Emperor of Heaven chooses to do that, God is indeed the greatest opponent. We are all smart people, and some things don't need to be said so clearly. If the God Emperor chooses to use his strength to break the sky and break the cycle of reincarnation, we may even leave the universe in 1,000th of an instant. They are all too eager to leave this cosmos and pursue stronger powers. How many reincarnations are helpless, so that their ambitions will be wiped out? But it's hard, it's even harder than God's way. If there's no God's arrangement, it might be easier, but when God does this, it will make the way of others even more difficult, and even God is waiting for this opportunity. The Lord of Laws sees through everything. Their eyes flickered, and if Xuanhuan succeeded in breaking the sky with his strength, they also had hope that they could leave. And the path chosen by God leaves others with no way to go, and there is no way for them to leave. In this case, they may choose to help the Emperor Xuanhuan. No matter how difficult it is, I have to go, I have no choice. Xuanhuan's meeting with them was an exchange. There is really no choice. God has blocked the way for others. Yaoshan said, actually, there is another ambitious person, that is the other side of the Shenzhou. Although we have never seen the owner of the other side, we all know that his strength is extremely strong, so strong that it is terrifying. Sitting on the Shenzhou makes him ignore the universe. Catastrophe. The other side of Shenzhou, this is a hidden danger, and I will not leave this hidden danger behind at the last minute. Xuanhuan said, the other side of Shenzhou has existed for so many years, and it has done so many things that are angry and resentful. It is indeed time to calm down and disappear. God Emperor wants to deal with the other side of Shenzhou. Ouyang Jun said, if the God Emperor wanted to ask us, where is the other side of the Shenzhou, we don't know. If we knew, we would have shot them in our time. I also want to pacify them, but I have searched for 9 cosmic reincarnations, and can't find any trace of them. God shook his head. They can hide anyone, but they can't hide from me. Xuanhuan said slowly, okay, I was very happy to chat with you, and I learned more. I only have one sentence for you. Only by cooperating with me will you have the opportunity to leave the universe. What he said was light and calm, as if he had already known the whereabouts of the other side of the Shenzhou, and it was an easy and simple thing to calm them down. He left the world of reincarnation, leaving only the Heavenly Emperor and the others. Is the Emperor Xuanhuan warning us? Don't make trouble when it's critical, and finally cooperate with him. Ouyang Jindao. Probably, he oppresses me a lot, and his strength is very powerful. The Lord of all laws said, but his words have given us hope and opportunities, but I don't understand, what is he going to do? Calm down the other side of the Shenzhou. Have you forgotten that when he and Yuhua fought in the final battle, the other side of Shenzhou was also going to participate in the battle, but it disappeared strangely? The demon god suddenly reminded. It's really weird, it didn't take advantage of the fire. Heavenly Emperor nodded, the divine light in his eyes flickered, and he said fiercely, wait, could it be that the disappearance of the other side of Shenzhou is not accidental, but the hand of Xuanhuan Shindi, which made them dare not participate in the war? He already knew whereabouts. #C1025, the master of the other side of the boat. Heavenly Emperor, and they are all paying attention to a war that is about to break out in the universe. After Xuanhuan left for a long time, the Lord of all laws slowly said, I am afraid that the other side of Shenzhou will really suffer this time. In their era, although they had invincible power, the other side of Shenzhou was too cunning to find their existence. What's the use of having powerful power? If the Xuanhuan God Emperor really can pacify the other side of the Shenzhou, we leave this universe and go to a wider world, and we have a reason to cooperate with the Xuanhuan God Emperor at the most critical time. This is the only chance. Demon God. It is not that they are not strong, but that they are suppressed too much. If you can go to the multiverse, it is like a dragon entering the sea, one by one will break through to the realm of ruling gods very quickly, and aspire to a higher world. Watch the battle. God's way. The Xuanhuan dynasty was quiet for a long time, but suddenly there was news of another expedition. What, we're going to go out, there are no rivals in the universe, where are we going to fight? Is it in the world of reincarnation, killing those ancient powerhouses? I don't know, but there is finally another battle. After practicing for so long, it is really uncomfortable to have no opponents. Yeah, calm years are good, but sublimation in the war is what we want. The fighting spirit of the Xuanhuan dynasty was boiling. This was the first full-scale battle after the unification of the Shen dynasty. The goal of this battle is the other side of the Shenzhou. The god of war is standing in front of the army, his strength is extremely strong, and he was born in the wrong era, otherwise he may become the overlord in the universe. In the era of Heavenly Emperor, he was too young. In the era of God, he was suppressed by God. Now in the era of Xuanhuan, he chose to take refuge and achieved his current strength. The other side of the Shenzhou. God shook. No one does not know the other side of Shenzhou. This is an extremely ancient force, and the goal of the Shen dynasty turned out to be it. This battle will destroy the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan was shrouded in divine light, and his eyes pierced the universe. The last time he went to sweep the Shenzhou, he disappeared, avoiding his era. However, with the imprint of the other side in hand, how could they avoid it? Even if there is no imprint, with his control over the universe, the goddess Yanran's 33rd tower can be found by him, and the other side of the Shenzhou can't hide his whereabouts. He stretched out his hands, the endless void power, with terrifying cuts, seemed to be in a world independent of the universe, and a huge divine boat appeared, staying there, standing still. The other side of the Shenzhou. The god of war broke out with a strong fighting spirit, and it was the first time he saw the entity of Shenzhou. Let's go. The other side of Shenzhou could no longer hide their existence. The moment they noticed that they were found by Xuanhuan, they wanted to react, but the army teleported in the universe, and countless strong men came to them. They were shocked and didn't expect it. Destroy the Shenzhou. The army roared with murderous intent, and charged with the will to dominate the universe. The boundless energy frenzy was submerged on the other side of the Shenzhou, just like the sea. Although the Shenzhou was large and sturdy, it turned out to be a small boat like the ocean at this moment, which was constantly turbulent. Kill. God of War, Supreme Thunder Beast or Supreme Triple Heaven. Although they are not the lords of the divine dynasty, but today's Xuanhu is the lord of the universe, with the terrifying blessing of the country on them, their strength has surpassed that of the misty ancient emperor at that time. This is the increase, backed by the gods. With them as the main force, the monstrous force bombarded the other side of the Shenzhou, and all the armies launched an overwhelming blow. As long as it was a creature in this universe, almost no one could resist it. At the moment of their bombardment, there was also the power to counterattack on the other side of the Shenzhou, and bursts of angry thoughts erupted. Xuanhuan dynasty, it's you again. A large number of strong men on the other side appeared, densely packed, much more terrifying than the last lineup. They were shocked and angry, and they also knew that Xuanhuan was not able to find them by accident, but that he did have the means to know the traces of Shenzhou. He came this time to completely destroy the Shenzhou. On the other side of Shenzhou, your end has come. The Supreme Thunder Beast roared loudly, and the thunder was rolling, and the place where it was the place where the calamity was. A beast. The Lord of Tianwu calmed himself down. God Emperor Xuanhu, do you think that if you locate the whereabouts of Shenzhou, you can destroy us? It's a big joke. This is the universe where the other side of Shenzhou is. You never know how many masters we have. Forcibly fight, you will pay an unbearable price. With Shenzhou as the mainstay, they are fighting against the luck of Xuanhu. As soon as Xuanhuan waved his hand, it was just a breath of wind, and the Lord of Tianwu felt a force of resistance, and he suddenly stepped back, as if he had endured an irresistible cosmic storm. His strength. The Lord of Tianwu shuddered. Not to mention his state, even when he was at his peak, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. The strength of the God Emperor Xuanhu is already unimaginable. Back then, Xuanhuan was nothing more than the supreme heaven, but now he has reached the limit of the supreme realm. Staying on Shenzhou, he can't break us. The other side of the Shenzhou glowed like a giant ship sailing in the destruction of the storm, which would never sink. There were a large number of strong people urging it. Today the other side of the Shenzhou is destroyed. Xuanhuan was majestic, his palms shrouded the past, creating an endless void storm, and when he slapped it, the giant boat would be overturned and rolled over, and countless restrictions were blasted one after another at this moment. His power is invincible. At least in this universe. Kill. 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 The powerhouses on the other side of the Shenzhou did not appear in the Shenzhou, and at this moment the Xuanhu army was bombarding recklessly. Even if they knew that their strength could not break the Shenzhou, it was a calm and long-lasting release. A Shenzhou, to withstand the bombardment of Xuanhu. This picture is transmitted to all parts of the universe. They really have to find the other side of Shenzhou, and they are attacking Shenzhou. Heavenly Emperor stood up suddenly. But the Shenzhou is hard to break. This is a supremely terrifying treasure. If they don't show up, there is no way to take them. Demon God. Look at what means the Emperor Xuanhu has. He is almost the most powerful overlord since the emergence of this universe. The Lord of all laws. Master of Shenzhou, hasn't he appeared yet? Xuanhuan stood in the air, with unparalleled supernatural powers. The human emperor sword appeared in his hand, and a dazzling human emperor light erupted. With a wave of the sword, the edge of the supreme divine weapon cut through the universe and fell directly. But at this moment, a powerful thought like a master waved out. On the other side of Shenzhou, a light appeared again, sheltering Shenzhou and resisting Xuanhuan's attack. The owner of the other side of the Shenzhou is about to show up. During Chu Yuan's attack, the owner of the other side of the Shenzhou had to show up. He knew that Chu Yuan also had a supreme artifact that could break his Shenzhou, so he appeared in front of everyone. #C1026 No opponent. The master of the other shore finally appeared. Of course, there is no way for him not to show up. If he faces other powerhouses, he will hide in the Shenzhou and he will not be able to break it. However, he has no choice in the face of Xuanhuan. The other party has the supreme artifact to break the Shenzhou. This person's face was actually invisible and unclear, shrouded in a mysterious veil. What's going on here? The owner of the other shore obviously didn't use powerful means to deliberately hide his face. Why can't he see through his appearance? It gives me the feeling that he is not alone, but God. Countless thoughts fell on the master of the other shore, but what they saw was a hazy mist that was obscured. Chu Yuan allowed some people to appear from the circle of reincarnation to watch the battle. God Emperor Xuanhuan. The owner of the other shore was also surprised. How could he not be found? But he was not flustered at the moment. It is not easy not to appear once during the great calamity of reincarnation. He built a spacetime with Shenzhou and let him appear, but doing so would consume a lot of power, and he would not do it unless it was a last resort. You should die. Chu Yuan looked at him. The life substance of this person has changed. The other side, you can't die. There is a raging fire burning out, the pure and clear color of glass. This is his anger. You have incarnated into the divine will of the universe in Shenzhou, and your current state is divine will. Chu Yuan's voice transmitted to all circles of the universe, including the world of reincarnation, and answered the doubts of many people. It turned out that the owner of the other shore was incarnated as the divine will of the universe of Shenzhou, and looking at him was as mysterious as looking at the heavens and the earth, and he existed like a sky. I also know your purpose, to take Shenzhou as the main body, to take control of the universe, and to integrate into the other side of Shenzhou, but you are in a hurry now, and God will also incarnate the will of the universe. If he succeeds, you will not have it. Opportunity. Chu Yuan explained everyone's confusion. Nothing in this universe can hide from him. The owner of the other shore did not answer. Chu Yuan had already revealed his secret. Now that he looks at this person, he has no absolute certainty to defeat him. He did not take action in the battle between Chu Yuan and the Emperor Yu Hua, because he was separated from the Battle of Shenzhou, and the price he paid would be too great for him to bear. And sending other supremes to go, there is no ability to deal with him. The most unexpected thing for him is that this person can find out his whereabouts. He originally wanted to avoid Chu Yuan. Immediately, the terrifying force on the other side of the Shenzhou was directly suppressed, condensing the shadow of the Shenzhou. The power of roaring has evolved into a battlefield. If this person does not repel, it will be his doom. The other side of the Shenzhou is shining, contributing to the owner of the other side and sacrificing the will of heaven. He absorbed so many strong people, and he took his life to them, and the purpose was to maintain the operation of Shenzhou universe. Fight. Countless people watched. The strength of the master on the other side was terrifying, and it was the first time anyone had fought against him in the past. The other side is an independent universe. Although you claim to be invincible in today's universe, you are not a master, but a temporary controller, and my strength can exert the power of the Master God. The voice of the Master on the other side is very cold, his strength is invincible, and the anger of God is burning. No difference. However, Chu Yuan's face did not change. Although the other party had the other side of the Shenzhou, he also had a human emperor sword. His palm shook, and the strength of the ultimate supreme also swept out at this moment, wrapping the power of the owner of the other side. Although Shenzhou Beyond is an independent universe, it is still in this universe after all. If Chu Yuan can control the reincarnation of this universe, he can immediately break through to the realm of ruling gods. The breath he exudes is magnificent, and the supreme ruler. Although the realm has not yet reached, the palm he slashed has even reached the power that the ruler should have. Boom! The power of the two people fought each other in an instant, and the universe was silent and there was no fluctuation of destruction. But the real powerhouse knows that this is the limit of strength, and the destruction caused by the two is no longer as simple destruction, but the most peak duel. Although the expression of the master on the other side did not change, the pressure he received was enormous. Shenzhou. He slashed with the power of Shenzhou with one palm, built an independent universe, and wanted to shroud Xuanhuan and kill him in his domain. This matchup is very dangerous. Heavenly Emperor and their eyes pierced through the world of reincarnation, and their faces were solemn. The strength of the masters of the other shore is more terrifying than they expected. Even when they were at their peak, they dared not say that they would definitely be able to be god of war. Eternal legend. Xuanhuan is eternal, and his unparalleled edge is flashing. He swung his palm away, cutting off the power of the master on the other side, and then took a step over, and the giant hand of God grabbed it with a bang. He didn't play tricks with the master on the other side, and directly suppressed it with the strongest force. Shenzhou heaven and earth, accommodating everything, including everything, ruled by all ages. Of course, the owner of the other shore knew what Xuanhuan was thinking. I just want to control the will of the universe in this film, but I am worried that he will secretly take action, so I want to take action in advance to solve it, and finally confront the universe. His Shenzhou universe spread out, using the accumulation of countless reincarnations, all kinds of forces fluctuated, and a dominant force was overwhelmed. Boom! Xuanhuan broke the sky with strength and bombarded with fists. His strength reached a limit, and the master of the other shore was also broken layer by layer under his fierce attacking force. This is the pinnacle of confrontation, playing the brilliance of the ages. The peak duel. Although I am the supreme triple heaven, I am as fragile as dust in front of your majesty. The god of war is full of confidence in Xuanhuan. This battle is not only as simple as destroying the other side, but also to tell all the soldiers that their battle is far from over, and they have more and more brilliant battles to fight. The ocean-like power of the other side swept over, and the owner of the other side knew that Xuanhuan could not be defeated by ordinary means. He could only burn and consume all the accumulation of Shenzhou since ancient times. Xuanhuan punched out, and he was invincible. He behaved very indifferently, but when the power was transmitted, the surroundings of the two of them suddenly became blurred, turning into a vast void. An invisible force slammed violently, which was the will and soul of the master on the other side. Xuanhuan's strength is condensed into one, and he masters the great devouring technique. No matter how the master of the other side attacks, he can never pose a threat to him. He came to suppress it, and with one hand, he suppressed the master of the other side to death. The owner of the other shore was crushed. Although many people cannot understand the fluctuation of this power, it can be seen that the master of the other side is completely at a disadvantage. It's not good for you to push me to a dead end. Although you have the supreme artifact, I also have the other side of the boat. Even if you forcibly destroy me, you will be severely injured. Your real opponent is God, the will of the universe, to kill me, and in the end, it is just a cheap god, and the god is the person with the biggest layout and the most insidious. The mysterious veil of the master of the other shore was almost torn apart, and the strength of the god Emperor Xuanhuan was far beyond his imagination. By killing you, I can deal with God and the universe more wholeheartedly. Xuanhuan was determined, unmoved, and stepped forward. #C1027 Berry. Xuanhuan's will is firm and unshakable. Even if the sky falls and the earth is torn apart, he will destroy the other side of the Shenzhou. You think too much. Although I want to control this universe, it doesn't have much impact on me if I don't control it. I have the other side of the boat. When it really cannot be achieved, I can even help you when you fight against Gaju, and the return I want is very simple, that is, to leave this universe. You don't need to fight me. The other side master said. Chu Yuan's power was too strong and suppressed him. Is the master of the other side soft? There are strong people in the world of reincarnation. The strength of Xuanhuan God Emperor is too strong, and he is the first person who is stronger than the master of the other side. Don't make the master of the other shore too easy. He may be resigned, and he is more likely to plan a bigger conspiracy. Rather than guessing with him, the most direct way is to destroy him. Heavenly Emperor said, he doesn't like conspiracy, and prefers to kill directly. It's better to kill you. Chu Yuan didn't care what the master on the other side said, it was impossible for him to pay the price. Shenzhou has existed for too long, and a lot of treasures have been collected inside. In fact, the development of Xuanhuan has also fallen into a bottleneck, and the speed of resource generation in the universe can no longer keep up with the development speed. Being trapped in the universe is like being in a cage, unable to contact the outside world. Extinguishing Shenzhou certainly has a reason to clear obstacles, but it is even more necessary to use him to open source. The world-shattering war broke out again. Chu Yuan slapped it down with a palm, and the gate of heaven dominated everything, the time and space reversed, and the body of the master of the other side was frozen, and he had no way to dodge under the power of the God Emperor. Chu Yuan is extremely strong, this is his first shot since breaking through the third heaven. The power of the Lord of the other shore could not be resisted, and he was repeatedly hit. You're not giving me a way to live. The owner of the other shore has also lost his previous calm. He shot more and more fiercely. There is no way, the opponent is killing him. Chu Yuan controlled the sky and controlled the earth, suppressing it with one hand. Everyone's eyes were a little dizzy, and the owner of the Shenzhou on the other side didn't have much resistance. Boom! Chu Yuan represented the strongest in the universe. One blow killed the master on the other side, knocking him upside down, and the bright blood flew out. This is a battle without suspense. Many powerhouses in the world of reincarnation sighed, thinking that this would be a world-shattering duel, but the process was too simple, and the power of Xuanhuan had already suppressed the master on the other side. It's not finished yet. The Lord of the other shore is calm. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and merged into the other side of the Shenzhou. He no longer had to worry about the whereabouts of the Shenzhou being discovered. Suddenly, the Shenzhou started with a rumbling, and it slammed into Chu Yuan. This collision is a collision of a universe, and the potential energy is extremely fierce. Let's see if your supreme artifact can defeat my Shenzhou. The Lord of the other shore urged his biggest trump card to do the final fight. In the fight against Chu Yuan just now, he was also accumulating energy, urging the power of Shenzhou to the peak. If it collided with the universe, countless time and space would be shattered, and the degree of terror was no less than the arrival of a cosmic reincarnation. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, the human sovereign's sacred sword came out of his body, the light and rain were brilliant, the origin of humanity was brilliant, and a sword force pressed it over. Destroy him. The way the master of the other shore is playing is crazy, and the gesture he made is that he would rather destroy the Shenzhou, but also destroy the supreme artifact of Xuanhuan at the same time. Chu Yanwei was in the world, swallowing mountains and rivers with anger, and various halos emerged. He raised the human sovereign sword, and an incredible scene appeared. The power of a sword actually prevented the huge Shenzhou from advancing, and was swallowed into the river of humanity. The Shenzhou was colliding, but it was unable to break through the blockade of the human emperor sword. Your sword is not an ordinary supreme artifact. Why does such a divine artifact appear in this universe? It has the power of heaven. No, it is impossible, it will never appear here. There was also a terrified voice from the master on the other side. The human sovereign sword is indeed very peculiar, the sword of infinite growth, the belief of gathering countless people will become stronger and stronger. Chu Yuan's sword oscillated inside the Shenzhou, and the fluctuation of destroying the sky and destroying the earth appeared. At this moment, the universe inside the Shenzhou was being destroyed in large quantities. If anyone could enter, they would see the movement as if the calamity of reincarnation was coming. In this explosion, the interior of the Shenzhou was instantly shaken and annihilated countless people. The channel of Shenzhou was closed, but under the shock of Chu Yuan Renhuang's sword, he opened a channel with powerful mana. Kill. The god of war was in front and immediately led his army to enter. For a time, the bloody storm was like a battle between two universes. It was extremely tragic. Chu Yuan left these people to them to train. Break the original world inside and turn it into chaos. Chu Yuan continued to tear apart the spacetime inside the Shenzhou. The lord of the other shore knew that his method of running the Shenzhou to hit Chu Yuan had failed. Moreover, when his universe suffered irreparable damage, even he was sending out a shocking anger. God Emperor Xuanhuan, if you want my life, I want your life. The Shenzhou was his life. Chu Yuan destroyed the interior of the Shenzhou to let him die. Immediately, he incarnated into the divine will of the Shenzhou, and his body became incomparably tall. Chu Yuan tore the barrier and stepped inside the Shenzhou. As far as his eyes could see, the prosperity in the Shenzhou was gone. He looked at the lord of the other shore, and instantly came to him, the emperor's sword raised and fell, all the mana of the lord of the other shore collapsed, and the moment the sword fell, the lord of the other shore was chopped in half. The lord of the other shore still wanted to unite, but was unwilling to be defeated. But Chu Yuan would no longer give him a chance. The sword light swept across, and all the material of the lord of the other shore was defeated. All his struggles were pale and powerless in front of Chu Yuan, which only increased his defeat. Boom! The other side of the Shenzhou is no longer exuding divine might. After losing the lord of the other shore, the inner world lost its color. It was dark and dark, as if a person had lost his soul. The current state of the other side of Shenzhou is also like this. The owner of the other shore died, and I felt that his breath disappeared. Shenzhou has no owner and has become an ownerless thing. The demon god senses the war in the outside world. It is true that the master of the other side has perished. I never imagined that the master of the other side would be destroyed in such a way, which is shocking. The reincarnation of heaven and earth has been suppressed for so many years. The pressure has reached a limit, and it is finally time to rebound. The Lord of all laws. Our chance has come. Heavenly Emperor's eyes blazed. At this moment, the Shenzhou was sinking, like a giant ship in the ocean that was overturned by a tsunami. The various arrays of this divine artifact were collapsing, rumbled and exploded, and the people in the divine boat let out a roaring scream. Chu Yuan stepped out of the Shenzhou and returned to the universe. He grabbed the Shenzhou with one hand, and said indifferently, "The Shenzhou lost its owner, and I will be its master. If the internal universe collapses, if it is not broken, then it will be recreated and turned into a universe under my control. All the people in the Shenzhou are destroyed, and not one is left, and they will be buried with the master of the other side." #C1028 Reincarnation Catastrophe. The war is over, and there is no other shore of Shenzhou in the universe. Chu Yuan did not leave anyone on the other side of Shenzhou. They had already believed in the master of the other side and handed over their souls, so it was impossible to accept them as their own. Unless he breaks through to the realm of the Lord God and forcibly dominates. It's not necessary now. A lot of resources were moved out from the other side of Shenzhou. Many. Too much. These resources are enough for Chu Yuan to give birth to a large number of supremes again. The other side of the Shenzhou is gone. Now we just wait for the action of the Emperor Xuanhuan. Our last chance has come. Heavenly Emperor looked back, now all they can do is wait. Years have passed, and the universe has passed. I don't know how much time has passed. A large number of people in the Xuanhuan dynasty were promoted to the supreme, but with the gradual shortage of resources, the speed slowed down again, and they could only slowly grind with time. There is nothing Xuanhuan can do about this. He has already gone to places in the universe where he can collect resources, even if the universe has been dug 3 feet into the ground, and has been swept away many times, he really can't find a place to go to open source. The construction of the equipment has stopped. Shenzhou is an independent universe. Xuanhuan looked inside the Shenzhou. The previously shattered void gave birth to the Xingdi universe again, but it was empty inside, not to mention people, not even a single star. In the past, the owner of the other side could plunder resources from the universe, like a tumor that exists here, so that the external energy can maintain the operation of the Shenzhou, so that there is no need to go through the reincarnation of the world again and again. Destroy it. With the thought of Xuanhuan, the universe in the Shenzhou turned into chaos again. Without the addition of external resources, reincarnation is inevitable. Xuanhuan learned more through Shenzhou Beyond. Period. He went to see the goddess several times, and every time the goddess had new memories, she would tell him something she knew. 33 days, I'm afraid some of them no longer exist, and have been replaced by Zendishan. Xuanhuan pondered. This universe is the same, but some changes occurred during the operation. It is no longer the cradle of the strong, but a big trapped cage, trapping everyone and harvesting the life of the creatures in the universe. Xuanhuan looked down at the vast universe, the vast world. The supreme and immortal born in the first cosmic cycle of the Xuanhuan dynasty is the most. However, Xuanhuan knew that if it operated according to the previous trajectory, the other 8 universes would not be able to give birth to so many supreme beings. After the Heavenly Emperor unified the universe, why the God of War could not break through the supreme being in 9 reincarnations, it is precisely because the Heavenly Emperor collected the resources born in each reincarnation into his power. This is the silence of the world. A long time has passed, and it has reached its limit. Even if the reincarnation of this universe ends, only a few supremes will be born. Slowly, it has lost its meaning. Xuanhuan saw this very clearly. God Dynasty, everyone gathers to fight against the reincarnation of the universe. Xuanhuan issued an order. Fight against cosmic reincarnation. The God of War was shocked and excited. Your Majesty is about to break the cycle of the universe. Although this is a difficult road, as long as it is successful, it will be a bright and open road. And to be able to participate in such a war, even if you die, it is an honor. The God of War is not afraid of death, but is afraid that he will not die brilliantly enough. At this moment, all the people who have retreated and cultivated appeared. Even the weakest people stood upright in various places of the divine dynasty, and their bodies exuded strong beliefs, spurting out beams of light, converging into the god's fortune. All these powers are brought together in one person. And when all the power gathered on Xuanhuan's body, his power also reached a peak limit, covering the sky with only one hand, and his divine might was unparalleled. Boom! He runs the power of the gods. A blow to the universe. Divine Emperor Xuanhuan took action, and the magical power was unparalleled in the world. Although the realm has not increased, he is stronger than when he dealt with the master of the other side, and his power is a blow towards the world of reincarnation. Across time and space, the reincarnation world was almost collapsed by this blow, piercing a big hole. Xuanhuan got Emperor shot. He made a move so soon, instead of waiting for the end of the universe's reincarnation, he chose this moment. Is he going to break the world of reincarnation? Many masters in the world of reincarnation witnessed this fluctuation with their own eyes. Under the bombardment of the God Emperor, the world outside the world of reincarnation seemed to be a wider world, with splendid and colorful rays of light. The world beyond the world of reincarnation. Heavenly Emperor, Demon God, and other half-step masters were alarmed. How tempting is this gorgeous and colorful outside world, they even want to appear directly, but they can't get out. It seems that they are close at hand, but in fact there is a terrifying force blocking it. The roar continued. This time, Xuanhuan came directly to the world of reincarnation. He attacked continuously, the sky and the earth were torn apart, and the entire universe was shattered endlessly because of his power, collapsing from the edge of the universe. Destroy the old universe, create a new universe, clear the traces of the past, and reshape the new world. This is the method that Xuanhuan came to realize. Since the universe is going to be reincarnated again and again, he will destroy it himself and start a new reincarnation. Although he is just standing there alone, he represents the power of a vast divine dynasty, a stalwart body, looking down at the universe, and coercing for eternity. The universe has begun to shatter, reincarnation ahead of schedule. From all walks of life in the universe, countless stars collapsed, many star fields were destroyed, and everywhere was plunged into chaos, and everything was in ashes. God used to induce the universe to bring about a catastrophe, but the God Emperor Xuanhuan is even more terrifying and direct. He is starting the universe's reincarnation by himself, erasing everything before, and breaking everything in the world. Even when I was at my peak, I couldn't do it. This point. The Lord of all laws. Judging from this fluctuation, he is the most terrifying and powerful God. God transforms himself into the universe and heaven, but the God Emperor is different. He does not transform into heaven, and he wants to control the universe. The demon god also said. The opportunity is coming. Heavenly Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he said suddenly, the reincarnation catastrophe is about to come. The destruction of the outer universe is just the beginning. Xuanhuan knows that the real core is the world of reincarnation, where all the catastrophe erupted. Originally, every time in reincarnation, as long as those who were in this universe, those whose cultivation was not immortal would die. But this time it was Xuanhuan who led the reincarnation by himself. Although the external universe was severely damaged, everyone was under the protection of the gods. Let me personally lead the reincarnation catastrophe. Xuanhuan looked at the world of reincarnation, shocking ancient and modern. His monstrous power instantly swept into the world of reincarnation, a violent explosion was occurring, and the world of reincarnation, which was originally a pure land of escape, began to collapse and collapse. The world of reincarnation is destroying. Boom. There is an infinite force to fight back, and the backlash is on Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan didn't care. He resisted all fluctuations and continued to display his destruction. This reincarnation world completely collapsed, and he couldn't resist the bombardment of his power at the moment. In the great calamity of reincarnation, the supreme beings are likely to fall. And this time, even in the history of this universe, the biggest catastrophe finally broke out at this time. #C1029 GodEye. Endless destruction is going on in the universe, nothingness is pulverizing everywhere, and the terrifying breath of death and destruction is spreading. It was dark and the sky was dark, and only Xuanhuan could still be seen shining brightly. This is the reincarnation of the universe, the destruction of heaven and earth. Those less than immortal trembled. When heaven and earth are destroyed, a kind of death particle will erode into the body, and only when it reaches immortality, can it be resisted by relying on its own immortal matter. This is the reason for the so-called immortality will fall. This death particle is pervasive, and although it can be fought with immortal matter, it will also wear down their cultivation. The general reincarnation of the universe just destroys the original chaos, and then is born in a new Big Bang, and everything in the reincarnation world is the same as before. But the reincarnation world began to collapse, and there was no way for the Supreme to hide. Here we go. The god of war clasped his palms tightly and stared at the figure in the sky. He had also seen it when God triggered the catastrophe back then, but he felt that it was not as good as the one that His Majesty triggered this time. The universe can't maintain the eternal existence of so many creatures. It can only be reincarnated again, and it can be overturned and restarted. Xuanhuan said lightly. The reincarnation world was collapsing, and with a loud bang, the reincarnation catastrophe broke out completely. All kinds of terrifying forces are coming, and the Supreme Being may be killed in it. Killing from the entire universe is beyond the supreme power, and it is difficult for ordinary masters to compete. We can reappear in the universe again. Heavenly Emperor, Demon God, Fa, and some other ancient powerhouses shined one after another and appeared in the universe. Only at this time can they come out and temporarily gain a period of unscrupulous display of power. Every reincarnation catastrophe is not only the slaughter of the cosmos to kill the Supreme Being, but also an attempt by the Heavenly Emperor and the others to seek to leave the cosmos. But each time they were unsuccessful, and as the universe reincarnated again and again, the power of the universe itself will increase, the control of the universe will become stronger and stronger, and the chances will become more and more slim. The strong men from all eras have appeared. The god of war suddenly looked at the Emperor of Heaven. At the time of his birth, the Emperor of Heaven had already become supreme. Xuanhuan God Emperor. These ancient powerhouses all looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan. He stands in the destruction storm, extremely tall and majestic, and his breath is revealed, and he has exuded the supreme dominance power. Boom! Another terrifying violent tremor. The reincarnation corpses in the reincarnation world have appeared. They are not disturbed by the reincarnation catastrophe, but in this catastrophe, their power is even stronger. The reincarnation corpse appeared, mainly responsible for killing the strong in the universe, turning them into energy, and returning to the universe. The suppression is gone. Xuanhuan was extremely majestic at this moment. He stared at the universe and suddenly slammed his palm towards the position of the reincarnation world. He not only wants to lead the universe, but also wants to control the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The universe was attacked by such a master, and a force of destruction was also spreading out, killing them together at the same time. The trembling destruction came to Xuanhuan, but it couldn't shake him in the slightest. God Emperor Xuanhuan is going to fight against the universe. He is stronger than me. Standing in front of him, I am far from an opponent. A domineering person like the Emperor of Heaven admits it and continues, everyone, success or failure is here. What we have to do is very simple. We don't need to take action. As long as we emit power, we can weaken the power of the universe. In order to leave, fight it. This is also the last chance. If an existence like the God Emperor Xuanhuan fails, then there will be no possibility. The Lord of all laws said sternly, we could all become the sovereign God, but because of the suppression of the universe, we are also treated as livestock in the cage and harvested after they have been fattened. I have had enough of this suppression. There is nothing to say, let's fight to the death, said the sword master. Many ancient powerhouses are also emitting their power at this moment, forming a rainbow-like scene. God will guide me. An ancient voice slowly came out, carrying a vast thought. At the top, there is a distorted light group. It seems that two wills are entangled together. The last figure came over. He was a man with a dazzling light, with an indifferent mind. When he appeared, all the universe was controlled and operated by him, and the power was enormous, suppressing everyone, and bringing terror that was hard to resist. It's a god. Sure enough, he was just as we guessed. At the beginning of the catastrophe, he succeeded in half, and this time he appeared to complete the other half. Heavenly Emperor shouted. God, he has been incarnated into the will of God, and has become the will of this universe. The Lord of all laws shouted. God's will is in me, the will is in me, and I am the universe. God looks down on the universe, and at this moment he is the most majestic existence. No, there is a more majestic existence, still staring at him. The God Emperor of the gods and martial arts is brave in the world, an eternal legend, and masters the power of dominance. Success or failure, only in the present, this universe, as the goddess Xuanhuan said, has changed. The so-called cosmic providence is just a rule of operation, running according to the established trajectory, but this universe has given birth to its own thinking, then it is not pure, it blocks everyone's exit channel, and the reincarnation of the catastrophe will increase the control of the universe, kill countless powerhouses, absorb their thinking, and eventually become the true self. Xuanhuan explained the true face of the reincarnation catastrophe. In the beginning of the universe, in the older ages, the universe is the cradle that nurtures the strong. It shelters countless people. With immortal cultivation, they can lead by their own strength and try to explore the multiverse. Later, the universe reincarnated, and the idea of its own was born. This idea is very weak, but every time the world is reincarnated, it makes it stronger. Gradually, after the arrival of the Supreme Being unable to leave, it has become what it is now, and the existence of the series of Heavenly Emperor is also blocked. His Majesty, the God Emperor, has penetrated everything. Everyone thought God is the biggest conspirator. Xuanhuan said slowly. In his calculations, God has existed for a long time, but he couldn't bear it, and he had already deployed power in the universe. In his era, he launched a divine formation, and in the eyes of everyone, he was wiped out. In fact, he did not die at all, but integrated his will into the universe. The will of the universe's providential rule is very ignorant, and it was calculated by gods, and the two merged with each other, becoming an existence like gods but not gods, like gods but not gods. God has not yet fully controlled it into providence. What he originally wanted to do was to slowly merge over a long period of time, but whoever wanted to kill an existence like a god emperor, he was more simple, direct and domineering, and he had no way not to appear. Of course, this is an opportunity. If he can kill Xuanhuan, he will be completely successful and gain greater benefits. God will God me. God just repeats this sentence. What I want to do is not to incarnate the universe, but to control the universe. This universe is still too small, and diversity is the most vast world. Xuanhuan's strength was soaring to the sky, and he grabbed God with his palm fiercely. #C1030 God's destruction. God will God me. God has nothing to say to Xuanhuan. This is his biggest opponent. If he does not kill him, he will not be able to transform into the providence of the universe and completely complete his layout. The hand of his god grabbed Xuanhuan, it was the will of the universe, with infinite power. At this moment, endless chaos emerged around Xuanhuan, isolating the national destiny of the Xuanhuan dynasty. This move is very cruel. Without the national fortune, Xuanhuan's power will inevitably weaken. Cut. Xuanhuan's strength was shocked, and the vast sky cracked inch by inch. His hand of God attacked, which is a force that dominates the world. It collided with the hand of God in an instant, and the storm that instantly swept the entire universe erupted at this moment. I haven't really transformed into the will of the universe, so I just want to suppress me with the power of the universe. Xuanhuan launched an attack on the gods. This kind of behavior, in the eyes of others, is like a person launching an attack on the universe. It is simply going against the sky and will be suppressed by the universe. At this moment, Xuanhuan showed an incomparably powerful force that shook the universe. He slapped hard, as if the power of the universe master was shaking, reversing time and space at will. Although the god slapped God's hand continuously, the vast storm fell around him, but he couldn't shake him. God Emperor Xuanhuan, he resisted the attack from God and Providence. This scene is shocking in the eyes of others. It's not really the will of God, it's just rules, not complete. Xuanhuan condensed time and space, and dropped his palms, trying to shock the existence of God. God raised his hands, and suddenly a move condensed the fluctuations of the universe's reincarnation. The world is reincarnated. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan also displayed the reincarnation of heaven and earth. With the human sovereign sword as the foundation, the reincarnation displayed by the gods actually exploded in front of him. Replace the universe and cut off the will of God. Xuanhuan's wave is a splendid power to the extreme. Swish! A tianhe swept out, and when it flowed, everyone felt that the universe was changing, and everywhere contained the attributes of the power of the God Emperor. He wants to destroy the will of God and the rules of the universe, and let his will dominate the heavens. The world is changing. With Xuanhuan's action, experts like Heavenly Emperor were more able to perceive the changes in the universe. God looked at the brave and invincible Xuanhuan. His face still did not change, or because of the providence of the universe, his mentality was already changing towards ruthlessness. God's providence. The power of the entire universe collapsed in an instant, and the crowd rushed towards Xuanhuan. The long river of humanity condensed and erupted, and the power of God's manipulation of the universe was immediately broken by him. He strode, a suffocating force shook, and the universe froze. Although he only waved his palm, this palm carried the invincible power of divine martial arts, which broke the defense of God in the air. Boom! In an unbelievable scene, the mixture of God and providence was smashed into pieces in this palm, and shattered into light spots. God is broken! Someone shouted uncontrollably. In the face of the biggest opponent in the universe, the Emperor Xuanhu still maintained his unstoppable majesty, as if he was the strongest being in the universe. Even a god in this state was no match. At this time, God has condensed, and he is no longer a pure body of flesh and blood. Divine Tao is immortal. The destruction storm of the entire universe was suddenly ignited. This is the anger of God's will, and every ray of flame has the power to easily burn immortality. In front of the god, a huge cauldron appeared. Within this divine cauldron, there is the boiling and burning divine power, slowly rotating into the sky, absorbing the energy of the universe. The majestic power in the world made the existence of the Emperor of Heaven feel a strong pressure, and the whole body was shaking. This is an artifact of God. They couldn't imagine that if it wasn't for the God Emperor Xuanhu standing here and enduring the greatest power, if they were cast on them, they would surely die without a place to be buried. The cauldron boomed, the endless divine power inside poured out, and the turbulent torrent was impacting. But the Emperor Xuanhu remained unmoved, and an absolutely taboo field was formed around him. However, at this moment, the universe is also undergoing shocking changes. Like the Big Bang, with the help of the God Emperor Xuanhu, God is also gradually deepening his control over the providence of the universe. He absorbs infinite power to create a new universe and open up a new universe. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large number of stars appeared. God is going to open up a new universe, the universe of his gods. Once he succeeds, he will completely control the providence of this universe, and the Emperor Xuanhu is trapped in his universe, and there is no possibility of winning anymore. The Lord of all laws shouted. God Emperor Xuanhu will not let him succeed. Leverage my power to fight against the will of the universe. Every time I bombard you, you will deepen your control over the universe. Xuanhuan also saw through everything. He will not let God create the world successfully. His power also spread out, and the new universe created by this created an infinite collapse again. However, Xuanhuan knew that this was God's manipulation of the power of the universe through him. His divine cauldron poured out divine power. I have my will. Xuanhuan flashed in front of the god again. He was suppressed by the gate of heaven, and the god was once again blasted into a light spot. Infinite power, rolling bombardment. Even if he knew the purpose of God, Xuanhuan could not slow down his attack. He wanted to use the strongest strength to break the barrier of this world and cast his majesty. God exploded one after another. But every time he exploded, God's integration and control of heaven and earth increased by a point. In the end, all the reincarnation corpses disappeared and entered the cauldron, and their power was melted. The God that has been condensed again is completely different from before. He stands there as a God and represents the entire universe. God has incarnated into the true will of the universe. Heavenly Emperor shouted, "This piece of heaven and earth has been completely controlled by God." At this moment, when God's power is the strongest, he will launch the strongest attack on Xuanhuan God Emperor. Sure enough, God struck. His will is unimaginable, radiant and incomparably huge. The divine power in the cauldron is integrated, and he makes a voice, "God Emperor Xuanhuan, no matter how you bombard, this God is immortal, you are all cages. The trapped beast cannot escape, and this God is already the controller of the trapped cage, sweeping away everything in the past, creating a new universe, and the old things should not exist." God's thoughts are great. If he succeeds, the universe will give birth to a civilization of new gods, there will be new creatures, and they will practice the divine law. In the future, the universe will no longer restrict the strong to go to the wider world, and it will be more brilliant and splendid than before. But this is cruel to the survivors of previous reincarnations. Before the creation of the world must first be destroyed, and the original creatures must be destroyed. God's destruction. The strongest power of God erupted at this moment, and the incalculable power has turned into a rolling storm of world destruction, and in an instant, it hit Xuanhuan first. #C1031 Master of the Dead Sea. God's strength is very strong, even without Xuanhuan, he can use a long time to completely control the providence of the universe, but now under Xuanhuan's attack, he has completed this step ahead of schedule, and his strength has reached a peak. Boom! The impact of the vast cosmic torrent, this force is fierce to the extreme. But when it fell in front of Xuanhuan, a whirlpool appeared, and no amount of power could interfere with him. The monstrous explosion sounded, enough to kill the Supreme. But Xuanhuan was too strong, he just remained unmoved, which made God's mood very solemn, and also understood that this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his cultivation. The divine light descended from the sky, and a beam of light that penetrated the sky came down fiercely. "Okay, God, you have united heaven and me. This is your strongest moment, but it is also the best time for me to deal with you. Killing you is equivalent to destroying the root of this universe. This battle should be ended." Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, and he slammed the world with a savage punch. This fist fell, and the infinite waves swept out, and the god was also shaken violently. The final battle, either you die or I live. God had no choice, just as Xuanhuan wanted to destroy him. His divine cauldron was spinning extremely fast. When he took control of the power of the universe, it was no longer an ordinary divine weapon. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations that inspired the power of the source of the universe condensed and directly impacted Xuanhuan. His strike was to gather his strength, with his will to kill. God has launched the strongest attack, it is the power of the entire universe. The expressions of the Heavenly Emperor, Demon God and other masters have changed drastically. If this God cauldron is suppressed on them, they will definitely be dissipated and unstoppable. This universe is already in a state of complete collapse, without energy, it was gathered into a cauldron by God, and then it exploded. Battle of the Ascension. God's words fell, the universe was reversed, and all the rays of light gathered in him. The anger of God is the anger of the universe. God also fought. By doing this, he is overdrawing the power accumulated over many reincarnations of the universe. But he doesn't care anymore, as long as he kills Xuanhuan, he can continue to condense, otherwise everything will be empty. The strongest forces condense and attack at this moment. The sound also stopped, and everyone held their breath. God Emperor Xuanhuan, it's time to end the relationship between you and me. God brazenly launched an attack and locked Xuanhuan. It's time to end it. At the moment when the divine cauldron fell, Xuanhuan's power also reached the strongest level. The Emperor's sword came out, and the infinite power of humanity was condensed, directly killing the divine cauldron. The handover of weapons, the collision of the strongest forces, there is nothing to destroy in the universe, only waves of destruction. God wants to destroy the world, and Xuanhuan also wants to destroy the world. These are two forces that destroy the world, and the whole world seems to be completely disappearing. The god pressed the god tripod, and his face also showed madness. Xuanhuan shook his arm. The human emperor sword was too brilliant, the majesty of the supreme artifact, although the entire universe power was drawn by God, but Xuanhuan used his own strength to block his power. God, it's time to end. King Xuanhuan is in the world. The strength of Shinding is very strong, but it is also insignificant in front of human emperor sword. He broke through the attack of Shinding and slashed at God with a sword, turning him into an infinite spot of light again. Destroy God. Success or failure is only in this sword. Xuanhuan once again slashed out a sword, 9 halos shone, and a move to achieve the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Suddenly a strong edge swept across the universe, and then the heaven and earth spilled blood. It was the blood of God. Even if he incarnates into the will of the universe, he is still not an opponent. The long river of humanity swept through, and at the last moment, God launched a counterattack. But his counterattack was useless, and his power was wiped out by the river of humanity, and he was completely returned to nothingness. God is gone. There is nothing but a destroyed universe. God is gone. This universe will no longer be reincarnated, it has become a wasteland, and there is no will of God to dominate, but I also feel that the universe has no suppression at all, and you can leave. The Lord of all laws is in a trance. This battle didn't last long, but it was thrilling and powerful, but he was still defeated in front of the Emperor Xuanwu. The sword of the Xuanwu God Emperor can sever the will of heaven and destroy everything. It's a wasteland. The demon god also sighed. No matter how the universe changed, it was always the place where he was born. Now that it's abolished, it's like a man has lost his soul and has become a broken ruin. He has no instinct to absorb the energy of the multiverse, which makes him sigh. But just after all kinds of sighs, the world brightened up again, and the light was brilliant. Isn't God still dead? They were startled. Although God is dead, but I am still alive, let my will dominate the operation of the universe, the fate of the gods, and the glory of the gods. Xuanhuan stood in the sky, waving his hand and the long river flowing. The world is glorious, the broken universe draws power from within the multiverse, and this is the wave of creation again. God Emperor Xuanwu is starting to create the world, bringing the universe back to life again. Don't stay in this universe, let's get out of here quickly. This is the last time to leave. When a master saw the universe recovering again, he shouted loudly, some people stayed, and some people yearned for the outside world, and rushed out immediately. God Emperor Xuanwu, let's meet in a wider world. The Emperor of Heaven said to Xuanhuan that his realm was no longer suppressed. But there is no energy in this universe for him to break through. He has to rush into the higher multiverse, and he can immediately break through the Lord God. He has a big heart and wants to break out of the world in the multiverse. Even if he knew that it would be much easier to follow the Emperor Xuanwu, he was reluctant to do so. We're leaving too. The demon gods are also seizing the critical time of Xuanhuan's creation, and they have left one after another. With their ambitions, they do not want to be in the same universe as him. I look forward to seeing you all again. Xuanhuan said slowly. He is also very unfamiliar outside the universe, and only knows the terms multiverse and 33 days from the mouth of the goddess Xuanhuan. See Xuanwu God Emperor. Although the Heavenly Emperor and the others had left, there were still more people in the universe who all knelt down to Xuanhuan. His method of slaying the gods shocked countless people, and their dazedness to the outside world made them not dare to go out casually. Not everyone has such a powerful will as the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon God. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed out with a palm, and a person was caught by his powerful hand. God Emperor Xuanhuan, let me go, I don't want to fight with you in this universe. The Emperor Feather was shocked. Xuanhuan did not answer, pinched the Emperor Yuhua to death, and brought a consummation to the battle of the gods that day. The Emperor Yuhua was crushed to death, and all his treasures belonged to Xuanhuan, including the wish. At this moment, another figure stepped out of this universe. When he left, he glanced at Xuanhuan. That's the owner of the Dead Sea. It turns out that the owner of the Dead Sea is him. Xuanhuan saw that it was the owner of the Sea of Death, and the familiar face surprised him a little, and then said lightly, "The great Emperor Aoki, it turns out to be you. God Emperor Xuanhuan, we will meet again in diversity." When Emperor Qingmu Chongqing left, he also spoke to Xuanhuan. #C1032 Multiverse, Master God. The owner of the Dead Sea turned out to be Emperor Aoki Chongqing. Death is the opposite of life, these are two opposite forces. But life and death are also forces that coexist, and between life and death, there is a great feeling. However, he watched the departure of Emperor Aoki Chongqing, and felt that this person was far from being as simple as he had shown. Goddess Yanran, are you leaving too? Xuanhuan saw the 33 heavenly pagoda leaving the universe again. The goddess nodded sweetly, I want to retrieve the lost memory, Xuanhuan, we will meet again in Duanyuan. There are thousands of multiples, and the 33 is the strongest in ancient times. No matter how the multiples change, there will always be 33 days. This is the most powerful world in the 33. Destroy one and create a new one. When the goddess Yanran left, she told Xuanhuan what she remembered at the end, Master, Supreme, Heaven. She left, and Xuanhuan knew that she had gone to the multiverse. Mysterious goddess. Xuanhuan said slowly. His eyes turned to the universe, and there were scenes of destruction and dilapidation everywhere. If it weren't for the protection of the national destiny of the gods and martial arts, no one could survive here. With a bang of his palm, the storm of destruction stopped, and his domineering figure, the power dominated by me, left the universe in one fell swoop and entered the world outside. Everything is over. The demon god sighed. No, this is just the beginning. There is a wider world outside, waiting for us to conquer. After all, this universe is only a part, and the multiverse is the real battlefield. God of War. Then they saw that the entire universe was spinning rapidly and turned into an extremely huge vortex. The infinitely dazzling energy was being swept in and swallowed up, and a large number of new star fields were being born rapidly. The entire universe is recovering rapidly. You can also look outside the universe. Xuanhuan's voice boomed. Follow in His Majesty's footsteps. God of War stepped on, without hindrance, came to the outside of the universe. He was outside the universe, and when he looked down, it was a vast and huge world, shrouded in thick fog. In front of it, people are like dust. This is the universe they live in. And when he looked at the wider world, his eyes suddenly solidified. What a shocking scene he saw. The outside world of the universe was full of rolling violent waves, with colorful and changeable colors, like thick chaotic fog rolling. These thick fogs are unimaginable, refracted by extremely bright light spots, making the eyes bright. This is beyond the universe. The God of War trembled. It's just a part outside the universe. God of War exclaimed in shock. It gave him the feeling that they were in the universe, like an island in the ocean, and these thick mists were the water in the ocean. In fact, this mist is the energy within the multiplicity. He saw that their universe was spinning rapidly in the multiverse, like a gate of devouring, like a man who was about to die of thirst, drinking water frantically. This is the multiverse. The universe we are in is only a part of the multiverse. Although the multiverse does not know how many universes like us exist, I know that there are 33 days in the multiverse, and the 33 are the strongest. The great heaven and earth exist, and there are gods who dominate the way of heaven. Xuanhuan is like an omnipotent giant god. The power he uses to devour is not to devour himself, but to let the universe devour these energies. These energies are multiverse energies. Every time the universe absorbs one, it can make countless resources inside. This is a vaster world. The god of war was excited and couldn't help roaring wildly. Such a wider world was what he wanted to pursue. Our universe is getting bigger. God of War was shocked to discover that, as it devoured this energy, the universe was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every time the universe is reincarnated, a Big Bang occurs, and the purpose is to absorb this energy. Just like a person's cultivation, when it was just born, it didn't even have 1% of the current one. Xuanhuan explained, every reincarnation will fill the interior with infinite energy, but over time, the resources will be depleted, and it will not be able to maintain so many strong people to absorb, and if there is sufficient energy supply, there will be no reincarnation. He looked at the dense energy tumbling like clouds and mist, and also pushed the power of devouring to the limit. In the past, the universe was dominated by an unconscious rule, but now it is different. All this is controlled by him. He incarnates himself into an existence, like the gate of devouring, allowing the universe to grow. My universe is Xuanhuan. Boom. Xuanhuan's voice was magnificent, and after sweeping away the last obstacle in the universe, he was already the master of the universe, the master god of Xuanhuan. He devoured and absorbed frantically, and the energy was fed back into the universe, the order was reorganized again, and the thick energy flooded into it. Time accelerates. He rules space and time. If the time ratio in the multiverse is 1, then Xuanhuan needs to spend more energy to accelerate Tian. But he didn't care, he devoured it too fast. The god of war saw such a spectacular scene and stood by Xuanhuan's side. Although he also wanted to explore the diversity, he knew even more that with Xuanhuan's side, the majestic waves he could see in the future were incomparable to the god of war. Time seems to become eternity within the multiplicity. He didn't know how long he had been by Xuanhuan's side, but he could intuitively see that the area of Xuanhuan was 10 times larger than before. The Emperor Xuanwu has already controlled the operation of the rules of Xuanhuan. Tian must have passed a very long time. God of War. He knew that His Majesty urged time to accelerate, and the time there was not the same as his flow ratio in the multi-element. Your Majesty is attacking the Lord. God of War exclaimed. That's right, Xuanhuan is attacking the Lord. He is letting Xuanhuan expand, and he is using the power to control the entire universe to let him break through to the realm of the Lord of God. He had been cultivating for a long time in Xuanwu days before, and there was no problem with his xinqing. Infinitely dazzling rainbows of light condensed and wrapped around Xuanhuan's body. With the power to dominate Xuanhuan, a power that surpassed the supreme suddenly fluctuated and turned into a tyrannical power of domination. There must be a breakthrough to dominate, and then the power of swallowing can increase 100 times. Xuanhuan is the foundation of me. The Master also has the doom of destruction, and is dominated by a stronger multiverse. But these doomsdays bombarded him, and they didn't help him at all. Instead, they became part of the energy of Xuanhuan's powerful strength. Master God. Xuanhuan was hacked to death for an extremely long time, and his power changed fundamentally at this moment. His Majesty has achieved mastery. Ares startled. The Lord is a completely different feeling of power from the Supreme. He only feels that as soon as Xuanhuan stretches out, he can cover a part of the pluralism, and all of them can be transformed into a part of Xuanhuan with a strong force. Ding! The host completed the side quest, broke through the Lord of God, and obtained 6 million fate points, the Lord of God's healing potion X1, the supernatural power fruit X9192, the master of the artifact advanced card, the sun god general X1, the Tianyu Bao X1, the Door of the Storm X1, Nun Master of the Supernatural Powers of Heaven and Earth, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the second heaven of the Lord of God. Hashtag C1033 Xuanhuan. The realm of domination is still only divided into 3 layers of heaven, but the gap between each layer of heaven is so huge that it can almost be crushed. A large number of powerhouses in Xuanhu are being promoted to supreme and immortal. The god of war also noticed that as his majesty broke through to mastery, the absorption of the energy of the multiverse reached a state of extreme terror. Originally, Xuanhuan had a backlog of a large number of immortals that were difficult to break through to the supreme, and now the sufficient energy has allowed them to break through. God of war, you return to God Wutian to absorb energy, and when the energy is swallowed to a certain limit, you can also take advantage of the trend to break through the Lord God. Chu Yuan said. Yes. God of war replied. He has long been the limit of the supreme God. Sunday God will see His Majesty, the God Emperor. At this time, the God of luminous sun will appear in front of Chu Yuan. He is the realm of the dominant God. He wears scarlet armor and is as dazzling as the stellar universe in the universe. Sunday God General. Chu Yuan nodded. He picked up the rewarded Tianyu Bao, which was also an artifact of the Master, which could shoot the Master at countless distances. The ruler of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of insights poured into Chu Yuan's soul. This is a kind of domineering control over the power of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan's world reincarnation. Chu Yuan exudes the light of eternal legend, and the power of his dominion of heaven and earth spreads out. Ding! The host completed the main quest and obtained 15 million Fate, Supernatural Power Fruit X9192, Master Artifact Advanced Card, Master God Healing Potion, 9th Level Crafting Blueprint of Cosmic Cannon, Magician X1, Soul Burial Knife X1, Exploring the Compass, Slaying the Divine Bow to Create Blueprints X1, The Great Storm Technique of the 3000 Avenues, and Random Lottery Chances X1. Ding! The current mainline has been released, breaking through the Supreme God. The realm above the Master is the Supreme God. Sovereign Lord. The sorcerer has seen His Majesty, the God Emperor. The binder appears. He is dressed in a dark silver robe made of silver threads. He is an old man holding a scepter. Since it is a reward issued by the ruler of the realm, his realm is also the cultivation of the Master God. The two dominate. With the addition of 2 Dominion Artifact Advancement cards, the War God Commander and the Prison Suppression Commander can also advance to the realm of Domination God as long as they can absorb enough energy with Chu Yuan. God of War also needs energy to advance. Now the whole day of Xuanhu is like a long drought and rain, and it needs too much energy. Increased devouring. Chu Yuan's Great Devouring Technique was once again promoted to the next level with the Supernatural Power Fruit. He swallowed it up, and the violent fluctuation of power made people tremble, and the boundless energy of the entire multiverse poured into it, causing Xuanhuan to explode and expand rapidly. The multiverse isn't just about energy, there are other universes, and ancient and broken relics. In the process of Chu Yuan's devouring, some other universes couldn't stand this devouring, and they merged into it. He took this time to continue to check the rewards. Although he has the blueprint for the God-killing crossbow, the God-killing bow also has a great effect. The God-killing crossbow is more suitable for short-term handovers, while the God-killing bow can strike at a very long distance, and the two can be used in different areas, not overlapping. The Spirit Exploring Compass can detect powerful energy fluctuations, including if a strong person radiates his own power. He can also roughly infer the realm based on the light spots displayed above. The Cosmic Cannon creates blueprints. It has a wider strike area and can span more distant and multidimensional spaces. Its power is very huge, immortal, and even the Supreme can kill. This is good. Although he doesn't know much about the multiverse, but when he thinks of the multiverse, there are still 33 strongest worlds. He knew that there would be a larger battlefield and more cruel wars. The Soul Burial Saber is a pitch-black, long blade with no flickering cold light, but it exudes the power to bury and kill souls. Xuanhuan's strength is changeable. He is all-powerful and can use any magic weapon. The Tai pill stove also appeared in front of him, glowing brightly, without his prompting. It was also absorbing multiple energies on its own. This treasure. Xuanhuan thought that he was also going to sacrifice the more powerful supreme artifact or dominant artifact, and then he could restore the supreme artifact, but no, there was no option for the dominator artifact in his hand. Now he understands. It is very harsh to repair the Tai Dan furnace to the supreme artifact, and the sacrifice is not the artifact, but the vast universe. However, Xuanhuan did not sigh, but was overjoyed. Only such harsh conditions can reflect its value. As time passed, Xuanhuan counted the time silently. Shen Wutian had passed a long time in his acceleration, and his volume was at least 10 times larger than when he first arrived at Yuanyuan. The energy here is already very thin. The originally strong multidimensional energy has now begun to thin. Xuanhuan understood that he had to change positions, and suddenly under the urging of his master mana, the huge universe of Xuanhuan began to move. And the process of Xuanhuan's move is huge, bright and dazzling, and it is rapidly advancing, frantically plundering the energy in the multiverse. Ha 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 ha, I have broken through to the supreme triple heaven. During the Xuanwu day, the demon god burst out laughing loudly. Many people are geniuses of the sky, but the universe didn't have so much energy for them to grow before. Xuanhuan gave them this opportunity. The number of immortals is 100 times higher than before, and even the Supreme has surged by hundreds of statues during this period. His Majesty has plundered the energy in the multiverse, and the accumulation of Xuanhuan has exploded throughout the ages. Lu Qianfu was also excited. God of War is about to reach the realm of domination. The Supreme Thunder Beast is also swallowing energy in a big mouth. Boom! Countless divine objects that existed in the multiverse also descended into Xuanwu days in large numbers, and were collected into the treasury one after another, as the accumulation of the heritage of the divine dynasty. A vast mountain range was charged with ample mineral deposits. Xuanhuan has already investigated, and many of them can be used for the construction of heavy equipment. Xuanhuan is showing new vitality, everyone is excited, His Majesty has outlined the vastness of the multiverse for them, and a new journey is waiting for them. Xuanhuan moved and swallowed under the manipulation of Xuanhuan in an almost infinite diversity. This growth rate is still too slow, unless it is integrated into the new universe. Xuanhuan shook his head. He found that the area of Xuanhuan grew rapidly at the beginning, but the further back, the slower the speed. Now, even if he spends 100 times the time, it is difficult to increase the area by 1%. This is reaching a limit. He also knows that only a very complete universe with perfect internal laws can make the level of Xuanhuan grow faster. One of the 33 days, this is what Xuanhuan wants to pursue now. Then, what is that? In a huge universe, there was a powerful god who was retreating and cultivating, but suddenly the earth-shattering sound shocked him, and he suddenly saw that the incomparably bright light was approaching his universe at an extremely fast speed. Hashtag C1034 ZUN Tianyu. What happened? What happened? The strong man looked shocked. In the multiverse, there are dangers and anomalies, the laws are cruel, and any danger can happen. The powerhouse saw the terrifying light swept towards him quickly, and he saw that the infinite energy was being swallowed by it. It's for me. This strong man is also trembling. But he could see even more that if he didn't stop this ray of light from sweeping, his universe might be destroyed because of it. Suddenly he stepped out, exerted his tyrannical and invincible master mana, and slammed it, trying to block it. And what made him even more terrifying happened: his power was without waves and could not cause any obstruction. This is totally irresistible. The man was unable to speak to himself. Boom. The universe under his control approached the past uncontrollably as the rays of light swept through it, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. He was even more terrified to see that the light was being swallowed and merged into the universe that swept him. The overlord of the multiverse. A loud voice came out, and then a dominant mana fell around this person. Ah! There is a stronger powerhouse who is attacking me. This person is also the Master God, but he only dominates the first layer of heaven. In the face of this power, an invincible hegemony suddenly suppressed him. With a bang, his whole body was about to burst, and his whole body was bloody. He would not be foolish to ask why there is no resentment and no hatred. Others will take action against him. It is cruel to survive in the pluralism. Everyone is seizing their own interests, and the weak will be beaten. This is an eternal law. The power of the infinite seal descended upon him. He watched helplessly as the universe was merged into this behemoth. All the star fields in the interior are collapsing, and the energy is plundered and becomes a part of it. In front of his eyes, there was a majestic figure that held the dominant power. When you see the Emperor Xuanhuan, kneel down quickly. The Sun God General shouted fiercely, and the power of his domination was also stimulated. Xuanhuan God Emperor. This person was stunned, and shouted in horror, God Emperor Xuanhuan, who are you? In this Xuan Tianyu, I have never heard your name. Although I am not your opponent, I also want to die to understand. Xuan Tianyu. Chu Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the black coat and said indifferently, tell me, everything you know, I can spare you not to die. He still doesn't know much about the multiverse. Now that he has caught a master, he has to learn something from his mouth. You don't know Xuan Tianyu. Boom. A force of humane domination was suppressed, and his knees fell uncontrollably. Under this supreme force, his heart was trembling, and there was only one fearful thought of surrender. My name is Motu, and I am the ruler of Motushan. Mo2, a man in black clothes, shuddered and said, this is the Xuan heavenly domain, a part of the heavenly domain that was once controlled by Guiyuanshan for 33 days. Your Majesty the God Emperor, where exactly are you from? Guiyuan Tian. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly dazzled. His dominant power is brilliant, and the holy light is infinite, so that Motu's eyes can hardly be opened. The goddess Yanran once said that Guiyuan Tian is gone. There was a terrifying war that swept through many people. It collapsed for many days. No wonder she appeared in Xuanhuan. Chu Yuan speculated. Be honest and obedient, I won't kill you, I am a god of martial arts. Chu Yuan said. Guiyuan Tian collapsed before the endless years. I only know that there was a terrible battle before the endless era. At that time it collapsed for 33 days. Part of the remnant. Mo2 did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance in front of Chu Yuan. Goddess left, is she going to find Guiyuan Tian? Chu Yuan said. And part of the message through ink. He also learned that the multiverse is too big, and the master can only live in a part of the area, so he divided the heavens in the place where he lived. How much do you know about the multiverse? After all, Chu Yuan's Xuanhuan had been blocked for too long, and he didn't even know where it was in the Duo Yuan Xuan Tianyu. I only know that the strongest sky is 33 days, and there is also a forbidden area in the multivariate. I have only heard of the ancient realm of the Emperor, the forbidden land of the ages, and His Majesty, the Emperor. I really don't know more things. Although Motu is the master, after he became the master, he only moved in the Xuan Tianyu, and at most he had been in contact with a few surrounding heavenly areas. After all, although the sovereign god is not weak, there are dangers in the multivariate, and the sovereign also has a great crisis. Only by staying in the familiar star field and slowly cultivating is the safest. Submit to me, obey my orders, and live. Xuanhuan said. I would. Does Motu dare to say he doesn't want to? The universe he dominates has been annexed, and if he dares to say a word, he will be killed immediately. He does not want to die, and he has no way to resist in the face of absolute strength. Very good. Xuanhuan nodded indifferently. He is not the Emperor of Heaven, and they can rush directly into the multi-element regardless of everything. He has a god of war. The Xuanhuan dynasty was the foundation of his development. When he came to Duanyuan, Xuanhuan's purpose was to continue the development of the Xuanhuan dynasty, providing endless national fortunes for the Xuanhu dynasty and making him stronger. Human sovereign ancient territory. Xuanhuan also heard these familiar words from Motu's mouth. In the introduction of the Human Emperor sword, there is an ancient human emperor, a divine sword built with billions of worlds and countless human beliefs. It seems that the billions of worlds mentioned above are within this diversity. The human sovereign ancient territory must have a great relationship with the human sovereign sword. The Tai pill stove also introduced that Tai Tianzuan is in the gods, and the battle of the demons collapsed. It is very likely that the battle that the goddess Yanran mentioned swept the multiverse and collapsed for 33 days. A lot of confusion is easily resolved. The multiverse is the real battleground. Motu, how is the situation in Ziyu and Tianyu? Continuing to ask about the situation in Motu's multiverse is meaningless, he really doesn't know, but Ziyu and Tianyu is related to the development of Xuanhuan dynasty during this period, which is what he needs to figure out most. His Majesty God Emperor, I know Ziyu and Tianyu very well. Motu immediately said, although the Ziyu and Tianyu is huge, and there are thousands of named universes, most of them are just some supreme gods, and there are only a few universes that have dominant gods. The most powerful ones are in the Ziyuan universe. Ziyuan Master is the ruler of the second layer of heaven, and he has inherited it from the ruined ancient source heaven. Ziyuan universe, the information you provided is very good. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Does your Majesty want to do something to Ziyuan universe? Mo2's heart trembled. There was some evil star in this Ziyuan Tianyu. This Ziyuan Tianyu should have a unified master, which is the foundation of the gods. #C1035 Destruction Storm. If the Xuanhu God dynasty wants to develop in the Ziyuan Tianyu, it must have a solid foundation. Ziyuan Tianyu is suitable for his current development. It is just right to capture this place. All the universes are unified. The population resources are developed by the gods, and then they can be consolidated here, and then gradually expand in the multiverse, and finally shake the 33 days. He is very clear on this point about the development route. The map of Ziyuan Tianyu was drawn. After reading it, Xuanhuan said a good sentence, which made Mo2 heave a sigh of relief. I have also broken through to the realm of domination. Boom. Xuanhuan shakes, and the god of war has reached the domination realm. He had no problem with the perception of the realm of domination for a long time. What he lacked was only energy. Now that he can achieve multidimensionality, he also used the huge energy to break through to the domination. Master, it's just the beginning. The god of war was arrogant. He also saw the map, and clearly understood His Majesty's plan to conquer Ziyuanshan. There is also a huge universe here. When Xuanhuan was madly devouring the energy of the multiverse, Xuanhuan suddenly discovered a huge universe that was several times larger than his Xuanhuan. It's just that the light is dim, like a dead silence. Your Majesty, in the multiverse, there are many abandoned places in Ziyuan Tianyu. It is impossible for me to know everything. Please forgive me. Mo2 was a little terrified. He didn't draw this place, and he really didn't know. The universe is huge, which shows that a very prosperous civilization was born, but now it is bleak, which also shows that the universe is dying, and it does not have the ability to absorb multiple energies. Xuanhuan did not blame him. Maybe there's something else to look for. Xuanhuan and Motu entered this abandoned universe. After he entered, he felt the weakening of the vitality of the heavens and the earth. Looking around, the aura of the end of the law was everywhere. The spiritual energy of the stars and the earth was weak, and it became an ordinary sand and gravel land. It is difficult for even the Holy Spirit to be born here, and it is of little value. Check the ink map. However, Your Majesty, there are quite a lot of creatures living here, but unfortunately the realm is too weak. The birth of an ordinary god is something extraordinary, and it should be called a king and an ancestor. Motu didn't care. Without him, Xuanhuan's infinite rays of light emerged from the gate of light. He stood there as the sun that illuminated the entire universe, making everyone feel a strong majesty and warmth. Light, what a strong light! How can there be such a strong light in the universe? No, this is since ancient records, beyond immortality, is it the power of dominance. Everyone in this universe was shocked by the light. Master Lord. At this time, more than a dozen came from all over the universe, and they were afraid in front of Xuanhuan, and they did not dare to raise their heads. There are more than a dozen immortals in this abandoned universe. Ink Road. You are immortal in this universe. Xuanhuan swept his eyes and saw that these immortals were very old, and the immortal substances in their bodies were very scarce, and there was no way for them to cultivate, but to continue their lives. Master, this universe is called Yunzaitian, but we have no masters anymore. The dozen of us are the most powerful creatures in this universe. An old man with the strongest cultivation base knelt in front of Xuanhuan and said, "Others can kill them by blowing their breath. Clouds are in the sky." Motu shook his head, as if he had never heard of it. Master does not know that it is normal for Yunzaitian. Yunzaitian has existed for a very long time, and an extremely prosperous civilization has been born. The strongest one has dominated the triple heaven, and is half-step supreme. When the old man mentioned brilliance, he was also proud, but then said sadly, "However, we have encountered a catastrophe." Catastrophe? When Motu heard these three words, he was shocked. Could it be? Exactly, the Lord Master has already guessed it. The old man's cultivation base was not strong, and he lived for a long time. He could see that Motu was only a subordinate of this existence, and said, "It is a world-destroying storm. There was once a world-destroying storm in this heaven. Our master and the Supreme died in the annihilation storm. If it wasn't for the Lord's desperate protection, the entire Yunzaitian would collapse, but even so, Yunzaitian's will of the heavenly way disappeared, unable to absorb energy from the multiverse independently. At that time, Yunzaitian was the only strong person left, knowing that if this goes on, Yunzaitian will die, and we must find a way, but they will never return, and none of them will come back, and our cultivation base is too weak. There is no way to leave. When a universe can't draw energy from the multiplicity, that's when it perishes. Destruction storm. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Your Majesty, I have only seen it from ancient records. The world-destroying storm is a storm that specifically kills the universe. This is a terrifying storm that destroys the universe and returns to pluralism. I don't know where it came from. Terrible. Motu shuddered. It is because of the world-annihilating storm that I, Yunzaitian, have fallen to this place. Otherwise, I have many cultivation methods, and I can even reach the highest level, but without energy, everything is empty talk, and only the power of domination can dominate. Multiple energy infusion. The old man is not afraid of what Xuanhuan will do. This is a wasteland and has no value. Drawing energy from pluralism, the world-destroying storm has once again turned into pluralism. Xuanhuan seems to have caught something crucial. Although your universe has no energy, I can give you a chance. Your various records are needed for me, and I can let you enter my universe and practice again. Xuanhuan gave them a chance to live. Yun Zitian's books are what he needs. Yes, we will. These dozen immortals were shocked. This is simply a great benefit. Without the supplement of external energy, their immortal matter will die when they are wiped out. Now being able to receive the power of the outside world again is a gift. See your majesty. They knelt in the stars. Yun Zitian's new life is coming. Many of the creatures in their universe are extremely talented, and suffer from lack of energy. Now that they have entered a new force, they can have energy to practice. The Book of Enlightenment, receive all the information of this universe. All people left this universe under the transfer of Xuanhuan's supernatural power, and then Xuanhuan passed through, and Yun Zitian completely became history. Although he can let a master manipulate energy and transfer it in. But Xuanhuan didn't have this interest, the speed was too slow, and now all his focus was on the development of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan must grow. It is said that the 33 days is the most powerful world, and there is still a long way for Xuanhuan to grow into such a world. This time, he received Yun Zitian's creatures. Although he didn't get any powerhouses, he gained a lot. These ancient books belonged to Xuanhuan, and many people found their inheritance. The multiverse is the real world. #C 1036 Diversity First Battle. Xuanhuan. It seems that this is a hazy purple light, crystal bright universe, very sufficient energy, and very perfect evolution. It is said that the ruler of Xuanhuan once merged into a fragment of the ancient source sky, and thus broke through to the realm of the second layer of heaven. It is very difficult to master the cultivation, and the entire Xuanhuan Tianyu is only a second-level heaven. What happened in the Xuanhuan Tianyu? Suddenly, an incomparably huge light group appeared. It seemed to be a cosmic giant, and it was absorbing a large amount of energy in the multiverse quickly. There was such a big movement in Xuanhuan Tianyu, it was impossible for the master of Xuanhuan not to know. He was also surprised and could not guess. The masters of several other universes have also come. The other masters in the Xuanhuan Tianyu also gathered because of this movement. This seems to be a disaster, which swept the entire Xuanhuan Tianyu, and they couldn't help being careless. Look. Master Xuanhuan waved his hand to evolve the picture, performed boundless supernatural powers, and reduced the scale, and he saw a vortex emitting an extremely bright light, running wildly, terrifyingly swallowing the energy of the multiverse. This kind of power? Could it be that the world-destroying storm is coming? There is a master of fear. No, it can't be a world-destroying storm. Master Xuanhuan shook his head. The world destruction storm is a completely dark color according to the records, like a terrifying magic wind swirls through. I seem to be aware that it is a universe, there are living beings inside, there are strong people urging them to swallow them quickly. Energy, grow yourself. As expected of the strongest person in Xuanhuan Tianyu, Xuanhuan Master guessed a lot in an instant. If there is such a strong person, how terrifying his strength will be. These people looked at each other. Xuanhuan dominates, the Motu universe is gone, swallowed by the light group. A shocking news has been reported. Sure enough, it seems that my guess is very close to 10. There is indeed a powerful existence, and the Motu universe is swallowed up, so his goal is to swallow all the universes in Xuanhuan Tianyu to strengthen himself. Xuanhuan Master did not lose his calm at this time. His target is us. Master Xuanhuan, what should we do? These powerhouses are nervous. They all know that after a universe is annexed, it will be very miserable. Although some people have hatred, but at this time, they have to be uneasy with the enemy. It's still not clear about the specific situation. We will gather the strongest force. Xuanhuan dominates the road. Xuanwu days. Great military preparations. Your Majesty, there are many powerhouses in the Ziyuan universe. With the help of the power of the universe, Lord Ziyuan can burst into a stronger power. What should we do? Motu also learned the history of Xuanhuan from the mouths of other people. This Majesty dominates the universe and is extremely domineering, and he is also trembling in the face of him. I personally led the team, and the dimensional battleship rushed directly into the Ziyuan universe. Once this universe was destroyed, there would be no power to resist. This is the first battle of the Xuanhu God dynasty in the multiverse. Xuanhuan gave the order. The first battle of diversity. God of War is also very excited. The powerhouses in the multiverse are not comparable to the previous universe. There are thousands of universes here, and in the more ancient 33 days, it is even more impossible to imagine. Battle. Fight. Fight. The morale of the army boiled to the extreme, their fighting spirit returned, and they found the goal of conquest. Let's go. A large number of dimensional warships rushed out of Xuanhuan and went straight to Ziyuan universe. Motu followed. He was dazzling. What kind of army this is? The fighting spirit is so high, especially when he saw these battleships, even if he had never seen them in the multiverse. Xuanhuan stepped on the Shenzhou and used it to clear the way. And the speed of the dimensional battleship in the multiverse is also very fast, and it absorbs multiple forces independently. This is the battleship that goes out in the multiverse. They actually killed them directly. In the Ziyuan universe, I also saw the mighty sci-fi dimensional battleship sweeping out a torrent, rushing directly towards here. Xuanhu. When they saw the flag, it had the word Xuanhu, and they all stared at it, but they had never heard of it. Don't panic, stick to Ziyuan universe. This is a strange force, I don't know where it came from. Master Ziyuan's face was solemn, and the enemy came. Ziyuan is the ruler. The Xuanhu God Emperor personally conquered the Ziyuan cosmos. You don't quickly put down all resistance and surrender to Xuanhu, otherwise your Ziyuan cosmos will be trampled and you will be beheaded. This is the last chance before you. Motu shouted loudly at Ziyuan cosmos. Motu, you are not dead. Someone saw Motu and exclaimed, you have already taken refuge in this Xuanhu dynasty, tell us what happened. Rush directly into Ziyuan cosmos, you don't need to talk nonsense with them, warriors, here's a chance for you to make meritorious deeds. The God of War has become the master. He leads the way. When the war comes, he has a strong fighting spirit. Even in a stronger multiverse, he will make a world of war. Boom. After all, the Ziyuan universe has Reincarnation in charge. They did not surrender so easily. Suddenly, the crystal energy exploded and condensed into a thick, cosmic film wall, to block the intrusion of the enemy. They want to keep their opponents out of the universe. They were extremely unfamiliar with the Xuanhu dynasty, but Xuanhuan had a clear understanding of the Ziyuan universe through Motu. In addition to Ziyuan's ruler being the second-level heaven, there were also two masters of the first-level heaven. This time, he deliberately slowed down a little bit, and let the master come, just in time for the pot. At this moment, Shenzhou slammed into the Ziyuan cosmos, and that layer of defense was like paper, vulnerable to a single blow. Shenzhou is not as good as the human emperor sword, but it is also a supreme artifact. They broke in directly, and our defense was broken in an instant. There was also a panic in the Ziyuan universe. Motu's eyes widened as well, and he had never seen the supreme artifact, but that didn't mean he didn't know that there was a supreme artifact in this dynasty of the gods, which made him glad that he was fortunate to have a sense of interest. Don't be messy, although they broke the barrier of the universe, but this is in our universe, which can mobilize the power of the entire Ziyuan universe and bless us. There is a master who is drinking. As the most powerful force in the Ziyuan Tianyu, the Ziyuan cosmos often fights against other universes, and it also has a large army. At this moment, it appears densely. War. The huge cannons on the dimensional battleship roared, and the bombardment went out at this moment. Kill the rebels, I want this universe. The god of war emerged from the battleship. Bang, suddenly a repulsion from the universe was suppressing him. It was a force he hated, just like the suppression of the universe before. Xuanhuan conquest, no one can stop it. The momentum of countless armies is overwhelming, emerging from the battleship, they have no opponents in Xuanhuan, and the eyes of the powerhouses in the Ziyuan universe glow when they see it. These are all military feats that can walk. C1037, the most dazzling existence. The powerful gods and warriors, unstoppable and imposing like a rainbow, directly rushed into Xuanhuan. Although for Lord Ziyuan, he did not know how many of these so-called powerful warriors he could kill with just a wave of his hand, but there was also a terrifying god emperor, which prevented him from concentrating all his strength and focusing on one person. This is the advantage of a large army conquest. My Xuanhuan warriors are also powerful and invincible. There is a dominant drink. Using the cosmic cannon to suppress the advance of the army, prepare for the slaying of the bow, and take the heavy core as the vanguard, the army will keep up, kill, this universe is wanted by the god of war. All kinds of equipment of Xuanhuan launched a bombardment, and at this moment, all the powerhouses of Xuanhuan were stunned. Before some people could react, they were passed through by the cannon, turned into nothingness particles, and vanished into ashes. When the army of Xuanhuan approached them, the god-killing bow was thrown, and in an instant, it brought a series of blood flowers. What are these? The powerhouses of Xuanhuan are collapsing. They have fought a variety of battles, and they have encountered many powerful opponents, but they have never encountered them before. They have just started, and they have been beaten by their equipment. Kill. The god of war took the lead, rushed in directly, and found a master. The army is also fighting together quickly at this moment. They have been holding back for too long in Xuanhuan, and their eyes are red. Where the hell did this divine and martial god dynasty come from? It's impossible to have these equipment even in the supreme universe. Could it be within the ancient 33 days? Master Ziyuan has encountered a big enemy this time, and it is very likely that he will be destroyed by it. Oh my god, their army's combat power is also too terrifying, and they completely beat Ziyuan. Those who do not belong to Xuanhuan's master fear. The formidable strength, terrifying equipment, and high morale turned into a rolling torrent that drowned the entire Xuanhuan and was unstoppable. This is to destroy my Xuanhuan. Lord Ziyuan was shaking all over. He couldn't bear it any longer. Even if he knew that the Xuanhuan god emperor in front of him was powerful and extraordinary, he still had to fight the first battle, and the power of the entire universe immediately blessed him. In the fight against Xuanhuan, his power increased exponentially. Tianyuan ancient art. He bombarded with both hands, a strong purple light pierced through, and mobilized the power of Xuanhuan to suppress Chuyuan. This power is the power that dominates the universe, making him crystal clear at this moment, a giant of the universe. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. As the emperor, Chuyuan only has the interests of the gods in his eyes, for the development of the empire. He will not pay attention to any kindness. If you want to develop in the multiverse, you must knock down the Ziyuan Tianyu. The foundation of development must be there. With the master of heaven and earth, he manipulated a master fist, swallowed the mountains and rivers, and shattered the universe. The power that the master of Ziyuan rushed in front of him disappeared one after another, let alone hurt, it was difficult to even get close to him. He punched out with great power. Lord Ziyuan has a feeling of fear. It seems that this person's power has deprived him of his control over Xuanhuan, and the opponent is the master of this universe. Heaven is lifeless. He slammed again, the power of no life, the breath of death, and his big purple hand fell. But this time, his strength was destroyed, the whole person rolled out, and the master's body was shattered. An endless storm blew out from Xuanhuan. The storm was violent, his face was expressionless, only the supremacy of the emperor. Although he is only the master of the gods, but with the blessing of the human emperor sword, the realm is not weaker than the master of Xuanhuan. This time, he also has the will to kill the master, and he also killed the master, shocking the entire heaven. Bang bang bang. Countless explosions resounded within Xuanhuan. He grabbed with a big hand, the Supreme Lord, the gate of heaven fell horizontally, his 5 fingers snapped, and Xuanhuan Lord stepped back again and again, his face showing unimaginable shock. Xuanhuan Universe. Xuanhuan dominates and shouts, the entire Xuanhuan universe is glowing, a kind of purple fire is burning everywhere, and the incomparably hot breath is emitted. He is very ruthless, burning the origin of the Xuanhuan universe. His strength can reach a state of reaching the triple heaven in a short time. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to have the entire power of a universe burned off. He also ignored it. Although doing so would deplete the power of the Xuanhuan universe for a long time, but with him around, he could slowly absorb multiple energies, which was a last-ditch effort. Master Xuanhuan has been forced to a dead end. Motu was shocked. He did not expect that the most powerful man in Xuanhuan would be forced into a desperate situation not long after the war began. It sounded like a myth, and it was hard to accept. I don't want a dead universe. Xuanhuan said indifferently, he would not let the master of Xuanhuan burn all the energy of the universe. His indifferent words fell, and the Great Void technique instantly fell to the side of Xuanhuan master. There was an infinitely terrifying seal of God on his palm, and a door of seal shook down in the air, blocking his burning thoughts. No, what kind of power is this? Xuanhuan's master face was twisted into a ball, and he shouted. I am the master of this universe. Master Xuanhuan shouted again, and he would never be reconciled to such a failure. Even if he suffers a great disaster today, he will have to make this person bear a huge price, and immediately burn his own power, and then transmit it to the entire universe. You also want to break through my seal. Xuanhuan's expression was extremely indifferent. The ruler of heaven and earth, the tyrannical control force resounded and exploded in a series of explosions around the body of the ruler of Xuanhuan, and there was a destructive force in it. A black long knife appeared in his hand, and a dark storm blew out from the long knife, annihilating the soul, and the knife fell, and the face of the ruler of Xuanhuan was twisted into a ball because of this. Into his soul. He was shouting loudly in his mouth, but in the sinking of the sword, his voice could not be transmitted. As soon as the long knife fell, the blood flashed, and the soul dominated by Xuanhuan was smashed by the soul burial saber. There was no time to react. A big hand then fell, completely obliterating his body, and was swallowed into Xuanhuan's body. Inside. Xuanhuan's divine power was unparalleled in the world, and after beheading Xuanhuan's ruler, he looked at everyone with indifferent eyes. Xuanhuan Lord is dead. Ah. The strongest man in Xuanhuan Tianyu was killed just like that. Ah. He is the supreme god, and none of us are his opponents. The war stopped at this moment, and the supreme gods of the Xuanhuan universe were easily obliterated, and they couldn't even resist by burning the power of the universe. What can they do to resist? At this moment, Xuanhuan's light shines on the entire Xuanhuan universe, and it is the most dazzling existence. #C1038 Xuanwu Tianyu. Stand on the spot, not a single one is allowed to move. Xuanhuan glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Ah. Lord Xuanhuan is dead. A master of the Xuanhuan universe saw this scene, and he was terrified. He is the dominant god. Although he is not very strong in the multiverse, he is not weak, and is qualified to cross to other regions. Xuanhuan looked at him indifferently, took out the Tianyu bow, and pulled the bowstring. Like a full moon, the tyrannical mana was energy, and suddenly a terrifying force burst out and shot the master directly. The Lord suddenly stopped in place, brilliant like fireworks, and his body burst open. A master was shot directly, completely frightening everyone. In their eyes, Xuanhuan is like a bloody demon, cruel and domineering, and anyone who doesn't obey will kill anyone. We're not moving. These people raised their hands, trembling to the extreme. Option 1. Sacrifice the Tiao furnace with Ziyuan universe, restore it to the supreme artifact, and obtain 30,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't sacrifice and repair the Tiao furnace for the time being, and get 30,000 fate points. The sudden promotion choice made Xuanhuan's eyes flash. This Tiao furnace is really picky. When it swept the Motu universe before, there was no reaction at all. Now, when it encounters the Ziyuan universe, a promotion option pops up. You must know that the Ziyuan universe is the most abundant and powerful universe in the Ziyuan Tianyu, and it is several times richer than the current Xuanhuan energy. However, Xuanhuan naturally would not be reluctant to give up a Ziyuan universe. Ziyuan Tianyu is only a small Tianyu in the multiverse. As long as the Tiao furnace reaches the supreme divine artifact, a large number of supreme divine pills can be refined. Only by training enough supreme gods can more master gods be born in the big cardinal number. Everyone leaves Ziyuan universe. Xuanhuan, with his invincible supernatural powers. In a short period of time, let everyone in the Ziyuan universe leave. Many people didn't understand what the God Emperor Xuanhu was going to do, but then their breathing was stagnant, and the huge Ziyuan universe actually disappeared in front of their eyes. Oh my God, the Ziyuan universe is gone, and its aura is completely gone. How is this possible? Even the master can't destroy the Ziyuan universe in an instant. This is the invincible divine power of that majesty. Don't kill us. The group was afraid to yell. Xuanhuan's sacrifice to Ziyuan universe really scared them. The army of Xuanhu was awe-inspiring, and their faces did not fluctuate. His Majesty was their god. No matter how shocking actions they made, they would not be surprised. In their minds, His Majesty was an invincible existence. The Tai Pill Furnace got the energy of the Ziyuan universe and was finally promoted to the supreme artifact, and many supreme pill recipes were shining. Xuanhuan smiled. The magical medicines he has accumulated can be used to refine the supreme divine pill, and there will be many immortal promotions within the divine dynasty. Those who have reached the supreme will quickly break through the realm in the sufficient pills. Although the material for refining the supreme divine pill is very precious, the resources in this multiverse are too rich, and it only needs to be conquered and plundered. This Tiao furnace is not just as simple as a Dan furnace, the interior is like a sky. Xuanhuan inspected the Tiao furnace. The internal space is too huge, the various magic circles are running, and the level of intricate and mysterious is very complicated, and to restore it to the master artifact, Xuanhuan needs to pay a greater price. Ziyuan Tianyu has since become the Xuanhu Tianyu, and everyone must obey the orders of the God dynasty. Xuanhuan won't talk nonsense to these people. Only those who are willing to serve him can survive, and those who are unwilling to obey will be wiped out in the army's expedition. There is no mercy in the conquests of the divine empire. God of War, Sun God General, Motu, the three of you will lead the army to conquer other universes in Tianyu. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes. God of War, they have taken orders. Fortunately, this time, the master of Ziyuan gathered some masters and let Xuanhuan control a lot at once. In other areas, there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. It is not difficult to conquer, but it takes time. Fortunately, there are dimensional warships, which can lead the army to move quickly. Xuanhuan took some of the origin of the dominant soul and let them return to his own universe to convey his divine will. Ziyuan Tianyu has also undergone a great change, and a master received the wind and escaped with his own strength. And more people surrendered, and they had no resistance in the face of such an army that swept across a heaven. Xuanhuan Tianyu has initially established a firm foothold in the multiverse. Next, while consolidating the foundation, it will expand around. After Qu Yuan conquered Ziyuan Tianyu, he checked the situation of the entire empire. This time, although he has conquered the entire Ziyuan Tianyu, and there are some masters, they are all masters of the first layer. After all, it is too difficult to break through the first layer of the realm of the master, and even he is stuck in the first layer. Of course, his breakthrough is also 10 million times more difficult than others. Jiuyo has achieved the supreme triple heaven. Qu Yuan sensed a wave, returned to Jiuyo's side, and laughed when he saw her. Jiuyo's talent is indeed good. He is the most innate talent among his concubines, and he is also very likely to become a master. His Majesty. Jiuyo slowly put away the mana fluctuations. Comprehend the power of the supreme realm well. There is no universe suitable for you in the Xuanhuan Tianyu. When I continue to fight, I will find a place that is suitable for your attribute power, so that you can become the ruler of the sky, and my concubine cannot be weaker than others. Qu Yuan smiled at her. Of course you have to love your woman. He also checked the power of Xia Yaolinger, Luo Yueying, Shang Wanxian and the others, and they all broke through to the supreme when they arrived in Duanyuan. This is very good. Your Majesty, the Xuanhuan Tianyu expedition has brought us too many people and powerhouses far beyond Shenwushan, and it is a lot more troublesome to manage than before. After all, these people have never been in contact with Xuanhuan before. One day, Lu Qianfu came to report to Qu Yuan. The benefits of expansion are enormous, but it also adds pressure to the empire. Lu Qianfu has recently been in charge of the management of the Divine Dynasty. The rules of the Divine Dynasty must adapt to the rules in the multiverse, and you should not be under too much pressure. The time in the Xuanhuan Day is different from the reversal in the multiverse. Let them know more about the Xuanhuan Dynasty, and the strong will be scattered and incorporated into the army. Supervised by the transportation of the Kingdom of God, the power of the long river of humanity is assimilating, and the facilities and education of various gods can keep up. Of course Qu Yuan knew Lu Qianfu's pressure. He is an old official, and he has been with Qu Yuan for too long, and he can implement the essence of Xuanhuan to the end. The world is changing, but Xuanhuan is always Xuanhuan. And Qu Yuan can also feel that with the integration of Xuanhuan Tianyu, more people believe in him. The human sovereign sword in his hand is also evolving, with a surge of stronger power, growing towards a state of supreme heaven. #C1039 Sky Battle Body Cultivation Pool. Yes, I know what to do. Lu Qianfu took a deep breath and nodded. He understands that with his own strength, he is getting more and more unsuitable for the frontline conquest, so he is more in managing internal affairs and coordinating the rear. And he knows even more that where he is now, it is just an appetizer, and more Tianyu will be conquered in the future. He has to take a heavy responsibility, otherwise he will betray His Majesty's trust in him. We must keep up with the development at the same time. If the empire is strong, I will also be strong at the same time. Based on the fortune of the country, the human emperor sword will be an artifact of heaven in the future. There are major constructions everywhere in Xuanhuan Tianyu, and this will be a stable base and a strong base for development. There is also a broken ancient source sky fragment in the Xuanhuan Tianyu. Motu, you go with me. Qu Yuan stepped away from the capital. Motu hurriedly followed, and the Supreme Thunder Beast also went. Your Majesty, there is the fragment of Guiyuanshan, and it is also Ziyuan. No, the biggest treasure in Xuanhuan Tianyu. It didn't take long for Qu Yuan to see the fragments of Guyuan Tian. It is said to be a fragment, but it is actually extremely huge, 1/10 the size of Shenwushan, and the edges are extremely irregular, and it was shattered by a terrifying giant force. Seeing this fragment, Qu Yuan could understand how terrifying the battle was, and even Guyuan Tian in the 33 days was destroyed in this way. The shards were shrouded in pitch-black lightning, each of which was extremely terrifying, and with the extremely chaotic laws of the heavens, it was chopped down, and the Supreme would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Your Majesty, the power in this shard is extremely violent, and the Master must be careful when entering it, but there is sufficient vitality in it, and there are residual treasures. If the Master of Ziyuan hadn't benefited from it, he would not have broken through to the second level. Mo2 respectfully said beside him. He has seen the changes in the Xuanhu Tianyu. Although it has broken the previous forces, with the entry of the Xuanhuan dynasty, the entire Tianyu has radiated new vitality. Thunder Beast, you don't always want to break through to the domination realm, go ahead, there is your treasure. Xuanhuan said. Haha, I can break through to dominate. The Supreme Thunder Beast laughed wildly. It saw more and more rulers of the divine dynasty, and was anxious. For fear that one day His Majesty would not look down on it, he would ruthlessly abandon it, and it also made it very resentful during this time. It rushed over directly, ignoring the violent thunder and lightning. It's just supreme, even if you get close to thunder and lightning, it's very likely to die. Mo2 said with a trembling heart. Hey, Mo2, you are optimistic, how did I become the master? The thunder and lightning shrouded in the shards are indeed extremely violent, and they are left behind after the war of heaven and earth in ancient times, and the chaos of the laws of heaven and earth. But the Supreme Thunder Beast is different. If it doesn't swallow the divine tribulation pearl, it can't bear it either. Its abdomen is glowing, it is a bead, and the rolling chaotic lightning is absorbed into its body by it, and it is devouring the energy in the fragments, and it is rapidly advancing towards the realm of domination. A pet by your Majesty's side has such terrifying power. Mo2 felt more and more the unfathomable abyss of the Emperor Xuanhu. Since he broke through the domination, he has lost the fighting spirit of the past, and there is a kind of meaning to eat and wait to die, but at the moment he is also breathing rapidly, perhaps accidentally becoming a person of the Xuanhuan dynasty is his greatest chance. With the divine tribulation pearl, it is not afraid to dominate the divine tribulation. With a long whistle, the Thunder Beast broke through to the realm of the Lord God. It was an extraordinary steed, its size was several times larger than before, and it was covered in a savage majesty with thunder and lightning. Just the power it radiated made Mo2 feel depressed. It was an extremely ferocious beast. But the next scene brought the Thunder Beast back to its original shape. The most loyal Chulei has seen my most revered majesty. After it broke through to dominate, it actually ran up to Xuanhuan and was arrogant. It doesn't have its own surname, and after becoming Xuanhuan's pet, he simply named himself Chulei. Xuanhuan ignored it, but looked at the fragment. It was too slow to explore slowly. He suddenly reached out and grabbed it. He was the most powerful portal of devouring, and the monstrous power enveloped the fragment. Your Majesty, this is to collect the fragments directly. Mo2 was horrified. Don't be surprised. Lei Beast patted the ink map with his big claws, and he would smash him to pieces. He believed to himself, there is nothing that your Majesty can't do, His Majesty is omnipotent. In the future, eat fragrant and drink spicy food. Mo2 was sluggish, and the Emperor Xuanhu ignored the terrifying thunder and lightning of the fragments, causing the fragments of Guyuan Tian to disappear in front of his eyes. From the fragments, I extracted a very familiar aura, as if I felt it from the goddess Yanran. The goddess Yanran is an existence. For my existence, she is not as simple as a person, and her memory is damaged. Is she a god? Xuanhuan guessed that it could only be calculated to a point. However, he believed that he and the goddess Yanran would meet again at some point. Because he has the Emperor Sword, the Emperor of Humanity. Let's go back to the Divine Dynasty with me. After Xuanhuan returned to Xuanhu Shendu, he smashed the fragments, and the strong vitality suddenly filled the Xuanhu Day. This is the main universe. At this juncture, we must make it as strong as possible. Only when the universe is strong can it breed more powerful people. Only 2 of the 7 artifacts have been promoted to the supreme artifact. This needs to continue to be improved. If all 7 become the dominant artifact, they will be able to explode with power comparable to the dominant god, and they are not afraid of death. Xuanhuan checked the system mall and found that the purchase of Supreme Artifact Advance cards in the Premium Mall requires 5 million fate points each. But fortunately, he completed the task again and accumulated a lot of fate points, spending 25 million to exchange. He also checked other treasures. There are several blueprints that can be used to equip the army, and some rare ores can be used to create equipment, which are also immediately exchanged for fate points. He spent a lot of money, and there was still 12 million in the fate point. It's accumulated a lot of lottery opportunities. Xuanhuan didn't have a lottery before, but waited until he broke through the realm of dominating the gods and created the Xuanwu Tianyu, and he could obtain greater benefits before starting. Ding! The host starts a random lottery and gets the Sovereign God Healing Potion X1. Ding! The host starts a random lottery and gets the Phoenix Blood God Crystal X1. Ding! The host starts a random lottery and gets the Sovereign God Healing Potion X1. Ding! The host starts a random lottery X1 and gets the Sky Battle Body Cultivation Pool. Cultivation pool for the evolution of the battle body in the sky. After Xuanhuan drew this thing, he immediately saw a pool appeared in front of him, and there were many rune prohibitions within it. But apart from the pool, there is nothing else. This is a powerful combat body with domineering power like the sky, and the emergence of the cultivation pool means that I can cultivate this combat body in large quantities, and then become an army and form the elite of the elite. Seeing the introduction, Xuanhuan's eyes shone brightly. Immediately, I knew that the battle body in the sky, placed in the multiverse, is an extremely powerful physique, a peerless genius. However, when he saw the materials he needed, he immediately shook his head, seeing that the introduction was indeed very powerful, but even if he searched all over the Xuanwu Tianyu, he couldn't find a copy. Xuanhuan is not surprised, such a powerful combat body is definitely not that easy to achieve. However, in his next lottery draw, the things he draws will have a great effect on the divine dynasty, and he can start making them now. #C1040 Tianduan Mountain. Ding! The host obtained a drawing of the advanced version of the dimensional battleship through a random lottery. The advanced version of the dimensional battleship builds the blueprint. Xuanhuan read the introduction in detail. It can better adapt to the complex situation in the multiverse, but the cost of building it is much higher. Hundreds of ordinary dimensional warships can create an advanced version. 100 for 1, although the consumption is huge, but the benefits are enormous. It is a crushing effect on ordinary warships. Now you can build a few main ships with limited resources, and update them with the development of the empire. The lottery items this time are good, 2 items that are useful to the empire, but both require the support of a lot of resources. There are 2 sacred places around the Xuanwu Tianyu. One is the Great Burial Canyon, which is extremely dangerous. It was left over from the ancient war period. Some people have searched for divine objects of the highest level, and the other is Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan was collecting and sorting out information during this time. Development is inseparable from resources, and Xuanwu must not be limited to just one place. Xuanhuan ordered some strong men in the empire to follow him to Tianduan Mountain to check. Shenzhou is moving forward. Although Xuanhuan has a certain understanding of Tianduan Mountain from the data, when he actually saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. In the multiverse, there are continuous mountains in front of them, which are unimaginably high, and it is difficult for his eyes to see the top for a while, and the multidimensional energy shrouded in clouds and mists covers Tianduan Mountain. Many mountains pass through the thick energy, majestic and magnificent. Tianduan Mountain is not a mountain, but an endless group of mountains. The Xuanhu Tianyu is huge enough, but Chu Yuan feels that filling the entire Xuanhu Tianyu is only a part. The Tianduan Mountain in front of him should have the size of thousands of Xuanhu Tianyu. As expected of the multiverse, and only here, can such miracles be born. Chu Yuan sighed. However, he knew even more that the 33 days was the key to the multiverse, the most prosperous place, and the unimaginably huge Tianduan Mountain in front of him was nothing. Your Majesty, Tianduanshan blocks the road and cuts off the road ahead, so it is called Tianduan, and because of this, there is a barrier of Tianduanshan, which allows us to avoid many dangers. A master beside him respectfully said. It's called weighing. However, it is this day that the mountain is broken, and it has become an insurmountable road for living beings. It is too huge, and there is a danger that the master can fall. If the ordinary supreme wants to pass through, it is difficult to achieve. But at the same time, the resources in Tianduan Mountain are also very rich. Wait road. Very good, I just need to replenish resources. Broken Mountain stands here today. The huge mountain blocks the other side of the multi-element. In fact, it also absorbs too much energy in the multi-element, like a huge magnetic field magnet. It's a 10th here. Suddenly, Chu Yuan flew towards Tianduan Mountain. He rose higher and higher, but the more he went up to the sky, there was a monstrous resistance, which turned into an endless chaotic wind. After the height reaches a certain range, the raging wind blows on the body, this monstrous power, even the flesh and blood of the Lord God will be blown away, and sharp knives are cutting your flesh and blood. However, this has not reached the top of Tianduan Mountain. This is not a gust of wind, but a law of destruction. There are many dangers in the multiverse. Chu Yuan opened his eyes, and he used the great devouring technique to counteract this pressure. He continued to soar, god of war. They could no longer see Chu Yuan, this was the limit they could see with their eyes. Your Majesty is too powerful, I dare not go to this area, otherwise I will be blown to death by the strong wind. Weighing trembling. Your Majesty's divine power is beyond your imagination. The god of war is high. These people have not experienced the war of Shenwushan, and their belief in Chu Yuan is more of a fear of strength. The sky and the earth are twisted, the avenues are in chaos, and the Tianduan Mountain has not yet seen the top. The height of Tian Broken Mountain shocked him. Although Chu Yuan could continue to ascend, he stopped and looked at the Tianduan Mountain area. The scene in front of him made him know that only standing on the top of the mountain can see the whole picture more intuitively. The dense fog boils, and the infinite and vast multi-energy is blocked in this area because of the barrier of the mountain, forming a scene of thick fog rolling. What he saw before his eyes was magnificent. There are also big stars in Tianduan Mountain, but these big stars are not comparable to the stars in the universe before. They are all huge, comparable to the size of a huge star field. The Tianduan Mountain is divided by giant mountains, and some places form a heaven. There is even the existence of a supreme god. A Tianduan Mountain only represents a region in the multiverse, and such a splendid civilization can be born. Seeing such a scene, Chu Yuan also knew that his Xuanhu Tianyu was only a part of Tianduan Mountain. He looked up at the sky, his eyes were extremely bright, and suddenly in the dazzling eyes, a group of incomparably powerful light appeared in front of him. The terrifying pressure was like a real multidimensional heaven, exuding a power that made people tremble and fear. And what he saw was only a corner. One of the 33 days, I don't know which day it is. Chu Yuan said silently. He has no reverence for the so-called 33 days. He is as powerful as Guyuan Tian, and there is a day when he will collapse. God's heaven, supreme heaven, hell heaven, 10,000 demons heaven, holy order heaven. Chu Yuan recited the names of some 33 days, which the goddess Yanran told him, but it was not completely accurate. In the ancient war, not only Gu Yuan Tian collapsed in one day, but other heavens also collapsed. In these days, when it collapses, there will be a powerful existence that will be promoted to one of the new 33 days. But no matter how it changes, there can only be 33 strongest days. There are more secrets within this diversity, waiting for me to explore. Chu Yuan sighed with emotion and mystery, especially the system, and he didn't know where it came from or where the system came from. His Majesty. At this time, Chu Yuan returned to the god of war and the others. Tianduan Mountain, I have roughly seen some from the heights, and now the Shin dynasty is going to make an exploration of Tianduan Mountain, mainly the commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison. They are responsible for reclaiming the wasteland. After the map, explore with elite powerhouses, this will be an important resource point. Chu Yuan said. The war god commander and the prison commander have the power to dominate the gods. The most important thing is that they are not afraid of death, and they can be used to explore dangerous places. Although the people from the original Ziyu and Tianyu had explored Tianduan Mountain, their strength was not strong, and there were not many areas they explored. Chu Yuan stationed part of the army on the edge of Tianduan Mountain and could provide support at any time. It has to be said that the dangerous environment of Tianduan Mountain, although the expansion of Xuanhuan faces the edge, but also because of this barrier, it forms a basin-like area. The Tai Pill stove also has this divine pill method. Chu Yuan was sitting in Xuanhuan Tianyu, and when he was checking the Tai Pill furnace, the appearance of a pill recipe made his eyes light up. #C1041 Divine Blood Pill. Divine Blood Pill. The name sounds ordinary, but it is a magical elixir with amazing medicinal effects. This is a kind of supreme divine pill that is comparable to the Dominion divine pill, and its effect is to allow the supreme to have sufficient blood and soul energy to impact the realm of domination. However, the materials required for refining it are extremely harsh, and it uses the flesh, soul, and soul of the Lord God as the main material, plus a large number of accessories. Although there were ruler gods in Chu Yuan's empire, it was impossible to use their lives to concoct alchemy. God of war, you need to collect these materials. If possible, you will be able to kill the creatures comparable to the rulers in Tianduan. You should know more about Tianduan Mountain, and you will be your guide. Chu Yuan handed the list to the god of war, which included some accessories for the cultivation liquid of the sky. Comparable to the dominant creature? Thinking hard, he said sharply, Your Majesty, I know where Tianduan Mountain is. I went to Tianduan Mountain 100 years ago, and I once encountered a beast that dominated the gods. It was almost eaten by it, and I know its lair is only 100 years old, and it should not have moved to other areas. Okay, Thunder Beast will also go with you. Chu Yuan waved his hand. Go to Tianduan Mountain. The god of war, the Thunder Beast, took over the task according to the weight, and immediately went to Tianduan Mountain. Hey, you want revenge this time? Lei Beast spoke out his thoughts. The weight is a little awkward. Okay, Thunder Beast, killing the beast that dominates the beast is beneficial to the divine dynasty. We are all doing things for the divine dynasty. The god of war is burly, speaking to the Thunder Beast. Lei Beast did not speak anymore. In the divine dynasty, he was only afraid of two people, one was His Majesty, and the other was the god of war. Both of them had beaten him violently. Not long ago, after the Thunder Beast broke through to dominate, it excitedly challenged the god of war, but the result was tragic, and it was beaten by the god of war. Tianduan Mountain is huge, with continuous peaks. Every mountain, even if it is dominated by it, will have a lot of trouble to climb. When I was in Xuanhuan, I never thought that there would be such a huge mountain range, like the light years of the sky, and the entire Tianduan Mountain was just an area within the multi-element. God of War exclaimed. He looked at the vast sky. The Heavenly Emperor and the others had left and didn't know where they went, but as long as they didn't die, they should have become masters, and they might even become supreme in the future. Of course he wasn't envious. The god of war knew very well that the world was vast by his majesty's side. Traveling all the way in the Xuanhuan Mountains, the geographical environment here is extremely complex, and some places are extremely dangerous. If there is no previous survey and drawing of danger, it is normal for the ruler to step in and die. Although there is no previous statement about the reincarnation of the universe in the multiverse, the environment here is more sinister and dangerous. The god of war said, in the recent period of time, the army guards of the Shan dynasty have also paid a lot of casualties in order to survey Xuanhuan Mountain. The ancient trees are towering, and since they are mountains, there are trees, and the trees here are different from what he remembered, very huge and ancient. Be careful, there are terrifying beasts here. Wait, reminder. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of giant birds with iron feathers flew by in the sky, densely packed. Iron feather bird, one of the most common ominous beasts in Xuanhuan Mountain, has a large number advantage in groups. Zhizhong said. These iron feather birds seem to feel the existence of the god of war. Although they have not weak strength, their intelligence is relatively low, and their hideous claws grabbed them. A group of miscellaneous hairy birds dare to offend Lord Lei. The thunder beast was furious, and the thunder and lightning burst out, and the iron feather bird turned into coke. Don't scorch them all, grab them and extract their flesh and blood essence. The god of war asked him to tap lightly. Okay, I get it. Thunder net weaving, these hundreds of thousands of ironclad birds were all swept away. Although the god of war, Thunder Beast and he both dominate the first layer, their individual combat power is too strong, and each of them can hang and beat him. They continued to move forward and encountered many attacks. Fortunately, they were all dominant gods, and they were not the core area of Xuanhuan Mountain, so there would be no major danger. Passing through another mountain range, they saw a huge landmass enveloped in heavy energy. The god of war tore open a crack and saw that there were a large number of rare magical medicines growing on the land, and some of them could be directly eaten raw to increase the cultivation of the dominant god. A lot of magic medicines. Wait, counting eyes brightened. There are too many unknown areas to explore in Xuanhuan Mountain, and some places have not been discovered before, which is normal. He said, no one knows the magic medicine here, how about us? Don't think of these magic medicines. The god of war knew what he was thinking, and said sternly, these magical medicines must be picked carefully, and brute force cannot be used, otherwise it will destroy the efficacy of the medicine. We don't have the time to record the location on the map and wait for His Majesty to send someone to pick it. Kid, remember, don't be greedy for immediate interests, His Majesty can give us more. Thunder Beast also reminded him. Those who have just been conquered to the Xuanhuan dynasty are still unclear to His Majesty. His Majesty is the kind of person who is very cruel to the enemy, very kind to his own people, and will not forget them when there is good things. Yes. Zhizhong felt that this empire was completely different from what he had come into contact with before, so he quickly said, it's almost here, I hope it hasn't left yet. Let's speed up. God of war, they speed up. Half a month later, a big mountain appeared in front of them, and there was a cave being opened there. The interior was dark, and there was an incomparable stench coming out. The weight meter twitched and said, fortunately, I didn't leave, it's still there. Spiritual compass. There was a compass in the hand of the god of war, and a huge light spot appeared on it, and he nodded immediately. The strength of the first layer of the sky, the thunder beast shot and smashed it out. Haha, teach me. The brilliance was in full bloom, and the thunder beast laughed wantonly. It swallowed and sprayed in. Suddenly, the mountain was shaking and collapsing, and the darkness inside was swept away. There was a roar, and a large black snake rushed out. Its head was so strong that it was about to turn into a dragon. It's this black snake. It's a tyrant in this area. It devoured many masters. I almost fell into its hands last time. Counting big calls. This black snake is very strong. It is said that it has the blood of the hell dragon, and it can spray black flames of destruction. The ordinary master is not its opponent. It's just a big black snake, it's still my fierceness. The thunder beast stepped out, and it was majestic, like a thunder god descending, turning the mountain into a land of calamity. The black dragon bared his teeth and grinned, kicking his eyes to compete with the thunder beast. Even though the thunder beast was obedient in front of Xuanhuan and the god of war, it was an extremely vicious lord. After the black snake and the thunder beast looked at each other for a while, they actually let out a wailing sound, and they turned around and ran away in fear. Where to go? Don't let this big black snake go, he's mine. No, it's His Majesty's. Thunder beast roared. #C1042 to kill him, leave no hidden dangers. The black snake made a screaming sound. Its strength is indeed not weak, and it is also very fierce, but the thunder beast is more fierce than it. The two fierce beasts fought fiercely in the Tianduan mountain. If it was in a small universe, the sky would be overturned. Thunder beast, don't scorch it. What your majesty needs is its flesh and blood, not a lump of coke. God of War reminded, and also shot at the same time. His big hand grabbed it, and the terrifying black snake was like a small loach in front of him, being kneaded at will. This guy's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he is not far from the second layer. If I am not stronger than him, I will be beaten by him in the future. The thunder beast also made a roaring sound. It vented its resentment towards the god of war on the black snake. If it hadn't wanted to capture it alive, the black snake would have been beheaded long ago. I didn't expect to encounter a black snake containing the blood of the hell dragon, and I have to cultivate the horn of the dragon. The blood is not thin, and if I cultivate it well, it will be a powerful fighting force around me. Swish! At this moment, a golden light descended from the broken mountain that day, flushing the god of war and their mana away, shrouding the black snake, and then a middle-aged man in a golden suit appeared. This middle-aged man, who is also the master of God's cultivation, has a high and cold look between his eyebrows. Black snake, if you are willing to be my pet, I can save your life. This man came, and he said directly to the black snake, regardless of the god of war. The black snake roared out an ancient animal language. It nodded quickly. Although it was not very intelligent, it also knew that if it didn't listen to the man in gold, it would kill the beasts. It's obedient. The middle-aged man smiled. He didn't see the existence of the god of war and the others, and he was about to leave here by directly driving the black snake. People in golden clothes, do you want to leave like this? I don't know that this is our trophy. Who gave you the courage to snatch the prey in front of us? Thunder Beast is very dissatisfied. This black snake is about to be maimed, and if someone suddenly kills one, they will keep it as a pet, making it very uncomfortable. The man in golden clothes was cold and arrogant. Your Lord Lei is not easy to mess with. The scales of the Thunder Beast exploded. Hearing the words of the man in golden clothes, he rushed over immediately. The sharp claws were fierce, and the thunder light tore down, which was to bombard the man fiercely. The golden-robed man raised his palm, and the Thunder Beast's attack was actually blocked by him. With a shock of mana, he shot back fiercely. So strong. From the weight, it can be seen that this man also dominates the first layer, but the combat power exchange ratio is several of him. Put down the black snake, this is our trophy. God of War said coldly. It's already my pet, be funny, and don't get in my way. The man in golden clothes also noticed that the God of War was very powerful and did not want to be too entangled with him. Boom. The God of War already understood the meaning of the opponent, and he didn't talk to him anymore. The hand of the God of War slammed out. His accumulation erupted, and his tyrannical fighting spirit dominated the sky, and suddenly collapsed a large mountain. "Kill him!" Thunder Beast said fiercely. The man attacked, and golden light burst out, but what surprised him was that he had just fought the god of war, and his strength was instantly crushed, and then he saw a fist that pierced the sky slammed into him. The man was shaken back, and the strong backlash made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The god of war was chasing after him, and he had been with Xuanhuan for a long time, and he also had a sense of lawlessness. "You dare, I am from the Baya Empire, stop taking action, I can ignore today's affairs." The man in golden clothes shouted loudly and reported to his house, hoping to use this to scare the god of war. Although he was in the same realm, he knew that he was not the opponent of this person at all. "Baya Empire." The wait was shocked, and he said quickly, "Sir, this Baya Empire is also a tyrant in the sky, and the lord of the country is a supreme god, we can't offend them." "Are you afraid?" The man in gold sneered. "He has a real supreme god in the Baya Empire, and he cannot be regarded as a weak person in the multiverse." "Kill him, they can't mess with it, can we mess with it?" Thunder Beast roared. "Yes, weeds and roots are removed, no hidden dangers are left, and who can know that he is in Tianduan Mountain? This god doesn't like to leave a tail when he does things. His Majesty is collecting the flesh and soul of the ruling god to refine the divine pill, and he is a very good material." The god of war said coldly, "Thunder Beast, you clean up that Thunder Beast, I cut him off and can't let him go." "Kill, kill, kill." Thunder Beast killed the past. "You are crazy, dare to kill the ruler of the Supreme Empire." The face of the man in golden clothes changed greatly. He didn't expect that when he reported out of the house, not only was the other party not afraid, but he was even more ruthless. This man and beast made him fearful. He even regretted that he wanted to appear to subdue the black snake. "I fought with you." The man in golden clothes also became fierce, and all kinds of gods were densely covered, and the other party was killing him. However, as the first god of war in Shenwu, the god of war has no doubts about his strength. The sufficient resources have greatly increased his strength. Although the man in golden clothes is not weak, he is still not his opponent. The two fought fiercely. After thousands of tricks in the battle, in the end, the man in golden clothes was smashed to pieces by the palm of the god of war, and he was directly killed on the spot. Black Snake was also suppressed by Thunder Beast. "My lord, we killed the ruler of the Baya Empire. This is a big disaster." The weight-taking head was all dumbfounded. He heard that the Supreme God Empire was about to step aside, but the god of war killed him directly. "Don't kill him is the biggest trouble, Tianduan Mountain is so dangerous, what is the death of a master god?" The god of war looked around the four directions. "Go, the two master gods are the materials, this time we have doubled the task given by His Majesty, go back." "Wait a moment." The Thunder Beast got into the Black Snake's lair, and happily took out a lot of things from there, maybe these things are still useful. "Well done." The god of war returned to the empire and reported the news. Xuanhuan nodded and praised them. He really couldn't be soft on Tianduan Mountain. The two divine bodies that dominate the gods can be used to refine a lot of divine blood pills. Xuanhuan immediately started alchemy with the Taiyudan furnace. The rotation of time has changed, and even after several years have passed, Lu Qianfu has reached the limit of the supreme triple heaven with the cultivation of a lot of resources. Lu Qianfu's talent is indeed not very good. If he can cultivate to the current state, Xuanhuan used resources to pile it up. To cultivate his resources of a supreme three-level heaven, he can cultivate three gods by changing others. However, Lu Qianfu is loyal, and he is a veteran, and it is worth his resources to cultivate. And although he is no longer in charge of the war, he manages the internal affairs of the empire very well, and in cooperation with the Book of Enlightenment, it saves him a lot of trouble. Exploring the resource development of Tianduan Mountain is the first priority of the Divine Dynasty at this stage. All the ministers and workers must not slack off. Commander Xuanhuan, you bring the Xuanhuan book to Tianduan Mountain to store the world. #C1043 Primordial. Resources are always the most needed for development. For Chuyuan's empire to be strong in the shortest time, it must obtain the most resources from Tianduan. And the strength of the empire is about his strength. If there are enough powerhouses in the empire to condense the terrifying and majestic national fortunes of the Divine Dynasty, his cultivation can be upgraded to dominate the second heaven in a short period of time. It can be said that the Divine Dynasty is his foundation. While taking responsibility, it also gives him strength. Commander Xuanhuan has also broken through to dominate the gods. He has accommodated a lot of heaven and earth in Tianduan Mountain. Chuyuan felt the shock of the national fortune, and said, however, the exploration of Tianduan Mountain has also suffered huge casualties. Various natural disasters are dangerous, dozens of battleships have been lost, and a large number of people have died on the road to reclamation. Reclaiming wasteland and excavating unfamiliar areas has always been dangerous, comparable to a large formation. But at this price, Chuyuan discovered many resource places. The resources of Tianduan Mountain have been continuously discovered. After his cultivation level was promoted to the Master God, the entire Shenwushan was shrouded in national fortunes. With the acceleration of the human emperor sword, the multiverse could be accelerated for one day, and the horror of the interior for 100 years was accelerated. You don't need to care about resource consumption, the resources of the multiverse are now inexhaustible to me. Chuyuan had the Emperor's sword to manipulate such a terrifying acceleration of time. The goddess Yanran told him that the most powerful artifact in the multiverse is the divine artifact of the heavenly Tao. Although the introduction of the human Emperor's sword is a supreme artifact, he understands that it takes infinite humanistic belief to promote the quality of the divine artifact. The strength of the human Emperor's sword depends on the strength of the Chuyuan Shen dynasty empire. He understands that the multiverse is a bigger world, and he will face stronger opponents, but this makes him more passionate. He is not afraid of challenges, he is afraid of no challenges. The speed of development of Shenwu Tianyu is also very fast. The main reason is that in the past, the power of Ziyu and Tianyu was scattered, and there was not much power to explore Tianduan Mountain, but with a unified Shenwu, you can concentrate the strength of your advantages to explore. An area in Tianduan Mountain, this is a basin rift valley, surrounded by continuous mountains. What a strong vitality! God of War led the team. A large number of warships rushed into this area. Along the way, they slaughtered a lot of beasts. When they attacked this area, 8 battleships were destroyed, and they were pushed all the way to this area with their tyrannical strength, and they immediately felt a completely different fluctuation of vitality. Sir, this is a gathering place. The Wait also took a deep breath. Gathering Spirit Land. The God of War opened his eyes wide, and he found this place by relying on the spirit exploring compass. He suddenly saw that this place was different from the others. There seemed to be a strong vitality surrounding it, and he was surprised. Could it be that there is a vitality vein here, and the quality does not seem to be the lowest? The so-called primordial veins are a kind of aggregate of primordial qi, which can be turned into mountains. They will absorb and precipitate the energy in the multiverse independently, which is very rare. It's very possible. The Wait was also excited. Look, my lord, the magical medicines in this basin are more abundant than other places, and these mountains are rich in minerals. It is a rare area in Tianduan Mountain. There is a record in Yun in the sky. They originally had a high-grade Yuan vein, but the appearance of the world-annihilating storm almost wiped out their energy. There is even a king-grade existence in the ancient and powerful Supreme Divine Dynasty. Fortunately, Chuyuan subdued and saved Yun Zaitian, otherwise he would never have known so much. In this way, you should go back and report to your majesty. I will lead a team to guard here, dig ores, and collect resources. The god of war thought and said, also, the fleet is always watching around, don't be approached by other forces. For a period of time in the future, the development of the empire will depend on this place of origin. Although the Tianhuan mountain is large, the Yuanmai land is still very rare. Oh? God of War and the others found a place of origin, which is good news. When Xuanhuan received the news, he also showed joy, and said, the advanced version of the dimensional warship has also built 2 ships, which can be handed over to the God of War, and the advanced version can face the bombardment of the dominant power. The discovery of the primordial vein is a great news for Xuanwu, and a large number of masters have been mobilized there to start digging. But after 3 months of digging, something happened. Your Majesty, when a group of us were excavating the primordial vein, a sudden death storm blew out. The entire team turned into skeletons, and the death was extremely tragic. Lord War God went to check it, but he didn't dare to decide. Mo2 reported to Xuanhuan. It seems that this danger, God of War can't solve it, only I personally take action. Xuanhuan was not surprised. There were many accidents during the excavation period, most of which were solved by the God of War. If there was no way out, the God of War would not ask him for help. Xuanhuan set out and crossed Tianhuan Mountain with the Gate of the Void. Although his recent strength has not yet broken through to the 2nd level, he is undoubtedly much stronger than when he first came into contact with the multiverse. His Majesty. The God of War saw Xuanhuan and said respectfully. He was also annoyed that the danger zone had killed many of his men. Take me to see it. Xuanhuan said. Under the leadership of the God of War, in a short while, the space-time ahead suddenly lost its splendor, it was eerie, dark, and there was a gloomy wind swirling everywhere. Stepping in, Immortal would die immediately. The scene in front of him was like a demonic realm. Your Majesty, this is not the case here. It was excavated to release this breath. At first, there was only a small area. In just a few months, it spread to the entire canyon. The minister went in and almost didn't come out. The God of War had lingering fears, and continued, I am worried that this breath will continue to spread, and this place of origin will be abolished. There's always a reason. Xuanhuan looked at the dense black mist and smelled the breath of death. Come with me and find out why. Xuanhuan walked into this area, and suddenly the cold wind of death enveloped him, but he was shocked and swallowed the domain to expand. After this endless cold wind encountered him, it encountered its nemesis and was swallowed up. All around him was bright. For Xuanhuan, this cold wind of death is also a kind of energy. Your Majesty's divine power. Once the master of Ziyu and Tianyu saw this scene, his eyeballs would fall out, and the cold wind that the master was afraid of was so vulnerable in front of his Majesty. With your Majesty here, the cold wind is no problem. The God of War is high. Find the source here. Xuanhuan walked all the way. He pursued the place with the strongest strength. The further he went to which area, the stronger the black wind became. At the end, when they were squeezed together, the Lord couldn't see the way. Xuanhuan tore his hands, and the light was bright, dispelling the black mist. Our dead soldiers. The God of War suddenly saw that there were hundreds of bodies in black armor, but they were all skeletons, and their flesh and blood were gone. He was distressed that these 100 people were all elites of Xuanwu, and now they died here inexplicably. Collect the bones of the soldiers, distribute the pensions to their descendants, and bury them in the Imperial cemetery. They are all my soldiers and men of merit, and the gods will never forget them. Xuanhuan said. Xuanwu has been developing for so many years, and the compensation and arrangements for the fallen soldiers have been very good. And here should be the source. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly fell on a mirror-smooth, pitch-black mountain wall, and a cold wind blew out the black particles of death with a whimper. #C1044 Poison Bone. Xuanhuan stared at the mountain wall, and suddenly made a move that alarmed the god of war and the others. He slammed his palm on it, and the vast power shook, and the divine power of the gate of heaven shattered the mountain wall. A more turbulent cold wind blew out and slapped on Xuanhuan's body. But his great phagocytosis turned into a clear picture, and he walked in one step. "Follow your majesty." God of war. They quickly followed. Inside the mountain wall is actually a dark time and space, with the wind whistling and a terrifying whirl. Not to mention the supreme, even if the ruling gods arrive here, they will be turned into a skeleton if they can't hold on for a moment or three. Death storm, there is a monstrous curse in it. Xuanhuan was not afraid at all, and his energy was transformed by him. Under this curse, he swallowed everything with the great devouring technique, and absorbed all this energy into it. As they walked past, they also saw some skeletons. There is a master who died here, and it seems that he has been dead for a long time. The god of war observed these bones, and his majesty was there, otherwise they would not dare to step in. It seems that they have reached the end of their journey, and they suddenly see a dark palace from which all the storms are blown. Xuanhuan's sacred sword came out, and in an instant, the palace was chopped into two halves by him. And at the moment when the palace was broken open, in an instant, a stronger terror appeared. The black torrent was suppressed for too long, and there was no obstacle, just like a flood. The great devouring technique devours everything. Xuanhuan's black imperial robe fluttered. He stands here, it is an insurmountable mountain, and in that instant, the torrent just rushed in front of him, and it was all swallowed in. He himself is the biggest phagocytosis. The great devouring technique is also his core avenue. A corpse. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly fell on the broken palace. There was a corpse. However, this corpse is also without flesh and blood, the bones are black, and there are thick black circles on it. This skeleton is very powerful, and it is very likely that it has reached the realm of the supreme god, but I don't know what level it is at. Reckoning. Even if the supreme god is placed in the multiverse where the powerful are like clouds, it is still an absolutely terrifying powerhouse, the overlord of a region. They are almost indestructible, and now there is no flesh and blood, only bones. Look, there's a bone sword stuck on top of his head. The skeletal Tianling was covered with a bone sword and inserted into his head, which should have ended his life. Don't get close. This skeleton is poisonous. The god of war just smelled a little breath emanating from the bones, and his head was dizzy, and the mana was melting, which shocked him. You know, he has this kind of power before he gets close. This is a poisonous bone. Although Ji Zhong has average strength, he has a wide range of knowledge, and he said in awe, he has cultivated countless poisons into his bones. This person is a person who cultivates poison, the biggest poison. It seems that he sensed the breath of living beings, and the skeleton actually shook, as if he was about to stand up, and a powerful resentment that hated the world and others erupted from him, turning it into a curse. This person was inserted into his head by a bone sword, but he did not die immediately. Instead, he came to this primordial vessel field and set up a great formation, hoping to recover, but he failed, and his unwilling thoughts turned into a strong curse. Xuanhuan walked towards him. There were countless skulls in his eyes, which was a curse and resentment, but he himself controlled a cursed door, so how could he be afraid of these? He looked at the position where the bones were sitting cross-legged, where there was an altar, made of a kind of stone, and glowing with blood. He deprived one piece, and it was extremely dazzling in the black mist. This blood-colored stone was so bright that it was almost dripping blood. There was a terrifying will in it, like the blood of heaven, which made people tremble. This is the heavenly blood god stone. Chu Yuan's expression changed. Yun Zitian's ancient books recorded a mining area called Tianshui God Mine, which was very dangerous. When Tiandao fell there, their blood turned into Tianshui God Stone. Once in the sky, a strong man accidentally got a piece, breaking through to the realm of Half-Step Supreme. And the most important thing is that the most difficult to find main material of the Sky Battle Body Culture medium is the Blood God Stone. With the current ability of Xuanhuan, it is difficult to send an army to collect this divine stone from the ancient mine of Tianshui. Under the skeleton seat, half of the energy has been absorbed, and only half can be used. Although it is impossible to cultivate on a large scale, as long as a few more materials are found, a few people can be cultivated. Chu Yuan nodded. For such a powerful battle body as the Sky Battle Body, if you want to cultivate a lot, how can you not pay the price? Next to the old man, there was a cyan gourd, the color of which was highly poisonous. Chu Yuan took the gourd into his hand, opened the gourd plug, and there was a huge space inside, but in an instant, a blood-colored torrent of poison rushed out, overwhelming the sky. In the highly toxic torrent, it has also evolved into poisonous insects, poisonous weeds, poisonous flowers, and various poisons. Seal. Chu Yuan immediately sealed it with the door of sealing. This gourd is a special kind of treasure that can contain poison, and this poison is also very terrifying. If it all erupts, it is impossible to ignore it even if it is supreme. Chu Yuan speculated and continued to apply the seal. God of War, I gave you the control of this poisonous gourd. I have already sealed it with the great sealing technique, but be careful when using it. Chu Yuan has little effect on the poisonous gourd, and only when it is handed over to the frontline generals can it exert its greatest effect. I know. The God of War is like a formidable enemy, and he takes it carefully. Gate of the Damned. The door of the curse stood in the air, and a strong suction force erupted, trying to suck the bones in. The more the cursed portal absorbs, the stronger the power of the cursed body will become. Immediately under the manipulation of Chu Yuan, this skeleton was quickly taken in, and there is no fear of him breaking out of poison. And Chu Yuan also knew that the poisonous gourd was not the greatest treasure, but the bones. Because this skeleton is full of poison. Very good. I accidentally discovered this place and brought the harvest of poisonous bones, poisonous gourds, and heavenly blood god stone. There are treasures everywhere in Tianduan Mountain. It depends on whether you have the strength to discover it. Chu Yuan nodded. This time he got a big advantage. He waved his hand, and the gloomy cold wind shrouded in this area all dissipated, and he returned to calm again. I will suppress it here, during this period of time, and the resources of the Yuanmai land must be dug up in the shortest possible time. Chu Yuan gave the order. With His Majesty's guard, we don't have to worry about accidents. The God of War felt a sense of relief. The dangers of the multiverse exceeded his expectations. The area of the heavenly broken mountain alone made him feel that it was difficult to contend, and he encountered life and death crises many times. However, as long as there is His Majesty, the God Emperor, one can feel at ease and fearless.